The Enchantress of Medicine with the Heaven-Defying Child and the Black Belly Father Chapter 2110 to Chapter 2279. Next, you should go to the inheritance space and learn how to control fire. If you can't reach the level of controlling a level 1 Dan fire at will, don't even think about coming out. Mu Yan opened her mouth to speak, but Han Chujiu had already waved her hand. Suddenly, a strong airflow hit her face. When Mu Yan opened her eyes, she was already in a small closed room. In the four corners of the room, there is a dragon head. In the middle, there is a chessboard. The lines on the chessboard are crisscrossed, and in the four corners, there are 4 chess pieces, black, white, red, and yellow. Mu Yan is feeling strange when she hears Han Chujiu's voice coming from the void. Disciple, what you need to do is to use the flame spewed out from the 4 dragon heads to urge the 4 chess pieces to move. These 4 chess pieces are smelted with a special crystal stone. Only a unique spiritual fire can move them. But this kind of crystal stone is extremely fragile and sensitive. If the fire is not enough, the chess pieces will not move. If the fire is too strong, the chess pieces and the chessboard will be instantly burned to powder. What you need to do is to use the corresponding spiritual fire from the dragon heads to control the 4 chess pieces to the end. At that time, you will be able to master the primary fire control technique. At that time, you will be qualified to learn how to refine pills. Mu Yan is about to ask, when the 4 dragon heads suddenly spurted out 4 fierce flames at the same time. The temperature in the whole room suddenly rises. Mu Yan can't dodge in time and is directly burned by one of the flames. She groans in pain. Mu Yan calms down and quickly urges her spiritual power, trying to control the 4 flames. However, even if her divine sense is incomparably strong, she is still flustered. During this period, she was burned by the flames several times. With great difficulty, she finally controls the 4 flames. Mu Yan carefully separates a wisp and manipulates the 4 flames to drive the 4 chess pieces. Bean-sized beads of sweat roll down from her forehead, and the muscles of her whole body are tense to the extreme. However, as soon as the flames touch the chess pieces, there is a loud bang from below, and the chess pieces and the chessboard explode. The flames and the aftermath of the explosion overturn Mu Yan to the ground, and she directly spits out a mouthful of blood. She couldn't help but moan at the burning pain in her soul. In the room, the 4 pillars of fire continue to spit out, and the broken chessboard recondenses. Mu Yan slowly stands up and walks back to the chessboard. In the void, Han Chujiu's spiritual sense explored the scene inside the hut, feeling quite proud. Hee, my good disciple, I was burned by the hidden dragon's 4 fires, for 7 days and 7 nights before I grasped the elementary fire controlling art. You have to work harder, Master will give you 10 days. If you still can't grasp the elementary fire manipulation art in 10 days, then Master will give you another chance. By the way, the most important thing now was not to watch his little disciple practice the fire manipulating technique, but to show off to those guys in the Divine Wind Palace. Han Chujiu suddenly opened her eyes. Ignoring the exhaustion of her spirit, she immediately condensed a doppelganger and hurriedly flew toward the Divine Wind Palace. Teaching Mu Yan in the inheritance space, Han Chujiu does not need to consume her divine soul. But in the inheritance space, there was no way to disguise his appearance. That was why he had first dragged him into the mustard seed medicine king hall that the Heaven Void Cauldron had transformed into. Han Chujiu couldn't imagine what kind of expression her precious disciple will have when he sees the legendary king of medicine as a teenager. Would his precious disciple laugh at him? No. Absolutely not. He would rather consume his soul to maintain his immortal image in front of his little disciple. As soon as Han Chujiu arrived at Lingxiao Hall, she found that the atmosphere was heavy. A person knelt on the ground and bowed to Di Mingju, who was sitting at the head of the table. Reporting to Jun Shang, Lingxi Valley sent a message asking for help, saying that the enchantment at the back of their mountain is unstable and the poltergeist ghosts have invaded. Lingxi Valley has already lost many immortals and will soon be unable to resist. Requesting help from all sides. Di Mingju slightly frowned and did not answer. Someone below sneered, Lingxi Valley is asking us for help? Did I hear it wrong? Didn't the Valley Master of Lingxi Valley say that the polar domain is nothing and that they will never surrender to us? That old woman even shamelessly insulted Di Jun. Now she actually came to ask us for help. does she still have any face? Xianxia, this subordinate doesn't think it's appropriate to rescue them this time. An old man bowed and said, the enchantment at the northern frontier of the polar domain has just stabilized. The Xian and Yu tribes have suffered some damage. If it weren't for the Medicine King's antidote, I'm afraid the consequences would be unimaginable. Yes, Xianxia. Another person also said, this subordinate heard that the enchantment of Xianxia Valley did not open naturally, but because they had a plan and deliberately opened it. I didn't expect that it would become unstable and the poltergeist ghosts would invade. The number of poltergeist ghosts invading the back of Xianxia Valley is far more than our polar domain. Once the poltergeist ghosts form a group, even with the Medicine King's heaven detoxification pill, I'm afraid it will not bode well. Our polar domain and Xianxia Valley are neither relatives nor friends, we even have enmity. We really don't need to get involved in these muddy waters. The netherworld is closer to Xianxia Valley. That old woman of Xianxia Valley often fawns over Yin Wuji, but this time when Xianxia Valley is in trouble, does the netherworld have any reaction? Dimingju quietly listened to the people below. After a long time, he coldly said, the polar domain will not send troops to help Xianxia Valley. Hearing Dimingju's decision, the people below immediately showed a relieved expression. But the next moment, they heard Dimingju slowly said, all of you stay to guard the imperial city and the northern frontier, Ben Jun will go to Xianxia Valley myself. Everyone was startled at first, then immediately exploded. My lord, you must not do that. How can you risk your life for a mere spirit rhinoceros valley? If Xianxia wants you to go, we might as well send troops to help. Dimingju's fierce gaze sweeps over everyone present, his pupils cold and heavy, his expression disdainful, as if he's the god of the ninth heaven. Ben Jun has already decided, you don't need to say anything more. Pijuan, come with me. The man standing to the left of Dimingju silently bows, as you bid, Xianxia. My lord, my lord. You can't take the risk. My lord, let this subordinate accompany you. In the twinkling of an eye, Dimingju arrives outside the hall. With a wave of his hand, the door behind him closes. Those complicated sounds were also shut behind the door. His eyes swept around and saw Han Chuzhou, who was standing on the side. He coldly said, Medicine King, is there something? Han Chuzhou stared at him blankly. For a moment, she forgot what she came here for. She muttered, you little demon, do you know how terrible it is when the poltergeist ghosts form a group and surround us? If you can't kill them all in a short period of time, they will continue to regenerate, and the poltergeist ghosts in the enchantment will continue to pour out. But you can't touch them in the slightest. You have to constantly consume your divine power to kill them. Even if you have more divine power, it's not enough for such a bottomless pit. He has been poisoned too much. Even the heaven spirit detoxification pill is useless. You're risking your life just to save a spirit rhino valley. Are you out of your mind? With an expressionless face, Dimingju listens to him call him a brat, and hears him say that his brain is broken. It was only after he finished nagging that he sneered, if the skin doesn't exist, how can the hair attach itself to it? Of course, I can choose not to help Spirit Rhino Valley, but if no one goes to help, with the ravaging poltergeist ghosts, who on the Xiaoxian continent would be spared? Ben Jun is still waiting. Ben Jun is still waiting for Yan Yan and Xiaobao to come to the Xiaoxian continent. How could he allow Yan Yan to cultivate diligently in the future and ascend to this place, wanting to be with him forever, only to see a world riddled with holes? Han Chuzhou said with disappointment. Then, you can bring your shrimp soldiers and crab generals with you. Too many people will naturally exhaust the poltergeist to death. You don't use the people under you and take the risk alone. Are you stupid or just stupid? Back then, this kid seemed to be smart and ruthless. Why did he become stupid after becoming the polar domain's sovereign emperor? Dimingju calmly looks at him, the corner of his mouth slowly hooking up into a mocking smile. Who told the Medicine King's heaven spirit detoxification pill to only cure the symptoms of the cockroach poison, it couldn't save the true life. Without the antidote for the nightmare poison, you brought people to the Spirit Rhino Valley to rescue them. Do you think that the lives of our polar domain soldiers are worthless? After that, Xiao Tianyao didn't wait for Han Chuzhou to react, his figure disappeared without a trace. Han Chuzhou stood in the same place for a long time. Then, he finally made an earth-shattering roar. Demingju, you bastard, you really aren't a good thing. You actually dare to mock this old man's medicinal pill. Just you wait, just you wait. This old man will develop an antidote to the pie poison and smash it on your face. When this old man's precious disciple comes up, this old man will definitely let him beat you into a pig's head. Han Shujiao stormed back to the Medicine King Hall and directly entered the inheritance space. He was about to go crazy. He must supervise his little disciple to immediately, and rapidly grow stronger. Grasping the fire manipulation art in 10 days? No. Too slow, 7 days. No, he needed 6 days to master the fire manipulation art. However, as soon as Han Shujiao entered the inheritance space, she scanned with her spiritual sense. But, she was so shocked that she almost fell into the room. How could this be? Of the 4 chess pieces, 3 had already reached the end. And the last one, under Mayan's control, is getting closer and closer to the finish line? Han Shujiao stared at the hourglass in the inheritance space. The flow of time in the inheritance space was much slower than in the real world. A day here was equivalent to 2 hours outside. Looking at the hourglass, it was clear that only 3 days had passed. He learned the fire manipulation art in 3 days? How was this possible? The last chess piece slowly reached the end. In the blink of an eye, the fire dragon that was originally spitting out disappeared, and the chessboard also emitted a sparkling light, enveloping Mu Yan's entire body. Mayan only feels that her divine sense and spiritual power, which had originally been completely depleted, are instantly replenished. Her body felt as if she was soaking in a hot spring, so comfortable that she wanted to moan. Ninth Master. Mu Yan beamed with joy. This method of controlling fire that you taught me is really too powerful. I feel that my control over the pill fire has increased by more than 3 times compared to before. In the past, she could only refine 10 barrier-breaking pills in one furnace. If she were to refine again now, one furnace would absolutely surpass 30 pills. Mu Yan moved her sore arm, sighing. It's just that it's really not easy to control 4 different types of spirit fire in one go. I spent a day before I could skillfully differentiate and control the 4 types of spirit fire. Grasping the power to move the chess pieces took another day or so. Unknowingly, I actually spent 3 days. This fire manipulation art is indeed somewhat difficult to learn. It is indeed worthy of being the Medicine King's inheritance. Han Shujiao, he felt like he had been stabbed in the heart by an arrow. 3 days. 3 days. This little disciple of his managed to learn the beginner-level fire manipulation art in 3 days, and he actually said that it was difficult? How many days did she need to learn it? 2 days? 1 day? It took Han Shujiao 7 days to master the basic fire-controlling art. But now, Han Shujia's blood got stuck in his throat. He couldn't spit it out. Why did that brat Demingju hit him so hard? He wanted to seek comfort from his precious disciple, but in the end, he was hurt even more. This world is too cruel to Han Shujiao. Ninth Master? Are you there? Ahem, Han Shujiao lightly coughed and picked up the broken pieces of her heart and reassembled them. Then, she calmly said, your performance is good, you have met the expectations of this master. Next, you can try using the elementary fire manipulation art to refine pills. Mu Yan frowned, and said with some difficulty, Ninth Master, I also want to try to refine pills, but I discovered, after I passed the Medicine King's inheritance assessment, it seems that the power of alchemy is a little out of control, and every time I refine pills, I will explode a pill furnace. Moreover, every time it exploded, it was a 7th or 8th grade alchemy furnace, each of which was worth more than 10,000 crystals, or even 1,000,000 crystals. If she continued to blow things up, she would really be penniless. Han Shujiao disdainfully said, those broken copper and iron in the Xianxia continent can also be called alchemy furnace? Bah, you're not even qualified to be my trash can. Here, these alchemy furnaces are for you. As soon as her voice falls, several alchemy furnaces fall in front of Mayan. As soon as Mayan sees these alchemy furnaces, her eyes widen and she swallows a few mouthfuls of saliva. Good, so many crystal stones. No, so many top-grade alchemy furnaces. None of them could be compared to the alchemy furnaces on the road of cultivation. Ninth Master, you're giving me all of this? Of course. Han Shujiao said indifferently, isn't it just an alchemy furnace? You are my, Han Shujia's, only disciple. So, if you want something, I can give it to you. Oh, but because of the space barrier, the immortal medicine, and spiritual fire here cannot be passed to you through the inheritance space. In short, my good disciple, you must cultivate well and strive to ascend as soon as possible. Help me teach that bastard a lesson. Finally, when Han Shujiao said the word bastard, she gnashed her teeth in anger. Mu Yan thought to herself, it seems that Ninth Master really hates the person who bullied him. Oh, Ninth Master is so good to me. When I ascend, I must avenge him. He would ruthlessly bully those who bullied him. Han Shujiao added, during this time, this master wants to study and refine a kind of pill. I have no time to teach you. You should practice by yourself. If there's anything you don't understand, just call me. Mu Yan nodded her head obediently. After confirming that Han Shujia's soul has disappeared, she left the inheritance space. When she opened her eyes again, she didn't return to Tianguang ruins. Instead, she went straight back to the Tian Emochin space. In the future, if she wants to enter the inheritance space, she doesn't need to go through Tianguang ruins. She only needs to hold the Medicine King's token and activate it with her divine sense. What pleasantly surprised her the most about the Medicine King token is that the flow of time inside is 12:1. Staying in the inheritance space for a day is equivalent to only 1 hour outside. For her alchemy cultivation, it's really a godly weapon. Mayan opens her eyes and looks at the 4 dazzling alchemy furnaces that came back with her. She's practically blooming with joy. Oh, it's really great to have a master, she can finally earn Jingshi through alchemy. She finally doesn't have to be a pauper anymore, Dingwa manner. A wisp of green aura slowly flows into Chu Xinyan's body through a strange talisman array. The originally wrinkled skin on Chu Xinyan's neck slowly becomes smooth and compact. The originally gentle and refined face also becomes more graceful and luxurious, full of vitality. The green aura slowly dissipates, and Chu Xinyan shows an intoxicated expression. He glances at the person opposite him, greed and unwillingness flitting through his eyes. He sees that Chu Tianyu, who is sitting not far away, has a deathly pale complexion, and there are strands of white hair on his temples. He's clearly less than 30 years old, but at this moment, he looks like he's aged 10 or 20 years. Fine wrinkles crawl up the corners of his eyes, his skin is even more deathly pale, his cheeks are sunken, and he's emaciated. It's like someone has suddenly drained him of his flesh and vitality. There's a thread stuck in his chest, and the other end of the thread is connected to that strange talisman array. And the vitality that is channeled into Chu Xinyan's body is extracted from Chu Tianyu's body through this thread. Vitality is a combination of flesh and blood, vitality, soul, and spiritual power. Such a precious vitality is extracted little by little, and in an instant, his hair turns white. This kind of pain and despair is by no means what ordinary people can imagine. Chu Tianyu's body trembles violently, dark red instant noodles spilling from the corners of his mouth. The rise and fall of his chest and the fluctuations of spiritual power around his body are getting weaker and weaker. Chu Xinyan frowns regretfully. It seems that he can't extract any more vitality, otherwise, Chu Tianyu will immediately run out of oil and die. He takes off his gloves and looks at his smooth and powerful hands, his eyes filled with fascination. It feels so good to be able to seize other people's vitality and increase his own lifespan. Unfortunately, the demonic cultivator array that he obtained can only be used on people who are directly related to him by blood. Otherwise, his body would explode and he would die because of the incompatibility between his spiritual energy and blood. Over the years, Chu Xinyan had married and snatched women with good aptitudes one after another. Let them give birth to their own bloodline. Whether it was a man or a woman, as long as they were raised to the gold core stage, their vitality would be sucked clean. However, as his lifespan passed the end of the tribulation stage, his fertility was getting worse and worse. He had defiled hundreds of women without being able to get them pregnant. In the 20 years after Chu Tianyu was born, he had only given birth to a child by a woman. That child, on the other hand, was only 5 years old and was still far from reaching the golden core realm. Chu Xinyan looked down at Chu Tianyu, who was convulsing in pain and coughing up blood from time to time. He laughed lightly and said, Father doesn't want to treat you like this. Right now, you are my only son. But you really disappoint me. How is it? Have you thought it through? Are you willing to tell us Yi Liangchen's real identity? Chu Tianyu slowly stopped convulsing. His body curled up into a ball and he didn't speak. Chu Xinyan's voice became gentler and gentler. Father knows that you are afraid of being killed by the 6-star order like Song Wei, but don't worry. Song Wei, I wasn't prepared and was caught off guard. That's why I couldn't save Song Wei. Furthermore, Song Wei is just one of my lackeys. He can't be compared to you. As long as you are willing to tell me, I promise to protect you. Chu Tianyu slowly raised his head and looked at Chu Xinyan. His voice was weak and hoarse. I can tell you Yi Liangchen's identity, but I want to see my mother first. Chu Xinyan frowned. Tell me Yi Liangchen's identity first, then I will let you see your mother. Chu Tianyu gritted his teeth and revealed a stubborn and pleading expression. If I reveal Yi Liangchen's identity, I might be killed by the 6-star order. Father, before I die, at least let me see my mother and make sure she is safe. If I'm really killed because of my vow, I hope that father will consider the love between you and mother and spare her life. Chu Xinyan pondered for a moment as if he was hesitating. In the end, he sighed and said, do you not trust your father that much? Fine, I will let you see your mother. Qianwei, Zhao Xiong, come in. Just as Chu Xinyan finished speaking, 2 out-of-body stage cultivators pushed open the door and respectfully bowed to Chu Xinyan. Bring the prince to see the madam. Chu Xinyan's cold gaze swept across the two and said, remember, you must take good care of the prince and madam. 2 hours later, bring the prince back to this room. If anything goes wrong, you know the consequences. Qianwei and Zhao Xiong shivered and quickly bowed. The teleportation formation flickered. Qianwei and Zhao Xiong escorted Chu Tianyu to a luxurious and elegant room. In the room, a beautiful middle-aged woman in her 40s was mending clothes with her head lowered. Hearing the sound, she immediately raised her head. Chu Tianyu steadied himself and looked at the beautiful woman. His eyes immediately became wet. Mother. You're? The beautiful woman was startled at first, then she let out a cry of surprise. She threw away the clothes in her hands and happily rushed over. You came to see mother? However, when she supported Chu Tianyu, she felt that his body was as thin as a match. When she saw his mottled snow-white sideburns and his aged face, she immediately shuddered. What's wrong? The beautiful middle-aged woman held on tightly to his arm, her other hand reaching out to touch his face, but she almost didn't dare to touch it because of her trembling and the coldness. Tears rolled down her cheeks. It's him. He did something to you, didn't he? Her face suddenly turned ferocious and she roared crazily, Why? Why would he do that to you? You're his biological son. I'm already so obedient, locked in this cage, not going anywhere. He can torture and humiliate me as he pleases in this dark place. My only hope is that you can live well. Why is he still unwilling to let you go? Chu Tianyu felt as if his heart was about to explode. In the past, whenever he had come to this private room to see his mother, she had always behaved in a serene and elegant manner. He seemed to be very satisfied with this kind of life. But that was not the case. His mother endured all of this and showed a serene and peaceful smile. It was all for him, to make him feel at ease. Chu Tianyu couldn't bear it anymore. He suddenly reached out and pulled the beautiful middle-aged woman into his embrace. His hoarse voice, mixed with sobs, rang in her ears. Mother, I don't want to endure that bastard anymore. Let's run away, okay? The beautiful middle-aged woman stiffened, her pupils shrank, and her lips parted, as if she wanted to say something. Chu Tianyu glanced at Zhao Xiong and Qianwei on the side, and used an even lower voice to transmit his voice, Mother, don't talk. Those 2 people were sent by father to monitor me. We must not let them see anything strange. In a while, you will greet me as usual, and do everything according to my instructions. The beautiful middle-aged woman's face was full of horror. But when she heard her son's hoarse voice, filled with despair and pleading, saying, Mother, I want to leave that bastard and live a new life with you." The fear in her eyes immediately turned into the tenacity of a mother. Zhao Xiong and Qian Wei suspiciously glanced over, concentrating their spiritual energy on their ears. Chu Tianyu immediately smiled. "Mother, what are you talking about? How come I don't understand? I'm just too tired recently, so I'm a little tired. But father gave me a lot of elixirs, I believe I can recover after taking them." As he spoke, he glanced at the clothes that the beautiful middle-aged woman had just thrown away. "Mother, are those clothes made for me?" "Yes, yes. Look at me, I'm too happy to see you, so I'm confused, so I'm incoherent." The beautiful woman's face revealed a flawless smile, pulling Chu Tianyu to the bedside. "This is the new clothes that mother made for you, quickly try it on. If it doesn't fit, mother will change it for you." Her appearance was very much like a mother who finally saw her son after a long separation. In her eyes, there was only whether her son was warm or not, whether he was full or not, and everything else was thrown to the back of her mind. Zhao Xiong and Qian Wei relaxed, casually standing to the side. Looking at the mother and son, their eyes were full of contempt. Even if it's the Marquis's wife, so what? It's only on the surface. In fact, it's worse than them, the Marquis's men. But this Marquis's wife, although over 40 years old, because she's a cultivator, she still has tender skin and charm. That delicate skin made them want to drool just by looking at it. No wonder Lu Yu has been obsessed with her. Hee, when the Marquis gets the mysterious heaven bead, Chu Tianyu will be useless. At that time, this beautiful woman will be bestowed to Lu Yu. Thinking about it really makes them envious. Although they were fantasizing, Zhao Xiong and Qian Wei did not relax their surveillance on Chu Tianyu and his mother. Soon, more than an hour had passed. Zhao Xiong looked at the hourglass and immediately said, "Prince, it's time. The Marquis is still waiting for you. Please come back with us." Chu Tianyu grabbed the beautiful woman's hand, his face full of reluctance. "It hasn't even been 2 hours, Mr. Zhao. I and my mother have finally reunited, please let me stay a little longer." "Crown Prince, this is not up to you and me. If we miss the timing, the Marquis's anger is not something that any one of us can bear." Zhao Xiong spoke politely, but his eyes were filled with disdain. The dignified Crown Prince was living like a dog, yet he still had to wag his tail and beg for mercy. Chu Tianyu revealed a dejected look and could only stand up and walk in the direction of the transmission array. The beautiful middle-aged woman's face was full of tears. She grabbed his hand and refused to let go. Stay with your mother for a while longer, okay? Mother, I'll come and see you later." "No, let me look at you again. And look at you." The two of them pulled and quickly arrived at the transmission array. The two of them were not surprised by this scene. On the other hand, the middle-aged beautiful woman's tearful appearance made them lick their lips, revealing a greedy and longing expression. "Madam, the Marquis is still waiting for the prince, please let go." When Zhao Xiong grabbed the middle-aged beautiful woman, he also pinched her slender waist and buttocks. The middle-aged beautiful woman did not dare to resist at all except crying and glaring at him. Such a reluctant and welcoming gesture made the lust in Zhao Xiong's eyes even more intense. However, at the next moment, Zhao Xiong suddenly heard Chu Tianyu shout, "Mother, now!" Qian Wei and Zhao Xiong had no time to react to what now. Zhao Xiong felt his waist being stabbed by something, and then his whole body was pushed out. The person who stabbed him was the beautiful woman he thought had no resistance. She only used an ordinary hairpin that had no spiritual power at all. Zhao Xiong pulled out the hairpin, furious, and was about to turn around and slap the woman. Qian Wei shouted in horror, "Not good, they're going to run." Zhao Xiong suddenly turned around and saw that the stack of talismans in Chu Tianyu's hand had just burned out. And the teleportation array below that should not have been activated without them lit up with a dazzling light. Chu Tianyu pulled the middle-aged beautiful woman into the teleportation array. Their figures slowly distorted in the teleportation array, faintly discernible. Zhao Xiong and Qian Wei felt their scalps go numb when they saw this scene. Because from the strong fluctuations of this teleportation array, they sensed that this was not teleportation to the Marquis's mansion at all. The intensity of the teleportation array was definitely much farther. And once Chu Tianyu and the beautiful woman were teleported away, Chu Tianyu would destroy the other side's array. They would be like fish in the sea, nowhere to be found. The two of them almost simultaneously remembered Chu Xunyan's warning when they escorted Chu Tianyu. Chu Tianyu had not yet revealed Yi Liangchen's identity. If they escaped like this, they would live a life worse than death, 100 times more miserable than Chu Tianyu's. Zhao Xiong's eyes flashed fiercely, and he shouted, "Let's chase!" He rushed into the teleportation array that was still flashing like lightning. Qianwei hesitated for a moment. If Chu Tianyu destroyed the array during the teleportation, they would die without a burial place. But when he thought of Chu Xunyan's punishment, he gritted his teeth and followed. Dragon Soaring Academy, Tianlang Palace. Mu Yan comes out of the inheritance space and gives a good stretch. She glanced at Xiaobao, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, and lowered her head to kiss his rosy cheeks. Only then did she turn around and leave the room. Little junior sister, it's so late, why haven't you slept? Mayan says, I've been learning how to refine elixirs recently, and I'm still lacking quite a few elixirs that I can't buy in Divine Elephant City. I heard that there are many rare spirit herbs in the back mountain of Soaring Dragon, but they are usually guarded by high-level demon beasts. That's why I'm planning to collect some overnight. These days, Mu Yan is like a spinning top, so busy that she's going crazy. Every day, little martial uncle would assign him tasks to practice his swordsmanship. He also had to listen to the lectures of some high-level cultivators at the Deer Cry banquet. He also had to complete the alchemy task assigned by his ninth master in the inheritance space. He really wished that he could turn 2 hours into 100 hours every day. However, the improvement was also significant. Currently, Mu Yan can already restrain her spiritual power within the blood-slaughtering sword array, and only rely on her sword intent to fight. Her heart of the sword had also become more and more solid from its original illusory state. As for the level of alchemy, it was even more so. However, in the eyes of the perfectionist ninth Shifu, the pills she refined were still trash. Moreover, she was not allowed to sell it. He said that he was afraid of losing his title as the medicine king. Mu Yan thought that she could finally earn spar, but she didn't expect that she could only be a poor and bitter person. Now, not to mention getting rich, because of buying alchemy elixirs, the remaining crystal stones were almost all spent. Hence, the reason why they went into the mountains to pick herbs wasn't just because these rare spiritual herbs couldn't be bought in Divine Elephant City. More importantly, she was too poor to afford it. Mu Yan casually threw a few bottles of pills to Yun Ruhan. Yun Ruhan was already used to their junior sister throwing a bunch of priceless pills at them anytime and anywhere. Now, if anyone from the Xiaoyao sect took out a bunch of medicinal pills from their storage space, they would definitely be killed. It could definitely scare people to death. They had so many yuan strengthening pills that cost tens of thousands of crystals that they played with them like marbles and ate them like candy. Not to mention the priceless Ji Yuan Dan. There was also the legendary bottleneck-breaking pill that others had never seen before. Over here, they were all picky, deciding which pill to eat first based on its shape and luster. As for pill toxins, don't joke around. Not to mention that Mu Yan can refine a lot of high-grade water element pills. Just by relying on the Shin musician skill, mist dispersing clouds, he can directly remove the pill poison without any side effects. Yun Ruhan doesn't feel any psychological burden as he accepts the elixir that Mu Yan threw to him. He warmly says, "Thank you." Mu Yan asked curiously, "It's already so late, why hasn't eldest senior brother rested yet?" Yun Ruhan looked at the night sky and frowned slightly. Little Seven said he was going to the back mountain of Longting to look for materials to refine puppets, but he hasn't returned yet. I'm a bit worried. Mu Yan is also a little surprised. It's already so late, why hasn't Luoyu returned, was he in danger? Eldest senior brother, don't worry. Mu Yan smiled, I'll go pick some herbs and bring Xiaoqi back. Eldest senior brother, you know that it's much easier for me to find people in the forest than it is for you guys. The effect of myriad plants resonating allowed her divine sense to cover a large area of the forest. Of course, it would be much easier to find people. Yun Ruhan knows that Mayan has many unimaginable abilities. This was her secret, and no one in the Xiaoyao school wanted to know. In fact, everyone in the Xiaoyao sect had their own secrets. Yun Ruhan nodded and smiled. Then I'll have to trouble you, junior sister. Xiao Qi, when he comes back, I must let him know that staying out at night is not an acceptable behavior. Mu Yan looks up to see Yunruhan's kind smile, but she shudders. He silently mourned for Luo Yu 100 times in his heart. In the carefree sect, everyone knew that no matter who they provoked, they couldn't afford to provoke eldest brother. Otherwise, they would die miserably. Purple cloud world, at the bottom of a remote valley behind Longting Mountain. It was late at night, and this place was so quiet that even birds and beasts rarely set foot here. But at this moment, a white light suddenly shone. Chu Tianyu and the beautiful woman supported each other as they stumbled onto the grass. The dizziness and the impact of the spiritual energy caused by the teleportation array caused their faces to turn pale and their stomachs to churn. But Chu Tianyu didn't even have time to catch his breath. He immediately took out the scarlet flame sword and fiercely chopped at the ground where the formation was constructed. However, he was still a step too late. Just as the sword chi touched the grass, there was another flash of light. Zhao Xiong's figure staggered out. However, when Zhao Xiong came out, the sword chi had already cut through the teleportation array. The teleportation array twisted and fluctuated, like a sharp blade, fiercely cutting Zhao Xiong's body. Zhao Xiong screamed as a large hole appeared on his abdomen. Blood gushed out and spiritual energy leaked out. Chu Tianyu ruthlessly stabbed forward. Zhao Xiong hurriedly dodged the sword light. He casually took out a pill and stuffed it into his mouth. Chu Tianyu no longer cared about chasing after him. He turned around and wanted to continue destroying the array. But how could Zhao Xiong let him do as he wished? This time, he did not retreat but advanced and entangled Chu Tianyu. At this time, Qian Wei's figure was faintly discernible on the teleportation array. Even though he was covered in cuts and bruises from the distorted teleportation array, he obviously would not die. Chu Tianyu and the beautiful woman could be said to be dead for 2 leaving body realm cultivators. The beautiful middle-aged woman looked at Chu Tianyu, who was entangled by Zhao Xiong. Suddenly, her eyes burst out with determination and ferocity. She suddenly turned around and rushed into the teleportation array. The hairpin in her hand ruthlessly slashed at the grass. Ah! 2 screams sounded at the same time. The beautiful woman was bounced several meters away by the teleportation array. Her body was covered in countless wounds, deep to the bone. Her intestines flowed out from her abdomen as she vomited a mouthful of blood. Qian Wei, who was originally in the teleportation array, was even more miserable. He was directly cut into 17 or 18 pieces by the distorted space. He did not even make a sound before he died. Mother! Chu Tianyu let out a mournful cry and threw himself in front of the beautiful woman. His crimson eyes were filled with tears. Mother, don't scare me. Don't scare me, okay? It was extremely difficult to destroy an active teleportation array. If one's physical body rushed into the teleportation array, they would be torn apart. If ordinary magic treasures entered the teleportation array, they would be instantly destroyed. Chu Tianyu could destroy it because he had the divine artifact Scarlet Flame Sword in his hand. But the beautiful woman did not have anything on her. She only had a weak body and a strong desire to protect her son. The beautiful middle-aged woman opened her eyes in a trance. Her blurred eyes looked at her son, who was very close to her. She trembled as she reached out to touch his face. Her bloody hand stuck the blood on Chu Tianyu's face. The beautiful woman wanted to retract her hand, but Chu Tianyu firmly pressed it down. Mother, you promised me that you would escape from that bastard Chu Xinyan with me. You said that you wanted to start a new life with me. I'm sorry. The middle-aged woman's lips trembled with difficulty. It's all Mother's fault for dragging you down. Mother can only help you, this is all. You have to live well, no. Chu Tianyu let out a mournful roar, spirit energy crazily surging into the beautiful middle-aged woman's body. Mother, if you die, what's the point of starting over? Mother, I beg you, don't leave me. In this world, you are the only family I have left, Mother. The beautiful middle-aged woman's hand slowly fell down. Her body became colder and colder as her blood flowed. Chu Tianyu's eyes widened, and his tears dried up. His throat seemed to be blocked by something, and he could no longer make a sound. The world that belonged to him, which was already on the verge of collapse, was completely collapsing. And at this time, Zhao Xiong had already treated the wounds on his body, and furiously flew towards Chu Tianyu, thrusting his sword. Both he and Qian Wei were leaving Aperture Realm cultivators. Among Master Ho's trusted subordinates, their cultivation and status were the lowest. But no matter how low they were still leaving Aperture Realm cultivators. The two of them simply did not put Chu Tianyu, a Jingdan brat, and the beautiful woman, a fasting realm cultivator, in their eyes. Who knew that they would be pecked in the eye by the goose? The two of them almost died in Chu Tianyu's hands. Qian Wei had been torn to shreds by the teleportation array. How could he not fly into a rage out of embarrassment? Even if he had to risk being punished by the Marquis, he had to break this little bastard's bones and let him have a taste of life worse than death. Then he would take him back. Zhao Xiong's sword was about to pierce through Chu Tianyu's body. Suddenly, a streak of white light flew in from the side. The white silk wrapped around Zhao Xiong's sword like a snake and pushed it away at the critical moment. The other figure grabbed Chu Tianyu and the beautiful middle-aged woman and rolled to the side, finally avoiding Zhao Xiong's sword light. "Boss, are you okay?" In his daze, Chu Tianyu heard a familiar voice. He looked up absent-mindedly and found Murong Shui looking at him with concern. On her snow-white clothes, there was a ghastly wound across her shoulder. It was the wound Zhao Xiong had just inflicted. Chu Tianyu suddenly came to his senses, his pupils constricting in fear. Then he roared angrily, "Go, go! What are you doing here? Boss Chu, I'm no longer your captain, nor your boss." Chu Tianyu's voice grew shrill. "I have nothing to do with the Qilin squad, and I'm not related to you in any way. Why are you meddling?" "Murong Shui, I told you to scram, did you hear me?" Murong Shui stared at him, as if she didn't hear the humiliation and anger in his voice. Instead, she stared at his face, which had aged decades. "Boss, what happened to you? Who did this to you?" Chu Tianyu said, "Murong Shui, I'll say it again, what I do has nothing to do with you. Wait, don't quarrel." A clear and pleasant voice came from the side. "At a time like this, lives are at stake. Let's save them first, okay?" Chu Tianyu and Murong Shui looked over. Seeing the youth squatting next to his mother, his pupils constricted. "You're Lan Luoyu from the Carefree Squad? Why are you here?" Luoyu ignored him. She quickly took out a pill and stuffed it into the mouth of the middle-aged woman. Feeling it wasn't enough, she took out another bottle, poured out 5 or 6 pills, and stuffed them into the woman's mouth. Chu Tianyu opened his mouth and wanted to say something. Then, his eyes suddenly widened, revealing a look of disbelief. In front of him, the beautiful middle-aged woman whose spiritual energy had already dissipated and whose body was slowly turning ice-cold was actually beginning to slowly heal from her wounds. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth also gathered into her body. His originally deathly still heart began to beat, and his chest rose and fell slightly. Although he was still unconscious, everyone knew that he was not dead, but only unconscious. "Mother!" Chu Tianyu was wild with joy, throwing himself at the beautiful middle-aged woman, tears pouring out uncontrollably. "Mother, mother, you're still alive, you're still alive." Murong Shui's jaw dropped. What kind of pill is this? The aura of spiritual power should only be at the 5th or 6th grade, but how can a 5th or 6th grade medicinal pill bring a person back to life like this? Luoyu said proudly, "Can the pills refined by my 6th senior sister be compared to ordinary 5th or 6th grade pills?" Chu Tianyu was startled, and his expression became absent-minded and blurry. "This is leaf. She refined it?" When Luoyu saw him like this, she thought, could it be that Chu Tianyu likes 6th senior sister? That won't do. 6th senior sister is Instructor Mo's. Even junior uncle master doesn't have a share, how can you have a chance? Huh? That's not right. Why did I say, even youngest martial uncle won't get a share? Luoyu was in a dilemma when her expression suddenly changed. A huge puppet was released and blocked in front of her. He grabbed Murong Shui and the unconscious woman and rolled backwards. With a loud bang, the huge puppet, which was comparable to the early stage of the gold core stage, did not even have the slightest chance to resist. It exploded with a loud bang and shattered into pieces. Luo Yu did not even have the time to retract her divine sense from the puppet. His face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Luo Yu. Morong Shui held him nervously. Are you okay? Luo Yu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said gloomily, every time I meet someone from your Kirin team, nothing good happens. Especially you. He glared at Chu Tianyu. You even shamelessly pretended to be my 6th senior sister, and now you even implicated me. If it wasn't for this woman protecting the Black Jade Lotus for me, I wouldn't care about your lives. Luo Yu felt that she was very unlucky. He had come to the mountain in the afternoon to collect information on the puppets, and it was almost over. In the end, he happened to see a Black Jade Lotus growing on a cliff. Luo Yu knows that this Black Jade Lotus is priceless. Moreover, it is an elixir that Mayan urgently needs for alchemy. However, the cliff was extremely steep, and the Black Jade Lotus was extremely fragile. If the spiritual energy fluctuation was just a little bit stronger, it would immediately wither. Luo Yu didn't dare to use sword kinesis flight at all. She wasted a few small puppets and still didn't succeed in plucking it. Just as he was about to give up, Morong Shui happened to pass by. Morong Shui's Cloudfrost silk was a very special type of magic treasure. Although the attack power was not strong, after pouring spiritual power into it, it could silently attack without causing any spiritual power fluctuations. In the end, Morong Shui obtained the Black Jade Lotus for him, but she pestered Luo Yu to accompany her in hunting demonic beasts. Since Luo Yu was indebted to him, she could not bear to give up on the Black Jade Lotus, so she could only agree. Unfortunately, the demonic beast Morong Shui wanted to kill was extremely fast and cunning. The two of them chased him through the forest until midnight before they finally caught him. Luo Yu was just about to part ways with Morong Shui when she bumped into Chu Tianyu and Zhao Xiong, a leaving Aperture Realm cultivator. Even if the three of them tied together, they were absolutely not Zhao Xiong's match. Take my mother away, I'll stop him. Chu Tianyu made a prompt decision. His whole body ignited with spiritual power and stood in front of the three. Zhao Xiong laughed loudly and casually slashed with the sword in his hand. Stop me? You? Ha ha ha. You bunch of little bastards, none of you are allowed to leave. The flying sword chopped down, but what attacked was not a sword ray, but a sword net that covered the sky and covered the earth. Chu Tianyu, who bore the brunt of the attack, suddenly had a wound split open on his body and blood spurted out. Luo Yu and Morong Shui weren't much better off. Their bodies were riddled with wounds. Morong Shui tossed out the white silk in her hand, which suddenly turned into a giant flying silk. She shouted, if we're leaving together. Quick! As he spoke, the flying silk wrapped around Chu Tianyu and the unconscious beautiful woman and quickly soared into the sky. The speed of the rain was also extremely fast. The hundreds of puppets in his hands were thrown out as if they were free, blocking Zhao Xiong's path. He leaped onto the flying silk and shouted, go! The white flying damask shot out like a bolt of lightning, speeding towards the Dragon Soaring Academy. As long as they could escape into the Dragon Soaring Academy, as long as they could alert the instructors of the Dragon Soaring Academy, they would still have a chance of survival. However, the sound of puppets exploding could be heard from behind them. Luo Yu's face turned even paler, her body on the verge of collapse. Zhao Xiong's figure and sword light caught up to them at lightning speed. The sword slashed down from the sky, like a raging wave and a hurricane. The three of them revealed expressions of irresistible fear. Was this the strength of an astral projection cultivator? That was a true suppression of a higher level. There was no way to resist at all. Bang! Flying Damask and the four others were sent flying by the powerful sword light and smashed to the ground. Chu Tianyu had already lost a lot of vitality and was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Now he was riddled with holes, as if he would die at any moment. But the moment he landed, he activated his domain and burned his spiritual energy without hesitation. He soared into the sky and flew towards Zhao Xiong. Morong Shui didn't hesitate to take out her Cloudfrost Damask again. The damask danced like the wind, surging with spiritual energy and creating layers of illusions. Unfortunately, the illusion of a golden core stage cultivator was of no use to Zhao Xiong. This eruption of Chu Tianyu's deathbed struggle made Zhao Xiong not take it seriously at all. He sneered, his sword suddenly flying out of his hand. Two bolts of lightning struck Chu Tianyu and Morong Shui. The two groaned in pain and fell from the sky. The spiritual energy and domain around them almost dissipated. However, Zhao Xiong's lightning fists did not stop. Punch after punch bombarded Xiao Chen. He still held back against Chu Tianyu because he had to hand him over to Chu Xinyan. But against Morong Shui, he was filled with murderous intent. He hadn't done well today. If word got out that he had captured Chu Tianyu, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. So he had to kill Morong Shui and Luoyu, especially since Morong Shui was from the Morong family. If she didn't die, the Morong family wouldn't let this go. Zhao Xiong's eyes flashed fiercely. He suddenly gave up on attacking Chu Tianyu and summoned back his flying sword, stabbing it towards Morong Shui's heart. Chu Tianyu's expression changed when he saw this. He was scared out of his wits. Ah Shui. No. His heart was filled with endless regret and despair. He had let down the Kirin team, and now he was going to kill his teammate. What did he, Chu Tianyu, count as? What was the point of his life? When Zhao Xiong heard Chu Tianyu's shrill howl, he revealed a sinister and proud smile. The sword in his hand exploded with an even more intense killing intent. However, in the next moment, a ray of white light suddenly shot into the sky. Roar! The earth-shattering roar of the beast was like rolling thunder, shaking people's souls. Then, a huge white beast shadow slowly unfolded and enveloped Zhao Xiong. Zhao Xiong raised his head, his whole body stiff, his face lifeless as he looked at the huge white beast shadow. The red horn on the beast's head was bright and glistening, as dazzling as blood. Zhao Xiong opened his mouth. After a long while, a hoarse and trembling voice came out. Wizard. Mythological beast Wizard. His gaze suddenly landed on the young man below the divine beast. You, who exactly are you? What does it have to do with the Lan Imperial family? No, that's not right. It wasn't like he hadn't seen the divine beast base summoned by the Lan Imperial clan before. However, the divine beast's aura and might weren't even a tenth of this by Zay's. Who was this young man? Not to mention Zhao Xiong, even Chu Tianyu and Morong Shui ignored the pain all over their bodies and looked at Luoyu in shock. Especially Morong Shui. From the first time she saw this young man controlling the puppets on top of Tianlang Palace's walls, she felt that this young man was too cute. When he smiled, two dimples appeared on his cheeks, giving off a sense of closeness like a younger brother next door. It made her want to pull him into her arms and rub him hard. That was why Morong Shui liked to tease him in the following days. Seeing him jump up and down, mocking her indifferently made her heart itch even more. However, at this moment, the young man with his eyes drooped. There was no change in his appearance, but the aura he exuded gave off a feeling of superiority, as if he could make heaven and earth bow down to him. Speak. Zhao Xiong roared. I'm asking you, did you hear me? Who on earth are you? What does it have to do with the Lan royal family? The next moment, the drooping youth slowly raised his head. And the mythological beast Bai Zai, whose eyes had been closed, also gradually opened them. Boom! Zhao Xiong didn't know whether he met the youth's eyes or Bai Zai's huge copper bell. However, he felt that his soul and internal organs had been hit hard. Bai Zai looked down at him coldly from above. It slowly raised its left foreleg and slapped towards him. Bai Zai's movements were very slow, as if it didn't care if it hit hard or not. But Zhao Xiong felt as if his body was locked in place, and he couldn't move at all. Boom! With a loud sound, Zhao Xiong was sent flying, all the bones in his body cracking. He screamed and fell heavily to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood and couldn't get up for a long time. Morong Shui licked her lips and looked at Luoyu in a daze. So powerful. Zhao Xiong was an astral projection cultivator, yet he was sent flying by Bai Zai summoned by Lan Luoyu. They had seen the Lan royal family summon Bai Zai before, but it didn't have this kind of power. You and the Lan royal family. Before Morong Shui could finish, Luoyu's body suddenly swayed and she fell down. Bai Zai, who was in the sky, let out a low roar and quickly returned to Luoyu's body. Luoyu! Morong Shui and Chu Tianyu rushed over and helped her up. But they found that Luoyu's eyes were tightly shut, her face pale, and even her lips pale. Her spiritual power was almost completely depleted. Morong Shui hurriedly took out a spirit-replenishing pill and was about to feed it. Suddenly, Chu Tianyou's expression changed greatly, and he swiftly withdrew the crimson flame sword. Immediately after, a large hole burst open in his chest. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and his entire body was sent flying. "Captain!" Morong Shui cried out in alarm. She slowly turned around and saw Zhao Xiong walking towards them, his face pale and covered in blood. He looked battered and exhausted, and his injuries were not light, but Zhao Xiong had an ecstatic smile on his face. His greedy and excited eyes stared at the unconscious Luo Yu. "A young man who can summon the real divine beast by Zhe. Ha ha ha, I'm rich, I'm rich. As long as I can bring you back, not only will I be punished, I'm afraid the Marquis will reward me greatly." Morong Shui hurriedly took out her Cloudfrost damask and placed it in front of Luo Yu. However, as Zhao Xiong walked closer and closer, he could feel the oppressive might of a leaving Aperture Realm cultivator emanating from him. His body trembled uncontrollably, and despair surfaced in his eyes. Zhao Xiong had just been sent flying by the divine beast by Zhe, and he had indeed suffered considerable injuries. But even an injured leaving Aperture Realm cultivator was not someone that two mere Golden Core cultivators could contend against. Not to mention that she and Chu Tianyu were also riddled with injuries and were like arrows at the end of their flight. But no matter what, even if she had to die, she wouldn't let this scum hurt Luo Yu. All of Morong Shui's spiritual power surged wildly. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, but she didn't even bother to wipe it away. She attacked Zhao Xiong. The Cloudfrost silk transformed into a viper, then into a sharp sword. It pierced through the air with a shrill whistle, stirring up the surrounding spiritual power. However, such a huge commotion only made Zhao Xiong chuckle in disdain. Suddenly, he grabbed at the air. The curled Cloudfrost silk was caught by him. Bang! Zhao Xiong viciously slammed his palm into Morong Shui's chest, crackling with electricity. A ball of fire sprang up from Morong Shui's chest, accompanied by the sizzling sound of her flesh being roasted. Morong Shui cried out in pain and let go of the Cloudfrost silk. Zhao Xiong didn't even look at Morong Shui as he strode towards Luo Yu. His blood was boiling, and his heart was filled with excitement and greed. But when he thought of Bai Zhe's power, he couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Although this youth was currently unconscious, what if he woke up again and summoned the divine beast Bai Zhe again? At that time, would he be able to block the divine beast's second attack? At this thought, Zhao Xiong felt all of his bones and organs ache. His eyes slowly glowed with a savage light. To summon Bai Zhe, I only need to activate the Orb of Souls. There's no need to let this brat live unscathed. Cut off his arms and legs, shatter his dantian, save a bit of spiritual power to activate the orb, then bring him back. Zhao Xiong sneered and slowly raised his sword, swinging it down at the youth on the ground. The sword whistled towards Luo Yu's hands. Clang! The sword didn't manage to cut off Luo Yu's hands. Chu Tianyu blocked it halfway. But Chu Tianyou's spiritual power was depleted, and his life force was exhausted. How could he be a match for Zhao Xiong? Zhao Xiong smashed him into the ground with a single palm, blood gushing out. He sneered and glanced at Chu Tianyu condescendingly. "Don't be in such a hurry, Crown Prince, and eldest Miss Morong. It'll be your turn soon." "Oh, and the unconscious Chu Tianyou's mother." Zhao Xiong licked his lips hungrily. Before he sent her back, he could have a good time. He believed that when Master Ho saw the mythological beast Bai Zhe that he brought back, he would definitely not be stingy with a woman. Maybe he would even reward him directly. However, the urgent matter at hand was to remove the hidden danger and cripple this strange young man. However, just as Zhao Xiong raised his sword, he suddenly felt a bloody shadow pouncing at him. A poochie sound rang out. The long sword in his hand pierced through that person's body, causing blood to gush out. However, he was also tightly hugged, and for a moment, he couldn't use it. "Shui, quick! Run with him! Return to the soaring dragons to ask for help! Run!" Chu Tianyu let out a hoarse roar, completely ignoring the longsword in his abdomen, and tightly hugged Zhao Xiong. Morong Shui's eyes were bloodshot. She bit down hard on her lip until it bled. But she didn't hesitate, and she didn't disappoint Chu Tianyou's sacrifice. She rushed towards Luo Yu like lightning, picked him up, and jumped onto the Cloudfrost silk. The instant the two of them leapt onto the Cloudfrost silk, Luo Yu slowly opened her eyes under the assault of the pungent smell of blood. However, the moment she opened her eyes, she saw a scene that made her tremble with fear. The sword that Zhao Xiong had stabbed into Chu Tianyou's body exploded with lightning, blasting a large hole in his abdomen. Zhao Xiong sent him flying with a kick and laughed coldly. A mere golden core cultivator wants to self-destruct and injure me? You're overestimating yourself. A genius from Dragon Ascension? The leader of Team Qilin? A genius from the younger generation? Ha 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 ha, now that your Dantian has been destroyed, you're useless from now on. With that, he didn't look at Chu Tianyu again. His eyes shone as he pounced on Luo Yu. Kid, your divine beast by Zai, your soul bead, they're all mine. Luo Yu had yet to recover from the shock of seeing a hole in Chu Tianyou's body. Intense malice and murderous intent assaulted his senses. Before he could react, Morong Shui suddenly turned around and shielded him in her arms. She used her back to withstand Zhao Xiong's lightning-infused punch. Puff, blood sprayed onto Luo Yu's neck. His eyes widened abruptly, and his heart trembled. In a trance, a similar scene flashed before his eyes. Despair, mournfulness, madness, and blood, but he was powerless. He was too weak to do anything. Why? Luo Yu's voice was hoarse and broken. Why? Morong Shui raised her blood-stained, pale face and smiled wickedly. If I hadn't left you here, you wouldn't be in such danger. What I, Morong Shui, hate the most in my life, is owing others, especially owing the little, handsome boy I like, ah. Morong Shui let out a blood-curdling scream as she vomited another mouthful of blood. But instead of using all her spiritual power to form a spiritual barrier to protect herself, she poured it into the cloud frost silk. He let his cloud frost silk carry Luo Yu further away. Luo Yu suddenly stood up and tried to rush out. But he found that Morong Shui had not only used her remaining spiritual power to activate the cloud frost silk, but also set up a spiritual barrier to prevent him from leaving. Morong Shui. Chu Tianyu. What are you doing? Why are you risking your life to protect me, who has nothing to do with you? Why? Luo Yu madly pounded on the spiritual barrier, causing the air to explode. However, his spiritual power was completely exhausted when he summoned the divine beast by Zai, and he could no longer circulate it. Seeing that Zhao Xiong had been blocked time and time again, he finally flew into a rage out of humiliation and slashed at Morong Shui. Luo Yu's eyes turned red in an instant, as if boiling liquid was about to gush out of her body. The cloud frost silk beneath his feet, which had been flying as fast as lightning, seemed to have sensed some terrifying power. It trembled slightly and stopped. At this moment, the sound of a zither came from afar and whistled over. There was clearly no one, no shadow, no magic treasure. However, there were tens of millions of sword cheese in the air, carrying leaves and flying flowers as they pounced towards Zhao Xiong. Zhao Xiong was caught off guard and a cut appeared on his face. The poison on the leaf seeped into his body, causing his movements to stagnate. He had no choice but to stop killing Morong Shui. Who is it? Zhao Xiong roared, looking in the direction of the sword chi. Show yourself. Up in the sky, Luo Yu heard the music and saw the sword rain formed by the falling leaves. It was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him, but his eyes immediately became wet. Sixth senior sister. He was like a child who had been wronged and finally found someone who could support him. He wanted to say something, but could only choke out, sixth senior sister. Sixth senior sister. Sixth senior sister. Chu Tianyu jerks his head up, looking in the direction of the zither. The vitality in his body is clearly being hollowed out bit by bit, but he's like an idiot, unable to shift his gaze away. Swish, the sword light streaks across the sky like a meteor. In the next moment, it's already flying in front of Luo Yu. On the longsword, there's a young girl in snow-white clothes. She has a devastatingly beautiful appearance, but is as cold as frost. Beside her, there's also a flying sword, and standing on it is an incomparably adorable little boy with a cold face. As soon as Mayan sees Luo Yu covered in blood, her complexion is deathly pale, and she's on the verge of collapse. A cold glint flashes through her eyes. Xiaobao clenches his small fists, gritting his teeth. Uncle Xiaoqi, who hurt you? Xiaobao will avenge you. Mayan waves her hand, and the spiritual power barrier on the cloudy frost silk disappears. Luo Yu suddenly falls forward, and she catches her. Sixth sister, hurry, hurry and save Morong Shui and Chu Tianyu. Ignoring her own injuries, Luo Yu anxiously says, they did it to protect me. Mayan nods, no longer hesitating, and stoops down. She can't help but be startled by the two's injuries. Morong Shui is alright, only her internal organs have been struck and burned by the lightning. Although the injuries aren't light, they can still be healed after resting in bed for a few months. But Chu Tianyu, there's a huge bloody hole in his abdomen, revealing itself before Mayan's eyes. Charred flesh and internal organs can be seen from the bloody hole. Most importantly, more than half of his dantian has been destroyed. Chu Tianyu, even if he's lucky enough to survive, he might not be able to restore his original cultivation and talent. She remembers what Xiaoqi said, that Chu Tianyu and Morong Shui fell to this state in order to protect him. Mayan's throat seems to be blocked by something. But before she could speak, she hears Chu Tianyu's hoarse voice, Yi. Jun Mayan, I'm sorry. His body turns cold inch by inch, and his vision gradually blurs, but the words he wants to say are getting clearer and clearer. So clear that it's as if this bit of guilt, this obsession, is engraved in the depths of his soul, making him want to say it even in death. Threatening you, impersonating you, involving your junior brother. Jun Mayan, I have too many apologies, take Luo Yu and leave. Go. You still have a chance to escape. Don't be implicated by me again. I only have one thing to ask of you. Save my mother. She is my only concern in this world. Mu Yan takes a deep breath and slowly says, Chu Tianyu, do you think that the debt you owe me is so easy to pay off? The ones in the Tianguang ruins and the chaotic tower were still far from enough. Don't you think you can count on me to save your mother? Chu Tianyu's originally unfocused eyes dimmed, as if they had lost all their radiance. However, Mayan's next words caused him to be stunned. Seeing that you protected little Seven, there's no harm in me saving your life. But in this way, you owe me even more. Mu Yan sneered, converting it should be at least 10 million high-grade spar. Next, you'd better think about how you're going to pay me back. Chu Tianyu opens his mouth, but Mu Yan doesn't wait for him to speak, stuffing an elixir into his mouth. Soon after, the sound of the zither suddenly resounds. Chu Tianyu only feels that his originally ice-cold body is suddenly soaked in warm spring water. Blurred for a long time, a beautiful dream that he never dared to hope for, wraps around his soul little by little, making him intoxicated. Floating like a dream, activates. You still want to save a cripple with a shattered dantian? Zhao Xiong's mocking laughter comes from behind. Little girl, do you think you're the reincarnation of the immortal doctor? As he speaks, a sword whistles and slashes down. Mu Yan doesn't turn around, still playing the zither. But from the side, a sword rushes out and directly slashes at Zhao Xiong's flying sword. A clanging sound. Zhao Xiong's flying sword shakes in the air, making a cracking sound and shattering. This is impossible. Although his flying sword is not as divine as Chu Tianyu's crimson flame sword, it is still a 9th-grade flying sword. After being infused with spiritual energy, even the crimson flame sword can't cut it. How could this seemingly black and unremarkable sword cut his 9th-grade flying sword in half? Zhao Xiong's eyes are fixed on the gently swaying sword. When he sees that plain and inconspicuous sword slowly flying to the hand of the 5-year-old child, he can't help but widen his eyes in shock. So, the one who cut his 9th-grade flying sword is a 5-year-old child? Who is he? However, Zhao Xiong quickly comes back to his senses. Just now, he was really shocked. But now he finds out that this child is very powerful, powerful enough that he shouldn't be at his age. But in the end, his cultivation is only at the gold core stage. Di Mingju previously covered up Xiaobao's immortal physique and pseudo-immortal realm. 1, 2, 3, 4, so what if it's 4 gold cores? In his eyes, they are just a group of ants that can be crushed at any time. Zhao Xiong doesn't take out another magic weapon, but directly clenches his right hand into a fist. Crackling thunder flashes around his fist. His figure suddenly disappears, and when he reappears, he's already in front of Xiaobao. Xiaobao's blue eyes suddenly widen. At this moment, he also feels the power and terror of an out-of-body stage cultivator. That speed, that rolling spiritual energy, makes him feel like he can topple the mountains and overturn the seas, and is unstoppable. "Little master, retreat." Bai Xia's voice comes to his ears. Xiao Bao's figure flashes, and in the nick of time, he takes a step back and fiercely swings the Bai Xia sword in his hand. Boom, there was a violent impact, and Xiao Bao was sent flying several meters away by the shockwave before he managed to stabilize himself. The evil warding sword in his hand glowed with a dark red light. This was the energy that Bai Xia had taken on the young mistress's attack that was beyond its limit. Zhao Xiong did not retreat. Instead, he looked at the sword in Xiao Bao's hand in shock. How could this be? Isn't this the Bixia sword that the Marquis has nurtured for hundreds of years? Why is it in your hands? If one were to say that Zhao Xiong was greedy when he saw Bai Zhe in the rain, then when he saw the Bixia sword, he was so excited that his breathing became erratic. Evil warding sword. That was the evil warding sword that Master Ho had been looking forward to for hundreds of years. Master Ho flew into a rage when he heard that the Bixia sword was taken away and that Di Yudao was killed. Unexpectedly, the evil warding sword was in the hands of a 5-year-old child. Furthermore, it was clear that it no longer had any demonic aura and could be controlled. Zhao Xiong was so excited that his whole body was trembling. Without thinking, he reached out to grab Xiao Bao. He was going to bring this strange kid and the evil warding sword back to Master Ho. Ding dong. The light sound of the zither, like a shooting star, instantly forced Zhao Xiong to retreat. Mu Yan, who had finished playing, slowly stood up and stood in front of Xiao Bao. She said in a low voice, "Xiao Qi, bring them back to the Soaring Dragon sect to ask for help. Things may become more troublesome." "But sixth sister, you're alone," Luo Yu says anxiously. Before Mu Yan can speak, Xiao Bao already says loudly, "I'm not leaving." Xiao Bao wants to fight with Miang Qin. Xiao Bao wants to protect Miang Qin. Mu Yan lowers her head and meets a pair of clear, icy blue eyes. There's stubbornness, tenacity, and persistence in those eyes. Once they've made up their mind, they'll press forward with an indomitable and disdainful momentum. Why does it feel like Xiao Bao and Di Mingju are becoming more and more alike, especially those eyes? Mu Yan's mouth slowly hooks up into a shallow smile, and she looks at Luo Yu. "I'm not alone. Xiao Bao, today, mother and child, let's fight side by side." Xiao Bao's delicate little face suddenly blooms with a brilliant smile, and his whole person seems to come alive and beautiful. He nods heavily, holding the evil warding sword that's almost longer than him, and stands by Mu Yan's side. In his big blue eyes, there's joy and pride that can't be dissolved. Miang Qin said to fight side by side with him. He's not a burden, he's not a child, he's a man who can protect Miang Qin, and share her worries. Luo Yu glances at the two, clenches his teeth, and picks up the unconscious Chu Tianyu and Murong Shui, one in each hand. He also takes the unconscious middle-aged woman, and leaves like lightning. Sixth sister is right, it's useless for him to stay here. And things may become more troublesome. Zhao Xiong's helpers may come soon. Right now, they're too weak. Even if the Xiaoyao 7 join forces, they'll be completely annihilated if they encounter 2 leaving aperture cultivators. The only thing he can do now is to ask for help from Longting's mentor. Even so, Luo Yu can't help but clench his hands and bite his lips. He's still too weak, he had to become stronger. He had to become stronger. Only then would he be able to do so. When Luo Yu leaves with Chu Tianyu and Murong Shui, Zhao Xiong hasn't come back to his senses. His eyes are glued to the girl under the moonlight, simply mesmerized. Beautiful, she's too beautiful. Chu Tianyu's mother is already a stunner. She makes his heart burn, and he thinks for a long time. Compared to the girl in front of him, the so-called Marquis's wife can only be considered mediocre. The bright moonlight fell on the girl's porcelain-like skin and her long black hair that was like a waterfall. Her clean facial features looked mysterious and seductive in the hazy light. Gulp, Zhao Xiong swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his eyes drifting. This place was covered with the sky and the earth, and the time was just right. If he could play with this stunning beauty here, how wonderful would that be? Zhao Xiong's saliva almost dripped out of his mouth. His entire body was boiling hot, and he couldn't wait. However, at this moment, a fluctuation of spiritual energy accompanied by the whistling sound of the cloudfrost silk traveled over Zhao Xiong came back to his senses and realized that Luo Yu had actually brought Chu Tianyu and the others away. His brows furrowed. If he really let these people escape, he would definitely have to bear the consequences. However, when he saw Mu Yan and Xiaobao blocking his way, Zhao Xiong was not anxious at all. Instead, he let out a sneer. "Little beauty, do you know how far it is from here to Soaring Dragon? They definitely won't be able to arrive within a quarter of an hour." He said leisurely and contentedly, "I'll only need less than half a cup of tea's time to finish you all, and it won't take more than a few breaths to catch up to them. When that time comes, they won't be able to escape from the palm of my hand." An astral body cultivator no longer needed to fly on a sword. His divine sense could shrink several miles into the ground. Although it consumes a lot of spiritual power, its speed is several times faster than a flying magic weapon. Therefore, Zhao Xiong really isn't worried. The girl blocking him is only at gold core stage, and even at the first rank. Zhao Xiong feels that even if he is carefree, crushing her to death would be like crushing an ant. Of course, he can't bear to crush such a delicate beauty to death. After a while, he'll make her faint, and then catch those little bastards, then he can properly enjoy himself. As for Xiaobao, who is standing next to Mu Yan, Zhao Xiong doesn't even put him in his eyes. He's just a baby, so what if he has the Bixia sword, and the Bixia sword will soon be his too? Thinking of the great contribution he's about to make today, Zhao Xiong's heart is filled with pride and excitement. Even the tone of his voice when he speaks to Mu Yan has become soft and gentle. "Little beauty, are you a student of Longteng? Do you know who I am and what is my cultivation?" As he speaks, a demon binding rope appears in his hand, and he gently lashes it like a whip. There's a snap. A huge blue stone in the distance immediately explodes into powder. Zhao Xiong looks over and sees that under the moonlight, the girl's beautiful eyes are wide open, looking at the cracked blue stone. Her sparkling and translucent skin appears even paler. He thinks it's because she's afraid, and he can't help but become more proud. "You'd better think clearly about what will happen to you if you oppose me. On the contrary, if you're willing to follow me, I promise that in the future, you'll eat and drink well. Moreover, your days will definitely be more ecstatic than now." Zhao Xiong can't help but reach out to touch the girl's smooth and flawless face. The girl casually took a step back and dodged his hand. Zhao Xiong isn't annoyed. He knows that this woman will soon have no other choice but to cry and beg for mercy and favor. But very quickly, his face suddenly stiffens. "Xiaobao." Mu Yan only softly calls out these two words. Xiaobao immediately raises the Bixia sword in his hand, and swings it at a boulder that's even bigger than the one that just cracked. Boom! The blue stone instantly explodes, smoke and dust swirls, and the airwaves are monstrous. Mayan looks at Zhao Xiong with a smile that isn't a smile. "Take a guess, what is my son's identity, and what is his cultivation?" Zhao Xiong looked at the 5 or 6-year-old child, who looked at him with a mocking gaze. His face turned green and white. Just a moment ago, he was still very proud of his deterrence. In the blink of an eye, a little child was gone. His face was slapped so hard that it sounded like a slap. Damn it, 2 golden core realm small fries, a silly little girl, and a little beast actually dared to mock him, a dignified leaving aperture realm cultivator. Zhao Xiong's face instantly twisted. "Fine, since you want to court death and suffer, then I'll fulfill your wish. Don't cry and beg for mercy when I crush and ravage your soft and delicate body." It just so happened that Chu Tianyu and the others had left for quite some time, and if they didn't end the battle quickly, then it might cause trouble. Zhao Xiong suddenly disappears, and when his figure reappears, he's already in front of Mu Yan. The demon binding rope in his hand coils around Mayan's body like a viper. The powerful coercion of an leaving aperture realm cultivator is released, and the spiritual power surges like an avalanche, wanting to annihilate Mayan. Looking at the girl who's frozen in place, unable to move, Zhao Xiong's mouth hooks up into a sneer. The demon binding rope spins around, and hangs down to the ground. It's empty inside, nothing is tied up. How could this be? Where is she? In the next moment, Zhao Xiong suddenly feels a strong sense of unease. This is the instinctive sense of crisis of an leaving body cultivator, as well as his many years of fighting experience. Without thinking, Zhao Xiong rolls to the side. But there's still a piercing and burning pain on his scalp, and he can't help but let out a muffled groan. With great difficulty, Zhao Xiong stands still and touches his scalp, only to find that a large chunk of his hair has been shaved off. Blood rolls down his cheeks. In front of him, the girl with picturesque features hooks up her captivating red lips, and lets out a regretful sigh. He actually dodged it, what a pity. Zhao Xiong glares at her. Who are you? How can a core formation cultivator be so fast? Yes, that speed is so fast that he didn't even notice that the person in front of him has disappeared. It was so fast that he had to rely on his instincts to dodge the fatal blow. Mayan turns her hand over, and the Tian Mo Qin turns into 7 colored swords, circling around her. Zhao Xiong is even more bewildered, transforming the zither into a sword? What kind of magic weapon is this? Why haven't I heard of it or seen it before? Just as this thought flashes through his mind, the 7 swords attack him like a sudden clap of thunder. Zhao Xiong withstands the sharp pain on his head and quickly takes a step back. However, when the 7 swords came close to him, he felt at ease. Fortunately, although they look intimidating, they're only at the level of core formation. That spiritual power fluctuation, he can casually wave his hand, whoosh, a snow-white figure suddenly rushes in front of him. Slender, jade-like fingers lightly grasp the air. The 7 colored flying swords seem to be summoned, and they suddenly gather together, merging into one. The sparkling and translucent swords shine brightly under the moonlight, their brilliance dazzling. Zhao Xiong suddenly widens his eyes, his heart thumping hard. Danger, he doesn't feel anything from each of the 7 colored swords. But when they merge into one, it actually makes him feel an indescribable danger. Without thinking, Zhao Xiong quickly retreated with his snake-like footwork, avoiding the 7 absolute sword. At the same time, he takes out a giant axe from his storage ring, and with an unrestrained imposing manner, he ruthlessly cleaves it towards Mu Yan. At this moment, Zhao Xiong finally didn't dare hold back and didn't dare to have any charming thoughts. This was because he discovered that this seemingly frail young girl before him was actually so powerful. He was actually much stronger than Chu Tianyu at his peak. Who was this girl? Zhao Xiong barely escaped the fatal blow of the 7 absolute swords. The giant axe in his hand danced vigorously, and thunder rumbled. The girl, who had been charging forward with indomitable will, was forced to retreat. Just as he was about to heave a sigh of relief, his pupils suddenly shrank. His body quickly moved to the side, but a sharp pain still came from his back. Ah! Zhao Xiong let out a shrill scream and looked down. A black longsword pierced through his lower left abdomen. Black air that was tainted with blood was devouring his spiritual energy, blood, and soul non-stop, as if it were going to suck him dry. This is the Bixia sword. Zhao Xiong tumbled and crawled away, fleeing 100 meters away. Only then did he turn his head to look back in horror. He saw that behind the place where he had just been standing, there was a little doll carved from jade. Expressionlessly, he retrieved the black longsword and returned to Mu Yan's side. Xiao Bao purses his lips. I didn't hit his heart. Mu Yan pats his head and smiles. Xiao Bao did a good job. He didn't notice your Reiki at all. Xiao Bao's eyes brighten. His aura and Reiki soar. Zhao Xiong clutches his lower left abdomen. Blood oozes out from his fingertips. The blood that flowed down from his forehead blurred his vision. Zhao Xiong takes out an elixir and stuffs it into his mouth. He stares at Mu Yan. Xiao Bao's sword has seriously injured him. But he is more shocked by the girl in front of him. If it wasn't for the girl's powerful attack that distracted him, he wouldn't have been hurt by Xiao Bao's sneak attack, even with the Bixia sword. Because this girl is only at the early golden core stage, she attracted all his attention. He didn't notice Xiao Bao's sneak attack. The spiritual power was as dense as the sea, the powerful divine sense, the frightening speed, and the sword intent that even made him feel threatened. In this world, could there be such a strong golden core cultivator? How? No. No. There is one. Zhao Xiong's eyes widen, his pupils constricting. Lord of 6 stars. Lord of 6 stars, Yap Liangchen. You are Yap Liangchen? The one who killed 6 people on the Soaring Dragon list, the one who stands at the peak of all golden core cultivators, the only Lord of 6 stars in history. The girl in front of him curls up her lips, her smile lazy and disdainful. Yes. Dog of the Dingwa Manor. I've heard a lot about you. Today is the time to settle the score. From the moment Zhao Xiong called out the Bixia sword, Mu Yan guessed that this person's master must be Chu Tianyou's father, Dingwa Marquis. He must be the one who trapped the Bixia sword and almost killed Xiao Bao. He was the one who ordered Di Yudao to carry out the inhumane Jiao Tianshou experiment, causing Yao Guang and Su Yiluan to be separated by life and death. When Tian Haiba was struggling on his deathbed, he still wanted to release the fire beacon paper crane. The person he wanted to send the message to should also be this Marquis of Dingwa. Mu Yan's eyes darkened. The grudges between him and this Dingwa Marquis were truly numerous. There was no rush. There would come a day when everything would be accounted for, one by one. Zhao Xiong stared at her in disbelief. So you were the one who destroyed Jiao Tianshou's experiment and caused the Bixia sword to be lost. How dare you? Do you know what happens to those who go against Marquis? Mu Yan raises her eyebrows and is about to speak. Xiao Bao spoke in his crisp, childish voice, enunciating each word in a sonorous voice. Do you know who my daddy is? Offending my mother is the same as offending my father. Do you know the consequences of offending my father? Mu Yan, baby, why didn't I know that you admired your father so much? Usually, when they met, he would be at loggerheads with him, but now, he was even more nimble than him in using the tiger's skin. Mu Yan held the 7 absolute sword in her hand horizontally. Under Zhao Xiong's bewildered gaze, she sneered, so much nonsense. Are you going to fight or not? If Feisteen Kong comes in a while, you won't even have the chance to escape. Zhao Xiong stared blankly at first, then he showed an incredulous expression. Shouldn't she be stalling for time, even selling her body until Chu Tianyou's request for help was successful? But in reality? In fact, not only does she not have the slightest thought of delaying time, but she also reminds herself. Does she really think that with 2 gold core stage cultivators, a little girl and a baby, they can defeat me, a strong leading body stage cultivator? Zhao Xiong is so shocked by his own guess that he can't recover. Then, there's the anger of being completely despised. 2 trifling gold core stage cultivators dare to be so arrogant in front of me. Good. Good. Since you want to court death, I'll help you. Zhao Xiong slowly pulls out a second sword. This sword is completely black, with a faint reddish-brown color. It seems to be inferior to his first sword, probably only at the 7th or 8th stage. But inexplicably, Mayan feels a dangerous aura. Shouxian Continent, Lingxi Valley. This place was originally a paradise with verdant hills and clear waters, birds singing and flowers fragrant. But at this moment, it's filled with a rotten stench. At the entrance of a narrow valley, a tall earthen wall rises from the ground, densely engraved with runes. The sky is covered with a huge golden net, which is also covered with runes. Behind the earthen wall, there are so many praying ghosts that it makes one's scalp numb. Moreover, they're still pouring out of the barrier. These praying ghosts keep hitting the earthen wall, rising to the sky, wanting to rush out of the golden net. But they're always blocked by the earthen wall and golden net. But every time the praying ghosts hit, the golden net and earthen wall flickers, the runes fading a little. Bang, dozens of praying ghosts roar, rushing to the sky, hitting the golden net, and are fiercely bounced back. On the other side of the earthen wall, several people suddenly spit out blood, their faces pale, on the verge of collapse. At the same time, the runes on the golden net have also faded a lot. No, the golden light array will not be able to stop them soon. Everyone's faces are ashen, it's over, everything is over. The barrier has not been repaired, and the praying ghosts are still pouring out. At this time, the entire back mountain of Lingxi Valley has been completely occupied by the praying ghosts. The only thing they can defend is this narrow valley. Once this valley was breached, then all the people in Spirit Rhino Valley, including all the living beings in the cities adjacent to Spirit Rhino Valley, would become food for the praying ghosts. Moreover, this disaster would soon spread to the entire Xianxia continent. More and more ghouls gathered in the valley, and there was no time to repair the runes on the earth wall and the golden net. Everyone's heart was filled with despair. At this moment, someone suddenly pointed to the north and shouted, "Look, who's that?" In the sky, a tall figure suddenly appeared above everyone's head from 100 miles away and slowly descended. On the other side of the mud wall, the roars of the poltergeist shook the sky. On the other side of the mud wall, there was complete silence. Everyone stared blankly at the person who had suddenly appeared, unable to believe their eyes. Emperor, Emperor! Someone called out in a trembling voice. There were even quite a few people from Spirit Rhino Valley whose eyes instantly turned red. Their mouths opened as if wanting to say something, yet not a single word came out. They all knew that many years ago, Spirit Rhino Valley belonged to the Polar Domain. However, after the current Spirit Rhino Valley's Valley Master Hichiming succeeded the position, he suddenly announced that he would leave the Polar Domain and submit to the Nether Domain. At that time, many people strongly opposed it, but they were all suppressed by Hichiming's thunderous methods. In the end, the Spirit Rhino Valley and the surrounding cities all became the territory of the Nether Realm. But now? Now that the Spirit Rhino Valley had met with a great change, the Nether Realm had only symbolically sent 2 envoys to pacify them, and did not provide any more assistance. Meanwhile, the Polar Domain, which they had thought had long since abandoned Spirit Rhino Valley, had instead come to their aid. Moreover, the one who came was a supreme sovereign of the Polar Domain. We greet the monarch. The people of the Spirit Rhino Valley knelt down one after another, many of them shedding tears, their faces filled with guilt. Only Hichiming's face alternated between green and white, and it was completely unsightly. Dimingju doesn't even spare them a glance, raising his hand. The earthen wall and the golden net suddenly collapsed. Everyone was startled. If the golden light formation collapsed, wouldn't the poltergeist ghosts rush out? Dimingju, you didn't come to rescue us. Hichiming could be considered to have finally found an opportunity, as he roared out in a threatening manner, you are here to add insult to injury, to consign my entire Spirit Rhino Valley to eternal damnation. Defeating armies turned around and looked at him coldly. Suddenly, he raised his hand and slapped him hard across the face. For Hichiming to be able to become the Valley Master of the Spirit Rhino Valley, his cultivation was naturally extremely high. Adding on the fact that all the benefits he had obtained from the Nether Domain over the years, he had practically used them all on himself. In terms of real cultivation, he was even slightly higher than defeating armies. But when defeating armies' ice-cold and inorganic eyes looked over, he felt as if he had been frozen in place. His entire body felt cold, and he couldn't even budge. Piak, Hichiming was slapped so hard that he flew up into the sky. Then, he landed heavily on the ground and fell flat on his face. However, at this moment, no one paid any attention to Hichiming. Because the densely packed poltergeist ghosts, with a pungent stench, opened their bloody mouths and fangs like sacrificial bulls and crazily rushed out. Some of the more cowardly disciples of the Spirit Rhino Valley directly fell on their buttocks, their legs trembling as their faces were filled with despair. Dimingju narrows his eyes. He suddenly raises his hand, and a weapon that looks like a knife, but isn't a knife, or a sword, but isn't a sword, appears in the hollow of his palm. Almost at the same instant the weapon appeared. The poltergeist ghosts that were swarming over suddenly stopped. It was clearly a creature without intelligence and 5 senses, but at this moment, it was faintly showing fear and hesitating to move forward. The blade in Dimingju's hand gently swings forward. All the vengeful ghosts let out shrill screams of terror. Following that, rows of poltergeist ghosts melted like ice sculptures, turning into pools of blood one after another. The blood quickly seeped into the ground and disappeared. The second strike, the third strike, 6 strikes in a row, unstoppable and devastating. Everyone could only watch helplessly. They were powerless and afraid of the starved ghosts. Under Dimingju's 6 effortless and relaxed sword strokes, they are like clay and paper, without the slightest bit of power to resist. Gulp. Gulp, the sound of swallowing saliva could be heard one after another. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief and shock, which then slowly turned into a crazed passion. Was this the strength of the Polar Domain Sovereign Lord? Is this the strength of the strongest person in the Xianxia continent? Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Emperor, we are willing to follow you forever and believe in you. Please forgive us for betraying you in the past and let us be your subjects forever. Everyone knelt on the ground, kowtowing over and over again as they shouted. Dimingju didn't even glance at them, and softly called out, defeating armies. Defeating armies understood, and immediately took out an array disc from his bosom. He leapt to the other side of the valley, and threw it forward. A barrier 100 times stronger than the golden array just now completely sealed off the other end of the valley. The people of Spirit Rhinoceros Valley gathered around Di Mingju, asking worriedly, "Monarch, what should we do? Should we completely abandon Spirit Rhinoceros Valley? Turn this place into a forbidden zone?" Were the poltergeist ghosts that Di Mingju had just killed dead? Of course not. These poltergeist ghosts, unless they were all killed in one go, leaving not a single one alive outside the barrier. Otherwise, they would resurrect infinitely many times by the side of the barrier. And each resurrection of the poltergeist ghosts would be stronger than the last. The poltergeist ghosts within the barrier would continue to pour out. There was no end to killing, no end to exterminating. This was the truly terrifying aspect of the poltergeist ghosts. If there was really no other way, then the only way was to use a great array to completely seal off this area, slowly draining the spiritual energy and immortal energy within, turning it into a forbidden zone. But even so, the poltergeist ghosts would not die, only turning into blood that seeped into the ground. When spiritual energy flowed in, they would immediately resurrect. And at that time, the poltergeist ghosts that everyone would have to face would be several times or even more than before. He Qiming suddenly said with some flattery and ill intent, "My Spirit Rhinoceros Valley's hundreds of years of business, how can we casually abandon it? Monarch is so powerful, one person and one sword can kill all the poltergeist ghosts, don't you think so?" The moment he said this, not to mention those cultivators who came to help. Even the disciples and elders of Spirit Rhinoceros Valley cast looks of disgust and shock. Elder Du of Spirit Rhinoceros Valley, who had the fiercest temper, said rudely, "He Qiming, if not for you and those bastards of the Nether Domain breaking the barrier, how could so many poltergeist ghosts come out? Right now, there are at least hundreds of thousands of poltergeist ghosts in the back mountain. You actually want Monarch to take the risk alone? What kind of heart do you have? If you are so capable, why don't you go in yourself and kill all the poltergeist ghosts?" He Qiming's face twisted, unable to say a word for a long time. Raising his head, he trembled all over as he met Monarch Mingju's icy blue eyes, unconsciously kneeling down. Monarch, I definitely do not have such intentions, I only admire Monarch's strength and omnipotence. Thank you, Monarch, for coming to the rescue of Spirit Rhino Valley today. This subordinate is willing to lead Spirit Rhino Valley back to the polar domain. As he spoke, he even raised his head and used his old face, which had been beaten up by defeating armies, to reveal a flattering smile. However, as soon as she raises her head, she meets Di Mingju's condescending eyes that seem to be able to see through everything. He couldn't help but shiver. That clever mouth of hers could no longer utter a single word. "Valley Master have you forgotten how you swore that you looked down on the polar domain and wanted to join the nether domain more than 10 years ago? Now that your new master has abandoned you, you want to return to the polar domain while wagging your tail? Do you think the polar domain is your home? You think you can come and go as you please?" A loud voice came from behind them, and everyone turned to look. They saw that Di Mingju's trusted aides, Han Yi, Ying Mei, and Xing Lang, all walk forward and kneel down in front of Di Mingju. "We pay our respects to Monarch." Just a moment ago, Di Mingju's expression didn't change when facing tens of thousands of poltergeist ghosts, and he was indifferent to He Qiming's disgust. The moment he sees Xing Lang, the pupils of his eyes suddenly contract. "Xing Lang, why are you here?" Xing Lang shrinks back a bit. He reveals a cautious and anxious expression. "Jun Shang, this subordinate heard that you risked your life, your precious body, how could you set foot in such a dangerous place? It would be better to let this subordinate do this. You can go, and accompany Miss June Cultivation Continent, Dragon Ascension Academy's back mountain." The three figures suddenly met in the air, and then separated after a fierce collision. In the entire valley, the grass and trees had already been chopped into pieces by the sword chi. There were even several large pits on the ground. Zhao Xiong landed on the ground and retreated a few steps in a sorry state. The blood in his body was tumbling violently. His lower abdomen and scalp, which had yet to fully recover, felt a tearing pain. He glared fiercely at the two people in front of him, his eyes full of surprise. Zhao Xiong had to wonder if he was facing a 20-year-old girl and a 5-year-old child. Were they really two golden core stage cultivators? He had already taken out his soul-stealing sword. Why couldn't he kill the two of them? 15 minutes had already passed, and Kong Yuanjiao would soon receive the news and rush over. If he still couldn't kill them, then what awaited him would be. Thinking of the Marquis's cruel methods, Zhao Xiong shuddered, his eyes revealing a strong killing intent. On the other side, Mu Yan and Xiao Bao, who were feared by Zhao Xiong, were currently in an incomparably sorry state. Xiao Bao's face was pale, and the immortal energy in his body was almost depleted. He could barely hold the evil warding sword in his hand. Mu Yan had been protecting Xiao Bao during the battle, so her injuries were naturally more serious than hers. His snow-white clothes were stained with bloodstains. Xiao Bao, return to the space, Mu Yan said in a deep voice. An unwilling expression appeared on Little Treasure's face. He wanted to shout for Xiao Bao to stay by his mother's side to protect her. But when he saw the bloodstains on Mu Yan's body, he swallowed the words that came out of his mouth. Her small hands gripped the hilt of the Bixia sword tightly, and tears almost rolled out of her icy blue eyes. But in the end, he still swallowed his words. Xiao Bao nods affectionately, and steps towards Mu Yan. Mu Yan looks down at Xiao Bao, who looks like he's about to cry. She reaches out and gently rubs the top of his head. Xiao Bao, you did very well. Xiao Bao really did a good job. If it weren't for Xiao Bao and the evil warding sword, Zhao Xiong wouldn't have consumed so much spiritual energy. Furthermore, he wouldn't have been forced by Xiao Bao to return to help her several times when he was about to severely injure her. Mu Yan knows that as time goes on, Zhao Xiong might have to risk his life. She was going to fight with her life on the line. On the other hand, the only thing that could allow her to fight with her life on the line without any worries was to ensure little Bao's safety. Mother. Xiao Bao tugged at her finger. Even if he did his best to suppress it, tears still rolled down from his eyes. Why didn't father come to help us? Little fool. Mu Yan gently wipes away his tears. Daddy also has very important things to do. There are many, many people that need to be protected. We can miss Daddy, but we can't be a burden to Daddy, understand? Loving someone isn't about relying on him or giving in to him. Instead, it's about working hard to make yourself and the other person better. You are father and mother's favorite and proudest son. Xiao Bao listens in a daze, but when he hears Mu Yan's last sentence, he nods heavily. But when he thought of the bad people his mother had to face, he couldn't stop his tears from rolling down his cheeks. Mother, don't get hurt. You can't leave me. Mayan hooks up the corners of her lips, revealing a disdainful smile. Of course, mother is also Xiao Bao's proudest mother. How could she be defeated? How could she leave her dearest baby and leave him all alone? Mayan's consciousness moves, and Xiao Bao and the Bixia sword disappear. The seven absolute sword in her hand flashes and turns back into the Tian Mo Qin. When Zhao Xiong saw Xiao Bao disappear, he was shocked at first, and then he revealed a sinister smile. So you still have a portable space on you? Do you think I can't do anything to that little bastard if you put him in the portable space? As long as I kill you, that little bastard will have nowhere to run. His slender fingers lightly pluck the Tian Mo Qin, and the spiritual power between heaven and earth seems to shake. That will depend on whether you have the ability to kill me. Zhao Xiong laughed heartily. You, that little bastard, and the Bixia sword were no match for me even if you joined hands. Now you're alone, aren't you at my mercy? Yi Liangchen, I advise you to surrender yourself if you know what's good for you. That way, you will still be able to live. Otherwise. Before he could finish his words, the Tian Mo Qin explodes with the sound of a powerful army. Countless blades flew towards Zhao Xiong at lightning speed. Sound blade, 10,000 swords attack. Zhao Xiong looked at this rain of swords that filled the sky, but he snickered and did not take it seriously at all. With a light wave of the sword in his hand, he was about to disperse the sword rain. The melodious sound of the zither rang in his ears. Zhao Xiong did not take it to heart at all. Unexpectedly, the hand that was wielding the sword suddenly stopped. He was unable to move. What was going on? Prison drawing ground, activated. There was a trace of surprise in Zhao Xiong's eyes. The spiritual power in his body surged, and he easily broke free from the shackles of drawing ground imprisonment. Disdain welled up in his heart, and he completely disregarded the tens of thousands of swords that attacked him from the sky. With a light wave, the hundreds of swords instantly disappeared as if they were vaporized. However, in the next moment, an invisible sword chi shot out from the place where the sword blade had disappeared. Zhao Xiong was caught off guard and had no time to dodge. He could only gather his spiritual energy and push. Bang! His one zhong strike landed on solid ground, breaking two of his opponent's ribs. But at the same time, from his lower abdomen, the wound that had just healed with medicine not long ago, came a heart-wrenching pain again. Zhao Xiong screamed and sent him flying with another palm strike. However, as soon as the opponent was sent flying, he immediately rushed back. At the same time, the melodious sound of the zither kept ringing in his ears. The sound of the zither was very melodious, but it made Zhao Xiong restless. And Mayan's fighting style makes Zhao Xiong tremble with fear. In that sneak attack just now, Mayan used the method of injuring the enemy by 1,000, and injuring herself by 800. Now, every single move was risking his life. It was true that Zhao Xiong injured her every time they fought, but the injuries on his body were also increasing. Especially the wound on his lower abdomen, the tear was even bigger. Almost touched his dantian, lunatic. This woman was a lunatic, which golden core stage cultivator wouldn't use dodging and delaying tactics against a leaving aperture stage cultivator. Instead, he would fight with his life on the line. Was she really not afraid of death? Could it be that in order to protect that little bastard, in order to make Kong Yuanjiu rush over to kill him, she really didn't want her life anymore? Zhao Xiong's heart gave birth to an indescribable fear and withdrawal. Facing a golden core cultivator, he actually showed signs of retreating. His slight hesitation is immediately caught by Mu Yan. Boom! The starry domain, accompanied by the sudden high-pitched sound of the zither, instantly covers the entire valley. The 7 absolute swords are wrapped in a stormy sea of murderous intent, madly rushing towards Zhao Xiong. Puchi, this is the sound of a sword piercing flesh. It's followed by Zhao Xiong's roar full of pain, anger, and unwillingness. No, my dantian. Again and again, she fights for her life, attacks without regard for her own injuries, and tears the wound precisely again and again. Finally, Mu Yan's Qijue sword pierces Zhao Xiong's dantian. Zhao Xiong's eyes bulge. Looking at the girl with a lazy and cold smile in front of him, he only feels that the blood in his whole body is ice cold. Is this the Lord of 6 Stars, the successor of the King of Medicine, Yi Liangchen? So terrible, her toughness, her innate talent, her swordsmanship, her innate talent, they were all too terrifying. Is he, Zhao Xiong, going to die in the hands of such a little girl, a Jindan stage cultivator? The unwillingness in Zhao Xiong's eyes distorts into madness. No, I won't die in the hands of a Jindan stage cultivator. Even if I die, I must bury you with me. Ha 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 ha, Yi Liangchen, go to hell with me. As soon as the voice falls, Zhao Xiong suddenly picks up the soul-robbing sword and pierces his dantian, which has been injured by Mu Yan. The next moment, a strong suction comes from the soul-robbing sword. The remaining spiritual power in Zhao Xiong's dantian rushes towards the soul-robbing sword. Even Mu Yan feels that her spiritual power is restless, as if it wants to rush out along with the Qijue sword that pierces Zhao Xiong's abdomen. Mu Yan's heart shudders. She resolutely withstands the pain in her body and quickly retreats. When she stands still and looks at Zhao Xiong, she is immediately shocked. She sees that Zhao Xiong's body, which was a little round and fat just a moment ago, is actually only skin and bones in a flash. From his open mouth, there is a painful gasp. 2 bloodshot eyes looked like they were about to pop out of their sockets. But after a few breaths, a large amount of black gas suddenly rushes out of the soul-robbing sword and wraps Zhao Xiong, who is like a mummy. The black gas slowly dissipates, leaving a face that is uglier than a malicious ghost, and crimson eyes without reason, only the desire to kill. He, Yi Liangchen, your time of death has come. Mu Yan's pupils shrink, and she slowly says, demonic cultivator. Niangqin, you promised Xiaobao that you wouldn't die. Woo-woo. Niangqin, you're lying. Jun Mayan, scoundrel, let me out. Jun Mayan, I'm begging you, you'll die if you go on like this, mother, Xiaobao is scared. Don't abandon Xiaobao, Mu Yan shakes her head, forcing her thoughts to focus. The hand holding the 7 absolute sword was stained with blood. It was cold as if it no longer belonged to him. Zhao Xiong, who had already turned into a demon, soared into the sky, playing with her like a cat playing with a mouse, torturing her while letting out ear-piercing laughter from time to time. However, apart from being carefree, this laughter was also filled with a deep-rooted resentment. Yi Liangchen, it's all because of you that I have to expose my identity as a fallen evil, and I can never turn back. Kong Yuanjiu will be here soon. From now on, I will be like a street rat with no place to hide. All of this is because of you, you bitch. I'm going to torture you to death bit by bit. Then, I'm going to break every bone in your son's body. I'm going to swallow his flesh. Ha ha ha, just wait for the little bastard to meet you in hell. Swallow his flesh and blood one mouthful at a time. Zhao Xiong's voice is like a hammer, hitting Mu Yan's mind fiercely. Xiao Bao's cries echoed in his ears. His eyes, which had already lost focus, gradually gathered a light that was even more dazzling than the scorching sun. In the Tian Emochin space, the dragon abyss sword that Luo Yunxiao gave her makes a buzzing sound. In the sky, countless spiritual powers seem to have been summoned by something, surging towards Mayan. A multicolored light flashes from Mayan's body. Vaguely, a huge bright moon appeared behind her. Zhao Xiong was bewildered. What was going on? What was Yap doing? Soon, Zhao Xiong knew what the person opposite him was doing. She was advancing. That's right, the girl who was originally at the first level of the Golden Core Realm was now climbing towards the second level of the Golden Core Realm. After figuring out what had happened, Zhao Xiong immediately sneered. Did he think that by advancing to the second stage of Jindan, he would be able to escape from his evil clutches? What a joke. However, what happened next made Zhao Xiong speechless. After reaching the second stage of Golden Core, the advancement did not stop. Third stage core formation, fourth stage, fifth stage, ninth stage, peak stage. In the blink of an eye, this girl, who was less than 20 years old, actually advanced from the early stage of Gold Core to the peak of Gold Core. How was this possible? With the advancement of her realm, Mayan's originally dried up dantian and her limbs and bones are once again filled with vigorous spiritual power. His stiff and cold body seemed to have been injected with vitality. Even the injuries on his body were no longer important at this moment. Zhao Xiong came back to his senses after a long while. He gritted his teeth and said, Peak of Jindan? Yi Liangchen, do you really think that you can be my opponent just because you have reached the peak of the Gold Core Realm? In my eyes, the peak of the Gold Core Realm is the same as the beginner level of the Gold Core Realm. They are just ants that I can trample to death at any time. Under the moonlight, the young girl raised her pale lips. The smile on her blood-stained face was faint, but it was as if she was a king overlooking all living things. Whether it's the same or not, we'll know once we try. Shoshan continent. Di Mingju fiercely wrinkles his brows, looking at Xing Lang with a gaze that seems like he wants to skin him alive. Star Wolf's entire body trembled, but he still stubbornly refused to budge. He wanted to stay by Jun Shang's side. Even if he died, he wanted to be Jun Shang's most loyal dead dog. In fact, Xing Lang didn't stay by Mu Yan's side all this time. Instead, he hid in his mustard seed space to cultivate. Xing Lang was really afraid of Mayan and Xiaobao's torment. He didn't want to resist Xiaobao, so he only left a small spell beside Mayan and Xiaobao. If they encountered danger that they couldn't solve, he could teleport over. However, while communicating with Han Yi through the Chankuan mirror, the Star Wolf accidentally learns that Di Mingju has unexpectedly gone alone to the haunted Lingxi Valley. Star Wolf was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. How could their polar domain's supreme and most honorable monarch, the only monarch he had ever revered and followed in his life, take such a risk? The Star Wolf curses loudly. Han Yi, Ying Mei, you two bastards, trash, traitors, you actually didn't follow Jun Jun up. Finished speaking, he didn't wait for the two of them to react. Disregarding the possible impact on his divine soul, he returned to the polar domain through the universe mirror. That was why the three of them came together. In the back mountain of Spirit Rhino Valley, the irritated howls of the poltergeist ghosts could be heard. Di Mingju can only withdraw his thoughts of punishing the Star Wolf. The poltergeist ghost that he had just killed was about to revive. Another wave of poltergeist ghosts is also about to surge out from the barrier. The change in energy fluctuations made these poltergeist ghosts riot. He Qiming's eyes revealed anxiety and panic as he said with a sheepish smile, Imperial Lord, if we let this batch of poltergeist ghosts revive, another wave will surge out of the barrier. It will be even harder to exterminate all these poltergeist ghosts. Why don't we take advantage of the fact that the number of poltergeist ghosts has decreased and charge in together? We can't really let the Spirit Rhinoceros Valley and the surrounding towns be completely destroyed, right? Hanyi sneers, charge in together? Valley Master are you planning to take the lead and charge at the forefront? He Qiming's expression stiffened, fear causing the muscles on his face to tremble. He stuttered, this subordinate's cultivation is low, how could I have killed so many poltergeist ghosts? Our Spirit Rhino Valley has already decided to pledge allegiance to the polar domain, then naturally we will rely on Monarch. Hanyi looks at him mockingly, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Does the Spirit Rhinoceros Valley really want to return to the polar domain? This is the wish of our loyalty. As long as we can return to the polar domain, it doesn't matter even if we have to work like cattle and horses. If Spirit Rhino Valley cannot return to the polar domain, I am willing to withdraw from Spirit Rhino Valley. Resolute voices rose and fell from the surroundings. Some of them even shouted out loud, I'm willing to serve the Emperor as my master for the rest of my life. If I betray you, I will be consigned to eternal damnation. In fact, the Spirit Rhinoceros Valley originally belonged to the polar domain. In their hearts, there was only Demingju, this king. The people of the Xianxia continent had a long lifespan, so how could they forget something that happened more than 10 years ago? Now that they are in danger, Demingju has come to their rescue. This makes them even more excited, unable to control themselves. Hanyi snorts coldly in his heart, inwardly saying, at least you guys have a bit of conscience. However, on the surface, he said coldly, the Spirit Rhinoceros Valley can return to the polar domain, but others can return to the polar domain, but He Qiming definitely cannot. He Qiming was dumbfounded, what do you mean? Am I the Valley Lord of the Spirit Rhinos Valley? He Qiming, do you take us for fools? When Xing Lang faces Demingju, he's trembling with fear and can't even speak properly. But when it comes to other people, his fighting power immediately goes off the charts. Back then, in order to curry favor with your new master, how many bad things did you say about Dijun behind his back? Now that your new master has abandoned you, you want to return to the polar domain? Keep on dreaming. Either the Spirit Rhinos Valley changes its valley master, or the entire Spirit Rhinos Valley scram from our polar domain. After the poltergeist ghosts are expelled, we will take back all of this territory. He Qiming was so angry that his entire body was trembling. You must be joking, Spirit Rhino Valley is my He family's. Before he could finish his words, the people from the Spirit Rhino Valley had already shouted without hesitation. Change the Valley Master. Change the Valley Lord. The calamity of the poltergeist ghost this time was caused by this He Qiming. He is not fit to be our Spirit Rhino Valley's Valley Master. Change Valley Master and return to the polar domain. He Qiming was about to go crazy. Because in the entire Spirit Rhino Valley, there was not a single person who supported him. In fact, after that, everyone began to make arrangements on how to exterminate the poltergeist ghosts and how to seal the spirit formation. No one bothered with him anymore. With the addition of Ying Mei and the other two, as well as the unity of the people from Spirit Rhinoceros Valley, coupled with Demingju's incomparably tyrannical and unstoppable fighting strength, the hundreds of thousands of poltergeist ghosts in the back mountain were actually almost completely wiped out in a short period of time. Demingju stands in front of the barrier, the divine power in his body surging. Little by little, his divine sense wrapped around the broken enchantment barrier. The weakening of the barrier every few years was impossible to repair. However, the barrier of the Spirit Rhino Valley was clearly damaged by someone. Therefore, it was possible to repair the barrier by manipulating the divine power with a powerful divine will. However, this kind of restoration was also very taxing on the mind, and it could not be disturbed in any way. In a corner of the Spirit Rhino Valley, He Qiming carefully observed his surroundings. Seeing that there was no one around, he anxiously took out a small black porcelain bottle. When He Qiming opened the porcelain bottle, there was a trace of hesitation on his face. Back then, he had only used a tiny drop of it to create a huge hole in the barrier. Spirit Rhino Valley was almost completely wiped out, becoming food for the poltergeist ghosts. Now, there were 10 times more in this porcelain bottle than before. If he really opened it, He Qiming looked conflicted. But it was soon replaced by resentment and unwillingness. Polar domain. Mingju, since you won't give me a way out, then don't think that you'll have a good day either. Ha ha ha. Since the Spirit Rhino Valley no longer belongs to me, then all of you can go and die. Thinking of this, Qiming no longer hesitated and opened the small porcelain bottle. Almost as soon as the lid was opened, a ball of red liquid rushed toward the barrier like a living creature. Qiming's eyes shone. Eat, eat, eat. This is the best fodder for you beasts. After eating this fodder, you will become even more powerful. I want to let those people from the polar domain know the consequences of offending me, Qiming. It wasn't that he didn't know that the person who gave him the feed had ill intentions and was just using him as cannon fodder to die. Before this, he had been very cautious when using it. But now, his hatred towards the polar domain and Spirit Rhino Valley surpassed everything. However, in the next moment, Qiming saw the barrier in front of him tremble violently. One ghost face after another protruded from the barrier, only to be pulled back by a powerful force. Qiming's eyes were filled with terror as he turned around to run. However, he had only flown a few meters away when he heard countless roars. Ah! The shrill scream came to an abrupt end. In the blink of an eye, all that was left was a tattered skeleton covered in minced meat lying on the ground. Countless poltergeist ghosts swarmed in the direction of the aura of the living. What's going on? Why are there suddenly so many vampires? Ah! Help me, help me! Ah! Report to the Emperor! Report to the Emperor! The people from the Spirit Rhino Valley who had originally been clearing the poltergeist ghosts in the outskirts had never expected that so many poltergeist ghosts would suddenly surge out from the back mountain that had already been mostly cleared. Moreover, the strength of these venomous ghosts was completely beyond their imagination. After being bitten by the poltergeist ghosts, someone took the Heaven Spirit detoxification pill, only to discover that it was completely useless. This time everyone panicked. Even Han Ye's and Xing Lang's complexions changed. The trio galloped to Di Mingju's side, anxiously saying, "Di Jun, the situation has changed greatly. A lot of poltergeists suddenly appeared. Let's evacuate first and then think of a way, okay?" No one knows better than Di Mingju, who is in the middle of mending the enchantment. Hearing his subordinates urging him to leave, as well as the people from the Spirit Rhinoceros Valley rushing over in a daze. From start to finish, Di Mingju's expression is cold and indifferent. What are you panicking about? Pajun, go stabilize the formation. Pajun, who has never disobeyed Di Mingju's orders, shows a hesitant expression for the first time. He knew that Jun Shang wanted him to stabilize the formation in the valley, to prevent any of the vampires from escaping. But Jun Shang is currently stabilizing the barrier and has no fighting power. How can he leave Di Jun's side? But this thought is only for a moment, and in the end, obedience prevails. Yes, Jun Shang. Almost as soon as defeating armies rushes out, the poltergeist ghosts rush in from all directions. Han Yi and the others see that Di Mingju refuses to leave, so they can only settle their minds and form an array to kill the poltergeist ghosts. The array is centered around Han Yi, Ying Mei, and Xing Lang, and supported by the people of Spirit Rhinoceros Valley, exerting a formidable power. The poltergeist ghosts are killed wave after wave. But the poltergeist ghosts can be reborn, and there's no way to kill them all. Slowly, some people's immortal force is exhausted, and they're on the verge of collapse, unable to hold on. But the poltergeist ghosts are increasing in number. Just as everyone is in despair, there's a sudden blur, and a figure appears in front of them. A weapon that looks like a knife but isn't a knife, like a sword but isn't a sword, is lightly waved in the air. Roar! The poltergeist ghosts roar in horror, and a large number of them disappear at once. Everyone is dumbfounded. They look at Di Mingju, who's repairing the barrier, and then at the godlike Di Jun floating in the air. Each and every one of them is dumbfounded. Even Han Yi and the others reveal expressions of shock and worship. So strong. Too strong, many immortals in the Xianxia continent can split their primordial spirit avatars. But the primordial spirit avatars usually only have 1/10 of the main body's strength. Not to mention, repairing the barrier and the primordial spirit avatars consume the immortal body. And Di Mingju? He did it at the same time. Moreover, even his avatar is so powerful that it can crush all of them. With Di Mingju's help, everyone's spirits are greatly boosted. The barrier is gradually repaired, and the number of poltergeist ghosts is also slowly decreasing because they can't keep up with the rebirth. Everyone's eyes reveal the excitement of seeing the dawn. However, at this time Di Mingju's palm emits a scorching heat that could burn his soul. At the same time, something bursts in the depths of Xing Lang's sea of consciousness, sending out a tremor like an alarm. Di Mingju's handsome face that wouldn't change even if MT Tai collapsed in front of him, revealing a horrified expression. Star Wolf's face instantly turned ghastly pale, and his body was on the verge of collapse. He tried his best to support himself, yet he was unable to maintain the surging fear and regret in his heart. Both Di Mingju and Xing Lang know what that means. Jun Mayan is in danger. The future mistress of the polar domain and the future successor of the polar domain had encountered a life-and-death crisis. Roar! The poltergeist ghost that had been passively beaten finally found an opportunity. 3 of them pounced towards the Star Wolf. Han Yi and Ying Mei promptly blocked 2 of them, but there's still one that rushes straight to the Star Wolf's body and ruthlessly bites down on his neck, tearing off a piece of flesh. However, Han Yi and Ying Mei have no time to attend to the Star Wolf at this time. Because of this unforeseen event, several poltergeist ghosts break free from the shackles of the array, and rush towards Di Mingju's main body, who is standing next to the enchantment. Jun Shang. The 3 of them let out mournful howls, throwing caution to the wind as they throw themselves in front of Di Mingju. At this moment, they couldn't care less about how terrifying the poltergeist ghost was, what would happen to them if they were bitten by the poltergeist ghost, or how to activate their immortal power to protect themselves. The only thought in his mind was to protect the God Monarch. Even if he had to die, he had to protect the God Monarch. However, the expected pain of his flesh being torn apart did not come. The 3 of them raised their heads in a daze, only to see a tall figure standing in front of them, protecting them firmly behind him. He thought back to all these years. This person was clearly a high and mighty emperor, but he always protected them, pampered them, and never let them suffer the slightest harm or grievance. Jun Shang. The always cold Ying Mei let out a cry. Jun Shang, you're injured. They see that Di Mingju's right hand is holding a sword to protect them, while his left hand is maintaining the restoration enchantment, unable to budge. One of the poltergeist ghosts tore off a piece of his flesh. Bastards, you dare to hurt the Emperor, I'll kill you. I'll kill you all. Star Wolf was simply insane. He did not care that using immortal energy might cause the poison to spread. He crazily swung his blade at the poltergeist ghost. However, just by looking at his face, one could see that his face was covered in tears. Endless regret gnawed at his heart like a poisonous snake. Why did he leave Miss June? Why did he leave Little Master? If he hadn't left, Jun Shang wouldn't have been distracted at all, and he wouldn't have been bitten by a venomous ghost to protect them. He, Star Wolf, was a sinner. An unforgivable sinner. This batch of starved ghosts seemed to be different from the previous ones. The poison in their teeth could not be cured with the Heaven Spirit detoxification pill. Moreover, it seems to have gained a bit of spiritual wisdom. After injuring Di Mingju, it immediately lets out shouts of joy. The vampires who died last time had been resurrected. More and more malevolent ghost faces, the rotting stench of death, surrounded the despairing Spirit Rhino Valley people. Di Mingju slowly withdraws his divine sense from the barrier. He had originally wanted to repair it completely to prevent any future problems, but now it seemed that it was still too difficult. He gently squeezed his burning left hand that was hanging by his side. For a moment, he felt as if something was tugging at his heart. It made him want to rush to the Cultivation continent to protect his wife and child. Divine power was already surging in his body. But at this moment, the young girl's clear and melodious voice once again resounded in his mind. I'm not a daughter flower that attaches itself to you. Even if I die with you, it's impossible for you to stay by my side and protect me at all times. Di Mingju, trust me a little more. I'm the wife you've chosen, the woman who's going to stand by His Majesty's side. Di Mingju suddenly closes his eyes, then slowly opens them again. The burning passion and anxiety in his heart slowly cooled down, turning into a deep-rooted gentleness and deep affection. From the moment the two had pledged their love until now, Mayan had been working hard to verify the words she had said. His wife was so outstanding and powerful, how could he fall behind her? He is the man who wants to stand by Jun Mayan's side. Wave after wave of ghouls surged forward, bringing with them a bloodthirsty and tyrannical desire to kill and devour. The people of Spirit Rhinoceros Valley, including Ying Mei and Han Yi, have all sunk into despair. Just at this moment, a ray of light suddenly shone from the back mountains of the Spirit Rhino Valley. Everyone was taken aback and looked up in unison. The swarming and roaring poltergeist ghosts also seemed to be shocked by something, and all of their movements suddenly froze. In the next moment, the entire valley, the barrier, and even the celestial chi in the entire cultivation continent began to fluctuate violently as if they were swept up by a gust of wind. In the back mountain of the Spirit Rhino Valley, everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at the figure in the sky, their faces filled with shock, unable to make a single sound. In the sky, a blood-red sun slowly rose into the sky. Wherever the multicolored light went, it was as if the king had arrived. All things submit, all living beings bow their heads, under the illumination of the rising sun. The poltergeist ghosts that were still fiendish just a moment ago seemed like they were about to be melted, letting out mournful howls. Nether Realm. Immortal Emperor level? This is the divine sense and pressure of an immortal emperor? Nether Region Master In Wuji let out a roar of disbelief. How is this possible? This can't be Di Mingju, it can't be Di Mingju. At the bottom of the demon realm's hidden abyss. Glorious sun swallows the heavens, leave fire 9 luminaries. Demon Lord, I didn't expect that the cultivation of this polar domain's sovereign lord has actually reached such a powerful level. The voice of the demon race's elder even trembled slightly because of jealousy and shock. She couldn't help but look at the man in front of her and sighed, such an outstanding man, it's a pity that he rejected the marriage alliance with my demon race, otherwise. He hasn't finished speaking when he sees the man in front of him slowly turn around, speaking in a voice that is neither light nor heavy. You're saying that my, Jun Shirtian's daughter isn't worthy of Di Mingju? No, no. This elder of the demon race shakes his head again and again in fright, his voice trembling even more than when he marveled at Di Mingju's strength. Honored demon, your daughter is naturally the most outstanding in the world. The polar domain's sovereign emperor had eyes but failed to see. He will definitely regret it in the future. Humph. The devilish elder heaved a long sigh of relief as the man harumphed coldly before disappearing, then gently shook his head. He didn't know whether the daughter of the honor demon was beautiful or ugly, or whether she was dead or alive. If he were the polar domain's sovereign emperor, he wouldn't be willing either. Didn't they see that In Wuji of the Nether Realm couldn't bear to part with his precious son and pushed out a shield to be the future husband of their demon race princess? Cultivation Continent, Dragon Soaring Academy. When he heard Luo Yu's message, he looked at the dying Chu Tianyu and Murong Shui. Zhou Daoi was so frightened that he almost fell to the ground. Even Sun Yuanjiao was scared out of his wits. What did you say? Miss June is fighting against a leaving body cultivator all by herself? Heavens! She was the Emperor's fiancée, the future mistress of the polar domain. If anything were to happen to Long Ting, Kong Yuanjiao felt his vision darken, and he wished he could pass out immediately. But at this moment, he had no time to be shocked. Before Luo Yu could even reply, Xiaochen had already turned into a meteor, flying in the direction of the back mountains of the Soaring Dragon sect. Along the way, Kong Yuanjiao was burning with anxiety. He kept imagining what kind of scene he would see in the back of the mountain. Would Mayan be abused by an astral projection cultivator, or even killed? If she really died, how furious would the emperor be? Even if he, Kong Yuanjiao, died to atone for his sins, he still wouldn't be able to pay for it. I hope Miss June can buy a little more time. That's right. Miss June was smart, and the only Lord of 6 stars. She would definitely be able to buy him enough time to get there. If she didn't have such confidence, she probably wouldn't have stayed behind alone. Kong Yuanjiao had made all sorts of preparations in his heart. He felt that no matter what kind of situation he encountered, he would be able to deal with it calmly. However, when he arrived at his destination and saw the scene in front of him, he felt that the construction he had just done was all for naught. Kong Yuanjiao was dumbfounded as he stared at the scene in front of him. Under the moonlight, the girl whose white clothes had been dyed bright red slowly raised her head. Her clear and bright peach blossom eyes met his eyes. Sun Yuanjiao shuddered. Then, his gaze shifted stiffly downwards, and finally landed on her left hand. There was a head in his hand. Blood was dripping from the bottom of the skull. Not far away, on the grassland riddled with holes, lay a headless body. This scene was so shocking. As long as one wasn't an idiot, they would be able to tell that this girl had killed someone. But the problem was, the devil chi and spiritual energy fluctuations on the person lying on the ground had yet to dissipate. He was clearly a leaving aperture realm cultivator. Furthermore, he was a leaving aperture realm cultivator who had fallen into the demonic path. And the person holding the head in front of him was just a golden core stage young girl. When Sun Yuanjiu landed on the ground, his legs felt weak, as if he was stepping on something solid. On the contrary, it was Mu Yan who spoke first. Ding Kong, many thanks for coming to our rescue. I'm guessing that Zhao Xiong's accomplices will be summoned soon. I'll need Ding Kong's help in the following matters. Kong Yuanjiu opens his mouth. With great difficulty, he opens his mouth, but it's not to answer Mayan's question. Miss June, this person was killed by you? Mayan nods. How did you kill him? Kong Yuanjiu originally wanted to blurt out, how is this possible, but when it reached his mouth, he changed it with great difficulty. Mu Yan pondered for a moment, first shatter his dantian, then explode his heart, then cut off his head, and kill him just like that. What the F***ck, he was killed just like that. Why did you say it as if you had killed an ant in the gold core stage? That was a leaving aperture realm cultivator. Leaving aperture stage, Mu Yan, Ding Kong? Kong Yuanjiu finally calmed himself down and came back to his senses. At this time, he could already feel the rage and turbulent spiritual energy fluctuations from afar, and his face turned cold. Miss June, please leave this place immediately. I'll handle the rest. Mu Yan slightly frowns, as if she wants to say something. Right at this moment, Zhou Daoi also hurried over. Upon learning that it was Mu Yan who killed a leaving aperture realm cultivator, he was so shocked that his eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. But both of them advised Mayan to go back first. Kong Yuanjiu said anxiously, the one who came might be the Marquis of Dinghua, Chu Xinyan. Miss June, please leave this place first. No matter what, he must not let Chu Xinyan know that June Mayan is Yi Liangchen. Zhao Xiong was killed by the two of them. As for Chu Xinyan's side, the rest would be handled by them. Miss June? Mu Yan purses her lips and finally nods lightly. Only now does Kong Yuanjiu realize that because the night is hazy, he didn't see that Mayan's complexion is abnormally pale. Even his lips were stained with blood. His lips were pale, as though he was on the verge of death. Miss June, are you all right? As soon as Sun Yuanjiu finished speaking, a figure descended from the sky like a bolt of lightning and landed in front of him. Kong Yuanjiu and Zhou Daoi were shocked. Who is it? Could it be that Chu Xinyan had arrived so quickly? On the contrary, when Mu Yan sees the person who has come, her body, which has already reached its limit, sways and heavily falls forward. Mu Yan. In a flash, a figure appeared in front of her and scooped her into his arms. At the same time, another figure also rushed over on a flying sword. As soon as she sees Mayan covered in blood being held in someone's arms, she exclaims, Junior sister, what happened to you? Mayan opens her heavy eyelids and sees two familiar figures swaying in front of her. Her tense heart finally settles down. Senior brother, junior uncle, it's really good to have you two here. Mu Yan knows that she has too many secrets on her body. Shin musician, Qi Huang, the fat rabbit, all of these can't be exposed. Most importantly, there's still her Xiao Bao. Once she dies, everything in the space, the secret of the Tian Mo Qin, everything will be exposed. How can she allow it? In the battle with Zhao Xiong just now, Mu Yan really exhausted the last trace of her divine sense and spiritual power. At this moment, she's weaker than a 5-year-old child. Anyone, as long as they covet her secrets, want to rob them, want to kill them, she won't even have the slightest power to resist. And at this moment where she doesn't have the slightest power to protect herself, apart from Di Mingju and Xiao Bao, the only ones she can trust are these close relatives. Her fellow apprentices, her younger martial uncle, her nether flame army. Amidst Luo Yunxiao's sudden tightening embrace and Yun Ruhan's anxious shouts, Mu Yan falls into a deep coma. This time, Mu Yan is unconscious for 10 days and 10 nights before she wakes up. As soon as she opens her eyes, she sees Xiaobao curled up beside her like a wounded cub. His eyes are closed, his long eyelashes lightly trembling with drops of water on them. Even if he's asleep, his little hands are still tightly clutching the hem of her clothes. Mu Yan's heart suddenly clenches, it's so painful that she can hardly breathe. This kind of sleeping posture, this kind of uneasy appearance, has not appeared on Xiaobao for a long time. In the past, when the two of them were in the cave, Xiaobao felt insecure like this. Unless he's next to her, leaning against her, he would curl up into a ball, trembling incessantly. Mu Yan lovingly picks him up, and gently kisses his wet eyelashes. The long, butterfly-like eyelashes flutter a few times, slowly lifting up, revealing a pair of beautiful eyes like blue glass beads. Xiaobao, I'm sorry, Niangqin made you worry. Xiaobao stares at Mu Yan in a daze, suddenly flattening his lips. He doesn't make the slightest sound, but tears roll down with pitter-patter. The hand clutching Mu Yan's clothes doesn't loosen, but trembles fiercely. This kind of silent crying, this kind of appearance of being infinitely wronged yet enduring and unwilling to vent, makes Mayan's heart clench into a ball. She hugged Xiaobao tightly in her arms and said in a hoarse voice, Xiaobao, don't cry. It's Mother's fault. Mother will apologize to you, okay? Mother. Mother is very good. Mother is the best. Xiaobao sobbed, Mother defeated the bad guy, Mother didn't abandon Xiaobao. But Mother, Xiaobao. Xiaobao was really scared. At that time, Xiaobao really thought Mother was going to abandon Xiaobao. I won't. Mu Yan wipes away the tears on his face and softly says, to Niangqin, Xiaobao is the most important and most treasured treasure. How could Niangqin be willing to abandon you? Xiaobao burrowed into her bosom and hugged her tightly. He didn't say anything, and only after a long time did he gently nod. However, those pair of ice-blue eyes were burning with a scorching light. The one in the wrong isn't Niangqin, but Xiaobao. Xiaobao was too weak, so he couldn't help his mother and even became a burden to her. In Xiaobao's mind, the words that Di Mingju once said to him in private, making him make a choice. At that time, he chose to refuse without hesitation. But now, he wants to see his father as soon as possible, he wants to tell him that he has changed his mind. After crying for a while, Xiaobao returns to normal. Baidu search the UC Book League website, letting you experience the latest and fastest chapters, all of which are updated in seconds. Mu Yan checks her body and finds that she has recovered. There are no sequelae left in her body. Her peak Jingdan cultivation has also stabilized. She can't help but be overjoyed. Little sister, you're finally awake. Little sister, how do you feel? The people of the Xiaoyao school hear the noise and rush in like a swarm of bees. Everyone's face is filled with joy. Only Luo Yu's face is still a little pale, which is completely different from his usual lively temperament. He quietly kneels by Mu Yan's bed, some emotions that were originally absent in his eyes. Unfortunately, he doesn't have time to say, sixth sister, I'm sorry. Mu Yan snappily says, I just comforted Xiaobao. Don't tell me you want me to comfort you again? Xiaoqi, look at how old Xiaobao is. How old are you? Xiaobao says coldly, Xiaobao is 5 years old. I'll be 6 soon. After a pause, he says awkwardly, Xiaobao has grown up. He doesn't need mother to comfort him. Xiaoqi, do you need it? Luo Yu opens his mouth, his belly full of sadness, guilt, and melancholy had all been washed away. Okay, when did he fall to the point of being looked down upon by a baby? Luo Yu gloomily says, if I wasn't so weak, sixth sister wouldn't have to. Mu Yan gently touches his head and interrupts him. She also looks at Xiaobao and the other people of the Xiaoyao school. In this world where the weak are prey to the strong, who hasn't been powerless? Who hasn't been desperate and compromised? It's not shameful to be too weak when you can't beat them. What's shameful is to be immersed in the past and regret and stagnate. We, the people of the Xiaoyao school, don't need such cowardly emotions. Xiaoqi only needs to know that every battle can let us crazily absorb experience and make us stronger step by step. Until one day, the 7 of us stand on the top of the mountain. In this world, no one can hurt us or the people we care about. That's enough. Luo Yu's eyes suddenly brighten. The gloominess and depression on his body dissipate little by little in his bright eyes. I understand. Sixth sister, I won't let you all down. The other people of the Xiaoyao school show relieved smiles. Even Xiao Bao, although he doesn't quite understand, unconsciously looks more relaxed. Mu Yan looks around, where's Junior Master? That day, before I fainted, I clearly saw Junior Martial Uncle. Ling Yuma said gloomily, little Martial Uncle sent you back and set up a formation to heal you before leaving. I don't know what youngest Martial Uncle is busy with. He used to stay with us for a few days in the Soaring Dragon, but now he's back to his usual secretive self in the Xiaoyao sect. Mu Yan was puzzled. What kind of array could heal injuries? Why hadn't she heard of it before? When he looked up, he saw that Yun Ruhan's expression was a little strange. He could not help but ask, eldest senior brother, what's wrong? Did youngest Martial Uncle leave any words behind? Yun Ruhan seemed to be startled. She abruptly turned around and laughed dryly, no. No, Junior Martial Uncle didn't leave anything behind. Junior sister, you must be hungry since you just woke up. Let's go prepare something for you. Without waiting for Mu Yan's reply, he hurriedly left. Chu Moli thoughtfully looked at Mu Yan, then looked at Yun Ruhan's hurried back. He turned his wheelchair around and followed her out. Under the moonlight, the courtyard of Tianling Palace appeared to be magnificent and magnificent. Yun Ruhan was in no mood to appreciate this beautiful scenery. Instead, she stared blankly at the sky with a frown. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind, eldest senior brother, have you also noticed? Yun Ruhan jumped in fright. When she turned around and saw that it was Chu Moli, she heaved a sigh of relief. Third brother, why are you appearing and disappearing so mysteriously these days? When Chu Moli had appeared behind him just now, he hadn't noticed it at all. What did you say I discovered? Chu Moli calmly looked at him. Soon after, the corners of his lips curled up, revealing a warm smile. Little Martial Uncle. Yun Ruhan's expression suddenly stiffened, and she stuttered, third brother, don't talk nonsense. How could I find out that Uncle Master? Uncle Master is, suddenly, his voice paused, and he asked in bewilderment, you discovered it long ago? Chu Moli shook his head helplessly. It's that obvious. Only a group of slow people like you wouldn't notice it. After saying that, the wheelchair slowly turned in a circle, actually planning to leave. Third bro, wait a minute. What should I do? Salad. Then, Junior Martial Uncle, do you think you can influence little Martial Uncle's decision? Can he influence Junior Sister's decision? No, I can't. So, is there any other way besides dressing it cold? Yun Ruhan stopped and let out a long sigh. Yes, all of this wasn't something that he could control, nor was it something that any human could control. He'd better pretend that he didn't know anything. Wait a minute, Yun Ruhan glared at Chu Moli, who was already far away. Did this guy chase after me just to mock me for being slow? What salad? All of you have learned bad things from Bai Xie, ===. After adjusting herself, Mayan first enters the inheritance space. She had originally promised little Zhou's master that she would go inside to learn and cultivate every day, but in the end, she had not gone in for 10 days. He wondered if little Zhou's master was angered to death. Would he never come to the inheritance space again and never teach her again? However, when she enters the inheritance space, Mu Yan finds that Han Chujiu is inside. However, when he sensed her coming in, he didn't have the time to pay attention to her. He just immersed himself in concocting the pill formula. Compared to 10 days ago, Han Chujiu's appearance can only be described as miserable. His body was covered in black ash, and a few pieces of his hair and beard had been burnt off. Her originally smooth and tender cheeks also became dry and rough as if she was dehydrated. Under her 2 round eyes, there were unconcealable dark circles. Mu Yan was shocked by Han Chujiu's appearance. If a cultivator didn't rest for a short period of time, or if they meditated for a long time, they wouldn't show any signs of fatigue. Only by using spiritual power or divine soul for a long period of time would one be in a miserable state like a mortal who had not slept for several days and nights. And with Han Chujiu's appearance, it is clear that she hasn't slept for dozens or even hundreds of days. The time-flow ratio of the inheritance space and the outside world is 12:1. Could it be that Han Chujiu has been inside since he fainted? Not even a moment of rest. Hearing Mayan's question, Han Chujiu said indifferently, I'm not going to sleep, what's the point of sleeping? My good disciple, don't disturb me. I'm busy right now. Go and refine pills by yourself. I'll accompany you after I refine the advanced version of the detoxification pill. Mu Yan curiously looks at the floor full of medicine. Almost all of them were immortal medicines that she had never seen before in the cultivation continent. They should be immortal medicines that only existed in the cultivation continent. Of course, these immortal medicines were just illusions created by Han Chujiu in the inheritance space. It's impossible for Mu Yan to bring them to the cultivation continent. On the bluestone bricks next to the immortal medicine, Han Chujiu engraved numerous talisman arrays. He engraved one, then another, then turned his head and frowned, crossing out one of them. After fiddling with a few talisman arrays, he went back to explore the immortal medicine with his divine sense. Then, he frowned and wrote something on the paper. Han Chujiu's research has completely exceeded Mu Yan's knowledge of alchemy. After a few glances, she went back to continue refining her elixirs. More than 10 hours passed in a blink of an eye. Mu Yan looked at the successfully refined elixirs and took a long sigh. With the alchemy furnace and inheritance that Han Chujiu gave her, she made rapid progress in alchemy. But it seems that something is still missing, resulting in her being unable to meet Jiao Shifu's requirements. Jiao Shifu is obviously a perfectionist. The first point is the purity of the elixir. In the Xianxia continent's market, the purity of ordinary elixirs can probably be swallowed. It can reach 60%. A powerful alchemy master can reach 70% or 75%. And now, under the premise that Mayan doesn't use the cloudy sea, the purity of the elixir can reach 80%. If such an elixir is taken out to be tested, it will definitely shock a lot of people. An elixir with 85% purity can almost be said to have no damn poison, and there will be no backlash. But in Han Chujiu's eyes, an elixir with 85% purity is just a waste. It will be a waste to eat it. Han Chujiu's requirement is that, except for poisonous elixirs and elixirs that have special side effects, the purity of other elixirs must be 85%, 90% is passable, and 95% is qualified to be Han Chujiu's apprentice. Mu Yan used the magic weapon in the inheritance space to test the newly refined elixir. 83%, Mu Yan frowned, it didn't even reach the passing line of Jiao Shifu. After refining all day, Mu Yan was a little tired and inexplicably upset. She didn't choose to continue refining elixirs, but left the inheritance space to sleep. However, this sleep is very restless. Mayan vaguely hears the sound of crying incessantly ringing in her ears. She stood in the void, looking in the direction of the crying. However, her eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of fog, and she couldn't see clearly. He could only faintly see someone lying on the bed, surrounded by a frightening black aura. There were many people kneeling around the bed, and it was from these kneeling people that the cries came. Mayan is in a dream, everything is chaotic, and she can't clearly see who the person on the bed is. But looking at him and listening to his cries, he felt an indescribable pain and panic spread throughout his body. Mayan exerts all her strength to head towards the bed, wanting to take a look at that person's appearance. Slowly, it got closer and closer. The originally indistinct sobbing voice seemed to be mixed with a few muffled syllables, medicine, antidote. The fog in front of her seemed to be suddenly pushed aside, and the man's appearance became clear in an instant. However, before Mu Yan could take a closer look, she seemed to have been struck by something, and suddenly woke up. Mu Yan sat on the bed, gasping for breath. She vaguely felt that she had dreamed of some suffocating scene, but when she opened her eyes, she couldn't remember anything. Mother. Xiaobao threw himself into her arms and looked at her worriedly. Mother, your forehead is sweating a lot. What's wrong? Mu Yan gently touched his little face. Mother had a nightmare, I was a little scared. Xiaobao blinks his big watery eyes, the bottom of his eyes full of surprise. It turns out that Xianxia also has nightmares. Xianxia gets scared when she has nightmares? Xianxia is not afraid. Xiaobao hugs her tightly. Xiaobao will accompany Xianxia and drive away the nightmares. He used to be like this. When he has a nightmare, as long as he opens his eyes and sees Xianxia, he won't be afraid. Mu Yan's smile softens, as if it's about to melt. Amen. Xianxia is no longer afraid when she sees Xiaobao. Xiaobao rubs himself in her arms, and says somewhat sullenly, why hasn't Daddy come to see us yet? After saying that, he shows an embarrassed expression. Grabbing Mu Yan's fingers, he whispers, "Nyangqin, Xiaobao isn't dragging Daddy back. Xiaobao is just missing Daddy." Mu Yan hugs and kisses him, revealing a disappointed expression at the same time. That's right, she hasn't seen Diming for a long time. It's not just Xiaobao who misses Daddy, she also misses her fiancé. Shoshan Continent, Polar Domain. Elder Chang, Han Yi, Ying, and Army Breaker hurriedly rush into Medicine King Hall. The trio's faces are full of anxiety, their bloodshot eyes showing that their nerves are stretched to the extreme. As soon as they enter Medicine King Hall, Han Yi shouts, Medicine King, hasn't the detoxification pill been developed yet? So noisy, so noisy. Han Shujiu's disheveled and dirty figure appears out of thin air in Medicine King Hall, angrily saying, "Didn't I tell you that if it's developed, it will be sent to Spirit Wind Palace?" Han Yi hoarsely says, "But I'm afraid that it'll be too late if it's any later. The Star Wolf has already shown a mutation phenomenon. At most, it'll be completely swallowed by the poison in a moment. At that time, I'm afraid that even if there's an antidote, it would be too late." Jun Shang, he. At this point, Han Ye's voice becomes incomparably hoarse, almost unable to continue. Elder Cheng wipes his face, a pair of turbid eyes staring at Han Shujiu. Xiaojiu, many people in the other domains have heard that Jun Shang was poisoned, and it's a poison with no antidote. The people of the Nether Realm even directly came to our door to disturb us. For the sake of the stability of the polar domain, in order to not let these people see any clues, ruler had no choice but to personally come out and intimidate them with the might of thunder to scare them away. Even after returning, Jun Shang's performance is still the same as before, as if the poison has no effect on him, but I can see that Jun Shang's hand has already begun to mutate. I don't know how long Jun Shang can last, how long polar domain can last. Without Jun Shang, polar domain is finished. Han Yi suddenly kneels down with a thump, choking with sobs. Medicine Wang Darren, I kowtow to you, I beg you to save Jun Shang. In the past, I was insensible and offended you. As long as you can save Jun Shang, I, Han Yi, will work like an ox or a horse for you for the rest of my life. Without hesitation, Ying Mei and defeating armies also knelt down. Seeing that even Cheng Lao was trembling and wanted to kneel, Han Shujiu almost went crazy. He pulled Elder Cheng up and cursed, "You bunch of bastards. Do you really think that I would stand by and watch that little bastard Diming die? I want to teach him a lesson, but I will personally teach him a lesson. How can it be someone else's turn to kill him?" Speaking up to here, Han Shujiu's voice suddenly becomes dry, "But the antidote is not yet successful. There is a kind of toxin in the poison that is alive, it will reproduce on its own. Only in small amounts, it's fine. We can use the method of harming the enemy by 1,000 and ourselves by 800 to erase it in one fell swoop. But once there are more, this kind of reproduction will be endless and seamless. Hey, why am I telling you this? You won't understand." Although Han Shujiu said that they can't understand, Elder Cheng and the others still understood what they wanted to know. Their faces were ashen and full of despair. Even Han Shujiu can't solve the poison, can anyone else in this world do it? Gone. Could it be that Jun Shang can't be saved like this? Han Shujiu grabbed his hair and angrily said, Okay, who are you showing this face to? It's not time yet, Diming is not dead yet, right? As long as he is not dead and not completely mutated, there is still a chance. Get out of my Medicine King Hall. This father is going to study the detoxification plan. After sending away Elder Cheng and the others, Han Shujiu quickly returned to the inheritance space. As soon as Mayan came in, she was shocked by the scene in front of her. "Jiao Shifu, what happened to you?" She saw that Han Shujiu's scalp was scratched and bloody. His hair fell to the ground. His white and tender hands were stained with blood at this time, and there were scratches everywhere, but he didn't feel it. "Jiao Shifu, what's wrong? There's no way to kill him, why can't I kill him?" Han Shujiu's eyes stared blankly and his mouth uttered a hoarse murmur. "Impossible? Is there really no cure for the poison? Isn't that kid dead?" Mayan took out the spiritual water in the space and gave him a little. Then, she infused her spiritual power into his body. Seeing that his mind was clear, she asked, "Jiao Shifu, what can't be killed?" what is the poison? Han Shujiao grabbed her hand and said with grievance, good disciple, if this master can't solve the poison, I will be laughed at by that group of people for a lifetime. And this master is the sacred ancestor medicine king, how can I not even solve a trivial poison? What kind of poison is it? Jiao Shifu, you are stumped. Han Shujiao, like a bamboo tube pouring beans, said the poison and his own detoxification plan, as well as the problems he encountered. But he was on the verge of collapse and wanted to talk. He didn't believe that Mayan could help him. Mu Yan doesn't even understand a lot of the things he says. In fact, the poison in Han Shujia's mouth requires many complicated alchemy talisman arrays, a powerful and uncontrollable alchemy fire, and a variety of immortal medicines. Up until now, Mayan hasn't even seen an immortal herb. However, after listening to Han Shujia's narration, Mu Yan frowned and suddenly said, Jiao Shifu, you said that the poison will multiply. Then, can the medicine we decipher also multiply indefinitely? Will it be useful? How can an immortal medicine that has already been refined be able to reproduce endlessly? Immortal herbs and spirit herbs won't work, but what about goo worms? Han Shujiao was shocked. Goo worm? Mu Yan takes out the Tian Mo Qin and the golden silkworm goo. The Tian Mo Qin gently plucks the strings, Summer Bug's language of ice, activates. To devour. The originally small, almost invisible golden silkworm goo suddenly began to split at a rapid speed. 1, 2, 4, 100, 1,000, Han Shujiao looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief, then looked up at Mu Yan. You can control goo? No, this can no longer be described as controlling goo worms. In the Shoshan continent, there are people who are good at raising goo worms. Han Shujiao herself raised a lot of poisonous and medicinal goo worms. But even if it's the most professional sect, it can't make the goo split and multiply in an instant, right? Han Shujiao suddenly thought of something. His eyes lit up and he excitedly raised his voice. Good disciple, in addition to this golden silkworm goo, can you control other goo to split quickly? Mu Yan thought for a moment. Low-level goo should be fine, but I can't control the golden silkworm mother goo. With the upgrade of her Shun musician skills, Summer Bug's language of ice has become much better than when she could only control a small insect. However, most of the time, Mu Yan would use the 7 sword spirit, cloud birth sea, floating like a dream, and so on. As for the Summer Bug's language of ice skill, she doesn't use it much. Her mastery of the skill is naturally not much better. Han Shujiao was overjoyed. She quickly left the inheritance space and came back after a while. She was holding a black devourer. He is holding a small black box in his hand. He carefully takes out a goo from the box that is not much bigger than the golden silkworm goo. Good disciple, precious disciple, try to see if you can make these goo grow. Mu Yan nods and gently plucks the Tian Mo Qin in her hand. After a while, the scene just now reappeared. In the blink of an eye, the original one goo has become thousands, tens of thousands. Good. That was great. Ha 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 ha, the detoxification pill can be refined. Han Shujiao is so excited that he is dancing with joy. The beard on his face has fallen, but he didn't notice it. Mu Yan looks at her Jiao Shifu in surprise. After the long white beard has fallen, why does his face look smaller than Xiaoqi? However, Han Shujiao can't care about anything at this time. After laughing for a while, he immediately exclaims, oh, no, you are not in the Shoshan continent, who will control the goo? Good disciple, hurry, tell master where you are, master will send someone to pick you up. Time is pressing, it's too late. Mu Yan smiles softly, Jiao Shifu, in fact, these goo don't need to hear the sound of the zither to split. I just need to give them instructions before they are used in the medicine. This was the method Mu Yan used to deal with Lu Rua's senior sister, Qin Xiuxiu. However, it was much more difficult to control the goo worms through commands than using zither music to control them. After controlling 3 to 5 of them, her divine sense would be depleted and she would need to rest for a few days. But Ninth Shifu is so good to her, Mu Yan feels that it's worth it to rest for a few days. Moreover, for some reason, when he heard the poison mentioned by his ninth master and told him that the person couldn't be saved, he felt a chill run down his spine. Mayan has an inexplicable sense of panic and fear, so she unconsciously agrees. Hopefully, the ninth master would succeed. Divine Wind Palace. Star Wolf, hold on a little longer. Pill King will definitely develop the antidote. Han sits in front of the Star Wolf's bed, holding his hand tightly and shouting in a hoarse voice. The person lying on the bed had a strange scarlet hue to his skin, which was originally white. On his neck, where the ghost bit him, there were even terrifying wrinkles that resembled cracked skin. The Star Wolf opened his mouth, but what came out of his mouth was not a gasp, but a ghastly howl. There was also a disgusting rancid smell in the air. Ying Mei, defeating armies, Elder Chang, and many of the Polar Domain's core members were standing in this room. Everyone's faces filled with sorrow. Even if the Star Wolf was usually unruly, often offending people, those who didn't get along with him didn't feel the slightest bit of schadenfreude when they saw his current appearance. Instead, they only felt the fear of the fox mourning the death of the rabbit. That was because they all knew it. The Star Wolf was not the only one afflicted with the stallion ghost poison. There were also sovereign emperors. Soon, the imperial monarchs would become like the Star Wolf. Star Wolf died, but they were only sad. However, once an imperial lord truly mutated, the sky would collapse. Tears of blood dripped from the Star Wolf's eyes. His face, which had started to change, continuously trembled and twisted. Antidote, there will be an antidote. I'm sure I can refine it, right? He grips Hanya's hand in a death grip, asking again and again with his barely formed voice. He knew he couldn't wait for the antidote. But Xianxia can, as long as Xianxia is fine, as long as Xianxia doesn't die, it's fine even if he goes to hell. But not being able to see Xianxia in one piece with his own eyes, even if he were to die, he would carry a bone-deep guilt, unable to close his eyes in peace. My lord. Greetings, lord. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd, and they all knelt down. Compared to how they usually kept quiet out of fear, today they couldn't help but raise their heads from time to time and sneak a peek at the person who came. His face was filled with worry and panic that could not be concealed. Star Wolf tried his best to widen his eyes, wanting to see who it was. However, at this moment, there was only a bloody light in his eyes, and he couldn't even see a figure clearly. He had implicated his most revered Xianxia. Now, even in death, he wouldn't be able to see Xianxia again. Tears of blood gushed out of his eyes, filled with endless regret and unwillingness. Xianxia. Xianxia. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have disobeyed orders, leaving Miss Jun's side. Not only has he wronged Xianxia, he has also wronged Jun Mayan and the Little Master. That warning of danger represented that Mu Yan and Xiaobao had fallen into a desperate situation where life and death hung by a thread. He and Xianxia didn't have the time to rush over. It's possible that that woman and the Little Master have already. Mu Yan and Xiaobao are fine. The man's low and cold voice suddenly entered the Star Wolf's ears. There were no emotional fluctuations, but it was like a cool breeze blowing away the regret in Star Wolf's heart. His mouth, which had grown fangs, cracked into a ferocious smile. Jun Mayan and the Little Master were still alive. Weren't they irredeemable because of him? That's great, that's really great. Xing Lang lets out a hoarse voice. Xianxia, you must live on. Miss Jun, they are still waiting for you. Subordinate will leave first. Saying that, he turns his head towards Hanyi. Although he can't see clearly, he knows that Hanyi is sitting next to him. The two of them had always been at odds with each other and had done many things to hinder each other. But the brotherly love that they had built up for so many years was not fake. Hanyi. The Star Wolf's voice becomes more and more indistinct, hoarse. Kill me. I don't want to become that kind of monster. Kill me. Hanya's tiger-like eyes are red, his voice is so hoarse that he almost can't speak. Xing Lang, hold on a little longer, perhaps Medicine King will arrive soon. Heh. If that's the case, do you believe it? Yes. No one on the scene believes such words, even Hanyi himself doesn't believe it. In the Xiaoxian continent, the calamity of the poltergeist ghost has been around for many years. If they could develop a pill that could completely restrain the poison, would they have waited until today? Seeing that Hanyi isn't willing to make a move, Star Wolf suddenly struggles to use his claw-like hands to take out an elixir, and slowly stuffs it into his mouth. Hanyi. I already knew that you're not reliable. Fortunately I've already made preparations. Hanya's pupils contract when he sees the red elixir. That's the splitting soul pill. Once swallowed, the soul will explode inch by inch. The pain is unimaginable to ordinary people. But as long as he takes it before the mutation, the splitting soul pill can stop Star Wolf from turning into a monster that's neither human nor ghost. Everyone present knew what the outcome of the Star Wolf consuming the soul-splitting pill would be. They want to stop him, but they're powerless. In the end, they can only turn their heads in pain. Xianxia. Star Wolf can follow you in this life, it's the greatest fortune, it's a pity. Star Wolf. Star Wolf disappoints you, Demingju bows his head to look at him. Tears of blood are flowing out from his eyes, and his blue eyes, which have always been cold and without ripples, finally fluctuate a little. His hands are tightly clenched in his sleeves. No one can see that the skin on his hands has already begun to mutate. Star Wolf slowly puts the splitting soul pill in his hand into his mouth. At this moment, a series of hurried shouts suddenly came from the door. Get lost, get lost. What are you blocking this old man for? Report? Report at this time, report my ass. Where's Demingju and his dying lackey? Still not bringing this old man over. Damn. Idiot, ask my ass. Demingju raises brainless people like you. Hearing this voice, Elder Chang jumps up from the ground. Little Nine, it's Little Nine. Did he refine the antidote? Hurry, 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 bring him in. Han Ye's and Ing Mei's eyes light up. However, everyone's complexion changes when they think that the splitting soul pill has already been swallowed by Star Wolf. Star Wolf, hurry, hurry, and spit out the splitting soul pill. The king of medicine is here, Star Wolf, you might be saved. Demingju reaches out and grabs something in the air. A man with a dusty face, with half of his hair and eyebrows burnt, is lifted by the neck and carried into the room. Bastard Demingju, do you think you're carrying a chicken? This old man is your elder. Elder. The other people in the room didn't wait for Han Shujiao to finish scolding, they pulled her over. Lord Medicine King, quickly, Star Wolf thought that there was no chance of survival, so he swallowed the soul-splitting pill. You know, once the soul-splitting pill starts to explode, even immortals can't save you, not even the antidote. Han Yi still hasn't finished his words. Han Shujiao slowly put a pill in Xing Lang's mouth and then gently patted his dantian. Puff, the half-digested soul-splitting pill was directly spat out, and then Han Shujiao kicked it aside. After that, he looks at Han Yi contemptuously. What did you just say? Even immortals can't save the soul-splitting pill? Han Ye's face stiffens, then he immediately smiles with delight. What does an immortal count as? You're the sacred ancestor medicine king, you're naturally more powerful than an immortal. This was the first time everyone in the room had witnessed the power of the sacred ancestor medicine king. In the eyes of others, the soul-splitting pill could not be saved even if one died. In the hands of the king pharmacist, it was as easy as blowing off dust. Little Nine, where's the antidote? Did you refine it? Old Chang asks nervously. When Han Shujiao heard this, she took a deep breath and took out 2 blood-red pills from her sleeve. Han Shujiao, I don't know if this medicine will work or not. If he dies, don't blame me. Han Yi excitedly rushed over and grabbed the pill. Without thinking, he stuffed it into Star Wolf's mouth. It's okay, it's okay. Anyway, this guy is dying. Let him test the medicine for Xianxia first. Xianxia, wait for Star Wolf to confirm the effect of the medicine. What if there is a problem with this medicine? It's enough to poison Star Wolf. Everyone, wait a minute, didn't you just say that you have a deep brotherhood? Is your brotherhood made of paper? Han Shujiao raised her eyebrows. Whose medicine are you saying can poison people? Do you believe that this old man will give you a taste of the poison? Everyone seems to be playing around, but their attention is all focused on Star Wolf. Even Han Shujiao, although she is talking to Han Yi, her eyes are looking at Star Wolf. Her hands are tightly clenched. Her good disciple said that she has ordered the resurrection soul insect. When the medicine melts into the dantian and limbs, it will begin to split. Han Shujiao has lived for so long, but she has never heard of such a technique in the world. Can her good disciple really succeed? Time passed by. A quarter of an hour, an hour, an hour. Star Wolf's eyes are closed. There is no reaction at all, just like a dead body. Han Yi nervously said, Master Medicine, is your medicine reliable? Star Wolf won't be poisoned to death, right? Almost at the moment when his voice fell, Star Wolf's mouth suddenly uttered a painful groan. Under his skin, there are small bumps that are almost invisible to the naked eye. They are constantly bulging and disappearing. While everyone was still in shock, they saw Star Wolf suddenly open his eyes. His blood-red eyes gradually changed to a normal black color. And on his skin, the original mutation, as well as the rotten and smelly wounds, were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a short quarter of an hour, Star Wolf slowly stood up from the bed. He stared at his recovered hands. After a long time, he returned to his senses and kneeled in front of Han Shujiu. Thank you, Medicine King. From now on, if Medicine King has an errand, Star Wolf will go through water and tread on fire, even if it means death. Her tears dripped onto the ground, leaving a trail of mist in the air. Most people thought that Xing Lang was thanking Han Shujiu for saving his life. But only Han Yi and a few others who are close to the Star Wolf know that he is grateful to the King of Medicine for refining the antidote for the Bai poison, allowing Di Mingju to live unscathed. What did you say? This antidote pill was refined by your little disciple? Elder Chang and Han Yi shout in disbelief. No wonder they were surprised. Everyone knows that Han Chijia's apprentice was accepted in the Shoshan continent. The people in the cultivation world were at most nihility immortals. No, these people didn't even have immortal energy. Even the people of the Shoshan continent were helpless against this poison. How could anyone in the lower realms succeed? Why don't you take a look at whose disciple he is? Han Chijia's pride is simply too high. Oh, yes, the cost of 2 detoxification pills is not small. Remember to pay for it. This old man and my disciple must pay for it. My disciple is in the Shoshan continent. I can't send him anything that is too high level. Go and get some low-level crystal stones. If you dare to renege on your debt, The people in the polar domain are very grateful to Han Shujiu and his apprentice, so how could they renege on their debt, although low-level crystal stones are not easy to find in the Shoshan continent. But even if they have to use all the power of the polar domain, they will definitely get this reward. Han Shujiu sees that they are so obedient, so he nods his head in satisfaction. His good disciple is good at everything, but she is a little poor. She always wants to sell those inferior elixirs. How can he, the King of Medicine's disciple, sell such inferior elixirs? Isn't this damaging his reputation as the King of Medicine? This is good, he earned a lot of money for his good disciple. He believes that his good disciple will be very happy. Little Jiu, what is your disciple's name? Is it a man or a woman? Old Chang excitedly said, she is not a pseudo-immortal, but she can refine an antidote. She is a rare alchemy genius. You can actually meet such a person. Han Shujiu is flattered, he almost can't find the north. My disciple is certainly a beautiful girl, her name is. He hasn't finished his words when he suddenly looks at Di Ming and the others. Why are you asking about my disciple's identity? Are you trying to poach me? Or, Di Ming, this peacock wants to hook up with my disciple? I'm telling you, no way. I won't let you taint my precious disciple. Han Shujiu hasn't finished his words, but old Chang and Han Yi have already sprayed out their tea. Peacock? King of Medicine actually said that their emperor is a peacock? What a joke. Is there such a cold, ruthless, and aloof peacock? Cough, cough. King of Medicine, don't talk nonsense. Han Yi shouts with a red face, our emperor already has a fiancé, who will look at your disciple. Han Shujiu gets even angrier, my disciple is loved by everyone, she is unparalleled in the world. Who does Di Ming think he is? Why can't he look at her? Everyone, Di Ming lightly says, Tianwu Mountain's phoenix grass and Kunlun wood as the reward for King of Medicine, is that enough? As soon as this statement comes out, not only Han Shujiu is stunned, even Han Yi and the others are shocked. Then, there is an irrepressible ecstasy. Jun Shang, you can go deep into Tianwu Mountain and devour it? What happened? My lord, this time you really stepped into the immortal emperor realm? Han Shujiu looked at the handsome young man in front of her in disbelief. Her facial expression was very complicated. An immortal emperor who was not even 1,000 years old. This was simply unprecedented, and it was possible that no one would be able to do so in the future. He was also the only immortal emperor in the entire Xianxia continent. Moreover, Di Ming had fallen into a deep sleep for many, many years after he had fallen into a trap. If it hadn't been for the mishap back then, his strength would probably have been even stronger, and his breakthrough would have been even faster. Di Ming glanced at his left hand, then slowly pinched it again. At the moment of life and death, he senses that Mayan and Xiaobao are in danger. The situation at that time made it impossible for him to rush over to help. In the end, he chose to shoulder his own responsibility and believe in Mu Yan. It was that kind of mental breakthrough that allowed him to finally get a glimpse of the heavenly secret of stepping into the Immortal Emperor realm. Now, although he had not reached the Immortal Emperor level, he had already taken one step into it. In another year at most, the Immortal Emperor realm would be completely stabilized. His enhanced divine sense and senses also let him know that Mayan not only survived the crisis, but also grew again. Maybe what Yan Yan said is right. He should believe in her more. Mayan was never his subordinate, not his wife. She doesn't even need to be the mistress of the polar domain. She is just the one and only woman in the world, but he loves her deeply. Di Mingju collected his thoughts and slowly raised his head. He didn't answer everyone's questions, but looked at Han Shujiu. Within a year, Ben Jun will bring phoenix grass and Kunlun wood for Medicine King. Is Medicine King satisfied with this reward? Han Shujiu returned to the Medicine King Hall. When he entered the inheritance space, he was still in a trance. So much so that he didn't notice that his little apprentice came in. "Jiu Master, what's wrong?" Mu Yan asked nervously, "Did the antidote not work?" Han Shujiu recovered and nodded again and again. It worked. "My good apprentice, you are really Master's lucky star." Mu Yan breathed a long sigh of relief. She doesn't know who her master wants to cure, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with her, right? But she doesn't know why. When she heard that the poison was detoxified, she felt inexplicably relieved. "By the way, Master, who was poisoned by the parasite in your mouth?" Han Shujiu humped and said, "Isn't it that group of bastards? They bully Master happily on ordinary days, but at the critical moment, don't they still need to rely on Master to save them?" That little expression was really indescribable, like a villain intoxicated by success. His bright eyes and bulging cheeks, the more she looks, the more childish and cute he becomes. Mu Yan's line of sight falls on the white beard on his mouth. Strange, why does the corner seem to be raised, and the skin under it becomes more and more white and smooth, and it looks particularly good. Mu Yan's hands itch, she can't help but pinch the raised beard and pull it. Tear. Han Shujiu is dumbfounded. Mu Yan is also dumbfounded. "Jiu Master?" Mu Yan blinked her eyes. "Are you really my Master Medicine King? You're not the grandson of Medicine King in disguise, right?" Han Shujiu only felt like a bolt from the blue. The sky is spinning, and she can't wait to faint. He was discovered, his precious apprentice found out his true face. It's over. His precious apprentice must not want him anymore. What if his precious apprentice is taken away by those bastards in the polar domain and that peacock Di Mingju? Then, Mu Yan looks at her Jiu Master, who has been pretending to be an immortal for several days. Like a grasshopper on a frying pan, he jumped around in the inheritance space. He kept muttering things like, "Flower peacock, precious disciple, can't be taken away." Mu Yan simply doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. With great difficulty, she managed to calm her ninth master down. Han Shujiu seemed to have realized something, so she coughed and showed her sage-like face again. It's just that, now that there's no white beard and white hair to cover him up, and Mu Yan has just seen his true face. Seeing him like this, she couldn't help but laugh. "Ahem, ninth master, you said you're over 1,000 years old? Then why does he still look like a teenager? Especially this round face, round eyes, and chubby little hands." Cough. She looked even cuter than little Seven. It made people want to pinch that round face unconsciously. Han Shujiu gritted her teeth and said, "It's because of that damn curse." "Curse?" Mu Yan stares blankly at first. Then, his pupils constricted. She is not unfamiliar with this word. When her third brother's illness broke out, her eldest brother said that he was under a curse. But when Mu Yan asked what the curse was, her fellow apprentices remained silent. Or perhaps, apart from her third brother, no one else knows about it. Now, she actually heard this curse from her Jiao Shifu. She doesn't know if these two curses are the same thing. Jiao Shifu, what is a curse? Han Shujiu's face turned pale, but she immediately shook her head. My good disciple, you don't need to know these dirty things. In fact, it's useless for you to know now. This is not something you can touch with your current cultivation. Mu Yan's heart shuddered, she swallowed back the question she wanted to ask. Jiao Shifu was right. If she doesn't have enough strength, even if she touched the secret, she will not be able to help her third brother and Jiao Shifu. In the end, she may even implicate the people she cares about. So, she changed the topic. Jiao Shifu, the people you saved this time, are they the people who bully you? Han Shujiu coldly snorted, this old man doesn't really want to save them. They bully me, so of course, I want my disciple to defeat them. If I let them die so easily, wouldn't it be too easy for them? Mu Yan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Under Han Shujiu's unhappy eyes, she held back her laughter. Yes, Jiao Shifu is right. This disciple will definitely avenge you in the future. Han Shujiu remembered the words of the people in the polar domain, so she worriedly said, my good disciple, let me tell you, there is a peacock in that group. He is especially good at attracting girls. My good disciple, you must not let him steal your soul. We can't let that group of bastards recruit them. Mu Yan chuckled and said, Master, rest assured, I already have a fiancé. I don't like that peacock in your mouth. Who knows, when she said that, Han Shujiu became unhappy again. You are so young, how can you have a fiancé? How can those ordinary people be worthy of you? Mu Yan, Han Shujiu, hurry and dump him. Even if you choose that peacock, it's better than those ordinary people. Mu Yan? Wait. Jiao Shifu, do you really love or hate the peacock that bullied you? After recuperating, Mu Yan began to heal Chu Tianyu and Murong Shui. Although Murong Shui's injury was serious, it was not serious. Under Mu Yan's treatment and Long Ting's various elixirs, she recovered in about half a month. But Chu Tianyu's injuries were much more serious. His cultivation level dropped to the level of fasting. If that was all, it would be fine. At the very least, he could keep his life. But in the Dinghua matter, Chu Tianyu's lifespan and blood essence had been devoured by Chu Xinyan. Even his divine soul was damaged from forcefully activating the teleportation array. In the face of such a situation where her entire body and soul system were on the verge of collapse, Mu Yan was also somewhat helpless. In the end, he could only keep him immersed in, floating like a dream, to maintain the balance of his body for the time being. The core members of Team Qilin, Murong Shui, Duan Wenbin, Chu Yuanlei, Xu Chongliang, and Jin Zhonghao, all stood before the unconscious Chu Tianyu's bed, their eyes filled with worry. We've always known that there are many things hidden in the captain's heart. But I didn't expect him to bear so much at such a young age. Duan Wenbin looks at Mayan and opens his mouth. In the end, because of the 6-starred order, he can't say that form of address. He can only say, Miss June, many thanks to your carefree team for disregarding our former enmity and rescuing our captain and Ah Shui. Mu Yan glances at them and says unhurriedly, who said that we don't care about past enmity? Who told you that this is free help? Huh? Luo Yu took a few steps forward and said with a smile, 1 life for 500,000 superior-grade crystals, a total of 1 million. Oh, that's just the money for saving a life from an out-of-body stage cultivator. As for the rest of the treatment fee, Murong Shui is 300,000 crystals. Chu Tianyu wasn't saved, so let's take it a little cheaper, 200,000. Thank you, 1,500,000 superior-grade crystals. Would you like to pay now or go back to raise the crystals together? The Qilin team, Zhu Chongliang coughed lightly. I'll pay for these crystals. He took out a stack of shiny notes. 1,500,000 superior-grade crystals are too big to store in the storage space. Can I use the Zhu family's common notes? The Zhu family was the richest in the Azure Blue realm. They were also the richest in the Purple Cloud realm, at least on the surface. The Zhu family's notes were the most widely circulated in the entire Purple Cloud realm. The Xiaoyao sect member stared at the notes he took out, their eyes wide. Duan Wenbin and the others said, "We can't let Chongliang pay for it alone. I'll pay 500,000 too." As they spoke, they took out a crystal note as well. "Isn't 1,500,000 crystals too little to buy the captains and my lives?" Morong Shui said with a smile. "How about this, I'll pay 1 million superior grade crystals as an extra thank you, handsome Luo Yu, for risking your life to save us." The Xiaoyao sect members, they slapped their faces and stared at the glittering crystal notes on the table, only to find that they hadn't disappeared. Instantly, they beamed with joy. Rich people, they didn't expect the young masters and young mistresses of the Qilin team to all look so weak. They didn't expect them to be so rich. And there was even the grandson of the richest man in the Purple Cloud realm. The people who had been indifferent to the Qilin team immediately put on warm and hospitable smiles. "What did you say? Old grudges? Grudges, are you kidding me?" In front of such a thick golden thigh and sparkling crystal notes, there was no such thing. As they laughed, they saw Sun Yuanjiu, Zhou Daoi, and the vice deans walk into the Tianlang Palace. The members of the Kirin team saluted and left. Zhou Daoi also didn't exchange pleasantries, and went straight to the point, saying to Mayan, "Miss June, the Deer Cry banquet has already ended for more than half a month. Everyone's strength and power have long been recognized by the people of Divine Elephant City, and even the Purple Cloud realm. I wonder if any of you are interested in joining Dragon Soaring Academy?" Mu Yan glances at her fellow apprentices, smiles, and doesn't say anything. Yun Ruhan stepped forward and said gently, "Thank you for your kindness, College Chief Zhou. However, we have already decided to return to the Starry School tomorrow." Zhou Daoi, Sun Yuanjiu, and the others all looked regretful. Not to mention the relationship between Jun Mayan and Di Mingju. The talent of these people alone was something that had never been seen since the establishment of the Dragon Soaring Academy. Most importantly, in this team, Jun Mayan wasn't the only strong one, all 7 of them were very strong. Such power showed no signs of stagnation or slowing down. A month ago, there were only a few Jindan stage cultivators in the team, but now, all of them were at least at the 5th stage Jindan stage. Jun Mayan directly reached the peak of Jindan stage. How could such a rate of improvement not be shocking? The higher the cultivation of others, the slower their improvement, but it seemed to be the opposite for them. But seeing that they were determined to leave, he could only sigh. Zhou Daoi was even more impressed by the Starry School's luck. A rundown school had actually picked up 7 treasures. Smiling, Kong Yuanjiu took out a universe bag and handed it to them. "This is your reward." Mu Yan was a little surprised. In reality, they had already asked Zhou Xiaoyu to bring the first prize of the Deer Cry banquet back to the Starry School. There were some cultivation manuals and medicinal pills that could advance one's cultivation. These things could be seen everywhere in the Purple Cloud world like trash, but that was only limited to the sects and clans. It was almost impossible for the people of the Azure Blue world to obtain them. Therefore, the people of the Xiaoyao sect were quite satisfied with this reward. As if sensing their confusion, Kong Yuanjiu said with a warm smile, "These things are to thank everyone for saving the students of my Soaring Dragon Academy, and even more to thank Miss June for leaving the Chaotic Tower in Divine Elephant City." The Chaotic Tower that already belonged to Mu Yan was now standing in the center of Divine Elephant City. Many cultivators went in to experience it and were overjoyed to find that they were improving rapidly. Especially the large sects and clans. After hearing about the Chaotic Tower's effects, they could not wait to send their subordinates and disciples over. However, only 100 people could enter the Chaotic Tower at a time. If one did not leave early, the cultivation would last 6 hours. Once they entered, no one would be willing to leave early. Therefore, even if the fee to enter the Chaotic Tower was 10 high-grade crystal stones, it was currently filled to the brim with people. It was unknown how long the queue would last. Yes, Mu Yan had the artifact spirit of the 6 Stars Tower, and tutor Long Ting helped to set up a crystal collection system for the Chaotic Tower. Long Ting School would split the profits 20 to 80. She would take 80%, and Long Ting would take 20%. For Long Ting, this was not just a matter of income. Rather, the Chaotic Tower standing in Divine Elephant City under Long Ting's control would bring them countless benefits. After leaving behind the items, Kong Yuanjiu and Zhou Daoi stood up to leave. Seeing that they were about to leave, Mu Yan coughed softly and hurriedly took out a crystal bill. This is the compensation for my broken alchemy furnace. Kong Yuanjiu and Zhou Daoi looked at each other. Then, it was Kong Yuanjiu who laughed. Miss June, everything in Tianlang Palace belongs to the Emperor. If you want to compensate, you should compensate the Celestial Emperor with these crystals. Of course, there was no need to say whether the Emperor would accept it or not. Wasn't it just a matter of the left pocket going into the right pocket? Who knew that after listening to their words, not only was Mu Yan not happy, her face darkened instead. Because she remembers that before Di Mingju left, he whispered in her ear, "Yan Yan, besides these debts, you don't owe me anything else, right?" At that time, Mu Yan shook her head without thinking. She hears Di Mingju continue, "If there's any concealment, you'll have to pay the debt with your body. At that time, whatever Ben Jun tells you to do, you'll do it." Damn it, at that time, she was still thinking, other than secretly drawing naked men, she didn't owe anything, right? Therefore, she agreed without hesitation. Who would have thought that this bastard was actually waiting for him here? Azure Blue World, Starry School. Meng Baichuan flipped through the cultivation manuals and pills Zhou Xiaoyu had brought back. He was so excited that his hands were trembling. That's great, that's great. With these things, the Starry School's power will increase in a short period of time. You've done well, you've done too well. Tears flowed down from his eyes. These were tears of excitement and happiness. Meng Baichuan had grown up in Starry School since he was young. After graduating, he also stayed in Starry School. Now that so many years had passed, he could be said to have taken root in Starry School and devoted his entire life to it. Before Di Yudao, every college chief of Starry School had done their best to make Starry School stronger. They wanted to make Starry School the top school in the Azure Blue World, but they had never succeeded. But now, with these cultivation manuals and elixirs, there was a chance that all of their dreams could come true. Hearing Meng Baichuan's praise, Zhou Xiaoyu scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Our Tianshu team didn't do anything and was eliminated after the first round. To have such a result, it's all because of Team Carefree." Zhou Xiaoyu almost blurted out the word monster. He really couldn't be blamed for his slip of the tongue. Team Carefree was really too strong. Not to mention Jun Mayan, that monster. The other members of Team Carefree were also freakishly strong. Who would have thought that they would be eliminated in 1 or 2 rounds? In the end, they actually became the most dazzling sun in the entire Deer Cry banquet. Even Team Qilin, known as the undefeated legend of Dragon Soar, had lost to them. Right, it's all thanks to Jun Mayan and the others. Right, where's Team Carefree? Meng Baichuan asked Zhou Xiaoyu excitedly. We have to prepare a celebration feast. They're the biggest contributors to Starry School. Zhou Xiaoyu scratched his head again. I don't know either. Since the last battle with Team Qilin, I haven't seen them. Meng Baichuan was confused and was about to ask. A servant beside Meng Baichuan hurried in and said with a panicked expression, "College Chief Meng, bad news, bad news." What is it? I heard in Tianluo City. I heard that Dragon Soar School offered great conditions to keep Team Carefree, especially Jun Mayan. I think Team Carefree will probably not come back to Starry School. Meng Baichuan's eyes widened. The smile on his face hadn't faded yet, but now it froze into astonishment. Then, this astonishment slowly turned into helplessness and bitterness. He forced a smile and said, This is normal. As long as the people from Dragon Soaring Academy aren't stupid, they can see how talented those kids from Carefree Team are. Staying in the small Starry School would only bury their talents. It's good for these children to go to Longding. When he first said these words, Meng Baichuan's heart was filled with indescribable bitterness. But as he spoke, he slowly convinced himself. After hearing Zhou Xiaoyu's description, as well as what the 7 of them had done in the Azure Blue World, Zhou Xiaoyu's eyes widened. Meng Baichuan knew that their cultivation had long surpassed his, as well as all the teachers and students of the Starry School. What else could these 7 children learn by staying here? Only by going to the Soaring Dragon could they grow faster and better. Principal Meng, Principal Li of the Spiritual and Martial Arts Academy wishes to see you. Meng Baichuan had just calmed himself down when he heard his subordinate report that Li Wenyuan had arrived. He couldn't help but frown. What is he doing here? Tianluo City. A handsome young cultivator was sitting in a corner near the window of the complete Shirquan Inn. The young cultivator's appearance was truly outstanding. He exuded a calm and reserved aura, so much so that the gazes of many female cultivators in the inn unconsciously gathered on him. However, he didn't seem to feel anything. He continued drinking and looking out the window. Opposite the young cultivator sat a burly man. If one looked closely at his eyebrows and bones, he was actually only 25 or 26 years old. However, because he was covered in muscles, he looked like a middle-aged man at first glance. "Ouyang, you." The burly man looked at the handsome young man and hesitated. "You, let's not wait here every day. The person you're waiting for won't come." Ouyang Qing turned to look at him but didn't say anything. A pretty female cultivator walked up shyly and handed an exquisite tassel to Ouyang Qing. "Senior brother Ouyang, I've liked you for a long time. It's okay if you don't like me, but can you please accept this love knot that I made myself?" Ouyang Qing didn't even look at her and said coldly, "No." The merciless word made the female cultivator, who had finally mustered the courage to give the gift, blush. Tears of humiliation welled up in her eyes. The female cultivator's companion couldn't stand it anymore. "Junior sister, I told you long ago that Ouyang Qing is a shameless homosexual. Why do you like such a disgusting man?" Bang! Before Ouyang Qing could speak, the burly man sitting opposite him, Fan Ting, had already fiercely slapped the table and shouted, "Who are you calling shameless? Who are you calling disgusting? Do you believe I won't tear your mouth apart?" The male cultivator was shocked and took a few steps back. However, seeing his junior sister staring at Ouyang Qing in a daze, unspeakable anger and jealousy surged in his heart. He gritted his teeth and raised his voice, shouting, "Did I say anything wrong? Starry School's pride, Ouyang Qing, is with a man. Who in the azure blue world doesn't know?" This time, the attention of everyone in the inn was attracted by the male cultivator. Many strange gazes fell on Ouyang Qing. Whispers could be heard from time to time in the corners of the Whole Foods Inn. Many of them were obviously malicious. The male cultivator's expression involuntarily became somewhat smug, as well as an even deeper resentment. It's one thing for senior brother Ouyang to fall in love with a man, but in the end, that man was too outstanding and went to the purple cloud realm, never to return. Right now, not only does the entire azure blue world know that senior brother Ouyang likes men, they also know that you've been dumped by a man. Fan Ting was so angry that he was about to explode. A huge axe suddenly appeared in his hand, and his eyes looked as if they were about to spit fire. "What did you say? I dare you to say it again." The powerful spiritual energy fluctuations caused quite a few people in the inn to cry out in alarm as they retreated. The abilities of the Starry School's Tianshu Institute students were not to be underestimated. Fear also appeared on the male cultivator's face, but he still tried to act tough and shouted, "Ouyang Qing, say something. Did I say something wrong? Didn't you just get dumped by Ling Yuxing from Team Carefree? Haha, but isn't it normal for you to be dumped? Look at the status of Team Carefree now. They are geniuses that even the Golden Elixir Realm cultivators of the Purple Cloud Realm are trampled under their feet. How can you, Ouyang Qing, be worthy of them? In the past, in a lousy place like the Azure Blue World, I saw that I couldn't make a name for myself, so I came to seduce you, young Master Ouyang, to build a springboard for myself. Now that this springboard is useless, and he has soared to the sky, do you still expect him to come back and find you?" The pretty female cultivator saw that Fan Ting's eyes had already condensed a substantial killing intent. She quickly pulled the male cultivator, "Senior brother, don't say it. I won't allow you to humiliate senior brother Ouyang like this." Her eyes were still full of tears. She looked at Ouyang Qing and said firmly, "Senior brother Ouyang, I know you still can't forget Ling Yuxing. But I heard that they have already entered the Soaring Dragon and will never come back to the Blue World again. No matter how long it takes senior brother Ouyang to forget that person, I am willing to wait for you." After saying this, the pretty female cultivator looked at Ouyang Qing with a bit of expectation in her tearful eyes. She thought that she would still get a cold and cruel response. But she didn't expect that the moment she raised her head, the cold face of the man in front of her suddenly seemed to melt like ice and snow, and slowly bloomed into a brilliant smile. The female cultivator was stunned for a moment, and her heart was pounding. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she heard an elegant and indifferent voice behind her. Why didn't I know that the carefree teen would never return to the blue world? Why didn't I know that I dumped Xianxia? The female cultivator's delicate body shook, and she suddenly turned her head to look. All the people in the Whole Foods Inn turned their heads in shock. Then, they saw a scene that they would never forget in their lives. They saw several young boys and girls coming in one after another. The leader was a handsome young man like a slender bamboo. He had androgynous facial features. Even if he dressed up as a beautiful woman, there would be no sense of femininity. But at this time, in the eyes of the people, there was no trace of femininity, only a heartwarming leisurely rustling. He was the carefree teen's flaming gale, Ling Yuxing. Behind Ling Yuxing was the leader of the carefree team, the eldest senior brother of the carefree school, One Sword Mountain Sea, Yun Ruhan. The gentle young man sitting in a wheelchair, Silverbow Magic Arrow, Chu Moli, shaking Mount Tai, Qin Jiu pushing the wheelchair, Raging Flames Wild Saber, Ling Yuma in red, and Thousand Hands God, Lan Luoyu, who looked like a cute boy next door. And, at the end, there was a beautiful girl who walked slowly into the inn, but instantly attracted everyone's attention. Beautiful Killing God, and She-Devil, Jun Mayan. The entire Whole Foods Inn had fallen into a deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at the 7 people who walked in. They didn't know if they were intimidated by the powerful aura of these people, or if they were scared silly. For a long, long time, no one made a sound. It was not until Ling Yuxing passed by the pretty female cultivator and her senior brother that the two suddenly came back to their senses. Ling Yuxing, aren't you staying in Dragon Ascension and not coming back? The female cultivator couldn't help but exclaim. Ling Yuxing ignored him and walked up to Xianxia with a faint smile. Big brother Qing, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. There seemed to be flames dancing wildly in Xianxia's eyes. He stared at the youth in front of him, wishing he could pull him into his arms and fiercely declare his sovereignty. These days, his ears were filled with people saying, the carefree squad won't come back. No matter how firm and confident he was, he couldn't help but waver. His Xiaoxing had grown so fast that she had gradually grown together with the carefree team to a point where he could no longer reach. Would such an outstanding Xiaoxing really belong to him? Would she still stay for him? Until this moment, when Ling Yuxing's handsome face appeared in front of him again, his heart was still full of confusion and uncertainty. There was even careful panic. It was as if he was afraid that all of this was just a dream. If he didn't fiercely touch it to confirm, he wouldn't be able to prove that the dream wouldn't shatter. But he couldn't, right now, in front of everyone at the Complete Foods Inn. Every member of the Carefree Squad was a hero praised by everyone in Azure Blue Realm, an idol worshipped by everyone. How could he taint Xiaoxing's reputation because of his own selfishness? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Xianxia suddenly felt a hand wrap around his neck. He had no choice but to lower his head. Then, a familiar cool breath and soft, cool lips landed on his lips. It was as if a fluttering butterfly in his most beautiful dream had suddenly landed on the tip of his heart. The kiss was only a touch away. Under everyone's gazes, Ling Yuxing turned around and looked at the senior brother and sister. Is this enough to prove that I haven't dumped brother Qing? If not. No, it's enough, it's enough. The pretty female cultivator's face was flushed red, and she waved her hands repeatedly. But strangely, her face wasn't filled with jealousy or sadness, but rather with inexplicable excitement. It was as if she couldn't bear something and was about to faint. She'd just been completely heartbroken. Logically speaking, she should be sad and pained. But for some reason, when she saw the green bamboo-like youth kiss the lips of a handsome man, all the blood in her body seemed to be burning, and she almost let out a scream. Only then did Ling Yuxing let go of Xianxia. His gaze swept across everyone present. Since it's enough, then please remember, don't covet other people's belongings, especially mine. As soon as he loosened his grip, a pair of large hands grasped his hand tightly in the palm of his hand. Ling Yuxing blushed and was about to pull back. He heard Xianxia whisper in his ear, other people's belongings? My people? Ling Yuxing's face was so red it looked like blood was about to drip out. he stammered, I didn't mean that. Brother Qing, I didn't think of you as. Before he could finish, Xianxia had already pulled him into his arms. A hoarse voice filled with indescribable sorrow and joy rang in his ears, causing the bashful Ling Yusheng to instantly stop struggling. Little Sheng, I'm so happy. I've never been so happy in my life. At this moment, I can finally believe that the nightmare I created for you has disappeared. We missed so many years, almost a lifetime. Now, he could finally start anew. Fan Ting watched from the side as the two embraced each other, and a silly smile appeared on his face. He put away the giant axe in his hand. But just as he put away the giant axe, he heard the pretty female cultivator's senior martial brother say in a voice that only the people next to him could hear, "Bah, to put it bluntly, isn't he gay? Men and men, how disgusting. Little junior sister, let's go. Aren't you afraid that your eyes will rot from watching such a filthy scene?" The pretty female cultivator glared at him in disgust before turning around and walking away, ignoring him. Hearing this, Fan Ting immediately became angry. The giant axe once again appeared out of thin air, and he ruthlessly swung it towards the male cultivator. Ah! The male cultivator screamed in pain. Blood immediately gushed out of his left arm, and he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Murder! Starry School murder, help! He hurriedly took out some pills and finally stopped the bleeding. He immediately shouted at Fan Ting, "How can you Starry School people be so overbearing? Junior sister and I were already preparing to leave and you still wanted to kill me. Everyone, please be the judge. What I said just now was because I didn't know. Even if I was wrong, I'll just apologize to the Xiaoya team. But they actually attacked me without even asking the right and wrong? Can Starry School do whatever they want just because they have the Xiaoya team? Will there be no place for us cultivators in the azure blue world in the future?" These words caused everyone in the inn to look at each other in dismay, revealing expressions of bewilderment. Only the female cultivator, Fan Ting, and Ouyang heard what the male cultivator said just now. The male cultivator relied on the fact that others couldn't hear, so he unscrupulously distorted the truth and accused the victim first. Fan Ting was about to go crazy. But he was clumsy and didn't know how to argue. In an instant, his entire face turned red. What? Did I hit the nail on the head? The male cultivator became more and more unscrupulous. His eyes were full of hatred as he shouted, "Just because Starry School has the Xiaoya team, you can harm innocent cultivators? Just because the Xiaoya team is strong, you can do whatever you want? You did this." Smack. A foot stepped hard on the male cultivator's face, interrupting him. The male cultivator only felt a boom in his head. His skull felt like it was about to be broken. He was dizzy and his stomach churned, but he couldn't even make a sound. When he finally recovered, he realized that Qin Jiu's foot was pressing on his head. He was the one who stepped on him just now. Ling Yuma and Luo Yu, on the other hand, each held a dagger that shone with a cold light, and waved it around his body. They seemed to be trying to figure out where to start. As for Mu Yan and the others, they already had their loyal support. They ran over and carried chairs for them. The one who served the tea brought the tea. Even the innkeeper of the whole food inn had recovered from his shock, and was shouting from behind, "I've heard that the great god June likes our shop's money-spinning silk the most. Hurry up and prepare it." As for the other guests in the inn, they did not stand on his side as the male cultivator had imagined. Instead, he went in front of Ling Yuma and Luo Yu. "Dealing with this kind of trash will dirty the hands of the great gods. Why don't we do it for you?" Seeing Ling Yuma and Luo Yu raise their heads, the few of them looked as though they were about to faint from excitement. We are die-hard supporters of the Carefree Squad. No matter where the Carefree Squad is, we will support them unconditionally. We will never betray them. However, the unfettered Seven Devils. Cough, cough, cough. It's great that the unfettered Seven Devils can return to the azure blue world. Woo woo woo. The male cultivator couldn't believe what he was seeing and hearing. Ignoring the tumbling in his stomach and the dizziness in his head, he screamed, "What's wrong with you? Are you just going to watch the unfettered Seven Devils kill the innocent and do whatever they want?" But as he spoke, he was still scared. His voice trembled, June Mu Yan, you all commit outrages and are unreasonable. Aren't you afraid of losing your reputation? Even if what I said before was wrong, but that was everyone's guess. If you all feel unhappy, I will apologize to Ouyangqing and Ling Yuxing. Mu Yan hooked her finger at him. Immediately, someone pulled the male cultivator in front of Mu Yan. As he got closer, the male cultivator realized that the girl in front of him was so beautiful. His favorite junior sister was probably not even 1/10,000th of this girl's beauty. The male cultivator suddenly grabbed her and asked her questions. It was because in the carefree troop, she was the only girl who looked like a weak girl. As for Ling Yuma, the most arrogant and tough person in the entire carefree troop, no one treated her as a woman anymore. Girls like her were usually soft-hearted and compassionate. Thinking of this, the male cultivator's eyes welled up with tears, as if he had been greatly wronged. It was that person who hurt me with the giant axe first. What did I do wrong that I have to be tortured and humiliated like this? You are the idols of all the cultivators in the azure blue world. Are you going to hurt innocent cultivators indiscriminately? At the side, Fan Ting's chest heaved up and down with anger. It was you said it first. Mu Yan raised her hand, gesturing for him to stop talking. Fan Ting could only retreat sullenly. Seeing this, the male cultivator was overjoyed and acted even more pitiful. Mu Yan takes a sip of tea and says unhurriedly, "You want to reason with us?" "Yes," the male cultivator said. "In this world, there will always be injustice, but you also said that we are the carefree 7 demons." Mu Yan twirled the teacup in her hand. The smile on her face was lazy and beautiful, able to steal people's souls. "Since you are demons? Then what reason is there?" "I'm sorry, in this world, only what we are willing to talk about is reason." The male cultivator's eyes widened, the infatuation on his face turning into fear and anger. How can you do this? You are a girl, shouldn't you be kind and merciful? How did you become so cruel and merciless? Have you been led astray by them?" Pfft. Someone could not help but laugh. Where did this idiot come from? Has he not even heard of God Jun's nickname? I think he just came from Green Flame City. He wanted to enter Starry School but was eliminated, so he went to Lingwu. The male cultivator's eyes widened in fear as the surrounding voices rushed into his ears. "Idiot, haven't you heard who destroyed the 4th great aristocratic family of the Azure Blue Realm, the Tian family? Who killed the head of the Tian family, Tian Haiba? Do you know who is the most famous, the strongest, the most brutal, and the most intimidating in the entire carefree team? Don't you know Jun Mosia's name? Female demon, no, beautiful killing god. You actually had the guts to put on an act. You wept and pleaded with Jun Mosia. You even tried to reason with him. Ha ha ha. I have to say that I admire you for being such an idiot." The male cultivator stared blankly at the beautiful girl in front of him, only feeling his mind go blank, both his legs trembling. "I'm already a student of the Spiritual Martial Arts College. You beat me up for no reason. Aren't you afraid that the tutors of the Spiritual Martial Arts College will find you and the Starry School for revenge?" The smile on Mu Yan's face becomes brighter and brighter. "Oh? Really? In that case, he might as well kill him to silence him. At that time, the dead can't testify, and the Spiritual Martial Academy won't be able to do anything to us." The male cultivator's eyes widened in fear. Mu Yan continued, "After all, if I don't kill you, I won't be happy. In this world, there aren't many people who can insult the Xiaoyao school and still live in one piece." As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible pressure was suddenly released. The male cultivator felt like he had been thrown into an endless hell. In just a few breaths, he had experienced an endless nightmare. He breathed heavily, and his leg bones trembled. The smell of urine, accompanied by a yellow liquid, flowed out from between his legs. The crowd immediately dispersed in disgust. Some people even kicked the male cultivator more than 10 meters away. At this time, the pretty female cultivator finally mustered up her courage and walked to Mu Yan. No, it wasn't senior brother Ouyang's friend who hurt him on purpose. He secretly insulted senior brother Ouyang and Ling Yuxing, saying that they were gay and disgusting. That's why senior brother Ouyang's friend couldn't help but attack him. As soon as she said this, everyone looked at the male cultivator who was twitching on the ground with even more disgust. Most of them were idiots who supported the Xiaoyao school. They did not believe that their idol would hurt someone indiscriminately. Now, they were even more determined to believe it. It was indeed this idiot who provoked him first. In an instant, everyone's anger surged. They kicked the male cultivator and rained punches and kicks on him mercilessly. Mu Yan waved her hand and said with a bored expression, "Let's go back to Starry School." This idiot did not even have the right to be drawn by them. Moreover, Mu Yan's pressure just now had already caused his will to completely collapse. Unless he could break through his inner demons, he would not be able to improve in the future. It was just a dream for such a person to gather his strong will to break through his inner demons. The entire Tianluo city was stirred up because of the appearance of Mu Yan's group. With Shirquanin as the center, the news of the Xiaoyao school's return spread like the wind. However, the news had not reached Starry School yet. At the moment, the atmosphere in Starry School was rather bleak. They were surrounded by enemies. The veins on Meng Baichuan's forehead kept twitching. He glared at the middle-aged man in front of him and said, "Li Wenyuan, don't go too far. The three great academies have always minded their own business. Now, you've joined forces with several major sects and aristocratic families to besiege Constellation. What exactly do you mean?" Li Wenyuan, the dean of the Spiritual Martial Arts Academy, smirked. Greed flashed across his long and narrow eyes. "Dean Meng, we don't want to be so rude. You can only blame Headmaster Meng and the Starry School for being too greedy. The things won in the Deer Cry banquet were precious treasures for the progress of middle and low-level cultivators. As long as you're willing to share some, our three academies will be able to rise to a higher level. But who would have thought that you would be so selfish and refuse to share even the slightest bit? Didn't this incite public anger? I don't want to shed all pretense of cordiality, but for the development of Lingwu students, I have no choice but to do this." "Bah! Don't you have any shame?" The Golden Core mentor of the Starry School, Qi Ming, blushed and scolded, "If you really just wanted to share these cultivation manuals, why didn't you wait for me to finish comprehending them and make copies before borrowing them? Now that you've come so openly, it's obvious that you want to swallow Constellation's things." Li Wenyuan laughed. "These cultivation manuals and advancement pills are the treasures of the entire Azure Blue world. How can you say that they belong to Constellation?" "Old Meng, it's not that I want to say this, but your teachers and students are too narrow-minded." "That's right." Sect Master Jing of a second-rate sect chuckled and said, "Our Azure Blue realm is one. As long as everyone is strong, then we will truly be strong. Chief Meng, you have good stuff, why hide it? Let's split it up and become stronger together. Then, we can help each other. Isn't that a good thing?" The elders of the Spiritual Martial Arts College, the other clan leaders, and the clan leaders all agreed. The Starry School teachers and students were disgusted by their "for the sake of the world" expressions. These cultivation manuals were earned by the Starry Carefree team. What does it have to do with your clans or the Spiritual Martial Arts College? You want to sit back and enjoy the fruits of our labor just because you say we'll become stronger together? What right do you have to steal the cultivation resources that the Carefree team earned for us? How shameless are you? Some Starry School students could no longer hold it in and started shouting. In reality, they were disappointed that the Carefree team stayed in Longtang and did not return. But more than that, they were grateful. Because everyone knew how rich the rewards of this Deer Cry Grand Banquet were. To the people of Starry School, these rewards were life-saving resources. With these manuals and pills, at least half of the Starry School could break through from the grain-fasting realm to the Golden Core realm. A whole half, Mu Yan's barrier-breaking talisman and barrier-breaking pill were actually prepared for the cultivation geniuses. They had encountered a real bottleneck. Once they broke through, they would be able to travel 1,000 miles. There were many differences in the Azure Blue world. Many cultivators were born with impure spirit roots. Even if they used spirit-cleansing pills, they could not improve much. Even if they had reached the peak of grain fasting, they had also reached the end and could no longer break through. And the advancement pills that Longtang had given him could assist these people in their breakthroughs. Golden Core cultivators who broke through like this could only be described as weak. In the Purple Cloud realm, it was usually the clans that allowed their untalented descendants to cultivate. But even a weak Golden Core was still a Golden Core realm, this was the lifelong dream of many cultivators in the Azure Blue world. Not to mention, those cultivation manuals were meant for those elites with talent. Some of them could help people quickly break through from the golden core stage to the nascent soul stage and even the early stage of the nascent soul stage. One could imagine that with these cultivation resources, Starry School would be able to rise rapidly in a short period of time. He would become the undisputed leader of the entire Azure Blue world. At that time, both Feng Tian and the Spiritual Martial Academy would be left in the dust. Li Wenyuan also knew this, which was why he teamed up with a few equally greedy clans to surround the Starry School and rob it. He would definitely not watch as the Starry School grew stronger. If he wanted to strengthen it, it should be the spirit martial arts that he, Li Wenyuan, controlled. You're saying that the Carefree Squad earned the cultivation resources for you? Li Wenyuan scoffed. But now, everyone knows that the Carefree team has already entered the Dragon Soaring sect and is staying in the Purple Cloud realm, never to return. Who can prove that Carefree team belongs to Constellation? Since the Carefree Squad wasn't from Constellation, these cultivation resources naturally didn't belong to Constellation either. Don't you think so? Yes, yes. How can a small constellation afford to raise the geniuses of the Carefree team? The Carefree team doesn't belong to Starry School, so the cultivation resources naturally don't belong to Starry School. College Chief Meng, I think you should stop being so stubborn. Just take out the things and share them with everyone. If Starry School is in trouble in the future, the Wu clan won't just stand by and watch. Ha ha ha, the Zhang clan too. How can the Starry School be so petty? Meng Baichuan was so angry that his organs were trembling violently. Kai Shouzhong had already come out of seclusion. Even though he had already experienced a great disaster, his face was flushed with anger and his eyebrows and beard were trembling. What if we don't hand over the cultivation resources? He asked coldly. Li Wenyuan chuckled. I just said that these cultivation resources can strengthen the entire Azure Blue world. They don't belong to Starry School alone. Since they're important resources, they should belong to those who are capable. He pointed at the suzerains of the sects and aristocratic families beside him, and then pointed at the elders behind him. Principal Meng is narrow-minded and stubbornly refuses to share cultivation resources. Then, we can only challenge the students of Constellation's instructors. If Starry School wins, the resources will naturally belong to Starry School. If Starry School loses, then please hand over the things obediently. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Meng Baichuan and Kai Shouzhong looked at the people beside Li Wenyuan, their hearts sinking bit by bit and becoming cold. This time, Li Wenyuan had clearly come prepared. There were a total of 9 families that he had invited. Most of the clan leaders were at the peak of the Golden Core realm. But there was also a middle-aged man with the surname Xing. He was the clan leader of the Tiger's Help clan and was in the first level of the nascent soul realm. On the spiritual martial arts school side, Li Wenyuan himself was a nascent soul cultivator and much higher than Meng Baichuan. Behind him, there were 2 elders of the spiritual martial arts school who had both reached the nascent soul realm. One of them was even at the same level as Kai Shouzhong. Looking at the Starry School's side. Because of Di Yudao, the Starry School was in a difficult situation. Ning Yaguang and Su Yiluan had gone to the Woodfern Sea and had yet to return. In the entire Starry School, there were only 2 nascent soul cultivators and 3 at the peak of the Golden Core realm. How could such a lineup contend against these greedy blood-sucking worms? In fact, if they completely fell out with each other, they might not just take away the resources won by the Carefree team and the 100-year foundation of the Starry School. Li Wenyuan looked at Meng Baichuan and Kai Shouzhong's expressions, and a pleased look flashed in his eyes. Dean Meng, have you thought it through? If he handed over the item now, it was still not too late to share it. When we really start fighting in a while, blades and swords have no eyes, and the situation will not be easily controlled. Meng Baichuan's eyes were ashen. He was filled with indignation, but in the end, he had no choice but to compromise. He let out a long sigh, lowered his eyes, and said hoarsely, "All right, I agree." Before he could finish his words, a loud and clear voice sounded in his ears. Eh? Isn't this Dean Li of the Spiritual and Martial Arts Academy? Did they know that we were coming back today, so they came over to welcome us? Looking at the lineup of Dean Li and the various clan leaders, It seems that they not only want to welcome us, but also want to spar with us. Just right, just right. During this period of time, I've either been recuperating or rushing on the road. My broadsword is getting thirsty. Come, come, let's have a good fight. The entire place was dead silent. Then, they watched dumbfounded as the people they were familiar with, the people they had been waiting for, slowly landed in front of them. After an indescribable silence, there was a roar like a volcano eruption. Carefree Team! Carefree Team is back! Aha! God June, you're back! All 7 of you are back. Not one is missing. Sob sob sob, I thought. I really thought Carefree Team would never come back. Those godlike people don't belong to Starry School anymore. The Starry School tutors were better off, only their eyes were red. The students, on the other hand, burst into tears. Their relationship with Carefree Team was incomparable to others. When Starry School was still mediocre, it was Carefree Team who led them to rise, making their name known throughout the entire Azure Blue world. When the people from the Tian family wanted to rob Carefree Team, it was the teachers and students from Constellation who did not care about their own safety or their own weakness. They stepped forward bravely and stood in front of them without hesitation. When everyone in the Purple Cloud world looked down on the Azure Blue world cultivators, it was Carefree Team who slapped everyone at the Deer Cry banquet. Now, the eagle that had grown up among them had spread its wings and flown high. They had thought that the eagle that had flown far away would never return. Unexpectedly, at Starry School's most dangerous moment, they had appeared again. The 7 stopped in front of Meng Baichuan and bowed. Greetings, College Chief Meng. Carefree Team did not disappoint and returned to Starry School. Meng Baichuan's eyes reddened and tears filled his eyes instantly. He opened his mouth for a long time, but could not say a word. After a while, he choked out, Good, good, you are all good children, Starry School. Starry School is proud of you. Before he finished, tears rolled down uncontrollably. Meng Baichuan hurriedly turned and wiped them away, as if afraid of being discovered. Kai Shouzhong also stroked his beard and nodded, wiping his eyes from time to time as if he was not crying. On the other hand, Li Wenyuan and the others, who had been proud and arrogant just a moment ago, now looked like they had seen a ghost. Carefree Team, the 7 of them had really returned, but how was this possible? With Starry School's strength and resources, the 7 of them were no longer of any use. They wouldn't be able to gain anything by staying here. It wasn't that there weren't any cultivators who had left the Azure Blue realm in the past, but which one of them had managed to make it to the Purple Cloud realm and come back. Even if he came back, he would just come back in glory and come back to show off before leaving. Only a fool would choose Constellation over Soaring Dragon, right? Li Wenyuan composed himself and said, Miss June, everyone, I really didn't expect that you would grace my tiny Azure Blue world with your presence. It's our honor to be able to meet the elites of Longting. Li Wenyuan did not believe that the members of the Carefree Team would really abandon Dragon Ascension and return to Constellation, a small place where even birds wouldn't shit. Mu Yan and the others turned around and looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. Dean Li, don't talk nonsense. Didn't you just say that you want to compare notes with Xingchen? The resources belong to whoever wins. Now, the 7 of us will represent Constellation. Either all of you come at me together, or you can pick your own opponents. These words not only ignored Li Wenyuan's provocation just now. Furthermore, he completely disregarded nascent soul cultivators and peak golden core cultivators like them. Everyone's faces turned green and white, looking a little ugly. If one were to ask who had the highest reputation in the Azure Blue world, it would definitely be the Xiaoyao 7. But no matter how high their reputation was, they were just a few kids, and none of them had broken through to the nascent soul stage. A few Golden Core kids dared to be so arrogant in front of more than a dozen nascent soul and peak Golden Core cultivators. Did they really think that they could do whatever they wanted just because they had a high reputation and the title of a young genius? Had Li Wenyuan not heard of the Tian clan being destroyed? Of course he had. But he didn't believe that this could be done by just the 7 members of the Carefree Squad. At that time, the Xiaoyao team was only in the Anidia realm. Who would believe that they could kill Tian Haiba, who was in the nascent soul stage? Someone must have helped them. But as the rumor spread, it eventually became the Xiaoyao team's achievement. Li Wenyuan's face darkened. Miss June, we came with good intentions. Our goal is to strengthen the entire Azure Blue world and help each other. Do you really want to fall out with us? Luo Yu burst out laughing. Strengthen the entire Azure Blue world? You might as well say you want to save the Cultivation continent. If you want to share resources so badly, share your spiritual martial arts college and the Dragon Tiger sect's top secret books and rare pills. These words made Li Wenyuan and the others' faces turn even uglier. They shut their mouths and no longer said anything about strengthening the entire Azure Blue world. Their sanctimonious face made the Starry School people want to puke. Ling Yuma pulled out her long sword and snickered. Xiaoqi, why are you wasting words with these losers? Hurry up, I've been traveling for a few days and haven't had a good rest. Finish this quickly and get out of Starry School. Li Wenyuan was so angry that his face couldn't stop trembling. Ever since he became the spiritual martial arts college chief, he had never been humiliated like this. The calculation in his eyes had already turned into thick murderous intent. Alright. Everyone, the juniors nowadays are arrogant just because they have some achievements. They've even thrown respect for their teachers to the back of their minds. Looks like Xingchen doesn't know how to teach at all, and that's why he's raised such ignorant scum. Li Wenyuan loudly said to the heads of the clans and sects, today, let's join forces and teach them a good lesson. We'll also let Xingchen know that it's a waste to leave those resources with them. The sect masters and family heads looked at each other. Some of them looked hesitant. But thinking of the rewards of the Deer Cry banquet, greed overshadowed fear and uneasiness. Principal Li was right. It was just 7 brats. They had so many people and 4 original infant stage cultivators. How could they be afraid of them? Thus, they agreed loudly. When Meng Baichuan saw that these people actually wanted to attack Mu Yan's group of 7 shamelessly, he was instantly enraged. Fine, since you want to fight, I, Starry School's dean, Meng Baichuan, will fight. Before he could finish speaking, he was stopped by Mu Yan. Principal Meng, how can you use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Why don't you just watch the battle while drinking tea? After saying that, he pointed to a few students beside him. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and prepare some fruits and refreshments. How can the dean and mentors not have some entertainment while watching the battle? These students were stunned at first, then they laughed and dispersed. Not long after, they got a pile of snacks. This kind of operation that completely disregarded people made Li Wenyuan and the others angry to death. However, the facts proved that the fruits and refreshments were completely prepared for nothing. This was because this battle of 7 against a dozen had only lasted for 15 minutes. Before Meng Baichuan could finish his cup of tea, Li Wenyuan had already been hammered into the mud by Mayan. When he pulled his hair up, his face was covered in blood. He had lost a few teeth and a few patches of his hair had been pulled off. Seeing how the Linggu Dean, who had always been awe-inspiring, was reduced to such a miserable state that was worse than a mangy dog, even the Starry School students who had just been applauding could not help but shudder. Brutal, too brutal. The other patriarchs weren't any better either. Not only were they hung up and beaten, but they were also tortured until they lost all their dignity. The Starry School people could not bear to hear the screams that sounded like pigs being slaughtered. Damn it. Just 15 minutes ago, Starry School was clearly bullied. Now, why did the Starry School students seem more like bullies who bullied the kind? They even sympathized with these high and mighty college chiefs and clan leaders. Who could they offend? Why did they have to offend the unfettered 7 demons? In the huge Tai square, the 7 members of the unfettered team sat on the armchairs like bosses. Behind them stood a dense crowd of Starry School students. Occasionally, someone would go up to them to massage their shoulders, massage their backs, and pass them fruits and tea. In the meantime, the students behind them would even fight over whose turn it was to do these things. Not far away, in the center of Tai Square, more than a dozen people were hung upside down. They were the college chief, elders, clan leaders of a few clans, and the leaders of second-rate sections. These people were all stripped down to their underwear. Their hair was also shaved until they were bald. Their faces were bruised and their eyes were swollen. Their pitiful appearance could not help but make people shed tears of sympathy. They had already been exposed to the sun for 4 hours. At this moment, because they were hanging upside down, sweat continuously gathered on their foreheads like raindrops and flowed onto the stone floor. Kill me. Jun Mayan, the unfettered seven demons, Meng Baichuan. If you have the ability, then kill me, kill me. Li Wenyuan's voice was already hoarse, but he was still yelling. Mu Yan put down the teacup and shook her head as she clicked her tongue and said, Dean Li, you've already held for 4 hours and you're still not tired? Haha, don't worry, the Starry School is the most friendly and hospitable school. Why would we kill people so easily? Don't you think so? Yes. Nearly 10,000 students responded in a world-shaking voice. The few people who were hung upside down wished they could just pass out. Go to hell with the friendliest hospitality. Don't you feel any pain in your conscience after saying such words, she-devil? Wouldn't it hurt? Mayan's smile becomes even more languid and enchanting. Therefore, not only will we not kill you, but in a moment, my third senior brother, a well-known painter of Azure Blue World, will use you all as a reference to paint a few peerless and lifelike paintings. Hearing this, the dozen or so people who were hung upside down all froze. Even the sweat that was flowing down like a stream seemed to have frozen because of fear. Even the most arrogant of them all, Li Wenyuan, was now pale with fright. Mu Yan continued, why do you all look so unhappy? Oh, I know. You must be afraid that your figures are not as graceful and charming as those of the Tian clan, afraid that they won't be as popular as the Tian clan? That's true, if the sales of the dignified Lingwu College Dean's portraits are not as good as the outdated Tian clan leaders, where will Dean Li put his face? Haha, but you don't have to worry about this at all. First, my third senior brother's painting skills are getting better and better. I guarantee that his paintings will be more lifelike than before. People will be able to recognize you just by looking at your faces. Second, the clothes that my fifth senior brother prepared are also the most popular styles. They are definitely more enchanting and beautiful than what Master Tian and the others are wearing. Pfft. A Lingwu elder was so angry that he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His eyes rolled back, and he really fainted this time. The expressions of the other patriarchs were even uglier than if they were to cry, and they wished they could pass out as well. Li Wenyuan was really shriveled now. His voice trembled as he pleaded, what do you want? Just say it, I'll promise you anything. Just don't draw me that kind of painting. Yes, we're also willing to do anything. Miss June, God June, Madam, we're begging you. We know we were wrong, we admit defeat, and we're willing to accept any punishment. But that painting, please, don't draw it for us. Everyone present had seen the Tian family's unsightly paintings. When they looked at others, they could even gloat. But as soon as they imagined themselves, those immoral clothes, those unsightly postures, they couldn't help but want to die immediately. No. Even if they died, they couldn't embarrass themselves like this. Li Wenyuan even looked at Meng Baichuan, who was watching the show and drinking tea. Old Meng, Dean Meng, I was wrong. Please ask them to spare me. I'm willing to agree to any conditions. Lingwu's database will all be shared with you. I'll give you all the elixirs and materials, sob. Meng Baichuan's hand that was holding the teacup trembled. Li Wenyuan became the dean at almost the same time as Di Yudao. He was such an arrogant person back then, daring to disrespect Dean Feng Tian, Xing Danqing, and Di Yudao. Now, he was crying tears and snot in front of him. Obviously, he was really scared. Meng Baichuan patted his little heart in fear and glanced at the 7 members of the carefree team. Fortunately, these 7 monsters were students of Constellation. Although he sympathized with Li Wenyuan, Meng Baichuan would not make a decision without Mu Yan and the others. Yun Ruhan, on the other hand, stood up and made the final decision. Let's do it this way. All your paintings of beauties will be redeemed according to Principal Li's standards. Everyone, disperse. Go back and have a good rest. If there's anything else, we'll talk about it in 2 days. Luo Yu was a little unsatisfied. You're letting him go just like that. He had just thought of a few postures and wanted to try them out. Yun Ruhan looked at her coldly. Lan Xiaoqi, have you forgotten about the matter of you not returning at night? Luo Yu's hair stood on end. It wasn't just Luo Yu. The other members of the Xiaoyao sect all looked guilty, and didn't dare to look at Yun Ruhan. Even the fruit in Mu Yan's hand trembled and almost fell. During this trip to the Purple Cloud Realm, they had all promised eldest senior brother that they would keep a low profile. In the end, she was the one who didn't keep a low profile. Eldest senior brother isn't going to settle the score, is he? As a result, the unfettered seven devils, who had bullied the pitiful Li Wenyuan and the others a moment ago, immediately stepped on their flying swords and returned to the Yaoguang branch. Late at night, the entire Starry School was quiet. However, the Yaoguang branch, which was supposed to be empty, was crowded with thousands of people. These people wore the same clothes and had the same bright eyes, looking at the absolute beauty standing in front of them. Following which, they knelt down in unison. The Nether Flame Army greets Miss. Greetings, young master. Mu Yan smiles and glances at Xiaobao. With a taut face, Xiaobao waved his hand. Other than the four leaders, Yan Haoyan, Bai Yichen, Ru Yan, and Feng Haitang, the others followed Xiaobao to another square without the slightest hesitation. There, the training array disc that Mayan had specially asked youngest martial uncle for had already been set up. The principle of this formation plate was somewhat similar to the blood slaughter sword formation, but it was not mainly used to train sword techniques. Instead, it was used to train military formations and tactics. Mu Yan looks at them with gentle eyes. You've done very well during this time. Yes, the Nether Flame Army really did a good job. He did not think so when he was in the Ziyun realm. When she returned to the Azure Blue world, Mu Yan discovered that the Nether Flame Army, or rather, the Black and Red Nether Flame, had already infiltrated every corner of the Azure Blue world. In the Mercenary Guild, she saw that the mercenary group called Inc. had already risen to second place in the Mercenary Guild of the Azure Blue domain. Moreover, they were only a few hundred points away from the top mercenary group. In the whole Food Inn, she saw that the entrance and the pillars were engraved with inconspicuous black-red flame symbols. Even the hooligans, street children, and entertainers who were running around had the symbol of the death flame on their clothes and accessories. Mu Yan even had a misconception that the entire Azure Blue world, other than those great families, sects, and the three great academies, seemed to have been completely occupied by the Nether Flame Army. And just now, she saw the core army of the Nether Flame Army again. Their cultivation might not have improved by much, but their imposing manner and the murderous aura that had been tempered through blood and fire. They could all prove how strong they were now. If these Nether Flame Army soldiers were to face a high-level cultivator one-on-one, they would definitely die. But if it was 100 versus 10, they would have a 50% chance of winning. If it were 1,000 against 100, then high-grade cultivators would be slaughtered like vegetables. Logically speaking, a Golden Core cultivator against a Enidia cultivator should be able to kill 10 of them easily. This was the difference between an army and a rogue cultivator. Mu Yan's praise made Yan Haoyan and the others reveal happy smiles. After that, they reported the progress of this period of time to Mu Yan one by one. Just as Mu Yan thought, with the help of the wealthiest Zhu family in the Azure Blue world, as well as the Nalan family and several other great families. The development of the Nether Flame Army in the Azure Blue world could be described as advancing by leaps and bounds. Up until now, even Nalan Qing and the others didn't dare underestimate this rising power. However, even if they occupied the Azure Blue realm, it would still not be easy to advance into the Purple Cloud realm. The biggest problem was that the overall cultivation of the Nether Flame Army was too low. Almost every one of them relied on Mayan's elixirs to ascend. And the side effect of this kind of ascension was that, except for a few people, the fasting stage was almost their limit. On this point, even Mu Yan was helpless. Her talismans and pills could help them refine their bodies and purify part of their spirit roots. But at the end of the day, it was impossible to turn a mortal who could not cultivate at all, or a cultivation loser, into a cultivation genius. TSK, who said he can't? Isn't it because you're useless? You have the heaven-defying skills of a Shen musician, but you can't put them to good use. Qi Huang's arrogant voice suddenly rings in Mu Yan's mind. Mu Yan was startled. She didn't care about this guy's infuriating words. Mu Yan quickly asks, what do you mean? Is it that as long as I complete the second restoration of the Tian Mo Qin, I can activate the medicine skill and help them advance? Qi Huang hums, give me all the crystals that the little medicine king gave you, and I'll tell you. Mu Yan's mouth twitches. The crystals that the medicine king gave her were said to be a thank you gift from the poison peacock. There are no less than millions of high-grade crystals. And what's even more valuable is that the quality of these high-grade crystals is a lot better than the ones in the Shozhen continent. Mu Yan believes that if she were to exchange them, it might not be a 1-to-1 ratio. When she received these crystals, Mu Yan was simply overjoyed. She couldn't wait to hug Master Xiaojiao and give him a few kisses. Plus those suckers of the Qilin team, the 2.5 million that the local tyrants gave her, and the additional reward from Dragon Soar Academy. Mu Yan suddenly went from being destitute to being rich again. She didn't expect that Qi Huang, this insatiably greedy brat, had already set his eyes on her. 30%. She grit her teeth in pain. 30% is too little. Do you think I'm a beggar? At least 80%. 50%, if you don't want to say it, then so be it. I don't believe that I can't figure it out after the Tianmo Qin is restored. Qi Huang is still somewhat unwilling, but he finally compromises. TCH, 50% is 50%. This broken low-grade crystal, do you think this sage cares about it? If you don't care about it, then give it back to me. No, this sage needs it. Qi Huang hums, after the second stage of the Tianmo Qin, your Shin musician skills will advance to the 7th rank, and you'll be able to choose the direction of improvement. Choose the direction of improvement? Correct, the first 6 stages of the Shin musician skills are all leveled up equally. But after reaching the 7th level, the choice of which skill to improve is up to you. The condition for improvement is the energy contained in the Tianmo Qin. If the energy is exhausted and you want to continue to improve, you'll have to collect it yourself. Mu Yan looks pensive. If that's the case, wouldn't the Shin musician skills that she can master slowly decrease in the future? After all, those skills that haven't been upgraded, because their levels are too low, can't cause harm to cultivators of the same rank or higher. Even if they are upgraded, it's useless. As for the skills that were chosen to be upgraded, they would probably become even stronger. Qi Huang continues, when the Shin musicians advance to the 7th rank, a lot of medicine skills will be activated. For now, don't worry about the others and focus on improving the rebirth skill. When the time comes, you will naturally be able to help your subordinates continue to advance. Mu Yan was overjoyed and nodded heavily. It seems that the search for materials to repair the Tianmo Qin must immediately be put on the agenda. Mu Yan looked at Bai Yichen and the other 3. You guys can focus on developing in the Azure Blue world first. I will think of a way to improve the cultivation of the Nether Flame Army. Yes, miss. None of them asked how they could think of a solution. After all, completely changing one's root bone was something that no one in the entire cultivation world had ever been able to do. But even if it was such an unimaginable promise, they still believed it without hesitation. Because the one who said those words is Jun Mayan. The next day, as soon as the Nether Flame Army left, Mu Yan immediately became a pauper again. Looking at his empty storage ring, he thought about the millions of high-grade crystals that Qi Xiaohuang had taken from him. Mu Yan only felt that her heart was dripping blood. The other people of the Xiaoyao sect wanted to give their crystals to their junior sister. But Mu Yan still refused. In reality, the entire Xiaoyao sect, including Yun Ruhan, were all wastrels. Whether it was a few low-grade crystals or tens of thousands of top-grade crystals, they could not even keep them for a month. Basically, it was all spent. Moreover, half of the expenses were spent on their only martial nephew, Xiaobao. How could Mu Yan still have the nerve to accept their help? Although the people of the Xiaoyao clan were poor, the Starry School became rich overnight. The reason was obviously the money Li Wenyuan and the other clans had sent to buy the painting. The news of Lingwu College chief Li Wenyuan colluding with second-rate clans to force the Starry School to abdicate, only to end up coming home shorn, spread throughout the entire Azure Blue world. At this moment, almost everyone was clear about one thing. No matter whether the 7 from the Xiaoyao sect stayed in Starry School in the future, the Starry School would rise rapidly with the support of the 7. Recently, the Starry School was often surrounded by people, wanting to see their idols, the Xiaoyao 7. Everyone thought that the Starry School would definitely be celebrating and indulging in debauchery. However, these people did not know that. The Starry School was frighteningly quiet now. All the students were cultivating with all their might. This was because the seven who were countless times stronger than them had not relaxed for a moment since they returned. The horrifying power of the blood slaughter sword matrix created by Luo Yunxiao was also displayed in front of everyone. It made them realize that success and strength were not luck. Many people asked the Xiaoyao sect to borrow the lowest level blood slaughter sword matrix board. They wanted to become stronger even if they were covered in wounds. Some students were originally afraid of going deep into the Danyang mountain range to train, but now they went all out and entered one after another. Under the lead of the Xiaoyao 7, the Starry School students worshipped martial arts more and more. They believed that only by becoming stronger themselves was true strength. As a result, the Starry School's strength rose to a level that the other two schools could not catch up to in a short time. Of course, this was all in the future. While everyone else was cultivating, Jun Mayan, the number one of the Xiaoyao 7, was wandering around the Woodfern Sea. Is the 100-mile sound net reliable? While flying, Mu Yan complained, "You drew such a big circle, and you didn't even explain clearly what you lost. This is really making me look for a needle in a haystack." And Qi Xiaohuang, "Didn't you say that as long as we get close, we'll be able to sense its existence? I've been flying for a few days, and you haven't even sensed a single hammer." Qi Huang's angry voice resounded in her mind, "Can you blame me for this? The Tianmochin space is one of the firmest spaces in the world. Benzun's senses are shielded, so of course he can't sense it. Otherwise, why don't you let me come out now?" As he spoke, he was eager to try. "Don't. You better behave yourself." Mu Yan snappily stops him, "I already have enough enemies. You also said that in the Shozhen continent, you will cause some kind of fluctuation as soon as you come out. If I attract your enemies here, won't I be killed because of you?" Qi Huang is so angry that he kicks the lawn in the space and turns his head to ignore her. Mayan is just about to go back after searching for a while. Suddenly, her gaze hardens, and the 7 absolute swords are unsheathed. The next moment, she sees a huge sea beast leap out of the Woodfern Sea, pouncing towards her. Before Mu Yan could raise her sword, she heard a cry behind her, "Be careful, miss." The 7 absolute swords fell almost at the same time as the cry. Roar. The sea beast let out a mournful cry and fell back into the sea. The blue sea surface was dyed red. Mu Yan withdrew the bloodless 7 absolute swords and turned in the direction of the cry. She saw a tall figure rushing over like a bolt of lightning. When he got closer, Mu Yan was surprised to find that it was someone she knew. Young Master Ning? It was young Master Suicide Ning Su, whom Mu Yan and the others had met in Cloud-Piercing City, where Ouyang Qing was. At that time, because this person's eyes were somewhat similar to her own, Mu Yan had some impression of him. Ning Su was surprised to see her, but then he smiled warmly, "Miss Mu, I didn't expect to meet you here." Damn. She wondered what kind of grudge this guy had with the Jun family. Every time he saw Mu Yan, he would call her Miss Mu and never use the word Jun. Mu Yan didn't mind, smiling, "Why are you here, young Master Ning?" Ning Su said solemnly, "A few days ago, someone sensed an explosion of demonic energy near the Woodfern Sea. I heard the news, so I came to investigate." He paused, frowning slightly. There were indeed remnants of demonic energy in this sea, but it disappeared without a trace in an instant. This is clearly abnormal, so I wandered here for a few days to search for karma. Mu Yan was speechless. After parting with Ning Su, she had also heard of the reason why Ning Su had such a cruel nickname, Young Master Suicide. It was because he killed demons like flies, and as long as it was a demon, he wouldn't let it go. The lives of demons were like tofu to him. How dedicated was he to his work? He only heard that there was demonic energy in the Woodfern Sea, so he rushed over. He sensed traces of it and wandered around for a few days. Ning Su continued, "Why are you here, Miss Mu? Although there aren't many sea beasts in the eastern region of the Woodfern Sea, they are very strong. If you go deeper, you won't be able to fight against them." Mu Yan thought about it. "I'm looking for treasures." Ning Su was stunned. "Treasure hunt?" "That's right." Mu Yan sighs, "Young Master Ning, you also know that the consumption of true cultivation is enormous, and the crystal stones cannot make ends meet. If he didn't find some treasures, it would be hard for him to pass his days. I wonder if young Master Ning knows where I can find treasures? I don't care about elixirs or spirit trees." Ningsu stares blankly for a good long while before he takes out a Qianquan bag and hands it to Mu Yan. Miss Mu, I'm not good at identifying treasures. This is what I obtained after killing demons for several decades. If you don't mind. This time, it was Mu Yan's turn to be shocked. You're giving me what you've gained from killing demons for decades? Hey. Brother, I don't think I'm related to you in any way, right? Ningsu revealed an awkward expression and lowered his voice. I don't know why, but the moment I saw you, I felt that we were fated to meet. It's as if you're my long-lost sister. If you don't mind, these things. The person on the other side handed over the Qianquan sack again. Mayan stares blankly at the brows and eyes of the man in front of her that are similar to her own. Only after a long while does she push the Qianquan bag back. Ningsu immediately shows a disappointed expression. However, Mu Yan's next sentence makes his eyes light up all of a sudden. Since you think of me as a sister, don't call me Miss Mu. It's awkward. Just call me Mu Yan, Big Brother Ning. Big Brother Ning. Ningsu's stiff face blossomed into a brilliant smile. His facial features were deep as if they had been carved by a knife, and there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Even though he had the same peach blossom eyes as Mu Yan's, they didn't have the slightest hint of charm. Instead, they carried a chilling indifference. But when he smiled, his entire face was like a black and white ink painting that had been dyed in color. His originally handsome features suddenly became bright and beautiful. He looked even more similar to Mu Yan. Mu Yan fell into thought. Could she really be related to this Ningsu by blood? Was it on her father's side or on her mother's side? Ningsu put away the cosmos sack with some regret. The things Big Brother collected were all contaminated by the demon race. They really aren't suitable for you, Mu Yan. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and sighed. It's a pity that Big Brother's cultivation has already surpassed the leaving aperture stage. Otherwise, I could enter the Woodfern's secret realm and bring back more treasures for you. That was a lot of information. First of all, Ningsu's cultivation had already surpassed the leaving aperture stage. Was he a tribulation cultivator? Mu Yan hadn't expected that the Big Brother she'd casually met would be so strong. And what was the Woodfern secret realm? The Woodfern secret realm is a treasure trove that many people in the cultivation continent flock to. It opens once every 10 years, and the treasures inside far exceed the warehouses of a second or third-rate sect in the Purple Cloud realm. I also heard that Scarlet Flame Gold and Black Ghost Wood will appear this time. Even the first-rate families and sects of the Purple Cloud realm will send people to compete for them. Big Brother also went in 10 years ago. But it was mainly to kill a demon cultivator, so he didn't see much of the treasures inside. Mu Yan couldn't hear the rest of Ningsu's words. Because all she could hear was Ji Huang's clamor. Scarlet Flame Gold and Black Ghost Wood, those are the two. Those two are very likely to be the materials to repair the Sky Demon's Zither. Mu Yan was suspicious. Didn't you say you don't know what the materials to repair the Sky Demon's Zither will become? Stupid. I don't know what it will become, but I know the attributes of those materials. One was fire gold, and the other was iron wood. Just by hearing the name Scarlet Flame Gold and Black Ghost Wood, one could tell what they were. There's a high chance that it's them. Jun Mayan, go to the Woodfern secret realm. You have to get in there and get that thing. Mayan's eyes brighten, her mood also somewhat agitated. Big Brother Ning, can I go to the Woodfern secret realm myself? Ningsu stared blankly, and hurriedly said, Mayan, you mustn't go, it's too dangerous there. Besides, you won't be able to get in. Only after Ningsu's explanation did Mu Yan understand. As it turned out, the Woodfern secret realm was a place that only nascent soul cultivators could enter. Of course, there were many sects that used pills and secret arts to suppress the cultivation of leaving aperture realm cultivators so that they could enter the Woodfern secret realm. However, that was only limited to the first to third tier of the leaving aperture realm. If he wanted to suppress his cultivation to the nascent soul stage, it would cause irreversible damage to his body. The gains would not make up for the losses. There were ways to suppress one's cultivation, but he had never heard of a method to falsely raise one's cultivation. Mu Yan was a little depressed. Although she was currently at the peak of the golden core stage, she had a perfect core and advanced to a perfect nascent soul. The difficulty of breaking through the bottleneck was far greater than breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Just look at how long she had been stuck at the peak of Anidia. But the Woodfern Sea was about to open in 3 days. If she missed this opportunity, who knew who would get the scarlet flame gold and black ghost wood? She wouldn't even have the chance to find a needle in a haystack. Hearing that she wanted to forcefully advance, Ningsu waved his hands in fright. No, no, definitely not. It's too dangerous, and it'll hurt your body. Mu Yan, get rid of that thought. Entering the Woodfern secret realm doesn't just require the right conditions, you also need the Woodfern medallion. I won't give it to you. If you really need treasures and crystals, I can help you earn them. Anyway, no matter what she said, Ningsu, who had been so obedient to his new sister, wouldn't agree no matter what. Mu Yan was helpless. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, she could only return to the starry school. Halfway there, he saw 3 figures whizzing over. 6th senior sister, you're such a bad friend. You came to explore the Woodfern Sea by yourself, and didn't even invite us along, he yelled. You're too much, 6th senior sister. Little junior sister, have you found any fun places? Let's go together. Why don't we flip the spiritual martial school upside down? I've been tortured by Uncle Master's sword array for the past few days. They were the 3 troublemakers from the Xiaoyao sect, Ling Yuma, Ling Yuxing, and Luo Yu. When they got closer, they saw Ningsu standing beside Mu Yan. They couldn't help but look surprised. Mr. Jueming? Junior sister, why are you 2 together? Could it be that there's another demon? Where? Let's go kill him together. Seeing the 3 of them so eager, Mu Yan couldn't help but laugh. 4th senior sister and the others hadn't been able to participate in the battle against Zhao Xiong. Especially when she saw Mu Yan and Luo Yu injured, she hated herself for not being there. During this period of time, she had been holding back her energy and wanted to fight someone. The last time Ningsu saw the people of the Xiaoyao sect, he was still cold and distant. But this time, he had recognized Mu Yan as his sister, and Ling Yuma and the others were Mu Yan's senior and junior brothers. Hence, his attitude became much more amiable. As the few of them were talking, Ningsu's expression suddenly changed. He abruptly turned his head to look in a direction and said with a cold smile, there are indeed demonic creatures here. I didn't wait in vain for so many days. Mu Yan, stay here and don't move. Then, without waiting for their reaction, he flew westward as fast as lightning. Mu Yan and the others looked at each other and hurriedly followed. Only now did Mu Yan realize how high Ningsu's cultivation was. The 5 of them set off one after the other, not a single breath apart. But not long after, they couldn't even see Ningsu's back anymore. The 4 of them flew for a quarter of an hour before they saw a small island. On the small island, there were faint strange energy fluctuations, and even mournful screams. This voice was very familiar, causing the faces of Mu Yan and the others to change. Teacher Yao Guang? So, the demonic creature that Big Brother Ning sensed was Deputy Dean Su? Oh no, quick! Let's hurry over. On the small island, Ningsu held a completely black rootless wood in his hand, looking down at the disheveled, seemingly deranged woman. He sneered, as the daughter of the Ning family, you actually have illicit relations with demonic creatures. Ning Yaoguang, what else do you want to say? Ning Yaoguang bit her lip. She held the sword in her hand, but the tip of the sword couldn't stop trembling. Facing Ningsu, all of her arrogance and presumptuousness disappeared like a flame that had been extinguished by water. Young master, I've already left the Ning family. I don't want the glory of the Ning family, or the benefits that come with being a member of the Ning family. I'm not colluding with demons. It's just that the person I love has unfortunately fallen into the demonic path because of me. I just want to protect my lover for the rest of my life. We won't hurt or harm anyone. Is that not okay? Tears fell from Ning Yaoguang's eyes. Her eyes, which had always been proud, were now filled with pleading. She had no choice, because Sui Luan and the Rootless Wood were both in Ningsu's hands. As long as Ningsu willed it, Sui Luan's soul would be destroyed. Ning Yaoguang was a beauty to begin with. Even after being trapped in the All formation for decades, her face hadn't aged at all. Seeing such a beautiful woman cry so pitifully, even someone with a heart of stone would be softened. However, there wasn't a trace of pity in Ningsu's eyes. As for the touching love story that she spoke of, he did not have the slightest interest in investigating it. He looked down at Ning Yaoguang from above, his gaze cold. When he turned to the rootless wood in his hand, it turned into pure disgust. No matter how many reasons there are, demons are demons. They're dirty, ugly, and evil. If he really loves you, he should stick to his heart and become stronger with his own strength. He shouldn't let you join forces with demons. Ning Yaoguang, have you forgotten the #1 iron rule of the Ning family? No matter who it is, as long as they have anything to do with the demons, they are the Ning family's first-class sinners. Kill. Ning Yaoguang's face was deathly pale, and her body swayed. She knew, how could she not know, how could she forget how tragic that disaster had been, how bloody that massacre had been? Even after so many years had passed, how could she forget? She heard that the bloody hell from 20 years ago had been repeated. The Ning family's hatred for the demons was deeply carved into their bones, into their flesh and blood. So, after escaping from the All Formation and learning that Ah Su had fallen into the demonic path, she made up her mind to forever forget that she was a member of the Ning clan. She would rather live in seclusion with Ah Su in the deep mountains and wilderness forever, give up her identity as a cultivator, and spend the rest of her life together. However, Ning Yaoguang didn't expect that. Ah Su and the rootless wood had just started to merge when Ning Su noticed. Ning Yaoguang didn't even feel that much fear and despair when she was discovered by the marquis that Di Yudao mentioned. But why was it Ning Su? It was the young master of the Ning family. He was someone she couldn't defy, and she didn't have the strength to do so. Ning Su threw the rootless wood in his hand onto the ground and said coldly, "Kill this demonic creature with your own hands, and I will take it that you have never betrayed the Ning family." "No." Ning Yaoguang answered without hesitation. Ning Su's expression did not change in the slightest. "Then kill yourself in front of me. You are not fit to be a descendant of the Ning family. Yaoguang, you destroyed the rootless tree." Su Yiluan's agitated roar came from the rootless wood. "I should have died decades ago. Now that I'm alive, I'm neither a human nor a ghost. I'm just struggling at death's door. Yaoguang, you are the one who should live. Kill me, I beg you, kill me." Tears rolled down Ning Yaoguang's cheeks. She shook her head lightly and slowly raised the long sword in her hand. "Ah Su, we had a deal. Whether we live or die, we will not be separated. If you live, I live. If you are in the rootless tree, I will also find a rootless tree to rest on. If you die, how can I live alone? No. Yaoguang, no." The rootless wood on the ground shook violently, as if Su Yiluan wanted to rush out. But because of Ning Su's magic power, he was firmly sealed inside. "Kill me. Ning Su, kill me if you have the ability. I am a monster, and my hands are stained with the blood of countless human cultivators. But what does all of this have to do with Yaoguang? Kill me and let Yaoguang live. Just take it as I'm begging you." The scene of them pledging their lives to each other would move most people. However, Ning Su's face remained cold. He watched as Ning Yaoguang slowly placed the sword on his neck and cut open his blood vessels. Su Yiluan's blood-sobbing cries and pleas could be heard. However, he seemed to have a heart of stone and was not moved in the slightest. Ning Yaoguang's throat was cut open and blood gushed out. Her body fell limply to the ground. But even at the end of her life, her gaze was still glued to the rootless wood. Her pale lips gently opened and closed, reciting the two words that were deeply engraved in her soul, "Ah Su." Yaoguang. Ah. Jade light. Yaoguang. Black gas gushed out of the rootless wood along with the blood. Su Yiluan's voice became more and more shrill, like a crazed demon, but it also contained endless misery, despair, and sorrow. "Yaoguang. Someone save Yaoguang. Heavens, what did she do wrong for you to treat her like this? Ning Su, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you." There were no ripples in Ning Su's eyes. When he heard Su Yiluan's words, disgust and coldness flashed across his face. He raised his sword and slashed at the rootless tree. However, at this moment, a sword light flashed and Ning Su's long sword was deflected. 4 figures rushed down like lightning. 3 of them stood in front of the rootless wood, while the last one quickly rushed in front of Ning Yaoguang, who was on the verge of death. the rootless wood, or Suiluan, seemed to have discovered Mu Yan. His heart was filled with despair, like a drowning man who had caught a duckweed. Jun Mayan, Jun Mayan. Yao Guang, quickly save Yao Guang. As long as Yao Guang lives, I'm willing to pay any price. Mu Yan didn't have the time to pay attention to him. Her fingers flew, and dozens of silver needles pierced into Yao Guang's body. The blood that was gushing out like a fountain slowly stopped. Mu Yan took out a pill and stuffed it into Yao Guang's mouth. Raising her voice, she said, "Instructor Yao Guang, hang in there, hang in there. Do you hear me? Deputy Dean Su is calling for you. If you die, do you think he can live alone? Can you still recognize me? I am Jun Mayan. If I can save you once, I can save you again. Do you trust me?" Yao Guang's eyelids twitched, and the pulse that had almost disappeared slowly reappeared. Mu Yan breathes a sigh of relief. She takes out the Tian Emochin and gently plays it. This time, they arrived too late. Ning Yao Guang didn't hold back in the slightest. She cut her own throat, and the blood was almost drained. Mu Yan could stop the bleeding, but she couldn't snatch back the vitality that she had lost. The only way to save her was to exchange vitality for vitality, exchange lifespan for lifespan. Benevolence of the saint. Mu Yan, what are you doing? Ning Su's expression had not changed at all when facing Ning Yaoguang and Sui Luan, but now it changed. Get away from these two demons. Mu Yan was playing the guqin and had no time for him. Luo Yu smiled and said, "How can we get away? These two are the Starry School's teachers." Ling Yuma stabbed her sword into the ground. The Starry School's motto is that whoever dares to bully our people will be beaten to death. Ning Su's face darkened. Don't you know that the rootless wood contains demons? Whether they are demons or not doesn't stop them from being our teachers. As the saying goes, a teacher for a day is a father for life. Your father accidentally fell to the demon, are you going to abandon him? That can't be. This doesn't meet the standards of the new socialist youth. As Luo Yu spoke, she blurted out the words that Bai Xia always kept on saying. Ning Su's frown deepened and his voice became colder. So, you've decided to protect the demons? Ling Yuxing, who was usually quiet, suddenly said, "Do we only judge whether one is a human or a demon by what technique they practice? Demons might not be able to control themselves, or they might be forced to do so. Humans could also be insatiably greedy. They were even more disgusting and frightening than demons and ghosts. To us, there is only good and evil, not human, demon, or demon. Or is it that Prince Jueming has killed countless demons in his life, so he feels that as a human, he is better than demons?" Ning Su's gaze flickered, but it was only for an instant before he immediately regained his cold and merciless look. "You're making excuses. The cultivation techniques that the devil race cultivates are all crooked and evil. They can infinitely magnify the 7 emotions and 6 desires of living beings. Once they fall to the demon, killing and madness will become their nature. How can they be controlled by reason? If we don't kill one demon, we may implicate thousands of innocent living beings. You're still young and don't understand these things. I won't argue with you. Now move away, or else don't blame me for being rude." Ling Yuma sneered. "You're full of reasons, but I don't like them. Even if we have to die, we'll protect him until the very end." Ning Su took a deep breath, and an inconspicuous knife slowly appeared in his hand. "Very well, then today I will teach you all what the consequences of colluding with the devil race and associating with devils are." The auras of both sides were on the verge of exploding. Just then, the sound of Mu Yan's zither suddenly stopped. Ning Yaoguang slowly opens her eyes, and in a trance, she sees Mayan's face. She murmurs, "Miss." Mu Yan didn't hear what she was saying and asked softly, "Teacher Yaoguang, what are you talking about?" Ning Yaoguang, on the other hand, suddenly woke up and sat up, looking around. When he saw that Ning Su was facing off against the members of the Xiaoyao squad, his expression immediately changed. "Mu Yan, quick, take everyone and run, get out of here. This has nothing to do with you." Mu Yan pats Ning Yaoguang's hand, motioning for her to calm down. Only then did he stand up and look at Ning Su. "Big brother Ning, I heard everything you said just now. You want to kill Vice Dean Su because you're worried that his demonic nature will enter his soul and kill the innocent?" She smiled slightly and picked up the rootless wood from the ground, casually shaking it. That's completely groundless fear. Ningsu frowned, a hint of irritation appearing in his eyes. Mu Yan, I don't want to make a move against you, but exterminating demons and protecting justice is Ningsu's, wish. Big brother Ning, let me finish. Mu Su continued unhurriedly. In fact, Vice Dean Su had already died half a year ago. In order to save Master Yao Guang, his demonic body was completely burned, and his demonic seed was completely extinguished. Even his soul was only left with this broken strand. Even if it was nurtured in the rootless wood, it would take at least a few decades to condense a true soul. I'm sure Big Brother Ning knows very well that the rootless wood is a neutral and peaceful treasure. If the soul is nurtured for a few decades, even if there is demonic energy left, it will eventually be eliminated by the spiritual power of the rootless wood. So after a few decades, it will definitely be a spirit body, not a demonic body. Mu Yan looked at the somewhat lifeless Ning Su and blinked. Since the current Vice Dean Su is harmless, and doesn't even have the power to resist, he will become a spirit again after a few decades. On what basis do you say that he is a demonic creature that will harm humans? For a moment, the small island was deathly silent. Ning Yaoguang couldn't come back to her senses. But, could it be calculated like this? But thinking about it, it didn't seem wrong, guaranteeing that Su Yiluan wouldn't harm humans. Ning Su definitely wouldn't believe it. But Mu Yan used an irrefutable fact to prove that Su Yiluan didn't have the ability to do evil. When he had the ability to do evil, he would definitely return to a human soul. In this way, if he wasn't a demon, he naturally wouldn't be a target of young Master Jueming. Ning Su was a bit confused, but he was once a demon, he must have killed innocent people, so, didn't he pay the price for what he did back then? Mu Yan continues to interrupt him with a smile. Think about it, a normal person with a mind of their own, let you lie in a cold log for decades, and your lover is right in front of you, but you can't hug or kiss her. Others eat and drink well, but he can't taste anything and can only watch. If Master Yao Guang falls in love with another man, he can't do anything about it. Isn't that tragic enough? Ning Yaoguang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, the killing intent on Ning Su's body was gradually dissipating. This was the first time that Ning Su's conviction to kill the demon race was shaken. And it was Mu Yan who affected him. This made Ning Su's mind involuntarily churn with memories from a long time ago that he wanted to forget. He furrowed his brows and gritted his teeth. Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, I can't give the monsters a chance to rise again. Mu Yan raises her eyebrows. He hadn't expected that Ning Su would still not give up on killing Su Yiluan even after he had said so much. This big brother Ning, or rather, the Ning clan, just how deep was their hatred towards the demon clan? Mu Yan sighs. Looks like I have no choice but to use my trump card. Mu Yan waved her hand into the space, and a delicate and adorable boy who looked like a little elf appeared by her side. Even without Mayan's signal, Xiaobao obediently runs to Ning Su's side and tugs at his clothes. Uncle, can you not kill Uncle Su? Ning Su lowers his head, and sees that small face that's 70 to 80% similar to Mayan's, and those big watery eyes looking at him. His entire person is petrified. Especially that uncle. He opens his mouth, and after a long while, he says in a hoarse voice, what did you call me? Xiaobao's little face is taut, his voice is crisp, and his entire person is cute and adorable. Baidu search, UC Book League, website, let you experience the latest and fastest chapters, all updated in seconds. Mom said you're her new big brother. Mom's big brother is Xiaobao's uncle. Are you Xiaobao's uncle? In the face of such a cute baby, could anyone say no? Absolutely not. Anyway, Ning Su's entire body froze. He didn't dare to move, afraid that he'd pull his clothes. Just like that, he dropped the cute baby. Although he'd seen Xiaobao in Cloud City and thought the baby was pretty, he felt completely different before and after. Mu Yan quickly threw the rootless wood to Ning Yaoguang and waved at her. Mu Yan quickly throws the rootless wood to Ning Yaoguang and waves at her. Everyone in the Ning clan knew that the young master of the main line, Ning Su, was inflexible and didn't have any emotions. Everyone in the Ning clan knew that the young master of the direct line of descent, Ning Su, was inflexible and did not have any emotions. This was also why Ning Yaoguang fell into despair the moment she saw Ning Su and chose to commit suicide without hesitation. But who could tell her who was the panicking man being grabbed by a baby's clothes? Ning Yaoguang only snapped out of her daze when she saw Ning Su. She hurriedly flew away from the island. It was only when the rootless wood swayed that Ning Yaoguang came back to her senses. She hurriedly flew away from the small island at light speed. During this time, Ning Su glanced at their backs as they left. He seemed to want to make a move, but Xiao Bao was pulled back and stumbled. The Xiaoyao sect looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh. In terms of invincibility, it was still their precious disciple nephew, from the old to the young, from humans to demons, from demons to spirits, no one could block their precious disciple nephew's cute attacks. Starry School, Headmaster's Office. Meng Baichuan was cultivating when he saw the unlatched window suddenly open and a figure flipped in. After entering, she couldn't help but look back to make sure no one had seen her before heaving a sigh of relief. Meng Baichuan looked at the beautiful girl's sneaky behavior and couldn't help but come back to his senses. Jun Muyan, what's the matter in the middle of the night? Muyan closed the window and smiled sheepishly at Meng Baichuan. Principal Meng, may I ask if you have a spot to enter the Woodfern secret realm? Meng Baichuan jumped in fright. The Woodfern secret realm? Who's going there? Absolutely not. Every time the Woodfern secret realm opened, countless people died inside. It was said that there were incomparably powerful high-level vicious beasts inside. Basically, every heavenly treasure had a vicious beast guarding it. Even if you are lucky enough to escape from the claws of the vicious beasts, the competition between cultivators will only become more bloody and cruel. 100 years ago, an elder of the Starry School went there once because he was quite powerful. However, he never appeared again after that. That place is definitely not a place for fun. Don't go there easily. Mu Yan touched her chin and her eyes lit up. Does this mean that the Starry School really has a place? Where's the Woodfern token? Where is it? When Meng Baichuan saw how excited she was, his eyes widened in disbelief. Why you, don't tell me you're thinking of going by yourself? Don't joke around. Only nascent soul cultivators can enter the Woodfern secret realm. You're only in the Golden Core realm. Yes, that's right. You're only in the Golden Core realm, you won't be able to enter even if you wanted to. Thinking of this, Meng Baichuan heaved a sigh of relief. Baidu search for the UC Book League website and let you experience the latest and fastest chapters. Meng Baichuan knew that these guys from the Arcade branch were extremely daring. Thankfully, only nascent soul cultivators were allowed to enter the Woodfern secret realm. Otherwise, these people might really run away regardless of the danger. Mu Yan beamed and said, Dean, you don't have to worry about this. Give me the Woodfern token, and I'll think of something else. Meng Baichuan jumped up from his chair. Classmate Mu Yan, what are you doing? Is he really going to the Woodfern secret realm? No, absolutely not. That place was really dangerous. Every year, the major clans and sects of the Ziyun world would send their elites into the Ziyun world. Even so, less than 50% of them would return alive. Furthermore, there would be quite a few leaving Aperture Realm cultivators among them. How could a Golden Core Realm young lady like you possibly return safely? No, I will never agree to it. Just give up. Mayan thinks, what's wrong with you whinnying? This young lady kills a dozen of them without hesitation. So what if it was an out-of-body experience? You're speaking as if you haven't killed them before. However, she couldn't reveal the fact that she had killed a leaving Aperture Realm cultivator. He had no choice but to plead with Meng Baichuan over and over again, assuring him that he had many ways to escape and that he wouldn't die so easily. In the end, Meng Baichuan was at his wit's end because of her pestering. He sighed softly and said, it's really hard on you, the prodigies, to stay in Constellation. What Constellation can give you is too little. Student Mu Yan, when you return from the Woodfern secret realm, leave the Azure Blue realm and head to the Violet Cloud realm. Mayan stares blankly at Meng Baichuan. Meng Baichuan smiled at her. I'm definitely not speaking out of anger. The Azure Blue realm is too small and too weak. It has long since lost the stage for you to display your abilities. Only the Purple Cloud Realm is a place where you can spread your wings and soar. You have already caused enough commotion in the Azure Blue Realm, but in the Purple Cloud Realm, there are still many people who don't even know of the existence of the Unfettered Seven. It's time to let the name of the Xiaoyao Seven resound throughout the entire Ziyun boundary. Let them taste the fear of being dominated by Yi Liangchen and Jun Mayan. Cough. What did he mean by letting them taste the fear of being dominated by Yi Liangchen and Jun Mayan? He made it sound like she was a demon. No, you are. Meng Baichuan's voice turned gentle as he continued, if you feel tired one day, you're welcome to come back anytime. The gates of the Starry School will always be open for you. Mu Yan feels as if her heart is soaked in soft, warm water, soft and soft. He was reluctant to leave, but he knew that he had to leave. Why did they insist on returning to the Starry School after the Soaring Dragon became famous? They clearly knew that there was no one in the Starry School who could teach them, and no one who could provide them with pills or materials. Perhaps it was because here, they could experience the feeling of home, right? Mu Yan took the woodfern token from Meng Baichuan and gently caressed it with her fingers. The token looked very old, and there were bloodstains on it that could not be washed away. After the seniors of the Starry School had died in the Woodfern Secret Realm, they had been sent back by the guardians of the Secret Realm. The bloodstains on it were proof of how dangerous the Woodfern Secret Realm was. But if a cultivator wanted to become stronger, didn't they have to fight against the heavens? If she shrank back because she was afraid of danger, how could she become stronger? How could she protect the people important to her? Baidu search for the UC Book League website and let you experience the latest and fastest chapters. How long would it take for her to be qualified to stand by Di Mingju's side? Mayan solemnly thanks Meng Baichuan, and only then does she ride her sword in the direction of Yaoguang Branch. Her heart ached at the thought of Di Mingju. How long has it been since that bastard last appeared? Could it be that he had forgotten about me because he was in the Xiaoxian continent? Junior sister, what's that in your hand? Mayan was lost in her thoughts when she heard Ling Yuma's voice, startling her. She looked up and saw Ling Yuma and Luo Yu waiting at the entrance of the Alcade branch. The two were about to continue asking questions when Mayan hurriedly covered their mouths. Mu Yan quickly covered the mouths of the two people and dragged them to a remote corner. Keep your voice down. If you wake up Big Senior Brother and Big Brother Ning, I will make you look good. Ling Yuma and Luo Yu looked at each other, then suddenly realized, the Woodfern token. Why was Mayan so careful to look for Meng Baichuan like a thief? It was because she mentioned going to the Woodfern Secret Realm after returning to the Alcade branch. Although Golden Core cultivators weren't allowed to enter, Mayan felt that she would be able to find a way to sneak in as long as she got the token. Ling Yuma and Luo Yu, who were afraid that life would be too boring, immediately clamored to go with her. The result was obvious. The three were mercilessly suppressed and taught a lesson by Yun Ruhan. Yun Ruhan's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. She glared at Mayan and said, I heard from Master that even nascent soul cultivators who enter the Woodfern Secret Realm have a high casualty rate. Even leaving Aperture Realm cultivators die. Are you tired of living? A Golden Core cultivator wants to enter the Woodfern Secret Realm? Mayan snorted, so what if they're leaving body stage? Didn't I kill them all the same? I can testify. Luo Yu quickly raised her hand. Ling Yuma gloomily said, this old lady has never met an leaving body stage cultivator, it's too unfair. Yun Ruhan immediately felt a headache coming on. I'm warning you three, behave yourselves. No one is allowed to enter the Woodfern Secret Realm, and no one is allowed to ask young Master Ning for the Woodfern token. If I find out that you still dare to take the risk, I'll have no choice but to inform Junior Uncle. Ling Yuma said, damn, eldest senior brother, you're still complaining? Yun Ruhan glared at her until she shrank her neck before turning to leave. Luo Yu and Ling Yuma were a little resentful. But knowing that Golden Core cultivators weren't allowed to enter the Woodfern Secret Realm, and the dangers within were unimaginable, they could only give up on the idea. Who would have thought that after they dispelled the idea, Mu Yan would actually take another path and run off to find Meng Baichuan? No, that's not fair. If you want to go, let's go together. That's right, sixth senior sister, you're too much. Don't tell me you want to leave us behind and go to the Woodfern Secret Realm yourself? Mu Yan has a headache. Just as she is about to speak, she suddenly feels a chill on her back. Then, Ning Su's cold voice sounded, Mu Yan, are you really going to the Woodfern Secret Realm? Mayan pointed at the two troublemakers and turned around with a bitter face. Big brother Ning, I'll tell you the truth. There's something in the Woodfern's secret realm that I must obtain. So no matter how dangerous it is, I must go. Not to mention, we're cultivators. How can we retreat just because there's danger? Big brother Ning, you want to hunt down the devil race. Don't tell me that just because the strength of the devil race is stronger than you decided to retreat? Baidu search for the UC Book League website and let you experience the latest and fastest chapters. Under the night sky, Ning Su looked at her expressionlessly and said coldly, if I say one thing, you're worth 10. Mu Yan was a little intimidated by his stare and was about to hide the Woodfern token. Ning Su's rigid expression suddenly softened. He sighed helplessly and dotingly. He reached out and patted her head. I really can't do anything about you. Under the shocked gazes of Mu Yan and Ling Yuma, Ning Su blushed. He whispered, return the token. The aura on the Starry School token is too weak. You'll become the main target of the beasts. I'll give you the Woodfern token tomorrow. I want 3. Luo Yu immediately said. Ning Su paused. All right, 3. The 3 of them were overjoyed. Long live brother Ning. After agreeing to give the Woodfern token, Ning Su did not leave immediately. Instead, he sent Mu Yan back to her room. Luo Yu and the others guessed that Ning Su had something to say to Mu Yan and did not follow. After entering the room, Mu Yan said sincerely, Brother Ning, thank you. Whether it was letting instructor Yao Guang go or giving her the Woodfern token, they were both against Ning Su's wishes. And a person like Ning Su, one look and one could tell that he was the kind of person who would not break his own principles even if he died. But in just 2 days, he had broken his own rules twice for Mu Yan. Ning Su's expression was a little dazed. After a long while, he murmured softly, once upon a time, someone treated me very, very well. I always wanted to repay her when I grew up, but then, his expression suddenly twisted as he thought of something. The bone-chilling hatred and depth of hatred made his originally handsome and solemn face appear somewhat sinister. Mu Yan was startled and subconsciously stepped back, calling out in a low voice, Big brother Ning? Ning Su suddenly came back to his senses. Seeing Mu Yan step back in shock, he instinctively reached out to pull her back. Don't be afraid of me, don't hate me, but halfway through his sentence, Ning Su's hand touched Mu Yan's clothes. The temperature in the room suddenly dropped to an extreme. Ning Su, who was already distracted, seemed to be hit by something. His eyes widened and his body swayed, then he collapsed. Big brother Ning? Mu Yan was shocked and quickly went over to help him. But at this moment, his body was suddenly pulled into a scorching embrace. A certain person's voice sounded in his ears, Big brother Ning, are you calling me that affectionately? Yan Yan, are you very worried about him? Mu Yan suddenly stiffens. His nose was filled with a familiar scent. She slowly turned around, and a familiar face suddenly came into view. Di Mingju, he had finally appeared. Di Mingju holds his wife. The joy of reuniting after a long separation is about to be washed away by the jealousy and vinegar that fills his heart. Who told him to have just arrived, and he wanted to hug Mayan to ease his longing for her. In the end, he saw an adulterer that he had never seen before enter Mayan's room in the middle of the night, and even tried in vain to touch his Yan Yan. The most important thing is that Yan Yan actually calls this adulterer, Ning. Big brother, Jun Shangdaran is immediately overcome by jealousy and anger. Without thinking, he uses his soul pressure to knock the adulterer unconscious. Now, facing Mu Yan's glare, Jun Shangdaran, who had always been omnipotent and would never go back on his word, is somewhat lacking in confidence. But he still keeps his face taut, and coldly says, Why are you glaring at Ben Jun? Knocking your big brother Ning unconscious, you're distressed. Baidu search, UC Book League, website, let you experience the latest and fastest chapters, all updates in seconds. Before he could finish his words, Jun Shangdaran has already been grabbed by his lapel and dragged forward. Then, soft lips, with endless longing, are pressed against him. Di Mingju only feels that at that moment, all the jealousy, and anger have been completely washed away. What remains is only a deep-rooted love and a burning desire. He raises his hand and throws the unconscious Ning Su out of the room. Then he picks up Mu Yan, presses her against the wall, and deeply kisses her. The sunlight shines in from the window, and Mu Yan suddenly awakens from her sleep. She looks around. But she finds that her clothes are intact, and there's no one around her. The radiance on her face instantly dims, and disappointment surges into her heart like a tide. Could it be that everything last night was just a dream because she missed Dimingju too much, or could it be that after Dimingju came, he left in a hurry? Just as she is feeling depressed, the fragrance of food suddenly bursts into her nose. This smell is refreshing, and makes people's appetites move. Moreover, it's clearly not the food that fifth brother is good at. Mu Yan quickly gets up and follows the fragrance. Soon, she sees the scene of Jun Shangdaran busy in front of the stove in the small kitchen. There's also Xiaobao, wearing an apron. His little face is taut as he puts the dishes on the table, and he carefully uses magic to prevent them from getting cold. Mu Yan blinks. How long has it been since she saw such a scene? It seems like when she was in the Yanwu continent, the aloof Di Jun also didn't care about condescending to wash her hands and make soup for her. Nyangqin. Xiaobao sees Mu Yan in the blink of an eye. His taut little face immediately blooms with a smile, and his blue eyes shine brightly as he pounces over. It's just when Mu Yan wants to reach out and hug him. Xiaobao hurriedly stops and shyly takes 2 steps back. Xiaobao is dirty, I can't hug Nyangqin. Xiaobao was busy just now, not only helping to warm the dishes. He also helped to wash vegetables, pick vegetables, and chop firewood, getting dirty all over. In fact, if he and his father wanted to do these things, they could do it with a wave of their hands. But Xiaobao likes to busy himself like this, preparing meals for Nyangqin together with his father. Whenever he thought of his mother eating happily, his heart would soften, as if it was soaked in honey. As soon as Xiaobao finished speaking, he was pulled over by Mu Yan. She hugged him and kissed him heavily. The dirt on the apron naturally stains Mayan's clean clothes. Xiaobao frowned like a little adult, his face filled with annoyance. Xiaobao dirted Nyangqin's clothes. It's just a piece of clothing, I'll just buy some more. Mu Yan kissed Xiaobao a few more times without a care. How can it be more important than kissing my baby? Only then did Lil Treasure's tightened eyebrows relax. His little face was flushed, and his eyes were filled with happiness. Only then does Mayan let go of Xiaobao, and slowly walks behind Dimingju. She then reaches out and gently hugs the busy man. Humph. An unhappy snort sounded. Madam finally remembers that there is a person called Benjun? Mu Yan presses her face against his back and softly says, Yan Yu. Di Mingju's body slightly stiffens. This is the first time Mu Yan has taken the initiative to call him by his courtesy name. The voice is so soft and mellow, as if it's filled with infinite affection, and also like a spoiled child full of dependence. It makes his heart soften into a ball. Di Mingju composes himself. After a good while, he says in a slightly hoarse voice, Don't think that Benjun won't settle accounts with you like this. Yan Yu. Yan Yu. Yan Yu. There's a sizzling sound coming from the stove under his hand, and a burnt smell comes out. Jun Shangdaran's dish finally can't be stir-fried anymore. He reaches out to grab something behind him, and abruptly turns around. The two people's positions change. Di Mingju presses him against the stove, his voice unbelievably hoarse. Jun Mayan, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? At the side, Xiaobao covers his eyes with his small hands, but secretly peeks through the gaps between his fingers to watch this scene. The expression on his small face is both surprised and a bit of a smile. Mu Yan is being watched by Jun Shangdaran's aggressive gaze that seems like it's about to burn, but her expression is still lazy. But those eyes are like a bottomless abyss. They're so deep that you can't see the bottom, but you can vaguely see the man's reflection. He sees Mu Yan gently grabbing Di Mingju's collar, hooking it downwards. Her voice is as light as the wind, It's because I like you too much, so I want to call you more. There's a snapping sound in Di Mingju's mind. He doesn't even think about it as he presses down on the back of Mu Yan's head. He's about to grab those restless lips and fiercely kiss them. However, a pair of smooth, jade-like hands suddenly press against his lips, stopping his movements. Mu Yan says with a smile, Xiaobao is still watching. Jun Shang, as a father, how can you be so restless? Go. Room. Di Mingju grits his teeth. But he hears Mu Yan's voice becoming more and more full of smiles. That won't do. My husband and son, they've worked so hard to prepare breakfast for me, and I still haven't eaten it. Saying that, she reaches out to grab Di Mingju's lapel and gives it a light push. She conveniently breaks away from his shackles and arrives at the dining table. Xiao Bao, come, what do you want to eat? Niangqin will give it to you. Xiao Bao's face is red. He glances at Di Mingju and immediately scampers over to Mu Yan's side. He says in all seriousness, Niangqin, what do you want to eat? Xiao Bao will give it to you. Mu Yan smiles from ear to ear and kisses his face again. Niangqin's little baby is still the best. Not like some people, who come and go as they please. Once they leave, they don't even say a word for several months. Xiao Bao, am I right? Mayan's brainless Huabao nods without the slightest hesitation and sells out his father. Daddy is bad, Xiao Bao is good, so Niangqin loves Xiao Bao the most. Di Mingju, he really wanted to crush these two heartless brats to death, although she's already mentally prepared, hearing that Di Mingju will soon return to the Xiaoxian continent. Mayan is still very depressed. How long would these miserable days of living apart last? The reluctance and longing in Di Mingju's heart is 100 times stronger than Mayan's. He even has the impulse to disregard Mayan's future and pull up the seedlings to help them grow, bringing her directly back to the Xiaoxian continent. But in the end, this crazy and selfish idea is still suppressed by his love for Mu Yan. Di Mingju tightly hugs the person in his arms. Gritting his teeth, he says, there are still some matters to finish in the Xiaoxian continent. Once they're done, Ben Jun will stay here to accompany. However, before he could finish, Mu Yan interrupted him. Di Mingju, have you become stronger? Di Mingju stares blankly, then nods his head. Although he has become stronger, his domain and energy fluctuations have become unstable. This time, Di Mingju is really flabbergasted. Mayan can actually sense this. In fact, how could Mayan sense it? It's that restless star domain of hers. Last night, she sneakily took a bite out of Di Mingju's domain. Baidu search, UC Book League, website, letting you experience the latest and fastest chapters, all of them updated in seconds. It's been a long time since she and her fiancé reunited, but she fainted. But it was also because the star domain was connected to her divine sense, so she knew that this man was clearly stronger than before. But it seems that he's on the verge of a breakthrough, so the energy fluctuations are still unstable. Mayan hooks her arm around Di Mingju's neck and kisses him on the corner of his lips. Her movements are charming and soft, but the words she says make people not know whether to laugh or cry. Hurry up and go back to strengthen your strength. The stronger your domain is, the stronger the energy I can steal. Later, when Xiao Bao and I go to the Xiaoxian continent, we can eat and drink well, don't you think so? Di Mingju knows that she's doing this for his own good, but he still can't help but feel pain and sourness in his heart. Yan Yan, don't you want to be with me day and night? It doesn't matter if the breakthrough is pushed back for another half a year. Mayan doesn't joke this time, but gently shakes her head. Di Mingju, I said that I don't want to be your subordinate, and even more so, I don't want to be your burden. Even if we love each other, I'm still Jun Mayan. I won't become someone else just to accommodate you. You're the same. Saying that, her face slowly raises into a disdainful smile. There will come a day when I will climb to the peak, and stand at a height that no one can reach. If you want to be my, Jun Mayan's man, you won't be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with me if you're not strong enough. Di Mingju doesn't know whether to laugh or cry as he scrapes her nose. Your ambition isn't small. Can't I? Of course, you can. Di Mingju lowers his head, sucking on those soft lips. The rest of his words are lingering in his charming and gentle thoughts. If Madam stands at the peak, this husband is willing to accompany you at your side. Anytime and anywhere, serve. Madam. Di Mingju places particular emphasis on the word serve, especially ambiguous. Therefore, even if the kiss was over, that naked aggression and desire still made Mu Yan a little embarrassed and annoyed. Her family's Jun Shangdaren's moral integrity is really getting worse. So much so that every time she fails to tease him, she gets teased instead. It's really boring. After teasing the madam, Jun Shangdaren suddenly remembers something. He calmly says, that Ningdage, drive him far away as soon as possible. Entering his Yan Yan's room in the middle of the night, and daring to touch Yan Yan, he's really tired of living. No. If it wasn't enough to just shock his soul, he would have to wipe out his short-term memories. It would be better to directly shock him into an idiot. Mu Yan quickly pulled him back. That won't do. I'm still waiting for Big Brother Ning to give me the Woodfern token. Di Mingju's expression turned cold. You want to enter the Woodfern secret realm? Mayan nodded. When she saw him frown, she hurriedly said, Don't try to dissuade me. I must enter the Woodfern secret realm. There's something inside that I must obtain, and I can only obtain it personally. Di Mingju looks at her with a heavy gaze. What thing? Mayan hesitates for a moment, then she raises her hand and the Tian Mo Qin appears in her hand, 2 kinds of materials to repair this Qin. All along, Mayan has been using the Tian Mo Qin to fight. She rarely hides the existence of the Tian Mo Qin. But up until now, apart from Xiao Bao, no one has ever truly known the origin of the Tian Mo Qin. From the inherited memories of the Beilein Lu, she also knows that the Shin musician and the Tian Mo Qin are existences that she absolutely cannot expose. Because at that time, the Shin musicians could be said to be the enemy of the entire Shoshian continent. Perhaps the polar domain was also one of the Shin musicians' enemies. Baidu search for the UC Book League website, allowing you to experience the latest and fastest chapters, all of which are updated in seconds. Since she has obtained the inheritance of the Shin musicians, she has enjoyed the benefits that the Shin musicians brought to her. She must take revenge for the Shin musicians' enmity. But this doesn't hinder the feelings between her and Di Mingju. After all, 1,000 years ago, when the Shin musicians were destroyed, Di Mingju wasn't even born yet. Even if he was born, he would probably just be a wimpy kid. Even if there really were people in the polar domain who had enmity with the Shin musicians, they could be singled out and settled individually. At that time, if Di Mingju dares to stop them, then just change the golden Bodhi fruit to vine of thorns. Does anyone still remember what the golden Bodhi fruit is? Therefore, this time, Mu Yan doesn't pay attention to Qi Huang's angry protest in her mind. Just like that, she reveals a part of the Tian Mo Qin's secret in front of Di Mingju. Di Mingju stares at the Tian Mo Qin in a daze. After a long while, he lets out a long sigh. As Mu Yan is somewhat stunned by his reaction, Di Mingju suddenly pulls her into his arms and deeply kisses her. This little woman in his arms, just like a little fox, but draped in the shell of a hedgehog. She was smart and cautious. Even if the two of them are already in love, even if she's determined to start a family with him and start anew, she still tightly covers her own secrets. The inheritance of the Shin musicians, the Tian Mo Qin, who is Xiao Bao's biological father. She has been very careful to hide all of this, not revealing even the slightest bit. Sometimes, when Di Mingju thinks about it, it's not that he doesn't feel depressed and jealous. But there's even more heartache. What kind of injury must a person have suffered, what kind of despairing situation did they fall into, that they would put such a solid hedgehog shell on themselves? She knows the pain of being injured too well, so she doesn't dare to expose her soft inner side. She's afraid of being injured again, and even more afraid of losing her most cherished treasure. However, at this moment, this little fox finally opens her outer shell a little, revealing her inner heart in front of him. Even if it's just a little bit, hidden and tucked away, Di Mingju regards it as a treasure. As for the fact that he already knew that Mu Yan is the Shin musician's successor, Jun Shangdaran is tight-lipped, completely not intending to say it. He thinks that it would be more interesting to wait until the wedding night to settle accounts with his little wife. Mayan is completely unaware that her words have moved Jun Shangdaran so much. She's being kissed until the sky and earth are spinning, and she can't even stand stably. Only then does Di Mingju reluctantly release her. There's a sudden pain on her finger. Mu Yan looks down, only to see Di Mingju putting a silver ring on her ring finger. As soon as the ring was placed on her finger, it automatically pricked a small silver needle, causing a drop of blood to drip from her hand. Blood seeped into the surface of the ring, and the silver ring immediately tightened, fixing itself on her ring finger. Faintly, a layer of strange patterns appeared on the surface of the ring, floating in midair. Mu Yan tried to take it off, but found that it didn't move at all. What is this? The Void Spirit Ring. As Di Mingju speaks, he also takes out one for himself, and is about to put it on his ring finger. Seeing this, Mu Yan immediately said, I'll do it, I'll do it. She remembered Bai Xia saying that when a man and a woman exchanged rings, it meant that they were going to be engaged. Last time on the 3 Lives Stone, her cheap father made such a big blunder. Mayan has always felt very sorry for Di Mingju. This time, no matter what, she has to make up for the ceremony. Di Mingju naturally doesn't understand the meaning of exchanging rings for each other. Baidu search, UC Book League, website, and let you experience the latest and fastest chapters, all of which are updated in seconds. Mu Yan solemnly puts the ring on the ring finger of his left hand. When the void spirit ring tightens, she lowers her head and kisses it. His heart suddenly softens to an unspeakable degree, like it's being soaked in honey. The corners of his mouth unconsciously raised into a faint and gentle smile. It wasn't until the lovers' rings were put on that Mu Yan remembered to ask what the ring was. Didn't you want to enter the Woodfern secret realm? Di Mingju asked carelessly. This ring can change the level of your cultivation in the eyes of others. Mu Yan's eyes widened as she stared unblinkingly at him. Di Mingju was very pleased. What's so great about the Woodfern token? This ring has the mark I left on it when I entered the Woodfern secret realm. Even the guards wouldn't dare stop you. As soon as he finishes speaking, Mayan is startled and pounces on him. She hugs his face and kisses him heavily. Di Mingju, I must have saved the Milky Way in my previous life, that's why heaven bestowed you to me. What Milky Way, and who am I? Which heavens have the gall to bestow this monarch as a gift? Soft lips kissed him, and a warm, fragrant body pressed against his. The monarch felt that if it was bestowed, then so be it. In any case, he would only bestow it to Yan Yan in this lifetime. In 2 days, the Woodfern secret realm would open. And Di Mingju would be going to the Xiaoxian continent. But there was something else that gave Mu Yan a headache. Xiao Bao, stay at the Alcade branch and help mother comfort the others, okay? Xiao Bao didn't refute Mu Yan's words, but he looked listless. His long eyelashes were stained with crystalline tears. Mu Yan's heart softened at the sight of her baby. But this time, she was going to the Woodfern secret realm to upgrade the Tian Mo Qin. As for the Tian Mo Qin's second stage advancement, he didn't know what kind of commotion or vision it would cause. He didn't even know if the Tian Mo Qin space would collapse and reform again. Xiao Bao hiding in the space wasn't safe, and appearing in the Woodfern secret realm was even more dangerous. Mu Yan still wants to say more, but she sees Di Mingju grabbing Xiao Bao by the collar and lifting him up. He says faintly, I'll talk to him. With that, he grabbed Xiao Bao and disappeared on the spot. When the two of them reappeared, the originally listless little treasure was like a frosted eggplant, and his little lips were trembling slightly. But when he sees Mayan, he immediately pounces over and tightly hugs her, unwilling to let go. Nyangqin, Xiao Bao will be obedient, Xiao Bao won't go with you. Xiao Bao has to cultivate properly and become stronger so that he can protect mother in the future. Mu Yan could hear the reluctance in her son's voice, but there was absolutely no unwillingness. She can't help but wonder what Di Mingju told Xiao Bao in the end. Di Mingju throws Xiao Bao out, then he scoops up the person and holds him tightly in his arms. Ben Jun will personally tell him that Ben Jun can't go with Yan Yan, there's nowhere to vent this belly full of anger. He's just a little bastard, what right does he have to be dissatisfied? Mu Yan, sure. Jun Shangdaran, you're a good father. Di Mingju takes the person in his arms, but his gaze penetrates the door, looking at the lonely little boy outside. Xiao Bao looks up at the closed wooden door, sparkling tears rolling down his cheeks. But soon, he clenches his small fists, suppressing his disappointment, grievance, and sadness. Baidu search the UC Book League website, let you experience the latest and fastest chapters, all updated in seconds. The emotions in her eyes are replaced by tenacity. She turns and walks towards the practice field of the Alcade branch. Di Mingju sighs softly and kisses Mayan's hair. Mayan suddenly says, Di Mingju, Xiao Bao's cultivation has been stagnant ever since he became a hollow immortal. Even if I refine the Ziyuan pill, it won't solve the problem. Do you have any good ideas? In fact, Xiao Bao isn't even 6 years old yet. Reaching the 4th stage of Hollow Immortal is already an unimaginable talent and strength. But Mayan finds that Xiao Bao's cultivation is like a castle in the sky that would shatter at the slightest touch. A 4th stage Hollow Immortal should be at the peak of Golden Core and early nascent soul. But in the Xiozhen continent, he can't use too much immortal qi, so he can't focus on fighting. As a result, Xiaobao's real strength is starting to fall behind the rest of the Xiaoyao sect, not to mention Mayan who can fight alone. Although Xiaobao is young, his pride is very strong. If he can't become stronger, he will only be a burden to Mayan. One can imagine his sadness and disappointment. Not to mention the self-loathing demon that happened in the Yanwu continent. This thought has been pressing on Mayan's heart like a maggot in a tarsal bone. That's why she has been studying alchemy with her ninth Shifu. She hopes to find a solution to this problem. Di Mingju looks down at her and says softly, "There is a way." "What way?" Mayan looks at him anxiously. Di Mingju opens his mouth, but swallows his words. "I'll tell you when you come back from the Woodfern secret realm, okay? Even if Di Mingju keeps delaying, he has no choice but to leave the Xiaoshan continent. Although Mayan is reluctant, she is soon attracted by the Woodfern secret realm. The day before leaving for the Woodfern secret realm, Ning-Su delivers 3 Woodfern tokens. He seems to have no memory of the night Di Mingju appeared. But his keen intuition makes him look around suspiciously. He looks at Mayan with hesitation in his eyes. Of course, Mayan won't expose her man, so she can only play dumb. However, out of the 3 tokens, she only received 2 of them. "Big brother Ning, I already have one. I thank you on behalf of 4th senior sister and little 7. Ning-Su said anxiously, "Are you really going to use the token of the Starry School? That's too dangerous, you'll become a target straight away." Mu Yan smiled faintly and said, "Big brother Ning, I'm planning on going to the Woodfern secret realm to fight for treasures. Regardless of whether I end up becoming a target or not, I can't avoid danger. Don't worry, I'll protect myself." Ning-Su looked at her deeply for a while, then sighed softly, nodded, and left. Mu Yan always had the illusion that when Ning-Su looked at her, he wasn't looking at her, but through her, at someone else. However, Mu Yan couldn't care less about what Ning-Su was thinking. At this moment, she, Ling Yuma, and Luo Yu were carefully leaving the arcade branch without making any noise. Fortunately, she had only alerted Ning-Su when she asked Principal Meng for the Woodfern token. Yun Ruhan was still unaware that Mu Yan hadn't given up on the idea of going to the Woodfern secret realm. Otherwise, the 3 of them would have died from eldest senior brother's nagging. He had even summoned the Demon King Little Uncle Master to suppress them. The 3 of them moved quickly, arriving outside the arcade branch in the blink of an eye. Looking at the lights in the distance, the 3 of them sighed in relief. However, halfway through their exhalation, they heard a gentle voice, "4th brother, junior sister, 7th brother, it's already so late. Are you still going out?" The 3 of them were almost scared out of their wits. 1 Buddha was born, 2 Buddhas ascended to the heavens. Turning around, they found Chu Moli standing beside the arcade branch's stone tablet, looking at them with a smile. Behind Chu Mo was Qingjiao, who was pushing the wheelchair. Mu Yan and the others looked around and sighed in relief when they didn't see the eldest senior brother. "Hee, 2nd senior brother, 3rd senior brother, you guys are the best. You definitely won't betray us, right?" Luo Yu smiled, 2 cute dimples appearing on her cheeks. "We just want to go to town to play. We don't want to be scolded by eldest senior brother." Qingjiao nodded, "We won't betray you. I knew 2nd senior brother is the best." Chu Moli smiled, "I heard that the Woodfern secret realm is on an isolated island. So there's a town there?" Luo Yu shouted, "How did you know we were going?" Before she could finish, Mu Yan covered her mouth. Mu Yan glared at her idiot teammate, who'd been blasted out of the Woodfern secret realm, and forced a smile. "3rd senior brother, let's not beat around the bush. We're definitely going to the Woodfern secret realm." Chu Moli's expression became even more relaxed. "I'm afraid eldest senior brother won't agree." Ling Yuma gritted her teeth, 3rd senior brother, didn't you say that the materials for painting weren't high enough? Also, if you want to get some arrows, we can give you a portion of what we get from the secret realm. Chu Moli smiled without saying anything. Mu Yan suddenly asked, 3rd senior brother, do you want the corpses of leaving aperture cultivators? Chu Moli's brows immediately relaxed as he leisurely said, deal. Luo Yu and Ling Yuma were speechless. Damn it. What a pervert, little junior sister who can keep up with the perverted 3rd senior brother. Do you know how dangerous you are right now? The Woodfern Secret Realm existed on a nameless island in the Woodfern Sea. However, to reach this nameless island, one couldn't just fly there. The energy fluctuation of this island was very strange. It could counteract the probing of a cultivator's divine sense and spiritual power. It was as if he was forever invisible on the island. Only once every 10 years, when the power of the tides changed, the island would have a different energy fluctuation. And this kind of energy fluctuation was captured by the formation masters from nearly 1,000 years ago. In the Azure Blue Realm and the Purple Cloud Realm, there were a total of 10 great formations. Through the Woodfern token and the teleportation array, he would be able to enter the nameless island. Mu Yan and the other two naturally chose the teleportation portal closest to the Starry School. After a moment of dizziness, the scenery in front of him suddenly changed. What he saw was a vast beach, a boundless blue sea, waves crashing against the rocky beach from time to time, and a lush forest. Hey, there's actually someone coming from the 9th transportation formation this year. Ha ha ha, could it be that those cowards from the Azure Blue Realm haven't been to the Woodfern Secret Realm for so long that they've forgotten what hell this place is to them? Now they're here to die? Mu Yan raised her head and saw many pairs of ferocious and lustful eyes looking at them from head to toe. Especially when their gazes landed on Mu Yan, it was as if they wanted to pounce on her and rip her clothes to shreds. Ling Yuma and Luo Yu glared at them, ready to dig their eyes out. However, a young man walked over and blocked their path. Did you forget that you're not allowed to fight before entering the Woodfern Secret Realm? Are you trying to break the rules? Io, the young master of the Qin clan, is just as the rumors say. You're a good, righteous man. The group of brutes laughed mockingly. It's a pity that the Qin clan has fallen. Do you still think you're the young master of the Qin clan? If you want to be a good person, you'll have to see if you're fated to do so. The young man's face was filled with shame, but he bit his lip and didn't say anything. The few savage men laughed out loud, but did not say anything else. Instead, they gave Mu Yan and the other two a deep look. It was as if they were prey that they were looking at. Then, they turned and left. The young man turned around and looked at Mu Yan and the others. When he saw that their cultivation bases were only at the first step of the nascent soul realm, he frowned. The Woodfern Secret Realm isn't a place for ignorant rookies like you to play around in. If you want to live, don't go in when the realm opens. The three idiotic rookies looked at each other. Luo Yu giggled. What's your name, big brother? Thank you for helping us out earlier. As the saying goes, don't slap a smiling face. Not to mention, Luo Yu's smile was only second to little Bao's. The young man's expression softened. I'm Xianxia. How can we not go in when the realm opens? Luo Yu asked curiously. Xianxia nodded. As long as you have the Woodfern token, anyone below tribulation can enter the teleportation formation on the island. However, those leaving aperture stage experts would usually only come here before the secret realm closed in order to protect their disciples who had already obtained the treasures. Although it's embarrassing for you to stay here, with so many leaving aperture realm experts around, no one will dare make a move on you. After he finished speaking, he saw that the three people in front of him seemed to be deep in thought, but they did not take his words to heart at all. Do you really think that the Woodfern Secret Realm is a paradise where you can find treasures anywhere you want? Isn't that the case? Mu Yan asked curiously. Xianxia choked. Even if it is, you have to be alive to take it. Not to mention the terrifying demon plants, ferocious beasts, and poisonous swamps, even humans are in great danger. Those people just now were all at least at the 8th stage of nascent soul. Their first goal in entering the secret realm wasn't to seize the treasure, but to kill. Apart from the disciples of the sects and aristocratic families, they don't dare to touch other rogue cultivators, especially you low-level cultivators from the Azure Blue Realm, are all their targets. These people come every time the Woodfern Secret Realm opens, and their hands are always stained with blood. Their greatest pleasure in entering the mystic realm is to watch other cultivators cry and beg for mercy, and in the end, die miserably in the cruel slaughter. People usually call these beasts blood-hand jackals. Mu Yan's eyes slightly narrowed, and a cold light seeped out from the bottom of her eyes. Really, no matter where I go, there's this kind of trash and scum. As he spoke, he smiled at Xianxia. Thank you for your reminder, young Master Qin. Please take these talismans as a token of my appreciation." As he spoke, he stuffed a stack of talismans into Xianxia's hands. "Hey, you guys." Xianxia was completely baffled by their actions. He wanted to say something, but the three of them were already heading deeper into the island. He looked down at the talismans in his hands and sighed. "Is it because you brought enough talismans and elixirs that you're so confident? But you should know that these things aren't enough to save lives in the Woodfern secret realm. Even if it was a pill, it might be of little value, not to mention a mere talisman." Xianxia wanted to toss the talismans away, but when he thought about the goodwill of others, he put them away in the end. He didn't even look at the talismans carefully. In the lower right corner of the talismans was a faintly discernible image of a zither and a sword. This was the unique symbol of the talismans sold in Laozi's #1 store under the heavens. When the image was placed under the sun, it would reflect a faint golden light. This represented the mutated talismans of Laozi's #1 store under the heavens. Mu Yan's group casually walked around the nameless island and discovered that 90% of the island's center was surrounded by a huge barrier. The barrier wasn't transparent. It was as if it was shrouded in a layer of fog or a high wall, making it impossible to see what was inside. In just an hour of wandering, the three of them discovered countless experts. Basically, 80% of them were at least at the 8th level of nascent soul, or even 5th or 6th level at the very least. There were also a few people left. They were all at the peak of nascent soul. Some were even higher than that. Even if they just stood there without releasing any spiritual energy, they still gave off the feeling of being crushed by Mount Tai. These were the legendary cultivators who had suppressed their cultivation to the nascent soul stage in order to enter the secret realm. But there wasn't a single first-level nascent soul cultivator like Mu Yan. Mu Yan was also very depressed. Di Mingju didn't explain it clearly. He even said that I could change my cultivation at will, but I can only raise it to the lowest level of a realm. Of course, the most important thing was that Mu Yan had brought 2 people with her. The Void Spirit Ring's ability to confuse others was limited. If she only changed Mu Yan's cultivation, she might be able to choose the level at will. But to change the cultivation of 3 people at the same time, the first stage of nascent soul was already the limit. As the 3 of them were strolling around, Mu Yan suddenly felt a chill in his heart, as if he was being stared at by some wild beast. She abruptly turned her head and looked around, but she didn't notice anything. "Junior sister, what's wrong?" Mu Yan frowned and was about to look in the direction of her intuition when she suddenly heard a girl scream from the other side. Don't come over." "Hee hee, little girl, since you came from the 6th teleportation formation, and the aura of the Woodfern token on you is so weak, there shouldn't be anyone behind you, right? You'll be lonely in the secret realm later. Let us accompany you." The 3 of them looked over. She saw a few more men dressed similarly to the ferocious brawny man who had just provoked her. They were groping a 5th stage nascent soul female cultivator. The lust and greed in their eyes were completely unconcealed. There were also many well-dressed cultivators around the female cultivator. They watched as the female cultivator trembled and cried in panic, but they ignored her. They didn't have any intention of helping her like Xianxia. The world of cultivation had always been one where the strong preyed on the weak. It was extremely cruel. In the Woodfern secret realm, the cruelty was magnified countless times over. It was as if the ugliness and greed of human nature had been magnified. There were ferocious beasts and demonic plants all over the secret realm, the ferocious hunters on the surface, and the hateful gazes peeking at him in the dark. Mu Yan narrowed her eyes slightly. Looks like this trip to the mystic realm will not be smooth sailing. Just then, boom. 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 A dull sound rang out across the entire island, and the ground shook violently. Then, a huge gap gradually appeared in the barrier that was originally shrouded in fog. On both sides of the gap, there were 2 men standing like statues. The man on the left swept his cold gaze over everyone and said, "The Woodfern secret realm is open. Nascent soul cultivators, enter." Whoosh, for a moment, it was as if a boulder had set off 1,000 ripples. Everyone rushed madly toward the Woodfern secret realm. Woodfern medallion, take it out. The 2 mystic realm guards checked everyone's tokens one by one. Whether it was the strong or the weak, the male cultivator or the female cultivator, their expressions did not change in the slightest. They were like puppets. Until it's Mayan's turn. Mu Yan didn't take out her token like the others did. Instead, she touched the void spirit ring lightly. A silhouette that only the three of them could see appeared in the void. Mu Yan, can this be used as a pass token? The two Mystic Realm guards, who had been expressionless all this while, finally revealed a shocked expression. They slowly looked down at Mayan, opening their mouths as if they want to say something. But in the end, he only said respectfully, "Please enter." This strange phenomenon only lasted for a moment. No one else noticed, but the few male cultivators behind Mu Yan and the others looked at each other in dismay, revealing suspicious expressions. So, this is the Woodfern secret realm. Oh my god, I didn't believe it when people said that we could pick up treasures just by bending down to pick them up. It's actually true. Look, that's a 5th grade fire pomegranate fruit. It's the best primer for refining fire-type elixirs. Damn, is this green mist grass? That is a top-grade spirit grass used to feed spirit beasts. It can be bought and sold for several pieces of top-grade crystal stones, but here it grows in such a large area. What they saw was a beautiful, tranquil valley. There were many flowers, fruits, and trees. All were at least 5th-grade spirit plants. And the most spectacular was the green mist grass that covered the entire valley. Although the green mist grass was only 4th grade, but with so many of them added together, the value definitely exceeded 1 million crystals. When the three of them entered the Woodfern secret realm, they felt like bumpkins entering a village. They were excited, but at the same time, they didn't know what to do. There were simply too many high-level spirit herbs and spirit medicines, and they didn't know where to start. Furthermore, every cultivator who entered the Woodfern secret realm would be sent to a random location. The three of them were extremely lucky. There was not a single person around the valley they were in. They could easily turn this place upside down. Realm Earth, on. Alas, I prepared 3 storage rings and a dozen or so cosmos pouches. I thought it would be enough. But looking at it now, these green mist grass are not enough. Mayan waves her hand, "It's fine, you can dig as much as you want. I brought more than a dozen storage rings. If it's still not enough, just put it in my space." Luo Yu and Ling Umo were overjoyed. Long live Junior sister. Jun Mayan, how dare you put all this trash in here? Qi Huang was exasperated. Believe it or not, I'll throw them all out. Mayan sneered. Qi Xiaohuang, can't you see how poor I am right now? These things can be sold for tens of millions of crystals, but you won't let me put them in? Fine. Give me back all the crystals you owe me. Qi Huang choked, then said unwillingly, "What's so good about picking up this trash? I won't even spare a glance at some 5th and 6th grade elixirs when they're in front of me." Jun Mayan, shouldn't your top priority be to find the scarlet flame gold and black ironwood? Mayan leisurely nibbled on a snow soul fruit. What's the hurry? The Woodfern secret realm will only be explored for a month. The entire island is only so big. 1 month is more than enough to turn this place upside down. Or, can you tell me where to find the scarlet flame gold and black ironwood? Qi Huang really shut his mouth this time. He hadn't sensed the aura of the sky demon Zither's restoration materials even though he'd been in the secret realm for a while. Mayan tossed the snow soul fruit away and was about to help Luo Yu and the others dig up the elixirs. But the two pushed her back. Junior sister, rest well. They shoved another snow soul fruit at her. Hee, we'll do the hard work. 6th senior sister, you just need to put the things back. Mayan laughed and didn't stand on ceremony. She leisurely lay down on the side. Just when the two of them had hollowed out more than half of the valley, a few figures dashed towards them. I've finally found you. Several tall and burly male cultivators stood in front of Mayan, looking down at her condescendingly. Their eyes were glued to the void spirit ring on her left hand's ring finger. These were the cultivators who'd followed Mayan when she passed through the Woodfern secret realm's guards. They were the only ones who'd seen the guards' shocked expressions when they saw Mayan's ring. Then, they looked at Mayan with incomparable respect. They guessed that the origin of Mayan's void spirit ring wasn't simple. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Mayan's cultivation was only at the first stage of nascent soul. With such a low cultivation and such weak strength, he actually had such a treasure. Wasn't he just asking others to snatch it? Therefore, as soon as they entered the mystic realm, they immediately searched everywhere for traces of them. The heavens did not disappoint those who worked hard. They had finally found it. Little girl, I advise you to obediently hand over the ring on your left hand if you don't want to suffer. This way, we might be able to spare your lives. Mu Yan takes a bite of the shuepa fruit and reaches out to look at the ring on her finger. She says unhurriedly, this won't do. This ring was given to me by my fiancé. I like it very much. Haha, little girl, as the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. If you want to live to see your fiancé, you better listen to him. You should be glad that we're not like those blood-handed jackals. We don't have the hobby of torturing, killing, and raping a delicate beauty like you. But our patience is limited. We want money, and you want to live. Let's work together. You're good, I'm good, and we're all good. Don't you agree? Mayan looked at fourth sister and Xiaoqi, who were still busy pulling weeds. They only glanced at them once before ignoring them. Her eyes curved into a faint smile. That's right. Let's work together. You're good, I'm good, and we're all good. Since you understand, then hurry up and teach us the ring. Seeing that Mu Yan was willing to compromise, their eyes shone with excitement and greed. Then, they saw the little girl, who was so beautiful that she didn't seem like a mortal, walking towards them with a smile. An hour later. Bosses, this is freshly roasted wind pheasant chicken. Have a taste. Mu Yan and the other two were leisurely lying under the temporary shelter, eating the delectable spirit fruits and the fragrant pheasant chicken. The male cultivators who wanted to rob Mu Yan earlier were all bruised and swollen. With that appearance, even their own mothers might not be able to recognize them. Half of the male cultivators had taken over Luo Yu and Ling Yuma's work, digging up the spirit herbs and herbs in the valley. The other half built a temporary tree shed and carefully waited on him with flattering smiles on their faces. These people came from a third-rate sect in the Purple Cloud realm, the Green Tooth sect. The Green Tooth sect's strength was considered low in the Purple Cloud realm. This group of people included almost all the nascent soul cultivators in the sect. The eldest senior brother, Chen De, had already reached the 7th level of nascent soul. But even so, this kind of strength could only be at the bottom of the Woodfern secret realm. If they were not careful, the 6 of them from the Green Tooth sect could be casually crushed to death by others. Therefore, Chen De and the others had always been cautious, not daring to have any ideas on the disciples of the sects or powerful rogue cultivators. With great difficulty, they had their eyes on Mu Yan's 3 first-level nascent soul cultivators. They were wild with joy, thinking that they would be able to hide and wait until the end of the secret realm. Who knew that they would kick an iron plate? This first-level nascent soul cultivator, who looked weak and gentle, was too fierce. She alone beat the 6 of them up until they cried for their parents. In the end, the 6 of them were fed golden silkworms. If they resisted, the golden silkworms would spread through their bodies and bite through their organs, making them beg for death. This time, the 6 of them didn't even have the slightest bit of courage to resist. They could only obediently serve these devils. After eating their fill, the entire valley was more or less hollowed out. Mu Yan stretched herself and beckoned Chen De with her finger. Chen De immediately ran over. Boss, what can I do for you? Have you heard of crimson flame gold and mysterious ghost wood? Chen De nodded. Of course. I'm sure everyone who enters the Woodfern secret realm knows about these 2 items. I heard that several sects and families are determined to get their hands on these 2 treasures. Do you know where to find these 2 things? Boss, you must be joking. How would a third-rate sect like us know? Chen De forced a smile and shook his head. However, his expression suddenly stiffened. Boss, you can't be thinking of getting the crimson flame gold and the profound ghost wood, right? Mu Yan raises her eyebrows. What? Can't I? No, boss, don't joke around. Although I don't know the exact location of the Scarlet Blaze metal and profound ghost wood, I'm certain that they're in the center of the Woodfern secret realm. Every time the secret realm opens, only leaving aperture realm cultivators with their cultivation suppressed can enter the center. Boss, don't go looking for them, cough. Mu Yan didn't think much of Chenda's words. Where's the center? She asked thoughtfully. Baidu search, UC Book League, website, let you experience the latest and fastest chapters, all updated in seconds. Chenda looks at her tone. She really wants to snatch the scarlet flame gold and the mysterious ghost wood. He immediately breaks out in cold sweat. But on second thought, he feels baffled. What does it have to do with him that this female devil wants to throw away her life? What is he worried about? He quickly composes himself and says, it's said to be the most central location, but in fact, no one knows how to get there. Moreover, the gateway to the central core area usually only appears 10 days after the secret territory is opened. Of course, those big sects and families might have already grasped the pattern of the central area's appearance, but this isn't something that small fries like us can know. Mayan stands up and waves her hand. Since this place has been dug out, let's move on to the next place. Ling Yuma and Luo Yu immediately happily agree, looking eager to try. Chenda and the others look at this valley that looks like it's been invaded by locusts. They can't help but shiver. What is called plucking feathers from wild geese, this is it, a valley with verdant hills and clear waters, rich in spiritual chi, has been dug out by them until not a single blade of grass is left. However, this valley can be considered the most tranquil and peaceful place. The elixirs inside are also of low level, so there aren't many people who come to snatch them. In another place, the high-level elixirs are basically guarded by vicious beasts, and there are greedy cultivators who covet and snatch them at any time. These few youngsters are only at the first level of nascent soul. Can they really run amok? Boom, there's a loud noise, and the 3 rank 8 vicious beasts don't even have the chance to roar before they heavily fall to the ground. Gulp. Chenda and the others all swallow their saliva. They look at each other and see the shock in each other's eyes. So strong, how can these 3 little babies at the first level of nascent soul be so strong? Even if there's only 1 rank 8 vicious beast, the 6 of them would still be battered and exhausted if they joined hands to deal with it. However, 3 class 8 dire beasts were easily taken care of by each of them. And the time taken was at most a quarter of an hour. Kicking away the vicious beast in front of her, Mayan quickly walks over to a small golden plant. Her eyes brighten. Rank 8 Buddha fruit, this is a good thing. Even if it was sold as a spiritual plant, an 8th grade Buddha fruit could be sold for hundreds of thousands of high-grade crystals. Not to mention, the Buddha fruit could be used to refine many supreme-grade pills, and the value of these pills was simply immeasurable. And there were 3 8th grade Buddha fruits in front of him. Mu Yan carefully picks the Buddha fruit and puts it into the space. On the other side, Luo Yu and Ling Yuma were already instructing Chenda and the rest to dig out the rank 8 beast's beast core. There are a lot of treasures on the body of a level 8 vicious beast, but the vicious beast's body is too big. Moreover, it's covered in blood and dirt, looking very dirty. Mayan and the other 2 don't like it. Therefore, he only dug out the most valuable horn, extracted the spine, and extracted the blood from the heart. He then threw the remaining 3 ferocious beast carcasses to Chenda and the rest. Chenda was flattered. These are really for us? Even without its horns and spine, the flesh and blood of a class 8 dire beast were still very valuable. That's because there's an extremely rich energy inside, and the bones and skin are also excellent materials for refining tools. Mayan waves her hand. If you want it, then take it. Consider it as a reward for your roasted pheasant chicken. Roasted pheasant chicken is not bad, TT, so this is their use? Thank you, boss. Although Chenda and the others look like they have nothing to live for, they are actually very happy in their hearts. In the beginning, they followed Mu Yan and the others because they failed in robbing and were instead coerced. The golden silkworm goo in their bodies made them have no choice but to obey. But now, they are truly willing to follow Mu Yan and listen to her orders. Because there are too many benefits to be gained by following the 3 bosses. In less than 3 days, they have already destroyed the nests of 5 vicious beasts. They have killed more than 20 rank 7 and above vicious beasts, and among them, there is even a vicious beast that has just advanced to rank 9. And Mu Yan has already collected more than a dozen of rank 7 and 8 elixirs. Let alone ordinary rogue cultivators, even the elite disciples of those aristocratic families and sects don't have such high efficiency. And while the three bosses eat meat, Qiande and the others, who are at their beck and call, naturally also drink a lot of soup. The harvest of 3 days is actually greater than the harvest of the disciples of Green Tooth sect in a month. Everyone, look carefully. Don't miss out on any clues. When we find the demon beasts, we will go and inform the boss. Hee, big brother, we all understand, don't worry. When we find the vicious beasts and elixirs, the boss will give us more good things when the time comes. Qiande is leading his fellow disciples to look for traces of vicious beasts. Suddenly, a woman's shrill scream comes from not far away. Immediately after, there is the cruel and carefree laughter of several men. Little girl, you think we can't find you by hiding in this remote periphery? Ha ha ha, I've already told you, no prey that has been targeted by us, bloodhound jackals, has ever been able to escape. No. Don't come over. I'm begging you to let me go. The female cultivator cries and begs, her voice full of panic, I will give you all the treasures on me, I only beg you to let me go. Treasures? Ha ha ha, to us grandfathers, only your soft and tender body is the treasure we want the most. Come, grandfathers can't wait to hear your beautiful screams, to see your skin being peeled off and your scarlet flesh dancing in front of us. Qiande's heart sank. He could tell that these men were the most feared and hated existences in the Woodfern secret realm, the blood-handed jackals. So long as he was caught by them, he would suffer a fate worse than death. Especially the lone female cultivators. On the other hand, the bloodhound jackals usually had very high cultivation levels. Almost every one of them was above the 8th level of nascent soul. Moreover, they had been through hundreds of battles and their hands were stained with blood. They were not people that ordinary sect disciples like them could fight against. Let's go quietly. Don't let anyone make a sound. Qiande whispered to his junior. However, before he could finish speaking, he saw his youngest junior brother, Xianxia, had a livid expression, and his eyes were filled with rage. Suddenly, he charged forward like a madman. You bunch of beasts. Let go of Xiao. I won't let you touch her. Oh no. Qiande was shocked. He wanted to stop Xianxia, but it was too late. Xianxia, who rushed out, naturally exposed their existence. The muscular men with scars on their faces stared at them with bloodthirsty eyes. Oh, so there are a few mice hiding here. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect a rat to be so daring. He actually wants to steal our prey. Not bad, not bad. I was just worried that there was only one girl, and there wasn't enough for all of us. Now that there are a few more, we can finally have fun. Xianxia from the Green Tooth sect blocked in front of a pretty girl. His legs were trembling, but he refused to step aside. The pretty girl was already in despair. When she saw Xianxia suddenly rushing out, she was stunned at first, and then her tears fell like rain. Brother Yang, why are you here? She suddenly thought of something and pushed Xianxia with her small hands. Go, go. They are bloodhound jackals. They won't let you go. Ha 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 ha, you're already here, and you still want to leave? Little girl, are you dreaming? As he spoke, the leader looked at Li Xiao and Xianxia, who was blocking in front of her. His eyes turned lewdly and cruelly. TSK, this slut acts like a chaste woman in front of us. Now that we see her little lover, look at her pure and innocent slut. He, why don't we dig out this rat's eyes and put them aside? Let him watch how we play with this slut. That's a good idea. What about the others? I don't have enough human skin. I think we should skin them one by one and cook them for lunch. As the bloodhound jackal spoke, they had already decided the miserable fate of Qiande and the others. Qiande's blood was ice cold. It was as if the scene of him being tortured to death had already appeared before his eyes. He wanted to run, wanted to tell his fellow disciples to run, but his throat seemed to be stuck, and he couldn't make a sound. The blood-handed jackals walked towards Xianxia and kicked him to the ground. Another person grabbed Li Xiao, who was screaming, and tore her clothes. Their rough hands left bruises on Li Xiao's delicate, snow-white skin. Xianxia let out a crazy roar and kept struggling, wanting to pounce out. However, his chest was stepped on, and he kept vomiting blood. He couldn't move. Seeing his junior brother in such a miserable state, Qiande and the others' eyes turned red. Suddenly, he roared and threw out an explosive talisman. Motherfuckers! I'll fight you to the death. The other members of the Green Tooth sect were roused as well. They attacked the jackals and wolves in a frenzy. However, in the Woodfern's secret realm, strength was everything. The Bloodhand Jackal could easily crush them, who were only at the 5th or 6th level of the nascent soul stage. In just a short while, they were all thrown to the ground. A foot stepped on Chenda's chest and the muscular man on top of him let out a ferocious laugh. You want to fight us to the death? Haha, with just a few little mice like you, what right do you have to fight with us? Just because of this? Ah. Chenda let out a blood-curdling scream. His left hand suddenly flew into the air and landed in the hands of the burly man. In Chenda's left hand was an explosion talisman used for mutual destruction. Tisk, tsk, tsk, the little mouse is so pitiful. Even if it wants to perish together, it can only use such a useless method. Although it's a pity to tear off a whole piece of human skin, I've changed my mind. The jackal cackled. How about this? You don't need to skin him. Instead, you'll cut off a human swine and marinate it in a jar. When we find the food bland, we'll cut off a piece to go with it. A piece of flesh cut off alive might even bounce a few times in the mouth. It must taste delicious. What do you guys think? The wolves roared with laughter. Chenda and the Green Tooth sect disciples had already given up all hope. Xu Yong vomited blood and fainted. Li Xiuxiu was already pressed down by a certain impatient wolf. No matter how much she screamed, she could only endure the humiliation. The entire forest was filled with the wild laughter of the wolves, as well as miserable howls that seemed to come from the depths of hell. Just as the wolf stepping on Chenda was about to chop off his other hand, a light flashed. That jackal's expression turned cold, and he quickly retreated. Then, a voice as sweet as the sounds of nature drifted over from outside the forest. You want to turn my little brother into a human swine? Have you asked for my opinion? Chenda's body trembled, and he looked up in a daze. He saw 3 figures slowly walking out of the forest. There was a valiant woman dressed as a man in red, a handsome and cute young man, and a young girl who was so beautiful under the sunlight that it could make one's heart tremble. Each of them was so dazzling, as if they were gods that had descended from the heavens. The blood-handed jackal was startled by the sudden attack. When they realized that it was just a few first-stage nascent soul brats, they immediately relaxed. Which little bastard was it that ambushed me? The wolf whose hand had almost been cut off turned to look at Mayan. When he saw her face, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Top quality, really top quality. He swallowed his saliva. Old lie, Ma Zi, we've been roaming the secret realms for so long, but have we ever seen such a top quality girl? The 2 wolves called Old Lie and Ma Zi had their mouths wide open, their faces filled with infatuation. Beautiful, she's too beautiful. How is this a woman? She's practically a demon. This trip to the Woodfern secret realm wasn't in vain. Just playing with a top-quality girl like this is worth it. Ha ha ha. Chenda and the others, who had been shocked and moved by Mayan's appearance, immediately paled. Chenda didn't even care about his broken hand. He shouted, "Boss, hurry up and leave. These people were blood-hand jackals. Run." Chenda and the others know that Mu Yan and the others are very powerful. However, no matter how strong he was no match for the blood-hand jackal. Each of the blood-hand jackals had killed countless people. The fact that they could survive for so long amidst the hatred and fear of others was enough to prove how strong they were. But at least with Boss's strength, if he didn't care about them, he should be able to escape. Trying to escape? The jackals laughed 3 times and rushed over like lightning, surrounding the 3 of them. It's too late to escape now that you've fallen into our trap. The leader, a man with a hooked nose, licked his lips. The best girl is mine. You guys can divide the rest. Ha ha ha, I heard that the taste of beautiful men is much better than those women. I haven't repaid you yet. Give this rabbit brother to me and Ma Zi. So, we can only choose this tomboy? TSK, this chick looks hot, but the hotter she is, the more interesting it is. I like it, ha ha ha. Chenda and the others' eyes were filled with despair, but they were still shouting for them to run with bloody tears on their faces. On the other hand, Mayan and the other two are still leisurely and carefree, as if they didn't notice the greedy and cruel gazes of the blood-handed jackals. Mu Yan rubs her chin, her gaze faintly turning. Each of them has at least 10 Qianquan bags. These people should have a lot of good stuff on them. Luo Yu said agitatedly, he can't be worse than those poor bastards from Green Tooth sect. Chen De and the other poor people, Ling Yuma waved the blade in her hand. Her eyes seem to be burning with flames. Whether or not he is poor, we will know after stripping him. The few blood-handed jackals did not expect that these little fellows would not panic even after being surrounded by them. Instead, they were talking among themselves, completely ignoring them. For a moment, everyone's faces darkened. What the blood-handed jackals wanted to see the most was their prey begging for mercy and suffering in pain. The people they had met in the past were often scared out of their wits upon hearing their names before they could even torture them. They would kneel down and beg for mercy. But what was going on with these people? Oh, that's right, these little bastards were only at the first stage of the nascent soul realm, so they must have been carefully raised by some sect. How could they understand the law of the jungle in the cultivation world? How could they have heard of blood-handed jackals? That was why the ignorant were fearless. But that's good, the more naive and immature a young chick was, the more unbearable it would be when it was tortured, and the terrified and despairing look on its face would make one's heart itch. Just thinking about it made his lower body harden. The hook-nosed blood-hand jackal walks towards Mu Yan, step by step. There's a greedy and blazing light in his eyes, as if he wants to strip her naked. Little girl, you want to strip Grandpa's clothes, ah? Come on, Grandpa has been waiting impatiently for a long time. There are still many good things waiting to be fed to you. The corner of Mayan's mouth hooks up into a shallow smile. Her slender hand reaches out and grabs the lapel on his chest. Under the sunlight, the skin of that hand was as clear as jade, delicate and white. Her slender fingers were slender and beautiful, and the joints of her fingers were almost invisible. It was a stark contrast to the blood-handed jackal's hairy chest. The hook-nosed man swallowed a mouthful of saliva and felt that his lower body was so hard that it hurt. He could not bear it any longer and was about to pounce on this little girl and set the array formation on the spot. Suddenly, hundreds of white lights flashed. It was as if he could hear the sound of the zither raining down on him. An indescribable fear rose in the hook-nosed man's heart, and he quickly flew backwards. Unfortunately, it was still too late. Ah! Countless blood mists exploded from the hook-nosed man's body and scattered in the air. 2 arms and 2 legs flew out along with it. When the hook-nosed man fell from the sky, he was already covered in blood. He had no limbs, no nose, and no ears, a human swine. At the scene, everyone fell into a dead silence. Only the screams of the hook-nosed man reverberated in everyone's ears. You, who exactly are you? The remaining blood-handed jackals look at the crooked nose that doesn't even resemble a human's, then look at Mayan. There's no longer any leisurely savagery on their faces. That attack just now was because the hook-nosed man had lost his mind due to his lust, which was why he was ambushed. But even if it was a sneak attack, with the hook-nosed man's strength, it was impossible for him to fall into such a miserable state. It could only be said that this girl's strength far surpassed her cultivation level. The speed of that attack just now was so fast that it couldn't be seen with the naked eye. And Chen De and the others are even more dumbfounded. They've always known that the several bosses are very strong. But they didn't expect that they would be this strong. Even if they go all out on their side, the blood-hands jackals wouldn't have the slightest bit of power to resist. In the blink of an eye, the big boss, on her own, has turned the vicious jackals into human swine. In the end, just how big of a misunderstanding did they have about the boss' strength? Mayan turns her wrist, and the Tian Emochin spins in her palm. The strings make a melodious sound because of this shake. Her peach blossom eyes slightly rise, revealing a charming and languid smile. It's useless for you to know who I am. Luo Yu grins and says, because you're all going to turn into human swine very soon. The blood-hands jackals' faces twist all of a sudden, anger mixed with fear. I know who they are. Suddenly, Ma Zi, who was among them, let out a cry of surprise. I've seen them in the photographic talismans circulated in Divine Elephant City. They are the winning team of the Deer Cry Banquet, the carefree team. The woman who cut the boss is the famous murderous god monarch Mayan. As soon as this shout comes out, the Bloodhound's jackals and the others not only aren't frightened, they look at each other in dismay, revealing an incredulous expression. Isn't the Deer Cry banquet something that only core formation cultivators can participate in? Moreover, the core formation cultivators who can participate in the Deer Cry banquet can't be more than 30 years old. In the Xianxia continent, where the average age is more than 200 years old, 20 years old is really too young. Ma Zi's face shows a sinister smile. If I remember correctly, the carefree team had not reached the peak of core formation a few months ago. Even if they are evildoers, it's impossible for them to break through the nascent soul stage now. So the ones standing arrogantly in front of us now are just a few core formation stage ants? They must have used some kind of secret method to change their cultivation. Ma Zi resolutely says, but their real strength is undoubtedly at the core formation stage. The Bloodhound's jackals are stunned. At the same time, they have serious doubts about the hook-nosed man's strength. A dignified expert of the 8th level of nascent soul, the Bloody Butcher, was actually cut into human swine by a little core formation girl? Who would believe such a thing? A few gold core stage trash actually dare to show off in front of us. I think you've read too many legendary novels. Before he could finish speaking, a burst of flames suddenly soared into the sky, and a sharp saber aura rushed toward him. At the same time, countless puppets descended from the sky. Some of them were as big as Mount Tai, while others were as thin as needles. They drowned the others with an earth-shattering force. The melodious sound of a zither resounded in the forest, and it was accompanied by shrill screams and wails. It seemed extremely strange and terrifying. Chen De and the others shuddered at the same time. They stood at the side and kept quiet out of fear. Just a moment ago, they hated these blood-handed jackals to the bone, but now they felt an inexplicable sympathy for them. Chen De held his broken arm and gulped. I now feel that boss's punishment is too gentle, too lenient. The remaining 5 Green Tooth sect disciples nodded furiously. The 6 of them had failed to rob Boss June and ended up being enslaved. At first, they complained about how cruel Boss June was and how unlucky they were. But now, it seemed that they weren't unlucky at all. Search UC Book League on Baidu and experience the latest and fastest chapters. All the chapters are updated in seconds. Compared to the people in front of them, they were so lucky. The greedy and ferocious blood-handed jackals 15 minutes ago were now reduced to their bare bodies. Now, all that was left of them were their bodies. They were placed in a straight line on the grass. In front of them were hands and feet that were raised high up in the air. Each person had 4 limbs, and they were very even. The blood-handed jackals' noses and ears had been cut off, and their bodies were riddled with finger-sized or bull-sized bloody holes. He kept screaming, begging for mercy, and cursing in anger. Stinking whore, bitch, kill us if you can, kill us We're an organization. Bitch, if you dare treat us like this, the rest of us won't let you off. I was wrong, I won't do it again. Master June, please spare me. I can't take it anymore. However, these screams didn't seem to reach the 3 people's ears. Luo Yu and Ling Yuma were happily collecting their spoils. Mu Yan sat at the side leisurely, gnawing on the spirit fruit that the Green Tooth sect members had just picked for her. When the spirit fruit was finished, the spoils were also collected. Only then did the 3 of them look at the jackals on the ground, who looked neither human nor ghost, with smiles on their faces. Because of the bountiful treasures they'd just collected, they looked at the human jackals with much gentleness. Since they've contributed so many treasures, why don't we give them a quick death? Luo Yu said kindly. Before Mu Yan and Ling Yuma could speak, they heard the hook-nosed man roar angrily. Bitch. Don't be too arrogant. You want me to beg for mercy? No way. Come on. If you have the ability, then come and torture me. See if I, your grandfather, will beg for mercy. Those outside the Woodfern's secret realm are only low-level members of the blood-handed jackals. If you dare treat us like this, the higher-level jackals will definitely avenge us. At that time, none of you will be able to escape. We will slaughter the entire Starry School. Bang! Before he could finish, his head was smashed into the ground. Mu Yan condescendingly looks at him, as well as the rest of the Bloody Hands jackals. The smile on her face was bright and beautiful, I used to think that the blood-hand jackals only liked to torture others, listen to their screams, and cut them into human swine. But I didn't expect you to beg me to torture you. TSK, I didn't expect you guys to be into this too. I was planning to give you guys a quick death, but it seems I was wrong. Since that's the case, we'll fulfill your request. Next, we'll entertain you guys well. We'll definitely make you feel like you're at home, and enjoy yourself so much that you'll forget about your duties. Except for the hook-nosed jackal, the other blood-handed jackals were horrified. We didn't. Don't spout nonsense. We don't like to be tortured, we just want to be relieved. Unfortunately, these people wanted to speak, but they didn't even have the chance to. Because as soon as they opened their mouths, tiny puppets crawled into their mouths and bit off their tongues. Ah! And so, in the next hour, the only thing left was their screams, echoing through the forest. Finally, when the blood-handed jackals breathed their last, their hateful gazes weren't directed at Mu Yan, but at the hook-nosed jackal, who was 100 times more miserable than they were. Baidu search for the UC Book League website, allowing you to experience the latest and fastest chapters. Even if they reached the Yellow Springs, they'd still have to settle this score. Mu Yan tossed out the golden silkworm goo, and not long after, the corpses were completely devoured. The Green Tooth sect members gulped again. Xianxia team's name, I think I heard it from my distant cousin in Azure Blue World. They have a name in Azure Blue World, called, the Seven Unfettered Demons. And the leader of the Xiaoyao team, Mu Yan, has a title 100 times more resounding than the alluring killing god, WH. What title? She-Devil. The Green Tooth sect members. This title is really F***king fitting. The 6 of them thought that their voices were very soft, but how could Mu Yan not hear them with her current hearing? She became gloomy. What the hell? This title of She-Devil is something that I can't get away with. Luo Yu nodded repeatedly. That's right, our 6th senior sister is as beautiful as a flower, kind-hearted, and likes to draw pictures of beautiful women. Whenever she has time, she slaps faces and tortures trash. How can she be called a She-Devil? How can a She-Devil display 6th senior sister's strength? You should be called the incarnate She-Devil. Ouch, it hurts. Mu Yan pulled on his face. Lan Xiaoqi, are you itching for a beating? Wu Ba. Luo Yu's cheeks puffed up, his eyes watery. Lu Xijia. Wu Ba. Only then did Mu Yan let go of him. Ling Yuma looked at Luo Yu's pitiful appearance, like a bullied little kitten. Suddenly, she tossed the storage ring in her hand that contained the spoils of war. Her eyes lit up as she said, Junior sister, I thought of a good idea to get rich. What idea? The two asked in unison. Ling Yuma's gaze swept over Luo Yu, and she revealed a malicious smile. Rob? Luo Yu was confused. Where? Mu Yan's mind flashed, and her thoughts immediately became clear. She smiled back at Luo Yu, her expression indescribably gentle. Xiaoqi, whether we can make a fortune in the Woodfern secret realm will depend on you. Luo Yu felt a chill down her spine, a bad premonition rising in her heart. Above a valley leading to the core region of the Woodfern secret realm, a group of nascent soul cultivators were flying on their swords. They had just plucked a few rare spirit herbs, killed a few ferocious beasts, and robbed a few weaklings. Now, they were filled with the fruits of victory and were in high spirits as they advanced towards the core area that was filled with even more treasures. Suddenly, someone called out in a low voice, Senior brother, look. There's a kid by the lake. Is he holding a 9th grade Buddha's Fury Lotus? Everyone lowered their heads to look. Sure enough, he saw a young man of 18 or 19 years of age beside a lake in the valley not far away. The young man was holding a shimmering golden lotus in his hand, and he was looking around with a bewildered expression. She looked lonely, helpless, and pitiful. And the Buddha's Fury Lotus in his hand was so tempting. Gulp. The rank 9 Buddha Fury Lotus is guarded by at least 4 rank 8 ferocious beasts. We don't dare to get close. How did this kid get it? Haha, who cares how he got it? The Buddha's Fury Lotus is ours now. Maybe he got separated from his sect. He's only at the first stage of the nascent soul realm. Haha, a weakling like him actually dares to enter the Woodfern secret realm. As long as we kill him and take the Buddha's Fury Lotus, no one will know it was us. The few of them look at each other, seeing the madness and greed in each other's eyes. Then, without waiting for a discussion, sword light flashes, and several figures was towards the youth by the lake. They all want to kill the youth in one strike, never giving him a chance to ask for help. However, at this time, a melodious sound of a zither fills the air. Immediately after, the few of them feel that their spiritual power circulation and movements are all stagnant. Their bodies seem to be caught by an invisible force. Boom! The flaming longsword descends from the sky, raging flames overflowing the sky. Tens of thousands of swords are like torrential rain, covering the sky and covering the sun. There's nowhere to hide. A quarter of an hour later, Xianxia looks at the stripped people, shaking her head and clicking her tongue. Really poor, there's only one 8th grade spiritual plant, the rest are all 7th grade. Luo Yu is fuming. I protest, I'll be the bait, why won't you give me a chance to make a move? Xianxia giggles, little junior brother, you're in charge of being beautiful like a flower. As for the rough work of fighting and killing, just leave it to me and your 6th senior sister. Luo Yu still wants to protest, but she hears Mu Yan putting away the storage ring and saying with a smile that isn't a smile, since Xiaoqi said that I'm a female devil incarnate, if I don't show the appearance of a female devil, wouldn't I be letting down your praise? Luo Yu's face collapses, not daring to make a sound. And the few people lying on the ground, all of them can't believe their eyes. You, who are you people? Why can 3 first-level nascent soul, no, 2 first-level nascent soul girls, beat them up without the strength to fight back? However, the 3 of them respond to them without any reluctance, and quickly leave. Make a move to a new place, this is the principle that the 3 of them set before taking action. Otherwise, staying in one place for too long. Once their ferocious reputation spreads out, no one would dare to come and rob Luo Yu. Then wouldn't this bait plan fail? This time, the place where they put the bait is in front of the cave of an 8th grade vicious beast. Mu Yan puts a Buddha fruit into Luo Yu's arms, smiling, Xiaoqi, be good, you take this Buddha fruit and stand here. 4th senior sister and I will be behind that stone, don't be afraid, okay? Luo Yu felt wronged. 6th senior sister, I'm not afraid, but can I not be the bait? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He also wanted to be the oriole, not the boring cicada. Mu Yan and Xianxia responded with a brilliant smile and a resolute answer, no. Luo Yu, TT this time, Luo Yu didn't hold the Buddha fruit and pretend to be melancholic and weak. Soon, a group of people descended rapidly. Their original target was the rank 8 savage beast and the Buddha fruit in the cave. Hence, when they landed and saw the Buddha fruit in Luo Yu's hand, their eyes lit up. Luo Yu was surprised to see them, because he was quite familiar with the clothes these people were wearing. The left arm was embroidered with the image of a soaring dragon, and the collar and sleeves were also embroidered with golden cloud patterns. Only students of the Dragon Ascension Academy would wear such clothes. The person in the lead was tall and slender. Although his appearance was ordinary, he had an elegant demeanor. He took a step forward and said with a faint smile, hello little brother, I am Dang Wenchuan of the Dragon Ascension Academy. This Buddha fruit of yours is urgently needed by my junior sister Su Luoi. Could you please part with it and transfer it to us? Luo Yu blinked, transfer it to you? How many crystals are you going to pay? These words made them startled. A young man behind Dang Wenchuan said in an unfriendly tone, little idiot, are you deaf? Didn't you hear that the goddess Su Luoi wants the Buddha fruit? Su Luoi, who was that? Never heard of her. Luo Yu's expression grew even more innocent. But you said it's a transfer. Since it's a transfer, you naturally have to pay for it. Dang Wenchuan stopped his fellow disciples from flying into a rage. Little brother, how much do you intend to sell the Buddha fruit for? Luo Yu thought about it for a moment, then gave a number. Actually, the number he reported was already lower than he'd expected. He'd played the bait so many times, and this was the first time these people hadn't tried to snatch it. He was bored to death, and could only act as a flower vase. So Luo Yu decided to give them a discount. However, everyone's faces, including Dang Wenchuan's, suddenly darkened. Dang Wenchuan laughed coldly. Little brother, it's said that a man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. If you don't know what's good for you, you won't have a good ending. Luo Yu looked at him suspiciously. That's the market price for an 8th grade Buddha fruit. The price I'm offering is already 30% lower than the market price. How could he be called greedy when it was already so cheap? It was simply baffling. Who would have thought that when the people across from him heard his words, they would laugh mockingly? Does this little idiot think that the Woodfern secret realm is like the spirit medicine stores outside? Haha, senior brother Dang, why are you wasting words with this idiot? Junior sister Sue is still waiting for us to bring the Buddha fruit back. It won't be good to keep her waiting. One of the more hot-tempered ones even started bossing Luoyu around. Brat, I don't care who you are. In the Woodfern secret realm, the strong are respected, and those with bigger fists have the final say. We gave you a chance to talk nicely to you just now, but you don't know what's good for you. Don't blame us for being impolite now. I'd advise you to hand over the Buddha fruit immediately. If you do, we might spare your worthless life. Luoyu sighed softly, his expression a bit bleak. So you're saying you want to rob me? Seeing him like this, the others assumed that this innocent youth had finally learned fear. They all laughed out loud. However, in the next moment, the bleakness on Luoyu's face turned into pity. There's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. There's no door to hell, but you insist on barging in. Why didn't you just obediently buy this Buddha fruit at 70% of the original price? Why did you insist on walking the path of death? TSK. Dang Wenxuan and the others were confused. Someone even mocked, this little idiot must have been scared silly. Now he's full of nonsense. However, before he could finish speaking, the sound of the zither suddenly rose, and the sword light whistled. Not long after, they were stripped down to their underpants, tied up like dumplings and thrown on the ground. Mu Yan and the other two counted the spoils of war this time, and their smiles blossomed like flowers. Luoyu patted her chest and said with lingering fear, Holy sh*t, these people are actually so rich, truly worthy of being Longting students. Fortunately, they didn't choose to buy the Buddha fruit. Otherwise, we would have lost a lot. However, our relationship with Longting is quite good. Wouldn't it be bad to just rob Longting students like this? Mu Yan condescendingly looked down at the several people on the ground who were tied up like dumplings. She chuckled, so what if it's Longting's? If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. Those who rob others should naturally be prepared to be robbed by others one day, don't you think so? Baidu search, UC Book League, website, let you experience the latest and fastest chapters, all updates in seconds. Dang Wenxuan glared at them and roared, who the hell are you? Since you know we're from the Soaring Dragon sect, how dare you rob us? Aren't you afraid of leaving the secret territory? Before he could finish, Ling Yuma stepped on his face and sneered, so what if we leave the secret territory? Gathering people from the Soaring Dragon sect to beat us up? How embarrassing. We've already beaten up too many people from the Soaring Dragon sect. Dang Wenxuan screamed and wanted to say something. But he heard his companion scream, Carefree team, you're from the Carefree team. How is this possible? How could you enter the Woodfern secret territory? Aren't you only at the Golden Core stage? As soon as the words Carefree team came out, someone screamed in shock. Someone else was at a loss, who is the Carefree team? What's the Golden Core stage? Senior brother Dang, you've been traveling with junior sister Sue and the others, so you don't know. In this year's Deer Feast, a team from the Azure Blue World rose to prominence. Not only did they defeat all the participating teams, they even defeated the Qilin team of our Soaring Dragon sect. The person who spoke stared at Mayan's devastatingly beautiful face. I. How could I not recognize her just now? This face, Mayan. The one who defeated Chu Tianyu, the one with godlike support abilities, the fatally beautiful killing god, Mayan. Also. His gaze then turned to Luoyu and Ling Yuma, Raging Flames Blade, Ling Yuma, Thousand Hands God Summon, Lan Luoyu. Heavens! Why are 3 of the Carefree 7 demons here? Back then, the competition at the Deer Cry banquet was carried out in a mirror. Although they could see every move clearly, they couldn't compare to the cultivator's appearance. Unless one's divine sense was especially strong, the others could only sense the general situation. Moreover, the members of the Carefree team were only at the low level of the Golden Core stage. It was impossible for them to reach the nascent soul stage in a short time. They didn't even think that they would appear in the Woodfern's secret territory. The phrase, defeated the Kirin team and Chu Tianyu, shocked Dang Wenxuan and the others. Everyone in the Soaring Dragon knew that although Chu Tianyu was only at the Golden Core stage, his strength definitely surpassed most of the original infant stage. Even in the Dragon Ascension Academy, where elites gathered, Chu Tianyu's strength and popularity stood at the peak. This young girl, who looked less than 20 years old, actually defeated Chu Tianyu. For a moment, the expressions on their faces could be described as colorful. Two of them were so excited that they were crying and laughing at the same time. Great God June, I'm a supporter of the Xiaoyao team. Sob sob sob, I'm really depressed. I actually robbed my idol. I'm a loyal follower of God Yi. Everyone in Longting knows that Guru Yi has been silently supporting the Carefree team. I actually wanted to attack the person my idol is protecting. I deserve to die. Great gods, please whip us again. We are willing to accept any punishment. Mu Yan, Luo Yu, and Ling Yuma, wasn't the change in style a little too quick? How could Mu Yan and the others know? The Soaring Dragon sect had held so many deer feast events, but none had been as thrilling and full of twists and turns as this one. Baidu search for the UC Book League website and let you experience the latest and fastest chapters. This was especially true of Yi Liangchen, the Lord of 6 Stars who had slain the Dragon Ascension list's 6 stars. And the Qilin team, who won 7 against 10 and never lost, caused an unprecedented wave in Divine Elephant City. The Carefree team and Yap Liangchen might not be famous in other parts of the Ziyun world. But in the Divine Elephant City, especially in the Dragon Soaring Academy, he was definitely a well-known existence. In Dragon Ascension, many people became Yap Liangchens and the Carefree team's diehard fans. And they were fanatics. Since they were fans of the Carefree team, it would not be good to tie them up like this. Mu Yan had no choice but to let them go. Of course, it was impossible to return the things they stole, but she still left some of the Chankuan bags and storage rings for them. Most of them were so grateful that they shed tears of gratitude. However, when Dang Wenxuan and the other two checked their empty storage rings, their expressions turned indescribably unsightly. The ground suddenly shook slightly. The soles of their shoes seemed to be able to feel the heat coming from below. However, it disappeared in a short moment. Everyone did not take it to heart. Mu Yan, however, frowned slightly. That vibration just now seemed to have changed the spiritual power in the air. What was going on? Was it just an illusion? Junior sister, what's wrong? Ling Yuma saw that her expression was strange and could not help but ask. Mu Yan frowned and said softly, I don't know, but I seem to have a bad feeling. She looked at the level 8 beast cave behind her. I'll go in and take a look, you guys. Before Mu Yan could finish, she saw Dang Wenxuan walking forward. His expression was a little ugly and humiliated. Miss June. There are many spiritual fruits in my storage ring that belong to junior sister Su Luoi. Please return those things to me. Return them to you? Ling Yuma sneered, the sky is not dark yet, and you are already dreaming. When you stole my little 7's Buddha fruit, are you planning to return it? Luo Yu nibbled on the spiritual fruit and nodded repeatedly. That's right, all of them were inhumane. Seeing that he was weak and easy to bully, they all came to rob him. The key point was that they robbed him, and they were so weak that he did not even have a chance to attack. A bunch of trash. The skin on Dang Wenxuan's face twitched, and his eyes were filled with hatred and anger. However, considering the strength of the trio, he could only swallow his pride and say, Miss June, you have been to the Dragon Ascension, so you should have heard of the name of the goddess of the Dragon Ascension, Su Luoi. Mu Yan unhurriedly interrupts him, sorry, I've never heard of it. Dang Wenxuan choked. He felt as if a mouthful of blood was stuck in his throat. Grinding his teeth, he continued, even if Chu Tianyu is powerful, he's just a golden core cultivator. But junior sister Su was a nascent soul cultivator. Furthermore, junior Su has a leaving aperture realm expert by her side. It won't do you any good to snatch her belongings. Before Mu Yan could say anything, Yi Liangchen's protector had already come over and whispered, Great God June, Su Luoi's strength isn't any weaker than Chu Tianyu. More importantly, junior sister Su has many powerful admirers, and one of them is even at the leaving aperture stage. Dang Wenxuan chuckled, and his face revealed a bit of pride. I believe that Miss June is a smart person and will know what to do. Mu Yan replied with an "oh" and waved her hand. It seems that this senior brother Deng doesn't like the storage ring that we returned to him. Let's just snatch it back. In any case, the storage ring is just not enough. Baidu search for UC Book League website and let you experience the latest and fastest chapters, all of which are updated in seconds. Saying that, he doesn't look at her, and directly enters the vicious beast's cave. Deng Wenquan simply can't believe his ears. Jun Mayan, you dare. Luo Yu raises her hand, and a group of puppets rushes straight towards Deng Wenquan. Hee, see if we dare. Watching as the overwhelming number of puppets overwhelm Deng Wenquan to the ground, and snatch away the storage ring in his hand. Suddenly, a sword light flies over from the horizon, directly piercing through the puppets. Immediately after, more than a dozen flying silhouettes was over, and land in front of them. The leader is a beautiful woman dressed in light yellow muslin. At her side, there are more than a dozen male cultivators clustered around her, each of them looking at her with fervent adoration, pity, and protectiveness. Behind them, there were actually cultivators who had just been robbed by Mu Yan and the others. Seeing this beautiful woman appear, Deng Wenquan immediately lets out a pleasantly surprised voice, "Su apprentice sister." He suddenly points at Luo Yu and the others. "Su apprentice sister, these people stole the spirit fruits that we picked for you, including an 8th grade Buddha fruit. Luo Yu, can this guy be any more shameless? Since when did the Buddha fruit become his to pick? It's them. Miss Su, these are the people who robbed us. Your soaring dragon must give us justice." Su Luoi's gaze turns to Ling Yuma and Luo Yu. She slightly raises her chin, and says in an overbearing tone, "Return everything to everyone, then break one of your arms, and this matter will be considered settled." Ling Yuma holds the long blade in her hand horizontally, and sneers, "Oh, here comes a busybody. Goddess Su, why don't you ask why these people's things were robbed?" Luo Yu smiles, revealing 2 cute little dimples, "Because they wanted to rob the treasures in my hands, but their skills were inferior, and they were robbed by us instead." Pfft. A man standing next to Su Luoi can't help but laugh. It's a distinguished and elegant young man. He holds a jade flute in his hand, and his purple robe is spotless, complex and luxurious, making his whole person exude a bit of nobility. However, his expression was wanton and unrestrained, and he looked like a playboy who liked to play with flowers. However, the moment he spoke, Luo Yu and Ling Yumo, who were just laughing, tensed up their bodies, revealing expressions as if they were facing a great enemy. This man was very strong, very strong. It was probably not something that the two of them could deal with. Su Luoi glared at the purple-clothed man who spoke. "Brother Xiao." The beauty glared at him. She was extremely charming and flirtatious. Xiaoyunchuan's brows immediately relaxed. His eyes seemed to contain autumn waves as he looked at her, but he jokingly said, "Luo Yi, don't be angry. I just feel that what they said is right." Since he had the guts to rob them, he could only admit that his skills were inferior and he was robbed instead. Isn't that right? Xiaoyunchuan's words were obviously approved by many people. Deng Wenquan and the others revealed a humiliated expression, but they still couldn't help but argue, "But they purposely lured us to rob them. Moreover, they also stole junior sister Su's spirit fruit." Su Luoi sighed softly, "The other spirit fruits are fine, but this Buddha fruit is something that I searched for a long time. It wasn't easy for senior brother Deng and the others to find it for me. I urgently need the Buddha fruit to refine the advancement elixir. Brother Xiao." She looked at Xiaoyunchuan with a trace of pleading in her eyes, which made Xiaoyunchuan's heart soften. "Alright, I'll get the Buddha fruit back for you." The other male cultivators also yelled, "Miss Su, don't worry. The Buddha fruit is yours. Even if Brother Deng and the others were wrong in robbing us, they can't be so greedy and take away all the treasures. Heh, look at those two. They're only at level 1 nascent soul. They said that Brother Deng and the others are not as skilled as them. I wonder what they're up to. How dare they be greedy for Goddess Su's things? They must be tired of living." A dozen male cultivators were filled with righteous indignation. They were determined to seek justice for the beauty. As for the 2 members of the Xiaoyao team and Yi Liangchen's defense that the Buddha fruit belonged to them, no one cared about them. Su Luoi's lips curled up as she listened to the surrounding people's adoration and looked at Xianxia, who was willing to do anything for her without any hesitation. She revealed a proud expression. In fact, she was not very talented. At least, she was not as talented as the geniuses of the Qilin team. However, her cultivation level improved very quickly. She was always among the best in the various competitions and assessments of the Dragon Ascension Academy. The reason was that she was proud of her beauty. Not talented enough? A large number of male cultivators would bring medicinal pills in front of her, just for her to take a second look at them. Not strong enough? During the competitions, the male cultivators would go easy on her so that she could advance. When she went out to train and adventure in secret realms, countless male cultivators would surround her and give her the best treasures just to get a smile from her. Xianxia, the young master of the Xiao family in the Purple Cloud realm, was also a high and mighty figure in the southern continent. Now, he was kneeling before her and licking her feet. Su Luoi enjoyed this kind of vanity, and was unable to extricate herself from it. She only needed to show a grateful smile, and she would be able to get everything she wanted. Brother Xiao and everyone else, Luoi is very grateful for your help today. Xianxia was dazzled by her beautiful smile and couldn't open his eyes. He spun the jade flute in his hand. He walked towards Ling Yuma and Luo Yu. He still had a cynical smile on his face, and his tone was indescribably polite. I'm really sorry, this young master didn't want to be enemies with you, but who asked you to offend this beauty? Since it's the beauty's request, then I will definitely satisfy it. After he finished speaking, the smile in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by a cold and stern killing intent. It was different from those who looked down on the two little guys at the first stage of the nascent soul realm. Right from the start, Xianxia had sensed a powerful aura from the two of them. It was something that could only be gained through Blade Mountain Flame Sea Guild's combat experience. Since he was prepared to make a move, he naturally had to kill in one strike. Ling Yuma and Luo Yu also acted as if they were facing a great enemy, and focused on the battle. However, at this moment, suddenly, a loud bang came from the cave. The earth shook violently. Then, a figure flew out from inside. It was accompanied by thick smoke that seemed to be the aftermath of an explosion. Cough, cough, cough. Mu Yan fell to the ground in a sorry state and coughed loudly. At the same time, he took out a pill and stuffed it into his mouth. Junior sister, are you all right? Sixth senior sister, what happened? Mu Yan wiped the black dust off her face and said in a deep voice, we better leave this place as soon as possible and head towards the core area. Hee, there's another one, and she seems even stronger than the previous two. How interesting. Xianxia looked at Mu Yan with interest, a smile that wasn't a smile on his face. But if you want to leave, you'll have to hand over Luoi's Buddha fruit. Mu Yan glanced at Xianxia. Where did this lunatic come from? As he spoke, he looked at his tattered clothes and hands covered in black ash. With a wave of his hand, he changed the clothes he was wearing. At the same time, the black ash on his body was also cleaned up in an instant. Xianxia was about to speak, but his jaw dropped. His eyes, which had been calm and collected when he faced Su Luoi, now seemed to have gone silly. He stared blankly at Mu Yan. Beautiful. She's too beautiful. I can't believe there's such a beauty in this world. The others also turned to look at him. Quite a few of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Mu Yan had changed her clothes and washed away the dust from her days of running around in the Woodfern secret realm, robbing people everywhere. Just like that, her beautiful face was revealed without any reservation. Her snow-white skin was like the finest jade, without the slightest blemish. Not even a single pore could be seen. Her rippling peach blossom eyes were clear and bright, just like the Milky Way in the summer night, magnificent and magnificent. Gulp, someone swallowed his saliva. They looked at Mu Yan, then at Su Luoi. For some reason, Su Luoi, who used to be an outstanding beauty, suddenly felt like she had become ordinary. Su Luoi stared at Mu Yan in disbelief, anger and a sense of crisis surging in her heart. Who was this woman? Why were these men looking at her more infatuated than they were looking at her? Could it be that this woman's appearance could compare to hers? No. That was impossible. Su Luoi took a step forward and bit her lip, looking pitifully at Xianxia. Big brother Xiao, you'll help me get the Buddha fruit back, won't you? Usually, Xianxia would have been infatuated with her and promised her everything if she had asked him in such a soft voice. But this time, she spoke for a long time, and the expression on her face was like a pear blossom. Xianxia didn't even look at her. His eyes were fixed on the girl not far away, as if he was crazy. Mu Yan tidies up her clothes and looks at Xianxia. Just now, you said that you want to take back whose Buddha fruit? Xianxia suddenly came back to his senses. The smile on his face was like a blooming sun. He hid the jade flute in his hand behind his back and quickly walked towards her. Miss, you must be joking. I'm a dignified man. How could I compete with you for some spiritual fruit? The Buddha fruit is naturally yours, Mississippi. If you're lacking any spirit fruits, just tell me and I'll definitely find them for you. I just don't know if this young master has the honor to know Mrs. name. Su Luoi's face contorted as she screamed, Brother Xiao, what are you doing? Didn't you say you were going to get the Buddha fruit back for me? Xianxia stood at Mu Yan's side before he turned around and said to Su Luoi with a beaming smile, Miss Su must be joking. This young master has tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. How could I make a move on a beauty? What's more, it's this kind of peerless beauty. Su Luoi gritted her teeth. Xianxia, you mean, this slut is prettier than me? Xianxia lightly shook the jade flute and suddenly waved it in the air. Pa! A slap lands on Su Luoi's face. Miss Su, for the sake of your beauty, this is only a small punishment. Xianxia unhurriedly says, but if you dare to speak carelessly again and offend this beauty, don't blame me for being impolite. Oh, that's right, it's simply an insult to compare your mediocre appearance with this girl's beauty. Please don't ask such a stupid question again. Everyone's mouth can't help but twitch. Luo Yu murmurs, can you believe that this guy was servile to that woman just a moment ago, acting like a lackey? Just because he saw that sixth senior sister is prettier than that surnamed Su, he instantly changed sides? Is this what Bai Xia calls a dog for appearances? Ling Yuma smiles and says, hee, who cares if he's a dog for appearances or not? Looking at that pretentious woman being angered to death, I feel so good. Little junior sister is really invincible. At this time, Su Luoi is really about to faint from anger. She covers her face and looks at Xianxia in disbelief. However, the man who was still circling around her a quarter of an hour ago, praising her to the heavens, now doesn't even bother to look at her. His eyes are unblinkingly fixed on that slut, as if he's looking at a rare treasure. Su Luoi is simply going crazy. She grabs a male cultivator next to her. You tell me, is that slut beautiful or am I? The male cultivator who was caught usually fawns over her in all kinds of ways, and is infatuated with her. However, at this time, he stares blankly at Mayan, then looks at Luo Yu and Ling Yuma, as if he's stupid. Just as Su Luoi is about to shake him to make him speak, she suddenly hears him shout, June. June Mayan, Ling Yuma, Lan Luoyu. Fuck, Xiaoyao team, you're Xiaoyao team. His shout awakens the people who were originally addicted to beauty. Xiaoyao team? Which Xiaoyao team? Idiot. Apart from the 7 devils of Xiaoyao at the Deer Cry banquet, who else dares to call themselves Xiaoyao team? Now that you mention it, that girl who's so beautiful that she doesn't look like a mortal, really looks like June Almighty. My goodness. Although I've long known that the great god June is very beautiful, but it wasn't like I was looking at flowers through a mirror. I've only come to realize that she's so beautiful in person that even Su Luoi can't compare. Isn't strength the most important thing? The city-toppling killing god. He's a sword cultivator who could even defeat Dragon Ascension's genius, Great Guru Chu. Go. Is our June Xia only good at swordsmanship? Have you forgotten that with her musician support skills, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she can beat the entire Deer Cry banquet, or even Dragon Ascension? It's too much to say that he was beaten up. If we want to talk about a beating, it must be our Yi Liangchen, the great god Yi. Lord of 6 stars, #1 on the Ganhua proclamation. Ahem, didn't they say that Guru Yi has a good relationship with the Carefree Squad? Every time he makes a move, it's to support Team Xiaoyao. To put it bluntly, we're all family. Su Luoi originally wanted to regain her confidence from the other male cultivators. However, after these people recognized Mu Yan and the other two, not only did they not kneel down and lick her, Instead, they directly ignored her, and just like Xiao Yunchuan, they went straight to Mu Yan and the other two. Xiao Yunchuan looked at Mu Yan with a gentle face, so this young lady is called Jun Mu Yan. You're really beautiful, and your name is also beautiful. Su Luoi's whole body trembled with anger. In just a split second, the number of male cultivators around her was reduced by half. As for the remaining half, they'd either been robbed by Mayan and the others. Either they had never been to the Deer Cry banquet and did not know the name of the carefree team. But even these people would occasionally look at Mu Yan with astonished and infatuated gazes. And she, Su Luoi, was such a radiant beauty. In the eyes of these men, it was as if she was transparent. On the other side, Mu Yan, who had just come out of the cave, was completely confused. Why was there suddenly a sickening psychopath by her side? Why did so many supporters of the carefree team suddenly appear? However, when he thought of the situation he had sensed in the vicious beast cave, he felt a chill run down his spine. Mu Yan couldn't care so much anymore. Her face turned solemn as she said, "Fourth senior sister, Xiaoqi, we'll talk about the rest later. Let's head to the Secret Lands core area first. If we're late, I'm afraid we'll be in big trouble." Ling Yuma and Luo Yu rarely see Mu Yan with such a grave expression. He immediately realized that something was wrong. The three of them had just taken out their flying swords and were about to leave. Suddenly, 3 rays of white light shot out from the side, heading straight for the three of them. Clang! 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 The white light hits the trio's flying swords, but Mayan's 7 absolute swords are naturally unscathed. However, Ling Yuma and Luo Yu were only using the most ordinary flying swords. After being hit by the white light, it actually broke into 2 pieces. Fortunately, the 2 of them had quick reflexes and were not injured. But because of that, their movements were obstructed. Mu Yan narrows her eyes, coldly looking in the direction of the white light. When Su Luoi saw how they had no choice but to fall to the ground, the humiliation and anger in her heart were somewhat alleviated. Seeing Mayan looking over, she slightly raises her chin and angrily rebukes, "Jun Mayan, you rely on your beauty to seduce men, making them addicted to you and unwilling to lay their hands on you. But in the next moment, you snatched away all the treasures in their hands and even trampled on their self-esteem. Don't you think you've gone too far?" Su Luoi's words jolted the few people who were intoxicated by her beauty back to reality. This was especially true for Deng Wenchuan and those who were robbed. When he looks at Mayan again, his gaze has already changed from infatuation to fear and resentment. Yes, so what if this woman was beautiful? Hidden under her beautiful skin was a heart as cold as a god of death. She didn't know how to act coquettishly or pitifully, making people want to protect her. On the other hand, the strong ones could casually step on men. How could such a woman be compared to Su Luoi? Su Luoi was also very strong, but she knew how to show weakness in front of men. "I will seek their help and protection." They would look at them with adoration and gratitude. This kind of woman was the kind that could satisfy their vanity and let them experience self-confidence and pleasure, feeling the scorching gazes of the male cultivators around him once again. Only then did Su Luoi's eyes regain their luster. That's right, she was the most beautiful, the focus of everyone's attention. As for idiots like Xiao Yunchuan and Long Teng, they were just a bunch of blind people. Mayan looks at her expressionlessly, "Then what do you want?" Su Luoi righteously said, "If you know that you're wrong, then return everyone's things and apologize to everyone. I think that all the cultivators here are big men with heroic spirit. Presumably, they wouldn't bother with a little girl like you." The corners of Mayan's mouth slowly hooked up, "And if I don't want to?" Su Luoi sneered and slowly drew a delicate and slender light green longsword. She said in a low voice, "Luoi has received a lot of help from all of you in the past. Since you refuse to repent, then don't blame Luoi for seeking justice for all of you." She shot a resentful look at Xiao Yunchuan as she spoke. "If you have the slightest bit of shame in your heart, then don't try to seduce those men to stand up for you. You and I will fight one-on-one. If you win, you can take the items and I'll give you my Buddha fruit. But if you lose, you'll do as I said. Kneel and apologize, then return the items to the cultivators." Su Luoi's words made the male cultivators around her feel indescribably touched. Junior sister Su is a virtuous female cultivator. So what if Mayan's beauty is on par with Miss Su's? In terms of strength, character, and talent, how can she compare to our Miss Sue? Hee, that's only natural. Otherwise, why would junior sister Sue be called the goddess of soaring dragon? Some people who call themselves gods are really shameless. A mere first-stage nascent soul cultivator dares to compare himself to our goddess. Suluoy narrowed her eyes as she listened to the praises and belittling of Mayan. She couldn't help but take a deep breath, intoxicated. That sullen feeling of being suppressed by Mayan just now disappears without a trace at this moment. Rumble, an explosion sounded from the mountains in the distance. The earth trembled slightly. However, no one paid attention to these sounds at all. Battles broke out everywhere in the Woodfern secret realm, so it was normal for there to be some commotion. Mayan sighed softly and muttered, "I'm afraid, it's too late." Suluoy didn't hear her clearly, but when she saw the worry on Mayan's face, she sneered. "What? You don't have the guts to fight? Or are you willing to admit that you're a piece of trash who only knows how to seduce men?" A diehard supporter of the Carefree Squad spoke up indignantly. "Isn't a peak nascent soul cultivator bullying a first-stage nascent soul cultivator a little too much? Moreover, this bet doesn't benefit the great god June at all, regardless of whether he wins or loses. The Buddha fruit originally belonged to Carefree Squad, but Deng Wenchuan insisted on snatching it from them. I can testify. Since you want to compete, shouldn't you take out enough chips as a bet?" These words were just short of saying that Su Luoy was despicable and shameless, and that she had forcefully seized it. Su Luoy almost fainted from anger. How did these bastards and trash fall head over heels for her back then, allowing her to do whatever she wanted? Now, he was actually standing on that slut's side, helping that slut to scold her. Su Luoy took a deep breath to suppress the rage and jealousy in her heart, and she sneered, "All right, what do you want to bet? Speak." "June Mayan, I'll let you, slut, be proud for a while. Isn't it because of your outstanding performance at the Deer Cry banquet that these idiots are infatuated with you? When they see you in such a sorry state under my hands and how pitiful you are begging for mercy, I want to know who else a slut like you can seduce." As for beauty, Su Luoy firmly refused to admit that she would lose to others. Mayan slowly raised her head, and the curve of her mouth deepened. A bright and beautiful smile blossomed on her face. This smile was like the flowing wind and returning snow, captivating and soul-stirring. Xianxia had already directly clutched his chest, looking like he was about to faint from being bewitched. Baidu search, UC Book League, website, letting you experience the latest and fastest chapters, all of which are updated in seconds. But only Luo Yu and Ling Yuma, who are always with Mayan, know. It's over. Little sister/sixth sister is smiling like this. Someone is definitely going to suffer a calamity. They only hear her unhurriedly say, "Bet? There's no need. Because right now, my mood is very bad." The girl's voice is clear and melodious, like the sounds of nature, pleasing to the ears, causing people's hearts to sway. However, the words she says make everyone present inexplicably shudder. "So, as compensation, give me everything you have." Su Luoy is startled, her face revealing an alarmed and angry expression. This slut has such a big tone. However, the next moment, the girl who was originally standing before them disappears. Su Luoy can be called the goddess of the soaring dragon, so naturally, she isn't a powerless waste. Almost at the same moment when Mayan's figure disappears, the dark green sword in her hand is dancing like a flower. The spiritual power within her body is desperately circulating and dispersing, as if she doesn't need crystals. The surrounding temperature instantly drops, the water droplets in the air faintly condense into ice crystals, and the vegetation on the ground is instantly covered with frost. Su Luoy's supporters immediately burst into excited cheers. June Mayan wants to win by a surprise move, sneak attacking Goddess Su. The idea is good, but unfortunately, she underestimated Goddess Su's strength. How could a first-rank nascent soul break through this kind of frost sword net defense? Just as they are talking, suddenly, there's a crisp paw sound in the air. Everyone still hasn't reacted to this sound. All of a sudden, Su Luoy staggered a step to the side, and an obvious palm print appeared on her left cheek. The male cultivators who were just praising Su Luoy suddenly feel like they'd been ruthlessly slapped. They can't make the slightest sound. Su Luoy covers her face in disbelief, not daring to believe that she had just been slapped. "June Mayan, how dare you?" Before she could finish, there's a paw, the second slap, two distinct red palm prints appear on Su Luoi's fair cheeks. They're symmetrical, bright and very eye-catching. Moreover, these two slaps are obviously very heavy, so it doesn't take long for both cheeks to swell up. After being slapped twice, Su Luoi felt dizzy and her vision blurred. Her face was burning with pain. But what drove her crazy was not the pain in her body, but the sullen feeling of being humiliated in public. "Bitch, come out if you have the guts. I'll kill you. I'm going to tear you to shreds." The sword in Su Luoi's hand danced crazily. Frost filled the sky as countless sword lights weaved into a sword net. Even a mosquito would not be able to pass through such a dense net of swords. However, right at this moment, 7 colorful rays of light suddenly bloomed out of nowhere. They surrounded Su Luoi's body. Every ray of light transformed into a sword of the same color and slashed at the frost sword net. With each slash, Su Luoi took a step back with a pale face, and her expression grew increasingly unsightly. How could this be? Isn't that slut only at the first stage of nascent soul? How could it possess such powerful spiritual power? How could he have mastered such exquisite swordsmanship? How could there be such a mysterious and unpredictable movement technique that he couldn't even catch? What Su Luoi couldn't believe was, Jun Mayan's domain. Almost as soon as the battle began, the starry domain was silently released. In the beginning, Su Luoi simply didn't put the domain of a little girl at the first stage of nascent soul in her eyes. Baidu search, UC Book League, website, letting you experience the latest and fastest chapters, all of them updated in seconds. She hasn't been able to activate the domain. But in fact, when the disparity in cultivation is too great, the domain is just a useless existence. It can't reverse the situation of the battle. But soon, Su Luoi finds out that the reality is the complete opposite of what she imagined. In Mayan's domain, her ears have been echoing with the faint sound of the zither. From faintly discernible at the beginning, it's now incomparably clear. As the sound of the zither becomes louder and louder, the circulation of spiritual power within her body begins to slow down. Her 5 senses, speed, strength, everything is constantly declining. Finally, there's a loud clang. Su Luoi's impenetrable net of swords is broken, and she spits out a mouthful of blood with a deathly pale complexion. Almost at the same time, the 7 colored swords combine into one, turning into a sparkling and translucent longsword. The 7 absolute swords carry an austere, bone-penetrating chill as they directly strike Su Luoi's face. She widens her eyes in horror, her whole body stiffens, and she opens her mouth to scream, but she can't make a single sound. Could it be that she, Su Luoi, Xianxia's #1 beauty, self-proclaimed, the soaring dragon goddess, is going to die in the hands of this little slut? However, the 7 absolute swords stop only an inch away from her. Su Luoi's legs tremble, and it's only after a long while that she comes back to her senses in shock and fear. She screams, "Jun Mayan, you slut!" Slap, a slap is thrown across Su Luoi's face. She staggers from being flung away, and is pulled back by an invisible force. Then, slap 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 slap. The sounds, as dense as raindrops, reverberate in everyone's ears. Apart from the sound of the slap, it's so quiet that you can hear a pin drop. Occasionally, some of them would swallow their saliva with difficulty and touch their faces in fear. She obviously wasn't hit, but why does it feel so painful? Finally, the pitter-patter of the rain stopped. Mayan loosens the pull on her hand, and Su Luoi directly collapses to the ground. And her face now, even the word appalling wasn't sufficient to describe it. Saying that she's a pig's head is an insult to a pig's head. Even Dang Wenquan and the others, who adore Su Luoi the most, can't help but feel their scalps go numb, and they retreat a bit. Then, everyone's eyes turn to Mayan, and their eyes carry the fear of to see a devil king or a monster. Damn it, this is the fatally beautiful killing god. This was the she-devil. It was even more ferocious than the legends. More people had a deeper understanding of the strength of Jun Mayan and the unfettered 7 devils. With the strength of a first-stage nascent soul cultivator, he was able to beat a peak nascent soul cultivator. Who would believe such words? Only the obsession in Xiaoyunchuan's eyes is deeper. He looks at Mu Yan as if he can't wait to kneel down and lick her shoes. As for the soaring dragon goddess who had been beaten into a pulp, Xiaoyunchuan didn't even bother to look at her. Mu Yan swings her aching hand and glances at Chen Da and the others who had just rushed over. Go collect the spoils of war, quickly. Chenda, oh, oh, oh. Thus, the 6 people from the Green Tooth sect, along with the newly joined young lady, Li Xiaoxiao, quickly ran to the unconscious Su Luoi and started to tear off her clothes and search for her belongings. Indeed, from top to bottom, from inside to outside, apart from the worthless clothes, not a single piece of clothing was left out. To say that it's like plucking feathers from wild geese is an understatement. And the movements of Chen Da's group of 7 are really too familiar, like they're used to doing this kind of finishing work. When she was done, she ran to Mu Yan. Great God June, please take a look. There are a total of 3 storage rings, we'll talk about that later. Mu Yan frowned, feeling the strange energy fluctuations in the air. Her eyes were filled with worry. But before she could say anything, a rumbling sound came from the distance. The sound this time was different from the explosion that sounded like before. It was the sound of countless people trampling on the ground. A peak nascent soul cultivator beside Xiao Yunchuan suddenly bent down, ear to the ground. Not good. He jumped up, it's a beast tide, a large-scale one. Young master, we must leave immediately. Xiao Yunchuan's face darkened. The surrounding cultivators panicked, a beast tide? How could it be? I've never heard of a beast tide in the Woodfern secret realm. Quick, get on the flying treasures. We have to run. Everyone was in a mess, but the rumbling was getting closer and closer. Cultivators' screams, cries for help, and the roars of wild beasts could be heard. 6th senior sister. Luo Yu and Ling Yuma looked at Mu Yan. Mu Yan looked at her feet and shook her head. It's too late to enter the core area now. We have to act accordingly. She raised her hand, and the Tian Mo Qin turned into a huge 7-ju sword. Mu Yan waved her hand, and the 3 of them, including Chen De and the rest, jumped onto the sword. The 7-ju sword slowly rose into the air, but it didn't fly too high, nor did it run like the other cultivators. As it turned out, Mu Yan's decision was completely correct. After a few breaths, a huge shadow appeared in the sky. The shadow was hovering in the clouds, and when it sensed someone rising into the air, it opened its mouth and bit down. Ah! The cultivators who flew the highest and ran the fastest in the sky let out miserable screams as their bodies were directly bitten in half by something. Fresh blood fell from the sky like a beautiful rain of blood. Chen De and the rest were so scared that their stomachs trembled. What? What is this? How could there be such a monster in the Woodfern secret realm? Everyone's frightened and bewildered eyes looked towards Mayan. As early as when there was no change, Mayan's expression was not right, and she kept urging them to hurry up. Little junior sister, do you know something? Mu Yan looked at the monster in the sky, as well as the ferocious beasts that were rushing over like a tide from afar, and his expression became serious. It's just a kind of perception and intuition. Just now, there was a change in the spiritual power fluctuation in the air. There's a great sense of danger in my heart, and it's urging me to immediately leave the outer region of the secret realm and enter the core area. In fact, Mu Yan lied. She did feel that something was wrong. However, Qi Huang was the one who told her to enter the core area immediately. When she first felt the energy fluctuations, Mu Yan entered the vicious beast cave. Actually, it was not about what was in the vicious beast's cave. Instead, it was Qi Huang who had strongly requested her to enter the cave. Under the cover of the ferocious beast's aura, she would release him so that she could sense what this hair-raising energy fluctuation was. Mu Yan can't dissuade Qi Huang, plus she's really uneasy in her heart. So in the end, he agreed. When Seven Brilliance sensed it, his expression changed drastically. Someone is using all the living beings in the outer perimeter of the secret realm as sacrifices. It's either to break the barrier, or to set up a great formation. But no matter what, I'm afraid that 99% of the creatures in the Woodfern secret realm won't survive. Mayan's expression changed. How many cultivators are there in the Woodfern secret realm? Who would be so deranged as to use so many creatures as sacrifices? What does he want? What do we do now? Will we be safe once we enter the secret realm's core? Qi Huang gritted his teeth. He dares to play such tricks right under my nose? Just you wait, I'll twist his dog head off right now. As he spoke, the youth's long black hair fluttered without any wind. His phoenix eyes seemed to be stained with blood. They were a striking red, but all emotion had faded away, leaving only a bottomless desire for slaughter. The black mist seemed to be pouring out of Qi Huang's body, causing the earth to tremble. Mayan felt as if something was clutching her heart. For a moment, she couldn't breathe. She instinctively didn't want to see Qi Huang like this. She didn't want him to continue like this. With that in mind, Mayan took action. The Tianmo Qin appeared in her hand, and her slender fingers plucked at the strings. The ear-piercing sound of the qin turned into sound waves that surged towards Qi Huang, colliding with the black mist gushing out of his body. However, as soon as the black mist came into contact with the sound waves, it seemed as if it had found a delicious meal and began to devour it. In fact, they even greedily rushed in Mu Yan's direction, as if they wanted to swallow her whole. Qi Huang! Mayan shouted, "Stop!" Qi Huang turned a deaf ear, but the corners of his mouth hooked up in a sinister smile. Seeing that the black mist had already wrapped around the Tianmo Qin, Mayan felt as if the spiritual energy in her body was being attracted by something, showing signs of surging out. Mayan clenched her teeth, and her fingers abruptly changed from playing the qin. This time, it wasn't the harsh sound of metal clashing, but the tinkling of a child's tune. Qi Huang, who had a devilish look on his face, suddenly stiffened, then began to tremble uncontrollably. Even his facial expression kept twitching, as if he wanted to cry, but also as if he wanted to laugh. The black mist that had already wrapped around Mayan trembled violently, as if it was unwillingly retreating. Qi Huang's voice is filled with anger and sobs, "Jun Mayan, bastard! You actually dare to do this to me, to me. Ha ha ha. Stop. Stop. Jun Mayan, ha ha ha." That's right, this cheerful and childlike tune was Seven Brilliance's itchy meat set meal. Lord Artifact Spirit hated it the most. There was no other. Mu Yan looked at Qi Xiaohuang, who had clearly returned to normal, and heaved a sigh of relief. She stopped what she was doing and snappily said, "Hurry up and return to the space, do you really want to be discovered?" Seeing that Qi Huang still wants to refute, Mayan narrows her eyes and plucks the strings with her fingers. Qi Huang immediately became listless, saying indignantly, "Jun Mayan, remember this for me." "Don't worry, I remember how many crystals you owe me." Mu Yan said unhurriedly, "So Qi Xiaohuang, before you pay off the debt you owe me, you better not cause trouble for me and bring about your own destruction." As a result, Mu Yan's humiliation turns into anger, and the helpless Qi Huang explodes, directly blasting her out of the vicious beast cave. Of course, Seven Brilliance eventually returned to the space. However, as soon as he entered the space, the bristling expression on his face disappeared. Baidu search the UC Book League website, allowing you to experience the latest and fastest chapters, all of which are updated in seconds. Lowering her head to look at her hand, a black mist slowly gushes out from her palm. Qi Huang fiercely clenches her hand, her nails digging into her palm. She softly says in a low, husky, and resolute voice, "I don't care who you are, but if you dare to hurt Mayan again, I will make you die a very ugly death." "Little junior sister, what should we do?" Ling Yuma's voice is accompanied by mournful screams, pulling Mayan back from her thoughts. She comes back to her senses, and her eyebrows fiercely jump. Because of the monster that can swallow people in the sky, a lot of cultivators have landed their flying magic weapons on the ground. They plan to rely on their legs to escape. But who knew, they haven't even taken 2 steps when the ground starts to bubble. The originally solid ground, in the blink of an eye, turns into a muddy swamp. Several cultivators simply don't have time to react, and are directly swallowed by the swamp. Those cultivators who are cautious and don't completely land on the ground, but choose to fly at a low altitude. They're just rejoicing at their wisdom. Suddenly, the tip of their noses smells a fishy stench. Immediately after, their whole body feels itchy and stinging. They frantically scratch, watching in horror and despair as their skin festers all over their body. Finally, they fall from their flying swords, and are swallowed by the swamp. Apart from the cultivators, there are also those frantically running vicious beasts that can't escape. It's very clear that the beast tide's outbreak isn't because the vicious beasts want to kill people. Rather, the vicious beasts instinctively feel danger, and want to escape. However, their endings are incomparably tragic. Apart from those that can fly, the other vicious beasts are all swallowed by the swamp without exception. In the air, cries full of despair and resentment echo. The beast tide that just made everyone run for their lives in fright, collapses and disintegrates in a short moment. This scene makes Chende and the others pale in fright, their legs tremble, and they almost faint. Mayan and the other two are also in a bad mood. Even if these people are strangers that they met by chance, and have nothing to do with them. But watching so many lives being cruelly swallowed in front of their eyes. No one can remain indifferent. Who is it? Who could actually think of such a deranged way to sacrifice living beings? What is his purpose? Sixth senior sister, the poisonous gas is spreading. Luo Yu screams. Sure enough, the dark red gas was like countless venomous snakes as it coiled around them. One only needed to look at the cultivators whose bodies were festering to understand the consequences of coming into contact with these poisonous gases. Chende and the rest were scared out of their wits. However, some cultivators soon discovered a way out. Poison avoidance pill. The poison avoidance pill can resist this poisonous marsh. This discovery allowed everyone to grasp a glimmer of hope amidst their despair. Everyone took out the antidote pills they had prepared and swallowed them. As such, even if he came into contact with the poison smog, he would still be safe and sound. However, it was too early for everyone to feel at ease. This was because the poison avoidance pill lost its effect after a quarter of an hour. On the contrary, more and more poisonous gas emerged from the swamp. Like a thick fog, it completely enveloped the area in front of them. One would not even be able to see several meters in front of them. What was even more frightening was that even the spiritual energy in the air was being devoured bit by the poisonous swamp. If this went on, the poison prevention pill would be used up. When the spiritual power in the air completely disappeared. How could these people still have a chance to live? Just then, there was suddenly a tinkling sound from below, like that of a wind chime. Baidu Search, UC Book League, website, allowing you to experience the latest and fastest chapters, all updates in seconds. Immediately after, a purple light flashes and spreads out. In the center of the light is Su Luoi, holding the purple bell. She woke up at some point, the swelling on her face still hasn't completely subsided. There's still fear in her eyes, but there's even more complacent resentment as she glares at Mayan. Around her, there's a lot of cultivators surrounding her, like stars surrounding the moon. Among them are her admirers, Deng Wenchuan. The strange thing is, when the poison smog from below spreads up and touches the ring of light emitted by the purple bell, it's actually impenetrable. In other words, the people inside the purple bell's light cover are safe. That's the 9th grade spirit tool, Purple Gold Bell. I heard that the purple gold bell can block a tribulation passing cultivator's attack, confuse the enemy's mind, and form a spirit power cover. It can even resist 100 poisons. Great, with the purple gold bell, we can be saved. Save us, Miss Su, let us enter the purple gold bell's spirit power cover. The surviving cultivators in this area all rushed towards Su Luoi's side. Each and every one of them looked at her with hope. Su Luoi touched her face, which was still stinging from the pain, and swallowed a pill to heal her external injuries. Then she grins maliciously, "You want to hide inside my purple gold bell? Sure, as long as each of you curse that slut." She points at Mayan, her eyes glaring at her, as if she's itching to peel off her skin and tear apart her bones. The smile on her face becomes more and more arrogant. Whoever curses that slut more viciously will be able to enter the purple gold bell first. The group of cultivators look at each other. Soon after, someone curses without hesitation, "Smelly whore, son of a bitch, you're even more lowly than a sewer rat, a dog is uglier than a woman, I feel like my eyes are dirty just by looking at you. How can a trash like you be compared to goddess Su Luoi? You're not even fit to carry the goddess's shoes. A trash like you should be thrown into the lowest brothel, to be ridden by thousands of people. If Goddess Su is a celestial being, then you're the dog shit on the ground." Su Luoi laughed heartily and pointed at the people who were cursing the most viciously. You, and you. You can come in now." The people who were selected were instantly overjoyed, and all of them entered the purple gold barrier with faces full of joy. When the others saw this, they immediately cursed even more fiercely. Luo Yu and Ling Yuma's faces were getting uglier and uglier. They could barely suppress the killing intent in their bodies. These drags dared to insult little junior sister and sixth senior sister, courting death. However, before the two of them could do anything, they were stopped by Mu Yan. Sixth senior sister, that be asterisk starred woman let people scold you like that. How can you tolerate it? Luo Yu was hopping mad. Mu Yan faintly laughed, don't worry If I want to collect the debt, of course I have to collect it together with interest. If I don't make them go bankrupt, then I'm not called Jun Mayan. Seeing the smile on Mu Yan's face, Luo Yu and Ling Yuma's murderous intent and anger instantly disappeared. In his heart, he lit a candle for Su Luoi and her supporters. Hee, do you really think that the scariest demoness of the unfettered seven devils is someone that can be easily provoked? On the other side, the poison smog was spreading faster and higher. In order to survive, many cultivators had no choice but to curse Mu Yan even if they were unwilling. In the end, they were placed inside the purple gold barrier. Not long after, in this area, only a few loyal members of Yap Liangchen and the carefree team were left who didn't enter the purple gold shield and scold Mu Yan. As well as Xiao Yunchuan and the others. Su Luoi looked at Xiao Yunchuan, who was constantly taking pills. Her eyes flashed with resentment, but she was even more complacent. Xiao Yunchuan, don't you want to live? As long as you are willing to call that slut ugly, I will let you enter my purple gold bell. How about it? Xiao Yunchuan threw a poison prevention pill into his mouth, gently twirled the jade flute in his hand, and opened and closed his mouth, ugly. However, these 3 words did not calm Su Luoi's anger. Instead, it caused her face to contort. Because when Xiao Yunchuan said this, his eyes were clearly looking at her. This scoundrel was calling her an ugly freak. Xiao Yunchuan, do you want to die? Su Luoi shrieked, there will come a time when you run out of medicine. At that time, you will be corroded to death by the poison smog. Xiao Yunchuan's subordinate said worriedly, young master, we don't have many antidote pills left. Xiao Yunchuan curled his lips. Being corroded to death by the poison smog is better than being poisoned by this ugly monster. With that, he takes a step forward and the flight-type magic weapon rushes in front of Mu Yan. Xiao Yunchuan has a gentle and elegant smile on his face as he moves closer to Mayan. He takes out the antidote pill in his hand. Yan, do you need an antidote pill? I have here. The Tian Emochin in Mu Yan's hand tilts and directly smashes Xiao Yunchuan's head, pushing him several meters away. The voice said faintly, who are you calling Yan? Of course it's you. Xiao Yunchuan's eyes were full of stars, a beautiful face like jade, a glance can topple a city, that's Yan. Slender fingers gently pluck the strings. Mu Yan looks at him with a smile that isn't a smile. Say it again if you have the ability. Xiao Yunchuan groaned and retreated with a face full of grievance, like a little wife who had been bullied. It makes Mu Yan feel disgusted. Xiao Yunchuan's men also turned their heads and asked, who is this? It was definitely not their young master, they did not know him. Su Luoi, on the other hand, was trembling with anger. But immediately, seeing the poison smog spreading towards Mayan and the others, a sinister smile appears on her face. Haha, Jun Mayan, did you see that? The poison smog has already spread to your side. Soon, your skin will be corroded by the swamp, and you will become an ugly monster from head to toe. Do you want to live? If you want to live, kneel down and kowtow. Admit that you are a slut, a piece of trash, and an ugly monster. If you do that, I might consider letting you hide inside the purple gold barrier. Ha ha ha. Deng Wenchuan, who was standing beside Su Luoi, also sneered. He looked at the people gathered around Mu Yan and said, and you guys, why are you still with the carefree team? Did he really want to be swallowed by the poisonous swamp? If you obediently curse that bitch, you can live. Are you really not going to consider such a good deal? A few of them revealed hesitant expressions. Looking at Mu Yan and the other 2, they gritted their teeth and endured. A few of them were filled with righteous indignation. Dream on. Even if I die, I will never insult my idol. Chen De and the others were so afraid of death. But now, there wasn't even a trace of hesitation. They even took out all the poison avoidance pills they had on them and handed them to Mu Yan. Great God Jun, take these poison avoidance pills and quickly go to the secret territories core area. He had just heard Mu Yan say that they must hurry to the secret territories core area as soon as possible. Bookmark for easier reading. So, they guessed that this place wasn't safe, but as long as they entered the core area of the Woodfern's secret realm, they would be safe. Mayan, Luoyu, and Ling Yuema looked at them in surprise. But there wasn't a trace of struggle or hesitation on their faces. After a while, Luoyu said, "If you gave us the poison prevention pill, you would have died." Chinda smiled, "If it wasn't for the 3 bosses, we would have died at the hands of the Bloodhounds jackals." Everything they had seen and heard in the secret realm was legendary and carefree. Even if they died here, they would have no regrets. The poison smog was getting closer and closer, almost wrapping around Chinda's body. But his first reaction wasn't to run away in fear, but to anxiously hand over the poison prevention pill. But the pill wasn't given out yet. Chinda sees Mayan stretch out her hand, and with a snap, she sticks a talisman on his body. Then, there was a clap. In the blink of an eye, all the cultivators around Mayan, including Xiaoyunchuan's group, were stuck with talismans. Spiritual power surged, and the talismans burned. In the next moment, a miraculous scene appeared. The burning talismans formed a small circle of light, surrounding the cultivators. And this circle of light was like the purple gold bell's spiritual power barrier. It actually blocked the dark red poison smog outside, unable to enter. No, it wasn't just unable to enter. When the dark red poisonous gas came into contact with the light of the burning talismans, it was as if they had encountered something terrifying. It was as if they had bumped into something terrifying, and they were pushed back a few meters. Because everyone around Mayan had a burning talisman on them, for a moment, a pure land was cleared in front of them. Not only did their vision recover, but the surrounding spiritual power also showed signs of recovery. Chinda looked at the talisman on his left shoulder, then at the poison smog that had retreated a few meters. He looked at Mayan with joy. "Boss, this talisman can actually repel the poison smog? What kind of talisman is this?" Mayan slowly stuck talismans on herself, Luoyu, and Ling Yuema. Then she tidied up Luoyu's somewhat messy clothes, and said indifferently, "6th grade variant soul lock talisman, it can expel all kinds of sinister energy, including demonic chi." She had guessed that the poison smog was a poisonous gas. However, it was actually more like a special energy amalgamation. Even the man-devouring monster in the sky was the same. This energy was caused by a sacrificial formation activated by someone in the core region of the mystic realm. As long as it was energy, evil and sinister energy, there was nothing that her mutated soul-locking talisman could not expel. 6th grade mutated spirit-locking talisman? Someone exclaimed, Isn't it only available in the #1 shop in the world? It was the talisman drawn by Great Godyi, right? Mu Yan didn't answer their question, but she also didn't deny it. Not answering was equivalent to tacit agreement. Oh, you're really worthy of being my Great Godyi. Only the talismans drawn by her would have such a heaven-defying effect. Get lost. We should be thanking the great god June and the others. The soul-sealing talisman was given to us by June Xia. Mayan waves her hand, "Let's go, we need to hurry to the core area of the secret territory as soon as possible. Everything should still be normal there." This sentence made everyone even more ecstatic than taking out the soul-locking talisman. The core region of the mystic realm is normal? This meant that as long as they crossed the entire outer perimeter, they would have a chance of survival. The dejection and despair on everyone's faces were swept away at this moment. Each and every one of them circled around Mu Yan's group, carefully steering their flying swords in the direction that Mu Yan had pointed. Before they left, 2 little girls suddenly turned around and made faces at Su Luoi. They said with disgust and ridicule, "Ugly freak. White-faced woman. Didn't you say we were going to be poisoned to death? What a pity. We and the June family are still alive and well." Su Luoi looked at their departing figures with a twisted expression and gritted teeth. The purple gold bell in his hand couldn't help but tremble. She thought that she would see June Mayan and the group of bitches who follow her being corroded by the poison smog, their intestines and stomachs rotting, dying without an intact corpse. But who would have thought that Mayan would have Yi Liangchen's mutated talisman? Damn it. Damn it. Junior sister Su, don't worry. Dang Wenchuan suddenly sneered and said, "I know that the mutated soul-locking talisman from the #1 shop in the world is indeed heaven-defying and powerful, but the problem is that it can only last for an hour at most. After an hour, they will still die." Su Luoi's eyes immediately lit up. Dang Wenquan continued, moreover, this is the mutated talisman from the #1 shop in the world. Let's not talk about the price, it's extremely difficult to purchase. I'm afraid that June Mayan has already taken out all the talismans she has on her. Haha, this idiotic woman. If she didn't try to be brave and used all the talismans on herself, she might still have a chance of survival. But she actually used talismans on that group of useless idiots. Just watch, in an hour, she will die very miserably. Su Luoi revealed a carefree expression when she heard this. Come, let's follow them. She must personally see that slut, June Mayan, corroded by the poison smog, her entire body festering and ugly. Dang Wenquan also said excitedly, let's hurry to the Secret Realm's core area. It's definitely safe there. However, just as she was about to leave, she realized that something was amiss. This was because there were too many people standing within the Purple Gold Bell's spiritual energy barrier. Once the sword flew, the spiritual energy fluctuations would clash with the Purple Gold Bell's own energy. It wasn't that the spiritual energy barrier would disappear, or that he wouldn't be able to fly. Instead, Su Luoi's spiritual power consumption would increase exponentially. Feeling that more than half of her dantian was empty, Su Luoi became anxious and roared, all of you, get out. Hurry up and half of you get out. However, it was not easy for these people to get in. Moreover, he's someone who's dead set on offending the female devil, June Mayan. How could he be willing to leave the protective shield and throw away his life? None of them took Su Luoi's words seriously. If not for Su Luoi's soul imprint on the Purple Gold Bell, no one would be able to control it. They had already snatched the items. Su Luoi was so angry that her entire body was trembling, but there was nothing she could do. In the end, he had no choice but to continuously take restore spirit pills to replenish his spiritual power. However, the pill would accumulate in the body, especially when taken in such a violent way. This kind of pill poison was something that even a pill like the water element pill could not expel. Therefore, her future progress in cultivation would definitely be affected. Su Luoi had originally wanted to resist and even refused to move forward. Who would have thought that the cultivators who had been so kind to her and begged her in every possible way would now reveal their ferocious fangs? If she dared to not move forward, these people would definitely kill her, they might even torture her to death. Even Dang Wenquan and the others were silently standing to the side, not having the slightest intention of helping her. In the end, Su Luoi, who was afraid of death, had to compromise. While taking the pills, she used her spiritual power to activate the Purple Gold Bell, and quickly flew towards the secret territory. But soon, the madly angry Su Luoi's face showed a smile. Because after flying for a while, they caught up with Mu Yan's group. At this time, half an hour is almost up, and the talismans on Mu Yan's group are gradually dimming. The poison smog, which they couldn't avoid, is once again entangling them. Su Luoi felt that her sullen mood on the way here suddenly became indescribably comfortable. At this moment, the only person she hated the most was June Muyan. That kind of hatred, even Xiao Yunchuan, who had fallen in love with someone else, and the cruel and unscrupulous male cultivators around her couldn't compare. Seeing that Mu Yan was about to be entangled by the poison smog, Su Luoi stopped and laughed shrilly, June Mu Yan, without Yi Liangchen's mutated talismans, let's see how you can still be arrogant? Ha ha ha. I'll see with my own eyes how this poison smog turns you into an ugly monster. When that time comes, don't cry and beg me to let you hide in my Purple Gold Bell. Chen De and the others around Mu Yan all showed expressions of fear and guilt. The few girls were almost crying, God June, you gave us so many talismans, but now you don't have any. Keep those talismans for yourself, and you'll be able to escape with your life. The little girls hadn't finished crying when they heard the languid voice slowly say, who said I don't have any talismans? As soon as the voice fell, Mu Yan turned her wrist. The next moment, a thick stack of yellow talismans appeared in her hand. Gulp, someone swallowed, what talismans are these? Don't tell me, these are all mutated soul-locking talismans? Oh my god. How many mutated soul-locking talismans are there? Is there 100? I've long heard that the relationship between the Xiaoyao team and Godyi is not shallow, but I didn't expect it to be this close. Mutated talismans are hard to find in the Tianguang ruins, but God June casually took out a stack. It's a big stack. Ling Yuma and Luo Yu, who were at the side, chuckled, a group of foolish mortals. These talismans were drawn by junior sister. Now, little junior sister's talisman drawing level was getting higher and higher. This kind of mutated talisman could be drawn out easily in 2 hours. How could it not be a lot? If these people saw the carefree squad using mutated talismans as a footrest, they would know that a stack of 100 talismans was nothing. Mu Yan's gaze swept across everyone around her. I have a lot of mutated soul-locking talismans on me. It won't be a problem for me to use them to cross the entire periphery of the secret territory and go to the core area. But I can give you 1 or 2 for free. As for the rest, if you want them, you'll have to buy them at the price of the #1 shop in the world. When the crowd heard this, not only did they not complain, they shouted excitedly, I'll buy it, I'll buy it. I'll buy 10. The mutated soul-sealing talisman is only selling for 1,000 high-grade crystals in the world's #1 shop. It's too cheap. Great God June, we're willing to pay 10 times the price. Xianxia directly stuffed a storage ring full of spar into Mu Yan's hand, and affectionately said, Mu Yan, are you short of spar? This young master can give you all the crystal stones on me, as long as you. Before he could finish his words, he is kicked away by Mayan, almost falling straight into the swamp. Xianxuan's subordinates scrambled to pull their young master back. They didn't blame Mayan in the slightest. Instead, they were filled with gratitude. That was because Mayan had received the crystals and given them and Xianxuan 10 soul-locking talismans each. Those who received the talismans first burned one and stuck it on their bodies. The rest were carefully hidden in their storage rings. This was their greatest source of survival in the Woodfern secret realm. Looking at Mayan, who was the center of attention and had even received a large number of crystals, Su Lui almost spat out a mouthful of blood. She had wasted so many elixirs and left a hidden danger in her body. She had gained nothing. But what about Mayan? She had thought that she had no more talismans and would be tortured to death by the poison smog. But the result was that Mayan had so many talismans on her that she could scatter them at will. The most infuriating thing was that this slut had shamelessly sold the talismans for money. Not only did these people not complain, they were even grateful. Were these idiots blind? Su Lui gritted her teeth and suddenly turned to the male cultivators beside her. If you want to stay alive in my purple gold barrier, each of you will have to give me 10,000 high-grade crystals. She had thought that she would make such a request. The male cultivators beside her would be as grateful as Mayan's followers and enthusiastically give her the crystals. Who knew that after she finished speaking, there would be a deathly silence? Not a single person responded. Even Dang Wenchuan and the others deliberately averted their gazes, enjoying the scenery around them as if they hadn't heard anything. Su Lui was driven mad. She shouted, I want each of you to hand over 10,000 high-grade crystals, do you hear me? If you dare not pay, then get out of here. She shook the purple gold bell violently. This time, Su Lui was really angry. She wanted to teach these ungrateful dogs a harsh lesson. However, before she could activate the purple gold bell suddenly, someone screamed, ah, it hurts, it hurts. Immediately after, a few silhouettes fell from mid-air, directly falling into the death swamp. The cultivators around Su Lui were shocked by the scene. When he came back to his senses, he discovered that the purple gold bell's spiritual energy barrier had shrunk by a large margin. Moreover, the spiritual barrier was getting thinner and thinner. The person who had just fallen into the deathly swamp was precisely because he was at the outermost perimeter of the purple gold barrier. The purple gold barrier had shrunk and exposed them to the poisonous swamp, which was why they had lost their lives. Su Lui was pleased that these fools had learned their lesson. However, she soon realized that something was wrong. The purple gold bell required more and more spiritual power from her. But the spiritual barrier was getting smaller and thinner. The poison smog from below continued to spread upwards, eroding the spiritual energy barrier. Then, the spiritual barrier shrunk, exposing the cultivators again. Ah! The blood-curdling screams made everyone's scalp go numb. Even Mu Yan's people looked over. Looking at the terrified looks on the faces of the male cultivators around Su Lui, they shook their heads and sighed. Fortunately, they had chosen to stand on Jun Mosia's side. Instead of insulting his idol, he tried to curry favor with Su Lui. Otherwise, they would have been part of the group that had fallen into despair. All the male cultivators desperately leaned towards Su Luoi. No matter how much Su Luoi yelled at them to get lost, no one listened to her. However, even so, the purple gold bell's spiritual power shield has shrunk once again. More than a dozen cultivators have been exposed to the poisonous smog. These people's faces reveal a look of despair. Some of the more timid ones are trembling, tears of fear flowing down their cheeks. Suddenly, someone looks at Mayan and shouts with a face full of hope, "June. Great God June, can you give me a variant soul-locking talisman? I'm willing to buy it, I'm willing to spend crystals to buy it." Yes, 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 great God June, we were wrong. 1,000 high-grade crystals, right? We are willing to pay, please give us a soul-locking talisman. Mayan smiles and says slowly, "If you want to buy a soul-locking talisman, you can." These words are like a life-saving straw, making these cultivators wild with joy. Many people directly take out their crystals and rush towards Mayan. "I want to buy 50, no, 100. Mayan looks at the male cultivator who is the fastest to rush in front of her. She glances at the crystal bill in his hand and sneers, "If you want to buy a soul-locking talisman, are these crystals not enough? My crystal bill has 100,000 crystals, enough to buy 100 of them." The smile on Mayan's face becomes more and more mocking. "Who told you that you want to buy a soul-locking talisman for 1,000 crystals? 100,000 high-grade crystals for one, do you want it?" When these people hear this, they almost fainted. 100,000 high-grade crystals for one? How can it be so expensive? Don't they only want 1,000 high-grade crystals for one? A young girl named Chen Hui next to Mayan spits out her tongue and says, "How can you be the same as us? When you were flattering Su Luoi, did you feel good cursing Great God June? Do you regret it now? Don't you have to pay the price for regretting it? A few 100,000 high-grade crystals to save a dog's life, it's too cheap for you." After saying that, Chen Hui looks at Mayan with worship. "Great God June, I just remembered the words these people cursed at you. This kid is fine, he only said ugly, so 100,000 high-grade crystals is enough. But for those who cursed, 100,000 crystals is absolutely not enough." Mu Yan looks at the little girl approvingly and nods, "That's right. Then let's do it this way. Let's call this person an ugly freak for 100,000 high-grade crystal stones." Those who scolded first, scolded the most, and scolded the most viciously would be scolded 10 times more. "If you don't have enough, then take off all your belongings, including your clothes." As she spoke, her gaze once again fell on the male cultivator in front of her. 100,000 high-grade crystals for one, do you want to buy it? Buy. I'll buy 10. This male cultivator hurriedly took out the crystal stones, fearing that if he was late, the price of his 100,000 crystal stones for a talisman would rise. As for the other cultivators who rushed over to buy the talismans, each and every one of them were on the verge of tears. Someone fiercely slapped himself in the face. "Who asked you to have such a cheap mouth? Who asked you to scold me to your heart's content?" Now, he was not returning the principal with interest, but with compound interest. Xiaoyao team's Devil June Mayan, in the next life, the life after that, they absolutely don't want to provoke her again. Ling Yuma and Luo Yu looked at each other and revealed a tacit smile. Sure enough, little junior sister is little junior sister. If she doesn't make you spit out everything you owe her, she wouldn't be the head of the Xiaoyao 7 Devils, June Mayan. But in fact, although these people had scolded Mayan, their scolding wasn't too excessive. Otherwise, they wouldn't be at the outermost periphery of the purple gold cover. Therefore, although it hurts, these people still use enough crystal stones to exchange for the sealing talisman, saving their own lives. On the other side, the purple gold cover is already shrinking. Even if Su Luoi takes pills, she can't hold on any longer. Those male cultivators who are left outside the purple gold cover have nowhere to go, and can only ask Mayan for help. Even if they have to pay half of their wealth, in order to save their lives, they can only accept it. But there is also a fiendish person who doesn't want to have nothing, and curses, "Smelly whore, if you don't give it to me, I'll take it myself." After all, Mayan and the other two look like they are only at the first level of nascent soul. It's not impossible to suddenly launch a sneak attack and snatch the sealing talisman when the other cultivators aren't paying attention. However, the result is, of course, tragic. 2 of them are directly cut into 2 by Ling Yuma, and when one half falls into the poisonous swamp, He still has a confused look on his face, not even having the time to struggle and scream. The other three are much more miserable. They are directly hung up by Luoyu's puppets, sent into the poisonous swamp for a while, and then pulled up again. Not long after, the flesh and blood of these three people have already decayed, leaving only 3 skeletons. The shivering crowd, they originally thought that among the unfettered 7 demons, only murderous god Mayan is terrifying. But now, it seems that they were really too naive. Raging Flames Blade and Thousand Hands Godly Summoner, they are not the least bit better than Mayan. On the other side, Su Luoyi is going crazy. Jealousy, fear, panic, they are entangling her like maggots on a tarsal bone. The spiritual power barrier that her purple gold bell can form is getting smaller and smaller. However, the speed of absorbing her spiritual power is getting faster and faster. In just such a short time, Su Luoyi's meridians are damaged in many places because of the overload of spiritual power. There is a tearing pain all over her body. The most frightening thing is that just now, there is a sharp pain coming from her dantian. Then, she is horrified to find that her cultivation has dropped from the peak of nascent soul to the 9th level. Moreover, there is a tendency to continue to fall. Despite paying such a big price, the area that the purple gold bell can protect is getting smaller and smaller. 2 hours ago, the male cultivators who were still surrounding her like stars surrounding the moon, abandoned her one by one, and went to Mayan. These ungrateful bastards, what's so good about that slut June Mayan? Just then, she suddenly hears Deng Wenxuan's voice, "We can't wait any longer. Let's go and ask Mayan to buy the talisman." Su Luoyi's eyes widened as she looked at Deng Wenxuan in disbelief. Deng Wenxuan didn't even look at her, as if she was air. It was the same for the other students of Longting, who usually praised her as a fairy. They frowned and said worriedly, "We've robbed June Mu. God June, will they refuse to sell us the soul-locking talismans? Whatever. At worst, I'll just give away all my assets. It's better than waiting for death here." After that, they were about to chase after Mu Yan and the others. They still had a few poison-repelling pills with them. It was still possible for them to prevent themselves from being corroded by the poison smog for a short period of time. At first, the group of people died mainly because they didn't expect the purple gold bell's spiritual energy barrier to suddenly shrink. They were caught off guard and didn't have time to react. "You're not allowed to leave." Seeing that she was going to be the only one left, Su Luoyi couldn't help but shout, "Deng Wenxuan, what are you doing? You want to abandon me and go to that slut June Mayan?" Deng Wenxuan didn't even spare her a glance, treating her like air. The same went for the other Soaring Dragon students, who usually treated her like an immortal. They frowned worriedly. "We robbed June Mu. God June, will they refuse to sell us the talismans? Forget it. At worst, we'll just have to give away all our assets. It's better than waiting for death here." With that, they chased after Mayan's group. They still had a few poison-repelling pills on them. It was still possible for them to prevent themselves from being corroded by the poison smog for a short period of time. At first, they died mainly because they didn't expect the purple gold bell's barrier to suddenly shrink. They were caught off guard and had no time to react. "You're not allowed to leave." Seeing that she was about to be the only one left, Su Luoyi couldn't help but shout, "Deng Wenxuan, what are you doing? You're going to abandon me and seek refuge with that slut June Mayan?" Deng Wenxuan looked back at her. However, there wasn't a trace of the usual flattery and infatuation in his eyes, only disgust. "If I don't seek refuge with God June, am I supposed to accompany an ugly freak like you to death?" "What did you say? You called me an ugly freak?" Su Luoyi screamed hysterically, "I'm the goddess of Soaring Dragon, the #1 beauty of the Purple Cloud Realm. How dare you call me an ugly freak?" This time, it wasn't just Deng Wenxuan, but the other male cultivators as well. "She actually said she's the #1 beauty of the Purple Cloud Realm? Haha, what a joke." Su Luoyi had never been looked at like this before. She was flustered and had a bad premonition. Regaining her composure, she flashed a charming smile and shook the violet gold bell in her hand. "Deng Wenxuan, as long as you're willing to stay by my side, I'll guarantee your safety. Once we're out of the Woodfern secret realm, I'll promise to do anything you want to me." Su Luoyi was unwilling. But she believed that if she made such a promise, these men would definitely be wild with joy. Sex and soul bestowal. What Jun Mayan? Bah, how could that slut be mentioned in the same breath as his charm? Su Luoi waited for Dang Wenxuan to show an infatuated expression and run to her like a dog, wagging his tail and begging for her favor. However, Dang Wenxuan laughed out loud. You'll agree to whatever I want to do to you? Bah, even if you agree, I won't agree. Ha ha ha, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? With that disgusting face of yours, you dare to compare yourself with Jun Mayan. We were really blind in the past to think of this trash and ugly as the dragon goddess. The few of them spat a few times, then hurriedly chased after Mu Yan. Su Luoi was left standing on the spot with a stiff expression. After a long while, he took out a bronze mirror from his storage ring in a fluster. Looking at herself in the mirror, Su Luoi's eyes widened and she let out an earth-shattering scream. Ah! Impossible. This isn't me. Not me. Little junior sister, you've gotten back at those cultivators who cursed you with interest. But what about Su Luoi, the instigator? Are you going to let her off just like that? Mu Yan smiled and looked at Ling Yuma. Luo Yu giggled. Those who provoke sixth senior sister still want to have a good ending? Aren't they dreaming? Fourth senior sister, why don't you think about what kind of person sixth senior sister is? Ha ha ha, when sixth sister becomes ruthless, she's not human at all, ouch. Mu Yan retracts her hand from Luo Yu's forehead and turns to look at the poisonous marsh in the distance. Her mouth hooks up into a lazy smile. Doesn't this goddess Su like to attract other people's attention? I believe that for the rest of her life, with that face, she will get what she wants. During this time, Mu Yan has been refining pills with her ninth master and has refined a lot of strange elixirs. If these elixirs were to be sold, she would definitely get a lot of crystal stones. Unfortunately, ninth master's eccentric temperament would never allow her to sell imperfect elixirs. Since Mu Yan has promised ninth master, she won't go against him. But today, in order to deal with Su Luoi, she used one of the bone-eroding pills. Unexpectedly, the effect is unexpectedly good. The powder of the bone-eroding pill silently invades the purple-gold cover. It swallows Su Luoi's spiritual power bit by bit and stains the purple-gold bell, greatly reducing its effectiveness. In the end, it can't even maintain a spiritual power cover with a radius of half a meter. Of course, the effect of the bone-eroding pill is not limited to this. The powder formed by the bone-eroding pill will swallow a lot of spiritual power and will invade Su Luoi's body along with her spiritual power. As Su Luoi's spiritual power output gets faster and faster, her meridians will be damaged. The bone-eroding powder will also leave a black mark on her meridians. It will also swallow her flesh little by little. Although Mu Yan hasn't seen Su Luoi's current appearance, she can imagine it. It must be skinny, with sunken eye sockets and all the blue veins protruding all over her body. The key point is that these blue veins are not light blue, but black and red in disorder. TSK TSK TSK, that appearance is definitely not much better looking than a malicious ghost. She doesn't know how Su Luoi, who pays the most attention to her appearance and calls herself the #1 beauty, would feel when she sees her in this state. Mu Yan only thinks about this for a while before throwing it to the back of her mind. A clown like Su Luoi wasn't worthy of her spending too much time and effort on. The most important thing for her now is to enter the core area and survive. The second is to find the scum who dares to treat tens of thousands of lives as the best. Right at this moment, someone suddenly shouted, "Quick, look. That's the barrier leading to the core region. Ah. We're saved. We're finally alive." The barrier fluctuated, and the hundreds of cultivators felt the world spinning around them. Then, they all fell into an empty space. In an instant, the stench that had filled the tip of his nose disappeared without a trace. What replaced it was fresh air and dense spiritual energy that made one feel comfortable. Everyone looked around and saw a huge valley in front of them. There was also a beautiful lake in the middle of the valley. Around the lake, there were quite a few cultivators who were either strolling around or bending over to wash themselves. They blinked their eyes and blinked again and again. A wave of sorrow and joy from surviving the end of their lives surged up, causing many people's eyes to turn red. This is the core area of the secret land. We survived. We really survived. All of this is thanks to the great god June. Eh? Where are the great god June and the others? The crowd, who had been wild with joy for a long time, came back to their senses, only to discover that June Mayan, Ling Yuma, and Luo Yu were nowhere to be seen. Junior sister, why are you in such a hurry? Did you find what you were looking for? Ling Yuma couldn't help but ask as the three of them flew through the air. Mayan nods her head. In her eyes that have always been leisurely, there's a rare sense of urgency this time. The moment they entered the core region of the Woodfern secret realm, Mu Yan heard Qi Huang's urgent voice. I sensed it. June Mu Yan, it's the aura of the Scarlet Blaze Gold to the northeast. Hurry! Mu Yan had entered the Woodfern secret realm for the Scarlet Blaze Gold and the profound Ghostwood. Now that she had news of it, how could she stop? Following Qi Huang's directions, the three of them soon arrived at a narrow valley. However, as soon as they reached the entrance, they were blocked by a barrier. Two tall and skinny men walked out, glaring at the three of them. The Heaven Reflection sect is conducting business here. No one is allowed to enter. Mu Yan furrowed her brows and sneered. Does this secret realm belong to your family? Do you really think you can't enter just because you say so? The two of them narrowed their eyes, a fierce expression on their faces. Just then, a hand reaches out from behind Mayan and the other two, pulling them back. Little girls, are you crazy? That's the barrier set up by the Heaven Reflection sect. Do you want to barge in? The three of them turned around and saw that the one pulling them was a middle-aged female cultivator. She looked ordinary, but her cultivation was high, at least in the 9th stage of nascent soul. But unlike other high-level female cultivators, she exuded a peaceful aura. Only a trace of worry could be seen between her brows. Luo Yu couldn't help but ask, Big sister, what kind of sect is the Heaven Reflection sect? Is it very powerful? The middle-aged female cultivator looked at Luo Yu. The youth had a handsome face, clear eyes, and a pair of dimples when he smiled. He was indescribably cute, making people want to dote on him. Then, she looked at Mu Yan and Ling Yuma. Putting aside Mu Yan's stunning appearance, Ling Yuma was also valiant and formidable. The middle-aged female cultivator sighed. Which sect are you kids from? You're young and ignorant. Why would your parents let you come to such a dangerous place like the Woodfern secret realm? The Heaven Jian sect is one of the top sects in the Purple Cloud domain. Don't you know how powerful they are? The three of them looked at each other with innocent expressions on their faces. Mu Yan asked, why did the Heavenly Jian school seal off this valley? The middle-aged female cultivator pondered for a moment. Originally, she didn't want to talk too much with them, but seeing how ignorant and naive the three of them were, in the end, he could not bear to see her like this. Lowering his voice, he said, you should have heard that profound Ghostwood and Scarlet Blaze Gold will appear when the Woodfern secret realm opens, right? Mu Yan's pupils contracted as she looked at Luo Yu and Ling Yuma. The middle-aged female cultivator continued, although the Heaven Jian sect's combat prowess is not the best in the Purple Cloud realm, it is definitely one of the best artifact refining families. At least half of the grade 8 and 9 spiritual tools on the market were forged by the Heaven Mirror sect. I heard that the profound Ghostwood and the Scarlet Flame Gold are too peerless treasures for refining weapons. The ancestor of the Heaven Jian sect once said that as long as they could get their hands on these two treasures, they would be able to refine real divine weapons. This time it can be said that the Heaven Jian sect is determined to get their hands on these two treasures. They even sent a large number of people into the Woodfern secret realm, including at least 3 leaving Aperture Realm cultivators. At least 3 leaving Body Stage cultivators, Mu Yan frowns. If there was only one, she could deal with it. But there were 3. Even with the help of her triple domain and the Tian Mo Qin, she might not be able to deal with them. Fourth sister and Xiao Qi are now in the middle of Gold Core stage. They have no problem dealing with cultivators below the 9th level of Nascent Soul stage. But against a real peak Nascent Soul stage expert, they will be in a tough battle. If they fight against a leaving Body stage cultivator, even if they can survive, they will be seriously injured. The middle-aged female cultivator sees that the 3 of them have an ugly expression. She can't help but sigh. You also want to go to the Demon Ape Cave to pick the Fire Orchid, right? Alas, you should give up. It will cost you your lives. When saying this, the anxiety on the middle-aged female cultivator's face becomes heavier. She even faintly shows some despair. The fire orchid is a kind of life-saving medicine that can cure cold poison. Mu Yan's heart slightly moves. She looks at the middle-aged female cultivator and warmly says, "Thank you for reminding me. May I know your name?" The middle-aged female cultivator smiles. "What name? I am just a useless loose cultivator. My name is Qingmei. Everyone calls me Mei Nyang." "Sister Mei Nyang, do you want the fire orchid?" Luo Yu asks. Qingmei shows a trace of a bitter smile. She seems to want to say something, but finally shakes her head. "Don't think about it. You can't get it now. If the heavens bless us, we can wait until the people of Heaven Jian sect get the treasure. Maybe there is a chance." Saying that, she anxiously urges Mu Yan and the others, "You should also go to other places. If you are really targeted by Heaven Jian sect, your lives will be in danger." Mu Yan and the others don't argue with Qingmei. After thanking her for her kindness, they quickly leave and fly to a mountain peak where they can observe the valley entrance. "Junior sister, what should we do?" Ling Yuma is eager to try. "Should we directly kill these gatekeepers and rush in to grab the treasure?" Mu Yan, "Killing these people is easy, but the array that covers the entire valley is not simple. The person who can drive this array must have a very strong cultivation. I am afraid I am not their opponent. If we rush in and alert the enemy, we will be in trouble." Luo Yu wrinkled her nose and said, "Then what should we do? Could it be that sixth senior sister wants to watch them snatch away the scarlet flame gold and profound ghost wood?" Mu Yan sneers faintly, "Of course not. The scarlet flame gold and profound ghost wood are mine." With that, she flipped her wrist, and a reddish-brown talisman appeared in her palm. "What talisman is this? I don't think it was drawn by you, junior sister?" Mayan nods. "This is the concealing aura talisman that junior martial uncle gave me. It can restrain all the fluctuations of a person's aura, including spiritual power, breathing, and smell. As long as I stick this aura concealment talisman on it, it will be equivalent to fusing with the air and vanishing without a trace. Even a formation won't be able to detect me. Unfortunately, little martial uncle only gave me one of these aura concealing talismans." Mu Yan is a little depressed. Before Luo Yunxiao left, she had given her a huge pile of talismans and cultivation manuals. However, these talismans were not for her to use, but for her to study and observe. This aura concealment talisman is one of them. It is also the most complicated and difficult to learn of all the talismans. At that time, Mu Yan was busy every day. She didn't even have time to refine pills or cultivate, so she didn't have time to learn how to draw the aura concealment talisman. Now that she has to use it, she finds out that there is only one of it. It would take at least 3 days to draw up an aura concealing talisman. Even if Mu Yan were to learn and draw on the spot, it would still be too late. By the time she finished drawing the 3 pieces, the Heaven Jian sect might have already taken the red flame gold and the black ghost wood away. There was only one aura concealing talisman, which meant that it would be gone after it was used. It also meant that Luo Yu and Ling Yuma could not follow her in. Meeting the two people's aggrieved eyes, Mayan repeatedly promised, "Next time we see Xiaoshi Shu, we must swindle a few more." Ling Yuma and Luo Yu were speechless. "You're the only one who has the guts to say something like scamming young martial uncle a few more times. Even if we had 100 guts, we wouldn't dare." At the entrance of the valley, a few cultivators wearing the uniform of the Heaven Sight sect were patrolling back and forth. Suddenly, a flaming saber chi whizzed over like a rainbow piercing through the sun. One of the cultivators was hit head-on. A large hole appeared in his abdomen and he died instantly. "Who is it?" The thin and tall man who had just stepped forward to stop Mu Yan and the other two shouted. What greeted him was a flaming saber slashing down. But this time everyone was prepared, so no one was hacked to death. However, the curling flames and the sharp saber moves caused everyone to panic. An arrogant voice came from the sky. "Idiots from the Tianjian school, how dare you block my way? I will teach you a lesson. Come and chase me if you can." The two tall and skinny men looked at each other. One of them had a scar on his face. He gritted his teeth and said, "I don't know where this B** came from. How dare she provoke our Tianjian school? Wu Yong, you guard the entrance of the valley. Wait for me to kill her." With that, the man waved his hand and led a group of people to charge out. The tall and thin man called Wu Yong scanned the surroundings with his eagle-like eyes and continued to guard the entrance of the valley. At this moment, he suddenly heard a soft rustling sound. Then, screams rang out one after another. The surrounding cultivators of Heaven Jian sect suddenly felt an itch and pain on their legs. When they looked down, they found that their legs were crawling with small insects. These bugs were only half the size of a thumb, but they were extremely ferocious. Every time it bit down on their legs, it could bite off a large piece of meat. Hundreds of bugs gnawed at them, and the legs of these people were immediately drenched in blood. Wu Yong also had bugs crawling on his body, but his spiritual power was strong and his killing intent was strong. He only needed to circulate his spiritual power to shake the bugs, and they all fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Only then did Wu Yong realize that something was wrong. This wasn't a worm at all, but a puppet. Wu Yong was shocked. Puppet? How was this possible? How could someone control over 1,000 puppets at once, even if these puppets were very small? How strong and vigorous a person's divine sense must be to be able to divide into thousands of strands and simultaneously control the movements of the puppets. Wu Yong was shocked and angry, and he could hear the screams of his disciples from time to time. Although these puppets couldn't bite people to death, they could cause extreme pain. Moreover, this kind of behavior was basically a provocation to the Heaven Jian sect. Wu Yong's eyes were filled with ferocity. Spiritual energy surged from his body as he released his divine sense. Soon, he found the way to control these puppets by following the spiritual threads attached to them. Chase them. How dare they provoke our Heaven Jian sect? I will tear this bastard into pieces. The disciples of Heaven Jian sect had suffered the pain of being bitten by countless small puppets, and they already hated the person who controlled these puppets to the core. Baidu search UC Book League website, and you can experience the latest and fastest chapters. All the chapters are updated in seconds. As soon as they heard Wu Yong's words, their hatred turned into a towering rage. They followed Wu Yong without hesitation. Wu Yong had wanted to leave 2 cultivators behind to guard the entrance, but the disciples of the Heaven Jian sect were too eager for revenge. None of them wanted to stay. Wu Yong thought about how powerful the barrier was and didn't force it. With this barrier in place, even a leaving Aperture Realm cultivator wouldn't be able to pass through in a short time. Even if they did, Elder Yu would be alerted. As long as they finished the battle quickly and killed the bandits, everything would be fine. However, Wu Yong didn't know that not long after they left, a figure slowly landed in front of the barrier. She looked at the barrier in front of her and smiled. She pinched a talisman in her hand and slowly activated it. In an instant, the girl's figure rippled like water and melted into the air. Mu Yan smiled and walked into the barrier as if she was taking a leisurely stroll. The barrier didn't show any signs of abnormality. The Heaven Jian sect had set up a tight barrier and guards outside the valley. But after entering the valley, Mu Yan found that the guards didn't relax at all. Instead, they were getting tighter and tighter. If it weren't for Mu Yan's speed and the concealing talisman, she would have been discovered long ago. Did the Heaven Jian sect send all of their disciples to the Woodfern secret realm? Along the way, she had already encountered quite a few peak-stage nascent soul cultivators. Furthermore, they weren't like Su Luoi, who was just an embroidered pillow. They had fought their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Each peak nascent soul cultivator led a team of 10 people. They formed a formation, moving around and coordinating with each other. There were no flaws. Mu Yan had thought of killing her way in to steal the treasures. But now, she gave up. The peak nascent soul cultivators of the Heaven Jian sect were comparable to ordinary leaving Aperture Realm cultivators. Unless she was crazy, she wouldn't try to steal from them. Mu Yan hid in the dark and observed for a while. She found that these people were guarding a cave. Around the cave, the temperature rose sharply. From time to time, flames would burst out. When the flames fell to the ground, they would burn a large patch of grass and create a hole. Therefore, the surroundings of the cave were completely bare. There were almost no plants or living beings. Even the cultivators from the Heaven Jian sect didn't dare to get too close. However, there were a few tiny red flowers growing around the cave entrance. That was the fire leaf orchid that Qingmei wanted. That should be the molten cave demon ape's cave. Qi Huang, Are the scarlet flame gold and mysterious ghost wood inside? 7 Brilliant said, I sensed the aura of the scarlet flame gold, but there was no profound ghost wood. Mu Yan, whatever, let's take the scarlet flame gold first. She took out a pill from her space and stared at the entrance of the cave, waiting patiently. About a quarter of an hour later, there was a cracking sound in the cave. A ball of flame splashed out. The cultivators of Heaven Jian sect hurriedly took a step back. Mu Yan, on the other hand, did not retreat, but instead advanced. She scuttled out of the bushes where she was hiding, and suddenly threw out the pill in her hand. In the next moment, a thick cloud of smoke rose from the cave entrance. It was accompanied by the pungent smell of sulfur. Cough, cough, cough. What's going on? Why is the flame making such a big noise this time? It must be Elder Yu and the others inside fighting with the demon ape. Under the cover of the smoke, Mu Yan silently entered the cave. Baidu search, UC Book League, website, let you experience the latest and fastest chapters, all updated in seconds. As soon as she enters, a scorching aura hits her in the face. Like raindrops, sweat rushes out from her forehead, instantly drenching her clothes. If she could use a black ice talisman, she could quickly be rescued from this blazing hell. But the problem is, she can't use talismans or elixirs on herself while using the concealing talisman. Otherwise, her whereabouts will soon be discovered. Mayan grits her teeth and steps inside. Not long after, there are sounds of fighting and cursing coming from inside. This damned devil ape, we've tried everything, but there's no way to make it leave the lava pool. Hee, this also proves that the scarlet flame gold must be in this lava pool. As long as we kill this devil ape, or delay it for a moment, the scarlet flame gold will be ours. Mayan restrains her breath, hides behind a boulder, and sticks her head out to look ahead. She sees a huge blood-red pool in the center of the cave. The pool isn't filled with water, but boiling lava. If an ordinary cultivator were to fall into such a pool, it would only take a breath for them to be completely burned to ashes. Not even the dregs of their bones would be left. But at this time, there's a huge devil ape fighting with 3 middle-aged men in the lava pool. These 3 middle-aged men are wearing ice attribute armors that can withstand the blazing heat of the lava. And that devil ape is born with the lava attribute, so it's not afraid of blazing flames. 1 beast and 3 people fight into a ball, and from time to time, violent sounds erupt. Around the lava pool, there are many nascent soul cultivators dressed in Heaven Jian sect's attire. They're holding a long diamond net, constantly fishing into the lava pool. But it's clear that the thing they want is in the middle of the lava pool. Therefore, it's useless to fish at the edge. Once someone tries to approach, they'll be slapped into the lava pool by the devil ape's giant palm. It's the aura of the scarlet flame gold. Qi Huang eagerly says, it's in the middle of the lava pool. Jun Mayan, quickly release the Tian Mo Qin, it will automatically absorb the scarlet flame gold. Mayan probes the space with her divine sense. Sure enough, the quiet Tian Mo Qin once again plays on its own, humming as if it wants to fly out. Mu Yan shook her head, what's the hurry? If I release the Tian Mo Qin now and take the flame gold, which one of these 2 sides will let me go? I might as well wait for them to mutually injure each other and then reap the benefits. Saying that, he doesn't care about the urgency of Qi Huang and Tian Mo Qin. He turned around and observed his surroundings. She was overjoyed when she looked at it. So many fire leaf orchids, so many dazzling fire crystals, so many natural treasures. This devil ape clearly loved to collect treasures, but the people of the Heaven Jian sect were focused on the scarlet blaze gold, so no one bothered to search for the devil ape's belongings. Therefore, these priceless items were actually displayed here without anyone wanting them. Mu Yan rubbed her hands, her eyes sparkling. This trip to the Woodfern's secret realm had really netted her a fortune. The military expenses of the Nether Flame Army? Give me as much as you want, what? An 8th grade alchemy furnace is very precious? In the future, I will use one to smash one. Mayan bends her waist and noiselessly moves forward. Every time she passes by a fire leaf orchid, she extends her hand and directly puts it into her space. Further ahead were obsidian fire crystals, mysterious dragon fruit, 10,000 wheel wood, heavens, they're actually all 8th grade elixirs and spiritual woods. There are also the skeletons and yao cores of 9th grade vicious beasts. Was this devil ape a collector? He had actually collected so many treasures. The more Mu Yan collected, the happier she was. He did not notice that the demonic ape, who was fighting with the three from the Heavenjian sect, was roaring furiously in the lava pool. Its attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer. How could Mu Yan know? It wasn't that the people of the Heavenjian sect didn't notice the treasures of the devil ape. It wasn't that he didn't have time to take it. It was because they knew that once they touched the treasures of the devil ape would go berserk and increase the difficulty of obtaining the scarlet blaze gold. Therefore, he had ordered that no one from the Heavenjian sect was allowed to touch the devil ape's treasure. But how would they know? Not even a fly could enter the cave, which was sealed by the Heaven's Mirror's door handle, but a little thief had sneaked in without a sound. At this moment, this thief was testing the edge of the devil ape's berserk state. Blood essence beads. The devil ape even has them. My ninth master asked me to refine one of the elixirs, and it just so happens that I need it. Damn, so many inky leaf lotuses. This is a 9th grade elixir. Take it all, take it all. Qi Huang sees that his clean space is filled to the brim with the garbage that Mu Yan threw in. He can't help but angrily say, Jun Mu Yan, what are you doing? Who told you to throw so much trash in here? As Mu Yan nimbly collected the treasures, she replied unhurriedly, there's nothing I can do, all the storage rings I brought are filled. Other than empty spaces, where else can I put them? Qi Xiaohuang, you dare to throw them away. If you lose my treasure, I won't take the scarlet flame gold anymore. Qi Huang is so angry that he's half dead. Jun Mayan, this is all you've got. Just a little bit of junk and you treat it like this. Don't go out and say that you're the owner of the Tianmo Qin. Mayan rolls her eyes. I'd like to say that I'm the master of the Tianmo Qin, but the problem is, can I say it? One or two of your previous masters are now tool spirits, using the Tianmo Qin to make so many enemies. If I say that I'm the master of the Tianmo Qin, wouldn't that be courting death? She snapped, so what if it's trash? If you have the ability, then don't exchange these trash for Jingshi in the future. Seven Brilliance was speechless. Just then, Mu Yan picked up another wooden stick. As soon as his hand touched it, he felt a disgusting stickiness. What followed was a pungent smell. Mu Yan almost vomits out last night's meal. Almost instinctively, she wanted to throw the stick away. However, when she probed it with her spiritual sense, she found that her spiritual sense could not penetrate the wooden stick. It didn't seem to be an ordinary item. Forget it, no matter what it is, I'll just throw it in first. What if it was a treasure that could be sold for a good price? Mu Yan casually tosses the smelly stick into the space. However, in the next moment, she hears Qi Huang's cry of pain, Jun Mayan, you idiot woman, you've hit Ben Zun. So what if I hit him? Isn't it just a piece of broken wood? Don't tell me you can't be disfigured. Qi Xiaohuang, you're a man, don't be so wishy-washy. Qi Huang flew into a rage. You bastard. Bastard. Your rod is still so smelly. You dare to hit me with such a disgusting thing, Jun Mayan, you're tired of living. Suddenly, Qi Huang's voice stopped abruptly and turned into a bewildered cry. What's wrong now? The space was quiet. After a long while, Qi Huang's indescribable voice could be heard, Jun Mayan, what kind of dog's hit luck do you have, woman? Mu Yan was puzzled, what do you mean? Suddenly, her expression also changes, and her eyes slowly widen, Qi Huang, you were just hit? Humph, you finally found out. I'll go. Mayan almost jumps up in shock, what is that wood? Could it be? Although Qi Huang is unhappy, he still coldly snorts, if it wasn't one of the materials of the Tianmo Qin, do you think a mere piece of broken wood could hit this sage? Mysterious ghost wood. Mayan gasps, that's mysterious ghost wood? She actually found mysterious ghost wood so easily? Well, now even she herself is wondering if she had run into some kind of dog shit luck. She just randomly picked up a treasure and picked up mysterious ghost wood. Would anyone believe it if she said it out loud? Could it be that Xiaobao's heaven-defying luck has infected her? Then if she continues to pick it up, will she also pick up the scarlet flame gold? Just as this thought flashes through her mind, suddenly, an earth-shattering roar comes from the blood pool not far away. Blazing flames, accompanied by swift and fierce attacks, madly attack Mayan's direction. The three elders of the Xianxia sect are caught off guard. They simply didn't expect that the devil ape would suddenly go berserk. The three people are hit by the fireball and fly back more than 10 meters away, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. The devil ape simply doesn't care about these three old opponents. Instead, it soars into the air and floats above the blood pool, throwing punches in Mayan's direction. The angry roar is deafening. The fireballs wrapped in rocks come raining down like a rain of fire. Mayan inwardly cries out, no longer caring about hiding her traces. She pulls off the concealing talisman on her body, and runs the lotus-blooming steps to escape. At this time, the people of the Xianxia sect finally discover Mayan's existence. Where did this little thief come from, daring to behave atrociously under the eyes of the Xianxia sect? One of the three elders is even more surprised. How did you pass through my great tortoise array without being detected? At this time, Mayan has no time to answer them. She is in a difficult situation dodging the devil ape's crazy attacks. This time, the unlucky one isn't her, but the disciples of the Xianxia sect. Even though the magic ape's fireballs were concentrated, Mayan's, lotus blooming step by step, had also reached its limit. Therefore, the fireballs that fell like rain did not even burn a corner of her clothes. However, the cave was only so big. If the fireball couldn't hit her, it would hit somewhere else, right? Therefore, the disciples of the Xianxia sect who were scattered around were naturally affected. The three elders of the Xianxia sect were furious when they saw that their men had been killed. They shouted, "Little thief, if you don't surrender now, don't blame us for being impolite." Just as Mayan is about to curse an old thief in the midst of her busy schedule, she hears Ji Huang's anxious voice. She was stunned. She looked at the devil ape, and her body also froze for a moment. A fireball flew over and almost hit her. Mu Yan awkwardly dodged the attack. Seeing that the people of Xianxia school were about to attack her, she suddenly shouted, "I am an assistant musician, and I am the most powerful assistant musician in the world. Why don't we cooperate? I'll help you get rid of the devil ape, and everything in the lava pool will belong to you. The corpse and treasures of the devil ape will belong to me. What do you think?" The three elders of the Xianxia sect stared blankly. Elder Yu, who was in the middle, sneered, "The most powerful assistant musician in the world, little girl, where did you get the confidence to boast like that? Aren't you afraid that the wind is too strong and your tongue will be cut?" Mu Yan smiles, and with a ghostly step, her figure is like quicksilver flowing on the ground, illusory and beautiful. The demon ape's fireball clearly hits the figure, but there's no flesh and blood splattering. Instead, the figure dissipates like an illusion. Almost at the same time, the melodious sound of a zither resounds in the cave. Then, something miraculous happens. The three elders of the Xianxia sect have just fought against the demon ape and consumed a lot of their spiritual power. But in the sound of the zither, the spiritual power within their bodies begins to gradually recover. Not to mention the other disciples of the Xianxia sect. The wounds on their bodies heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and their originally dried-up spiritual power gradually recovers. On the other hand, the demon ape's berserk transformation is originally as abundant as a volcanic eruption. But in the sound of the zither, it seems to be bound by something, gradually showing a trace of decline. The faces of the three elders of the Xianxia sect are simply more shocked than if they've seen a ghost. Mayan floats in the air, her hands gently fiddling with the Tian Mo Qin. She leisurely says, "The great General Feng will bite his tongue, so you don't need to worry about it. You only need to tell me, do you agree to this deal?" Saying that, her hands stop, and the sound of the zither abruptly stops. That mysterious feeling immediately disappears. The dantian that was just filled up a little immediately becomes empty. Everyone in the Xianxia sect only feels unspeakably uncomfortable. The three elders look at each other, and see the shock in each other's eyes. Our ice armors have almost been consumed, but the demon ape is still full of demonic power. If we continue to waste it like this, I'm afraid that our Xianxia sect will suffer heavy losses. On the contrary, with this little girl's assistance, we will get twice the result with half the effort. For us, only the scarlet flame gold and the mysterious ghost wood are the most important. Humph, it's just the corpse of the demon ape and elixirs, just give it to her. At worst, we'll take it back. The three of them secretly transmit their voices for a while. Finally, Elder Yu vaguely makes a kill gesture, then looks at Mayan with a warm smile. I wonder what this young lady's name is? Which sect's disciple is she? This young lady has such an auxiliary ability, forgive me for being ignorant and inexperienced, but I've never seen it before. Before Mayan can answer, she suddenly hears a Heaven Jian sect disciple loudly say, Elder Yu, she's Jun Mayan. A member of the Xiaoyao squad that made a big splash at the Deer Ming banquet. Jun Mayan, Elder Yu was taken aback. He just happened to hear this name some time ago. It was said that he was the most talented, most powerful, and most heaven-defying assistant zither player in the history of Cultivation continent. However, when Elder Yu heard of it, he immediately threw the news to the back of his mind. The most heaven-defying assistant zither master? Heh, no matter how heaven-defying she was still just a little girl in the Jingdan stage. What could she achieve? But it had only been a month since the Deer Cry banquet, and Jun Mayan had already reached the nascent soul stage and entered the Woodfern secret realm. Elder Yu was bewildered, but before he could ask any more questions, Xianxia suddenly interrupted him. Without the graceful feather restraining it, the demonic ape roared again and plunged its palms into the lava pool, creating a huge wave. Ah! Sparks and lava splashed everywhere. The disciples of the Heaven Jian sect fled in panic. At this time, the devil ape had already gone completely mad. He no longer chased after Mu Yen, but swore to tear apart all of these flea humans who had invaded his cave and stolen his treasures, and then burn them all with flames. The expressions of Elder Yu and the other two changed. Without any hesitation, they said, All right, I promise you. We implore Miss June to lend us a hand. Mayan smiles faintly, her fingers plucking the strings again. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. Outside the demonic ape's cave, the Heaven Jian sect is diligently guarding it. Unexpectedly, the ground suddenly trembles and countless sparks splashes out. Everyone is startled, retreating again and again. What's going on? Why are there suddenly so many fireballs splashing out? I heard the demonic apes roar. Is it going berserk? It can't be? The elders will be fine, right? In the midst of panic, the sparks suddenly stop splashing out, and the demonic ape's roar also becomes much weaker. It is replaced by the melodious sound of a zither. Huh? Why is there a zither sound? And it seems to be played by a musician with auxiliary skills? Does our Heaven Jian sect have auxiliary musicians? Everyone looks at each other, seeing the doubt on each other's faces. Before they can figure out why there is a sudden sound of a zither, fireball suddenly splashes out like a meteor shower. Bang bang bang. This time, it's not just rubble wrapped in flames, but huge lava rocks. The people guarding the entrance are so scared that they flee several hundred meters away from being burnt to ashes by these fireballs. The entire valley trembles violently. The originally lush green grassland, the spiritual herbs and flowers growing on it, are instantly scorched by these meteor shower of fireballs. Such violent tremors continue for more than half an hour before it slowly subsides. The demonic ape's roar turns into whimpers. But because the roars and rumbles have disappeared, the melodious music becomes more distinct. The Heaven Jian sect's disciples finally can't help it, and a few people carefully go inside. Hao Jixin is an outstanding disciple of the younger generation of the Heaven Jian sect. He's not even 40 years old, but he's already an expert at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Therefore, this time, the sect leader has given him the responsibility of guarding the demonic ape's cave. Now, there is a strange movement in the cave, and there is an unfamiliar sound of a zither. Hao Jixin is worried, so he personally leads a few of his junior brothers into the cave. When the scene in the cave comes into view, Hao Jixin and the others show an incredulous expression. In the lava pool in the center of the cave, the demonic ape is already covered with cuts and bruises, and its cries are full of pain. However, the three elders of the Heaven Jian sect were not much better off. The ice armors on their bodies were almost completely damaged. There were burn marks all over his skin. Many disciples of the Heavenly Jian school were lying on the ground. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. But the first thing that attracted Hao Jixin and the others' attention was not the scene of the fierce battle. Instead, it was a young girl who was floating in midair and slowly playing the zither. In the blazing cavern, the girl's face could not be seen clearly. However, that ethereal, fairy-like feeling made him unconsciously stunned, attracted, and even fascinated. Hao Jixin's heart skipped a beat as he asked in a low voice, Who is this lady? When did you come in? The people around him shook their heads. However, it was obvious that this young lady was helping the Heavenjian sect. Along with the sound of the zither, one could vaguely see the girl's pale face and the beads of sweat on her forehead. The sound of the zither rang in their ears, but it was rapidly replenishing the spiritual power in their bodies and healing the injuries on their bodies. Senior brother, what should we do? Are you going to help the elders? Hao Jixin hesitated for a moment and was about to answer. Suddenly, the devil ape in the lava pool seems to realize that it can no longer escape. It lets out an earth-shattering roar, and its body suddenly sprang up from the lava pool, heading straight for Mayan in the air. At the same time, blazing flames burst from its body, mixed with a momentum that can destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. Hao Jixin subconsciously exclaims, Watch out. Elder Yu and the other two naturally see this scene. The three of them look at each other, but they don't make a move. Instead, their eyes reveal a gloating complacency. The devil ape's whole body is spewing fire, obviously preparing to detonate the Yaodan in its body. That little girl definitely can't escape this. But this is for the best. This Mayan has eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. She actually dares to break into their Heavenjian sect's encirclement, and even wants a share of the loot from their hands. She's simply overestimating herself. Dying under the devil ape's self-detonation can be considered her deserved end. As for the treasures collected by the devil ape, they naturally belong to their Heavenjian sect. The three elders put down the weapons in their hands, quietly waiting for the moment when Mayan is killed. However, facing the devil ape's surprise attack, Mayan's face doesn't have the slightest trace of fear. Instead, her slightly pale face hooks up into a smile that has long been within her expectations. The next moment, the Tian Mo Qin in her hand suddenly disappears, replaced by a glittering and translucent sword. Mayan's figure somersaults in the air, and the tip of her foot touches the devil ape's head. Awoo! The devil ape roars, stretching out its flaming claws to grab her. It's all because of this ant that it has fallen to this point. It was so close to success. It wants to kill this ant. Let it be buried with it. Bang! A ruthless fist smashes into the devil ape's forehead, but the expected scene of the ant being flattened did not appear. As soon as the fiery fist falls, Mayan has already soared into the air again. Then, she raises her head and bends down. The glittering and translucent 7 absolute sword is grasped in her hand, and she fiercely thrusts it forward. Puchi! The invincible 7 absolute sword directly pierces the devil ape's heart. The remaining spiritual power in her body is converted into the ice attribute, and all of it is poured into the devil ape's body. Crack! 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 Half of the demonic ape's body, which was about to explode, was frozen into ice. It opened its bell-like eyes wide and unwillingly fell to the ground from midair, losing its breath. Mayan's figure slowly floated down from the sky, stepping on the demon ape's corpse. The corners of his mouth curled up, forming a lazy and evil smile. The deal is done. I will gladly accept the corpse of the demonic ape. With a wave of her hand, the demonic ape's corpse disappeared. The entire cavern was dead silent. Only the bubbling sound of the lava pool could be heard from time to time. All the disciples and elders of the Heavenjian sect widened their eyes and stared at the girl in front of them as if she was a monster. They were speechless for a long time. Mu Yan smiles faintly, then, we'll meet again someday. Everyone from the Heavenjian sect, take good care of your treasures. I will take my leave now. Before anyone could react, he turned around and walked out of the cave. When he passed by Hao Jixin subconsciously reached out his hand. Wait a minute, Mu Yan turned around and looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. What? Does the Heavenjian sect want to go back on their word? This time, she's closer, and Hao Jixin could clearly see the girl's appearance. He immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air. His whole person seemed to have gone silly, and he hesitantly withdrew his hand. Soon, Mayan's figure disappeared at the end of the cave. After she left, Elder Yu and the rest snapped out of their daze. Jixin, what are you doing? Why didn't you stop her earlier? Hao Jixin's face turned red, unable to speak for a long time. Elder Yu spat, you bunch of trash. How could you let someone sneak in with such a tight security? Forget it, the most important thing now is to fish out the flame gold. Yes, everyone take the frost pill and go to the pool to look for the flame gold. Everyone from Heaven Jian sect answered loudly, swallowed the pill and rushed into the lava pool. Hao Jixin was one of them. However, it didn't take long for him to feel something amiss. It's so cold. Why is it so cold? The frost pill is used to relieve the environment and body heat. If the surrounding temperature was normal, one would naturally feel cold after taking the pill. But this is the lava pool where the flame gold is. Even if one takes the pill, one should only feel hot, unless, Elder Yu reached into the lava pool and touched it. It was only warm to the touch, and the temperature seemed to be dropping. His expression changed as he shouted, "Not good. The flame gold is gone." How is that possible? All of us from the Heaven Sight sect are guarding the lava pool. No one can take away the scarlet blaze gold under our watch. Elder Yu frowned as he pondered. Finally, he had a flash of inspiration. The flame gold is in the demon ape's stomach. Damn it, why didn't I think of that? The demon ape refused to leave the lava pool not because of the flame gold, but because it swallowed the flame gold and its body couldn't bear it. Only the lava pool could relieve the heat. Hearing this, everyone from the Heaven Jian sect turned pale with fright. Elder Qi raged that Mayan already knew that the flame gold was in the demon ape's stomach. That damned bitch came for the flame gold. Elder Yu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. How dare she fool the Heaven Jian sect and steal from us? I will catch that witch and make her beg for death. He waved his hand, order all Heaven Jian sect disciples to seal the entire demonic ape valley. Hunt down Mayan. Understood. Mayan quickly rushes out of the cave. Before the disciples of the Heaven Jian sect outside the cave could react, he was already hundreds of meters away. The disciples of the Heaven Jian school looked at each other. Who was that? I don't think he's from Heaven's Reflection School. Should we give chase? As they were discussing, they suddenly realized that the person a few hundred meters away had disappeared. Moreover, it wasn't just his figure that had disappeared. His spiritual power fluctuations and aura had also disappeared. What happened? What's going on inside? Did we get the scarlet flame gold? Are senior brother and the elders all right? Everyone hesitated for a while, but in the end they still chose to enter the cave. Watching the Tianjian sect's disciples leave, not far away, Mayan, who had just stuck the concealing talisman on herself, breathes a sigh of relief. The spiritual power in her body was almost depleted. Any random nascent soul disciple from the Heaven Jian sect would die a miserable death. Fortunately, the breath-concealing talisman given by little martial uncle could still be used for a quarter of an hour. Otherwise, she would really be like a turtle in a jar, unable to resist at all. Mayan didn't hesitate and immediately operated her mysterious energy. Her feet moved as fast as lightning towards the mouth of the valley. That's right, she doesn't have any spiritual power in her dantian right now, but she has the mysterious energy that she cultivated in the Yanwu continent. In the entire world, she was probably the only one who possessed two completely different types of energy in her dantian. It was just that spirit energy was much stronger than profound energy, so she had not used profound energy for a long time. So much so that he had almost forgotten that he still had this energy in his body. But now, he discovered the benefits of dark force. Although it was far inferior to spiritual power in terms of combat and support, it was more than enough to escape. And the most useful thing about Xian energy was that, in the entire cultivation continent, no one knew of the existence of this thing. Naturally, no matter if it was a cultivation technique or an artifact, or a formation or a barrier, none of them targeted profound strength. In this way, it greatly reduced the possibility of her being targeted by spiritual power fluctuations. As soon as they passed through the barrier, the exasperated roars of the three elders of the Heaven Jian sect came from the valley. Seal the barrier. Seal all the entrances and exits of the demonic ape valley. Hunt down Mayan. The demonic ape valley has already become an iron bucket. Not even a fly can think of flying out. June Mayan must still be in the valley, search for her. Even if you have to dig 3 feet underground, you must find her for me. Outside the enchantment, Mu Yan looks through the enchantment at the chaotic crowd inside, the corners of her mouth raising into an evil smile. Sorry, Heaven Jian sect, I, Jun Mayan, will kindly accept both Scarlet Flame Gold and Mysterious Ghost Wood. That's right, the Scarlet Blaze Gold wasn't in the lava pool at all. Instead, it was in the Devil Ape's body. In the beginning, the Devil Ape's entire body was submerged in the lava pool. That was why Seven Brilliance's senses were wrong, thinking that the Scarlet Blaze Gold was in the lava. However, when Mu Yan stole the Xian Ghost Wood, the Devil Ape flew into a rage, and its entire body soared into the sky. Seven Brilliance immediately realized that something was amiss. The position of the Scarlet Flame Gold had changed. From the bottom of the pool, he was now in midair. The Tian Mo Chin in the space also makes an even more intense humming sound, as if it wants to fly up. After Qi Huang passed the news to Mu Yan, she immediately had a plan. Taking advantage of the fact that the people from the Heaven Jian sect thought that the Scarlet Flame Gold was in the lava pool, she proposed to cooperate with them. She only wanted the corpse of the Devil Ape. Only then did he easily snatch the Scarlet Flame Gold from the hands of the Heaven Jian sect. Qi Huang, hee, I obviously tricked him into coming here. Mu Yan rolled her eyes. TSK, I got the red flame gold with my own ability. How can that be considered cheating? The people from the Heaven Jian sect practically flipped the entire demonic ape valley upside down. However, not even a shadow could be found, let alone a person. Impossible, how is this possible? If Jun Mayan passes through the barrier, I will definitely sense it. She must still be in the demonic ape valley. He must still be here. Elder Yu couldn't accept the fact that his barrier wasn't able to stop a mere first-tier nascent soul little girl, and he let out angry roars from time to time. However, at this moment, some things could no longer be ignored. For example, how did Jun Mayan get in, not to mention Elder Yu's barrier? Just the guards that the Heaven Jian sect had set up inside and outside the demonic ape valley wouldn't allow anyone to sneak in. The three of them led the remaining disciples of the Heaven Jian sect to the entrance of the valley. However, the scene in front of them caused the three of them to widen their eyes. The disciples of the Heaven Jian sect who were supposed to be guarding this place were nowhere to be seen. Instead, there were two corpses lying on the ground. What the hell is going on? Where are Xianxia and Wu Yongren? Didn't I tell them to guard the valley entrance no matter what? At that moment, a group of cultivators wearing the robes of Heaven Jian sect hurriedly descended from the sky. They were Xianxia and Wu Yong. However, compared to their high spirits at the start, the two of them seemed to be in a sorry state. They had lost quite a few of the Heaven Jian sect disciples they had brought with them. The moment they saw Elder Yu and the rest, they immediately rushed over and kneeled. Greetings, Master, Senior Uncle, who allowed you to leave the demonic ape valley? Didn't I tell you to guard this place no matter what? Xianxia and Wu Yong were terrified. Reporting to Senior Uncle, there were two thieves who attacked the valley entrance. We led our men and chased after them. Did you manage to catch them? The two of them shook their heads bitterly. Those two thieves were too ruthless, and their movement techniques were too strange. We weren't able to catch them. In fact, not only were they unable to catch them, they had been toyed with the entire way. Those two thieves were extremely cunning. Xianxia and Wu Yong had ordered their men to surround them, and they had stuck a talisman on their bodies. It was unknown what kind of talisman it was, but the two first-stage nascent soul brats were able to move twice as fast as Xianxia and Wu Yong, two peak nascent soul cultivators. It was impossible for them to catch up to them. But just as Xianxia and Wu Yong were about to ignore them and rush back to the valley entrance, the two of them charged at them. Their cultivations were clearly so low, but their offensive power was simply terrifying. Other than Xianxia and Wu Yong, the other disciples of the Heaven Jian sect would be mercilessly slaughtered if they were alone. But the moment Xianxia and Wu Yong charged at them, the two of them would be as slippery as loaches, sticking on their talismans and escaping. At first, it was Xianxia and Wu Yong chasing after them. But in the end, it was the two of them who had to think of a way to escape. Now that they had returned, it was already too late. Trash. A bunch of trash. Elder Yu couldn't take it anymore and kicked Xianxia and Wu Yong. You were actually fooled by those two brats. You even let someone sneak into the demonic ape valley and steal the Scarlet Blaze gold. Do you know how much our Heaven Jian sect paid to get the red flame gold and the mysterious ghost wood this time? The three of them had paid a huge price to suppress their cultivation to enter the Woodfern secret realm. Not to mention all the nascent soul cultivators of the Xianxia sect, the backbone of the sect, were all gathered here. Just the number of Woodfern medallions required to allow so many disciples to enter the pocket dimension, how many resources would it take to obtain them? It could be said that the Xianxia sect was determined to get either the scarlet flame gold or the mysterious ghost with this time. He couldn't sense the profound ghost tree's location at all. If he couldn't even get the scarlet flame gold, this time, the Heavenly Jian school could be described as having suffered heavy losses and a crushing defeat. Jiang Chao and Wu Yong collapsed to the ground, their faces pale and trembling. Elder Yu took a deep breath, veins bulging on his forehead, and killing intent surged in his eyes. Notify all cultivators in the Woodfern secret realm, be they rogue cultivators or sects or aristocratic families. Tell them, whoever can report the location of the 3 members of the Carefree Squad, especially Jun Mayan, will receive an 8th grade spirit tool. Anyone who can kill a member of the Carefree Squad will get a grade 9 spirit tool for each kill. My Tianjian sect is willing to offer 3 level 9 spirit tools to whoever can capture Mayan alive and bring her to us. Furthermore, each of them is a peak level 9 spirit tool. Everyone from the Xianxia sect sucked in a breath of cold air, disbelief written all over their faces. Elder Yu gritted his teeth. Jun Mayan, Xiaoyao team dared to steal something from the Xianxia sect. In the next few days, I'll let you have a taste of what it means to have no way out. After leaving the demonic ape valley, Mayan didn't linger. She rushed to the rendezvous point with Ling Yuma and Luo Yu. The 3 of them quickly met up in a secluded forest. As soon as they saw each other, the 3 of them asked in unison, "Are you guys alright?" After asking, the 3 of them looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. At this time, they were in a sorry state. Not only Mayan, but Luo Yu and Ling Yuma had also used up most of their spiritual energy. The Spirit Strider talisman that Mayan gave them was based on the principle of lotus steps. All the speed was obtained by burning the spiritual power crazily. Fortunately, Jiang Chao and Wu Yong were scared out of their wits and didn't chase after them. Otherwise, the 2 of them might not have been able to meet up safely. "Junior sister, did you get what you were looking for?" Mayan raised her brows. "Of course." Luo Yu giggled. "On the way here, I heard a thunderous roar coming from the demonic ape valley. Hee, there's no need to think too much about it. The Xianxia sect must be furious that their item was stolen by 6th senior sister." Mayan sneered. "The treasures of the secret territory are fought over with their own abilities. Is there a rule that only the Xianxia sect can take something? That they can't touch anyone else's? How shameless are they?" However, she immediately turned serious. "The Xianxia sect is determined to get the scarlet flame gold. Now that it's been stolen by us, they'll definitely chase after us. We must be more careful in the next few days." As Mu Yan spoke, she glanced at the sky, her eyes revealing a worried look. There were still 8 days until the Woodfern secret territory reopened. In these 8 days, besides being careful of the Xianxia sect's pursuit, there was another matter that Mayan couldn't let go of. Who was the person who sacrificed all the living beings in the secret territory? What was his motive? Was he really done with his actions? The 3 of them didn't say anything else and sat in meditation to recover their spiritual energy. The melodious sound of the zither rang in their ears, and the echo sound quickly filled up their exhausted dantians. What was surprising was that Luo Yu and Ling Yuma had a breakthrough after this period of high-intensity battle. Both of them jumped directly from the Golden Core level 6 to the Golden Core level 8. Seeing that the 2 of them were sitting cross-legged to consolidate their realms, Mu Yan entered the space to check the scarlet flame gold and mysterious ghost wood that she had just obtained. The scarlet flame gold had already been dug out from the demon ape's stomach. However, the demonic ape had already absorbed more than half of the red flame gold before the people from the Xianxia sect arrived. Therefore, the scarlet blaze gold had completely fused with the devil ape's body. What was dug out was not a rock, but a ball of filthy and smelly meat. Mayan fights back her nausea and places the stinky red flame gold and black ghost wood in front of the Tian Mo Chin. The Tian Mo Chin vibrates incessantly, making a humming sound. However, what's strange is that the scarlet flame gold and the mysterious ghost wood aren't directly absorbed by the Tian Mo Chin's sound like the mysterious heaven orb. What's going on? Mayan asks curiously, why isn't the Tian Emochin swallowing it? Chi Huang shows a disgusted expression, gnashing his teeth as he glares at the demon ape's corpse. This disgusting beast, it actually used the black ghost wood as a tooth grinder, swallowed the scarlet flame gold, and even fused it with its internal organs. Who would want to swallow such a disgusting thing? Mu Yan's mouth twitches as she touches the Tian Emochin. So, you're disgusted by their filth? Buzz buzz buzz. The violent vibrations express the Tian Emochin's strong will. Mu Yan is speechless. Then what can I do? The stench of the wood can't be washed away, and the red flame gold has completely integrated into the flesh. You won't swallow it. Did I risk my life to find these two things in vain? Forget about the red flame gold. Mu Yan has already told Chi Huang to find a way to wash off the disgusting layer of saliva on the wood. Needless to say, it can't be washed away. It made sense when one thought about it. The real profound ghost wood was completely hidden under that layer of sticky substance. That's why Chi Huang couldn't sense it at all, and the people of Heaven Jian sect didn't even notice the wood when it was right next to them. If it was so easy to wash away, the Woodfern secret realm wouldn't have opened so many times, and it wouldn't have been her turn to take advantage of it. But the problem is that she's besieged on all sides and in danger. She urgently needs the Tian Emochin to advance and improve her strength. No, you have to swallow these two materials. Mu Yan makes the wood and the red flame gold float in the air, about to stuff them into the Tian Emochin's body. The Tian Emochin struggles violently, but it can't break free from Mu Yan's clutches. Jun Mu Yan, you dare! Chi Huang roars and pounces on Mu Yan, throwing her to the ground. You dare make my body eat such disgusting things, I'm not done with you. Mu Yan is caught off guard and is pressed down on the grass, so the red flame gold and the wood naturally fall down. The Tian Emochin immediately dodges the two stinky things perfectly. It also makes a few harsh notes, expressing its disgust. Mu Yan looks at Chi Huang, who is pressing down on her with a desperate stance, and feels helpless. Okay, I won't feed you, right? What kind of magic tool has what kind of spirit? Isn't it just an advancement material if I swallow it? Seeing that Chi Huang is still pressing down on her, she quickly pushes him away. Hey, I promised you I wouldn't force the Tian Emochin to swallow, so why are you still pressing me? Why aren't you getting out? Chi Huang was still in a daze at first, unable to react to what he had done. When he hears Mayan's words, his handsome face immediately flushes red. Like a cat whose tail has been stepped on, he quickly jumps up from Mu Yan's body, turns around and runs. Hey, Chi Huang, do you have a way to restore the scarlet flame gold and the mystic ghost wood to their original state? Mu Yan called out. In the end, Seven Brilliance's figure disappeared faster than a ghost, hiding in the book pagoda in the blink of an eye. Mu Yan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Little brat. Then, he glanced at the scarlet flame gold and mysterious ghost wood that he despised and let out a long sigh. Back when he'd been so eager to enter the Woodfern secret realm to snatch the two treasures, how could he have imagined that they would be treated with such disdain? It seemed that he could only rely on himself for the upcoming battle, in a valley within the Woodfern secret realm. More than 10 cultivators were besieging a rank 9 gold python and a rank 9 fire python. The enormous snake tail was raised high, and then swung out, throwing several Xianxia onto the ground and causing them to spit out blood. But soon, white raindrops fell from the sky. The raindrops soaked through the Xianxia's bodies, gradually healing their wounds and allowing them to return to the battle. When the raindrops fell on the Xianxia's bodies, their movements slowed down. More and more cultivators surrounded them, and finally, the two pythons could not hold on any longer. They held in pain and fell to the ground. Great, we finally killed those two rank 9 pythons. Haha, it's all thanks to young Master Shue's help that this operation could go so smoothly. Yes, the Shui family's little art of cloud and rain is truly the world's #1 support technique. I couldn't believe that my wounds could heal in such a short time. Also, the fire python's flame attack and the golden python's corrosive attack could have caused us casualties, but because of young Master Shue's cloud and rain, the two beasts' attacks were mostly ineffective. All the cultivators surrounded a young master in the center. This person was called Shui Huai, the eldest grandson of the southern continent's Shui family. He was also a member of the Qilin team and the older brother of Shui Huailu, the former champion of the Ganhua Proclamation. His talent was actually not as good as Xue Huailu's. But in the cultivation continent, his reputation was far greater than Xue Huailu's. Xue Huai knew from a young age that his talent was not as good as his younger brother's, so he focused on the two support techniques, Little Art of Cloud and Rain and Soul Subduing Rain. Day after day, year after year, his mastery of these two support techniques grew stronger, far surpassing Xue Huailu and even his father. The Xue family, which originally only valued Xue Huailu, also realized Xue Huai's importance and began to nurture him. Especially after Xue Huailu lost the champion of the Ganhua Proclamation and was heavily injured at Dragon Soar Academy. The Xue family poured all their resources into him. Xue Huai enjoyed the feeling of being valued and sought after, but he knew that his talent was not good. What he had now was far from enough for him to take charge of the Xue family and make a name for himself. He still needed one more thing, something very important. Xue Huai completely ignored the surrounding cultivators' adoration and flattery and said lightly, "I want the two pythons' Yao cores, fangs, and gallbladders. You can divide the rest." Everyone's expressions froze. These three things were the most valuable on the pythons. They had fought so hard for so long, but Xue Huai took them all for himself. Xue Huai looked at their hesitant expressions and laughed coldly. "What? Any objections? I wouldn't dare." When everyone saw the Xue family's guards standing behind Xue Huai, they shook their heads and smiled. "Without young Master Xue, how could we have killed those two pythons? Young Master Xue deserves these things." Xue Huai sneered and signaled his subordinates to collect it. Suddenly, he looked at the tree that the fire python was coiling around. Perhaps it was because the fire python was active here all year round, but there were actually a few red flowers growing under the big tree. A middle-aged female cultivator was running towards those flowers. Xue Huai's heart skipped a beat. He turned to his subordinates and said, "Go collect all the fire leaf orchids." "Yes, young master." When Qingmei saw that she wasn't able to obtain the fire leaf orchid in the demonic ape valley, she decided to try her luck elsewhere. Unexpectedly, heaven never bars one's way. She actually found a few stalks of fire orchid under the spiritual plant where the rank 9 fire python was entrenched. Thus, Qingmei and the other cultivators threw themselves into the battle against the two pythons. From the start, she had made it clear that she didn't want anything but the fire leaf orchid. During the battle, Qingmei fought with all her might, completely ignoring the fact that she would be injured. "I only want the zither in Mayan's hands, too." She was the one who gave the fire python its final blow. But at the same time, she also suffered a very serious internal injury. It's an injury that even the little art of cloud and rain can't cure. However, Qingmei doesn't care about the pain in her body at all. She's very happy because she finally got the fire orchid. Her child can finally be saved. However, just as Qingmei's hand is about to reach for the fire orchid, suddenly, a strong force hits her from the side, directly knocking her to the ground. Immediately after, all the fire orchid has been plucked clean. Qingmei climbs up from the ground and shouts in panic, "Fire orchid, that's my fire orchid, give me back the fire orchid." Just like that, she stumbles all the way to Xue Huai. Seeing that the subordinate gives all the fire orchid to Xue Huai, Qingmei promptly begs, "Xue de Gongzi, I really need the fire orchid. I beg you, give me one, okay? Is one enough for me?" Xue Huai looks at her in disgust. Where did this crazy woman come from? What I, Xue Huai, want, isn't something you can covet. Qingmei falls to her knees and kowtows heavily. "Xue de Gongzi, my child is waiting for the fire orchid to save his life. It's useless for you to have so many fire orchid, I beg you, give me one, give me one." A cultivator on the side can't bear to see this scene and whispers, "Main Yang really put in a lot of effort to kill the fire python." In the end, it was thanks to her attracting the fire python's attention despite her own injuries that we could succeed. "That's right," she said from the beginning that she only wants the fire orchid, and that she won't share the other treasures with us. The whispers from the surroundings reached Xue Huai's ears, making him frown slightly. And Main Yang is still kowtowing over and over again. Xue Huai narrows his eyes and slowly walks in front of her, looking down at her. "You want a fire orchid?" "Yes, yes. I only want one." Qingmei raised her head in surprise. She thought that Shui Huai was finally going to be merciful and give her a stalk. Young Master Shui, as long as you give me a stalk of fire orchid, I'm willing to do anything for you in the future. Ah. Before she could finish, Shui Huai had already lifted his foot and kicked her hard in the chin. Qing Mei was sent flying. Her face was covered in blood as she cried out in pain. She struggled for a long time but was unable to get up. Shui Huai retracted his leg and sneered, "Ignorant trash wants my things?" As he spoke, he took out a stalk of fire orchid. Qing Mei raised her bloodied face and looked at the fire orchid in his hand excitedly. In the next instant, Shui Huai threw the fireleaf orchid in his hand onto the ground and stomped on it with his foot. Laughing heartily, he said, "Even if I have to destroy this young master's things, I won't let trash like you have it." Ah. My fireleaf orchid. My child. Qing Mei let out a hysterical cry as she spat out mouthfuls of blood. The surrounding cultivators looked at her with pity, but due to the power of the Shui family, no one dared to say anything. Shui Huai frowned in disgust and was about to order his subordinates to get rid of this crazy woman. Suddenly, two figures appeared in the sky like lightning and knelt in front of Shui Huai. "Young master, there's news of Jun Mayan." "What?" Shui Huai immediately threw Qing Mei to the back of his mind and said excitedly, "Quickly tell me, where is Jun Mayan?" Just 6 hours ago, Jun Mayan and her two senior and junior brothers, Raging Flame Blade, Ling Yuma and Thousand Hands Godly Summoner, Lan Luoyu, stole the Scarlet Flame Gold from the demonic Ape Valley. End of this chapter. I only want Jun Mayan's zither. 2. The three elders of the Heaven Jian sect are furious and have issued a bounty in the Woodfern secret realm. Anyone who finds the three will be rewarded with an 8th grade spirit artifact, and anyone who kills one of them will be rewarded with a 9th grade spirit artifact. If you can capture Jun Mayan alive, the Heaven Jian sect will reward you with 3 quasi-divine artifacts. Every cultivator present sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard that. An 8th grade spirit artifact for their tracks. If he could capture Mayan alive, he could even get 3 quasi-divine tools. Greed and excitement flashed in everyone's eyes. Qing Mei was the only one in a daze. Demonic Ape Valley, 3 people, stole from the Heaven Jian sect, no way? Could it be the 3 I met? Shui Huai snickered, the Heaven Jian sect sure is generous. Where are Elder Yu and the others now? Take me to them. Yes, young master. Heaven Jian sect's headquarters. Elder Yu sent his subordinate flying with a slap, roaring, "Trash! Trash! It's been 6 hours and you can't even find the 3 of them?" Whether it was the disciples of the Heaven Jian sect or the hired cultivators, all of them were trembling in fear. Suddenly, someone came in to report, "Elder Yu, young Master Shui requests an audience?" Shui Huai of the Shui family? What is he here for? Shui Huai went straight to the point the moment he entered the tent. "Elder Yu, I'm here to cooperate with you. I guarantee that with my help, you'll be able to capture Jun Mayan in the shortest time possible." Elder Yu narrowed his eyes and chuckled, "If young Master Shui can help us capture Jun Mayan, the Heaven Jian sect will offer you 3 quasi-divine artifacts. There's no need for them. The Shui family doesn't lack them." Elder Yu's expression darkened. "Does young Master Shui want the Scarlet Blaze Gold too?" "No." Shui Huai said slowly, "I only want the zither in Jun Mayan's hands." In the jungle, a rustling sound came from afar. Luoyu, who was meditating, opened her eyes and barked, "Who's there?" Ever since she had advanced, Luoyu's divine sense had become much stronger than before. His senses had also become sharper. Mu Yan and Ling Yuma also opened their eyes. Ling Yuma even took out her long blade and said coldly, "If you don't come out, don't blame me for burning you and all these bushes." "No, no, no. 3 gods, it's me, it's me. Please don't do it." A short and fat figure emerged from the bushes. When he saw the 3 of them, he revealed a flattering smile. "3 gods, do you still remember me?" Mu Yan and the others really do recognize this person. He was one of the people who had followed them into the mystic realm. It's just that, at first, this person relied on Su Luoi and scolded Mu Yan a few times. Later on, he paid almost all of his wealth to save his little life. Originally, there were too many people who followed them into the core area, so Mu Yan might not necessarily remember them. However, this man's appearance was too unique. He had a small nose and small eyes, just like a ball. Mu Yan's protector mocked him, if you had the ability, then leave. Now that you want to come back and ask for Jun Mayan's protection, come back if you have the ability. In the end, in order to survive, this guy really curled up into a ball and rolled several times in the air like an acrobat. That's why Mu Yan and the others had a deep impression of him. Ling Yuma said bluntly, "What are you doing here? You want the treasure back?" End of this chapter. Someone set up an ambush. 1. No, no, no. I am willing to give the entire Shen family to you. The short and fat man said. Then why are you here? The short and fat man looked around and said cautiously, "You may not know, but I found a fire phoenix fruit in the north of the forest. What's more, there are no ferocious beasts around it, only some magical vines. My sword is too blunt to cut those vines, so I wanted to find a weapon. I didn't expect to meet you here." Fire phoenix fruit? Luo Yu said excitedly, "Is it the spiritual fruit that can help little ball advance?" Sixth senior sister, let's go get it. Fat Rabbit, Little Ball and Bai Xia stayed with Xiao Bao. But the Fire Phoenix clone stayed with Mu Yan. Even through the clone, Mu Yan could feel Little Ball's happiness and desire. The short and fat man smiled flatteringly, "The Fire Phoenix fruit is such a precious thing, how can a lowly person like me deserve it? I am willing to lead the way for you." Mu Yan looked at him with a faint smile, "You're quite clever." I wouldn't dare. Great God Jun, you're my savior. This lowly one should repay you." The short and fat man bowed respectfully. As he turned around, his beady eyes burst out with a vicious light. The four of them quickly moved through the forest. Slowly, there were fewer and fewer trees in the forest. In the end, there were even fewer trees. There was only a thin tree a few meters away from him. And the ground between the trees was barren, as if it had been scorched by something. The phoenix lives in the phoenix tree, the fire tail scorches the earth. Mu Yan murmured, "It really is the fire phoenix fruit." The pudgy man smiled and said, "How could this little one dare to deceive you, great deity Jun? Look. That is the phoenix tree that grows the fire phoenix fruit." The three of them looked in the direction the short and fat man pointed. Not far away, there was a towering tree standing alone. Around it, there was no trace of green, only scorched earth. However, there were many dark purple vines wrapped around the wutong tree, and they were growing very vigorously. They almost wrapped around the entire wutong tree tightly. But in the center of the wutong tree, a golden red light shone out. That should be the fire phoenix fruit. When he was about 100 meters away from the parasol tree, the ground became soft and hot. The short and fat man stopped and said with an embarrassed smile, "Three great masters, you go and get the fire phoenix fruit. I'm not good at it, and I'm afraid that I'll be attacked by the black flood dragon vine." The attention of Mu Yan and the other two were all focused on the fire phoenix fruit. Hearing this, they did not care, and waved their hands to indicate that he could do as he pleased. The short and fat man stood where he was. The flattering and timid expression on his face slowly turned into ferocious greed. He took out a silver ball from his chest and silently threw it towards the three people flying towards the fire phoenix fruit. However, as soon as the short and fat man threw the ball in his hand, he felt a cold aura coming from his back. Then, a pleasant, heavenly voice rang in his ears. "Poison fire thunderball? Ha, your way of repaying kindness is really unique." The short and fat man suddenly opened his eyes wide, horrified to find that there were no three figures flying towards the parasol tree in front of him. And the thunderball he threw did not explode in front of him. Instead, it appeared in front of him. End of this chapter. Someone set up an ambush, too, asking for tickets. The pudgy man cries out in alarm, How is this possible? Why would you guys, detect that you're up to no good?" Luo Yu rolls her eyes, "You idiot, you're just short of putting the words, 'I'm scum,' on your face. If we couldn't detect it, wouldn't we be sorry for our brains?" The pudgy man trembles all over, "No, don't kill me. I was forced, I was wrong, please let me go." Mu Yan chuckles softly behind him, "Why are you so flustered? Don't you want to repay me for saving your life?" Only now does the pudgy man realize what kind of person he's plotting against. Murderous god Jun Muyan, it's not like he hasn't experienced her methods before, right? How could he be blinded by lard, vainly trying to plot against her? The pudgy man's face is covered with snot and tears, and his crotch has long since disappeared. I was wrong, June. Great god June, I'm willing to tell you who instigated me. Please, please spare my life, spare your life. What a pity, you've already wasted your only chance. The corner of Muyan's mouth rises, and with lightning speed, she stuffs the thunderball in her hand into the pudgy man's mouth, then ruthlessly kicks him. The pudgy man's whole body flies out, smashing into the north side of the wutong tree. Almost at the same moment he lands, there's a loud bang. The pudgy man's body explodes into broken bones and flesh, scattering in all directions along with the poisonous smoke. Cough, cough, run. Damn it, this woman discovered our ambush. Mu Yan and the other two calmly watch as the cultivators reveal themselves one by one. Some of them jumped down from the wutong tree, and some of them crawled out of the soil. And the direction where Mu Yan just kicked the pudgy man out is precisely the place where the people in ambush are the most concentrated. This explosion has left many people covered in dust, and half of their bodies have been blown to pieces, wailing in pain from time to time. As expected of Jun Muyan. I even used my Shui family's most precious fire phoenix fruit as bait, but you still didn't fall for it. A voice slowly comes from the center of the black jiao vine. Then, a young man leaped down from above. Those black jiao vines seem to be alive, wrapping half of them around the tree and wrapping around the fire phoenix fruit. The other half winds down with the young man and hovers around his feet. After losing half of the black jiao vines, Mu Yan discovers that there are actually 2 fire phoenix fruits. It was just that it was extremely small and lusterless. From afar, it looked no different from a normal spirit fruit. The other one emitted a brilliant golden red light, and the aura it exuded was incomparably alluring. Xiao Xiao Mu Mu Yan, Jiao. Jiao Xiao Tu. Ling Yuma's voice brought Mu Yan back to her senses. She shifted her gaze from the fire phoenix fruit to the man, narrowed her eyes, and suddenly said, "What are you and Shui Huailu?" Hearing that, the man laughs heartily. "Jun Mayan, it's hard for you to still remember my good-for-nothing younger brother. I Mu Yu, I to you, tu, Shui, Shui. I, tu, Shui tu, I, tu, I, Shui tu. Before Shui Huai can say anything, several figures have already fallen from the sky. The leader is Elder Qi of the Heavenjian sect. When he sees Mu Yan, he immediately gnashes his teeth. "Shameless thief, hand over the scarlet gold. There will be a new chapter this week, I'm looking forward to it. He, remember to vote, don't waste the monthly vote at the end of the month, end of this chapter, remember in 1 second, 800 $say net wonderful pop-up window free reading." Mu Yan's brows imperceptibly wrinkle. There were already 8 peak nascent soul cultivators and 1 out-of-body cultivator here. There were dozens of nascent soul cultivators of other levels. It would not be so easy to escape this time. However, her expression didn't change at all. She said with a faint smile, "Did the Heavenjian sect admit that they gave me the demonic ape's corpse?" What? After discovering that the scarlet flame gold wasn't in the lava pool, he wanted to go back on his word? I wonder who the shameless one is. I'm sorry. Transaction complete, no refunds. Elder Qi was infuriated. They were 3 dignified elders of the Heavenjian sect, but they were fooled by a little girl. His gums clench, a savage light bursts out from his eyes. "Jun Mayan, no matter how glib your tongue is today, I will make sure you die without a complete corpse." As soon as he finished speaking, he prepared to attack. However, Shui Huai reached out and stopped him. "Elder Qi, don't be angry. Let me talk to them." After saying that, he pointed to the wutong tree. "Jun Mayan, you want this ripe fire phoenix fruit, right? How about we make a deal? Return the flame gold to the Heavenjian sect and give me your zither. Not only will I spare your lives, but I will also give you the fire phoenix fruit. How about it?" When he said this, Shui Huai's face was high and mighty, as if he was giving alms. He also believes that Jun Mayan will definitely compromise. Because nothing was more important than his own life. The corner of Mayan's mouth slowly hooks up, and with a wave of her hand, the Tian Mo Qin appears. "What should I do? I don't want to give you the scarlet flame gold and the Tian Mo Qin, but, the fire phoenix fruit, I want it." Shui Huaiyi's face darkened. The *TCH, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Elder Qi, kill her 2 accomplices and chop off her limbs. I want to see how arrogant she can be then. After that, he raised his hands in the air and waved them around desperately. The sky began to drizzle. The rain stuck to their bodies, causing Luo Yu and Ling Yuma's movements to become sluggish. The circulation of their spirit energy was also obstructed. However, the 2 of them didn't feel the slightest bit of fear in the face of the dozens of nascent soul cultivators. Instead, they were able to laugh and talk wittily. Shui Da's reign seems to be slightly more powerful than his useless brother's. Whatever. Whether it's powerful or not, isn't it still scattered by junior sister? Wait a minute, which side will you choose? When I just advanced, I thought of a new move. I can give it a try. Haha, what a coincidence. 4th senior sister has also thought of a new move? I have it too. I'll choose the left one then. To my right. Junior sister, I'll lead the support and the elders to you. Mu Yan smiles faintly, her fingers suddenly pluck on the strings. Clang. An ear-piercing sound rang in everyone's ears, like a bolt of lightning falling from the sky. It was like a ray of sunlight piercing through the dark clouds. The sound of the zither became more and more impassioned, like a stampede of 10,000 horses, subverting everything. Shui Huaiyi's expression became uglier and uglier, and his expression became more and more incredulous. Impossible. How is this possible? As the sound of the zither resounded, he actually gradually lost his connection with his own cloud rain. In the midst of his bewilderment, Shui Huaiyi suddenly felt dizzy. Everything in front of him starts to blur. The hand that was originally manipulating the little art of cloud and rain also stops. Remember in 1 second, 800 mail sign /say net wonderful pop-up window free reading, he fell to the side in a daze. Eldest young master, eldest young master. The servants of the Shui family rushed over to help him up. However, Shui Huaiyi, who was in high spirits just a moment ago, now had a pair of lifeless eyes. He was half asleep, as if he had fallen into some kind of dream. Shui Huaiyi's subordinates all looked at the girl playing the zither in shock. Especially Shui Zhong, who was in charge of protecting Shui Huaiyi. He was a leaving aperture stage expert and had served the Shui clan loyally for decades. In the past, he had been assigned to protect Shui Huailu. It was only after Shui Huailu was crippled that he was placed by Shui Huaiyi's side. Back then, he had heard that Shui Huailu had completely lost to a young girl in terms of support. Shui Zhong specifically went to look for the photographic talisman of the competition. He was horrified and shocked by the strength of this girl called Mayan. However, Shui Zhong never expected that the eldest young master, who was supposed to be stronger than Shui Huailu, would be able to defeat Shui Huailu. Against Jun Mayan, when the 2 of them compete in support, Shui Huaiyi was defeated even faster than Shui Huailu. How was this possible? How could Shui Zhong have imagined that Shui Huaiyi was stronger than Shui Huailu? But in this month, Mu Yan's improvement was far greater than the 2 brothers. As a result, Shui Huaiyi suffered a crushing defeat at Mu Yan's hands, seeing that Shui Huaiyi was half unconscious and that the little art of cloud and rain had lost its effect. Feather grace had already begun to take effect. Shui Zhong could no longer sit still and roared, "Let this old man fight you." He shot out like an arrow from a bow. Elder Qi, on the other hand, was faster than Shui Zhong and had already rushed in front of Mu Yan. He held a golden wheel in his hand. The golden wheel flickered with flames as it flew towards Mu Yan. Mayan turns her hand over and the Tian Mo Qin instantly disappears, turning into the 7 absolute swords. Lotus blossoming steps crisscrossed, and the golden wheel whizzed over, but it only shattered a phantom. The 7 ultimate swords slashed down from the sky like a violent storm, ceaselessly. Astral domain was silently released, enveloping the entire battlefield. Holding the golden wheel in his hand, Elder Qi withstood the relentless barrage of attacks. He could only feel the blood and qi in his body churning and his arms going numb. The shock in his heart was simply indescribable. He was a leaving aperture realm cultivator, but what about this girl in front of him? She was only at the first level of nascent soul, but now, he, an astral projection cultivator, was being suppressed by a little girl in the nascent soul realm? Elder Qi was shocked and enraged at the same time. He glanced at the battlefield from the corner of his eyes and his heart trembled. It's not just Mayan. There were also the other 2 members of the Carefree team. Each of them was facing more than 10 nascent soul cultivators, yet they were able to move freely and even fight back occasionally. And this was only 3 people. What if all 7 members of the Carefree squad were gathered together? Elder Chi didn't dare to think any further. At the same time, a strong sense of crisis surged in his heart. June Mayan is too scary. Not only because of her combat strength, but also because of her supportability. Her existence meant that the strength of the Carefree squad, which was originally powerful, had been doubled. Now, the 2 sides had already become sworn enemies. If she was allowed to continue growing, she would definitely pose a fatal threat to the Xianxia sect. Kill her. He had to kill her here, Elder Chi suddenly shouted, all the peak nascent soul disciples, come here and kill Mayan. Yes, Elder. The peak nascent soul cultivators of the Xianxia sect all rushed over after receiving the order. At this time, the people led by Shuizhong also arrived in a flash. Remember in 1 second, 800 mail sign /say net wonderful pop-up window free reading, everyone surrounded Mayan. Elder Chi sneered. June Mayan, you won't be able to escape today. Mayan's lips curled into a sinister smile. Is that so? That's not necessarily true. Having said that, the spiritual power in her body ignited. Her figure moved as fast as lightning, rushing towards the 2 peak nascent soul cultivators. Watch out! Elder Chi exclaimed. Unfortunately, it was too late. The 7 absolute swords in Mayan's hands had split into 2, red and blue. She crossed her hands, the swords flashing. Whoosh, the 2 swords whistled through the air. The 2 nascent soul cultivators didn't even have time to react before they felt a chill on their necks. Then, they lost consciousness. Mayan soared into the air, combining the 2 swords into one, turning them back into the Tian Mo Qin. Her face was pale, and her figure was slender. She looked so weak that a gust of wind could blow her away. But everyone below looked at her as if they were looking at a monster. Mayan raised her brows, looking down at Elder Chi and the others. You want to kill me, June Mayan, with such a small group of people? You're far from enough. Elder Chi's body couldn't stop trembling. He looked at the 2 peak nascent soul cultivators who couldn't be more dead, and his heart was bleeding. Peak nascent soul cultivators were the elites of the Xianxia sect. How many resources had been spent to nurture them, but this June Mayan, she casually slashed him to death with 2 strokes of her sword. In fact, Mayan's 2 swords weren't casual at all. This was a set of sword technique that she had comprehended from her youngest martial uncle's blood slaughter sword formation day after day and after she had condensed her sword heart. Although her junior uncle had given her a lot of swordsmanship manuals, he had also told her that the most suitable swordsmanship for her wouldn't be someone else's, but one that belonged solely to her. Therefore, apart from the basic swordsmanship that her junior uncle had taught her, Mayan hadn't practiced any other swordsmanship. Instead, she had been comprehending the blood-slaughtering swords array. Finally, hard work paid off. When she entered the Woodfern secret realm, she comprehended 3 swordsmanship techniques that belonged solely to her, June Mayan. The move that just killed the Xianxia sect disciple was one of the 3 moves, Swimming Dragon Double Slash. This move, together with the Lotus Steps and the 7 absolute swords, could silently take the heads of enemies in all directions. It could be said to be extremely ghostly and murderous. The only drawback was that it consumed too much spiritual energy and stamina, so it could not be used for a long time. This was also the common weakness of the 3 sword techniques that Mu Yan had created. Suddenly, a warning flashes in Mu Yan's mind. She abruptly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding Shuizhong's attack. However, he still felt a chill on his left shoulder. Half of his shoulder was frozen. Mu Yan turned his head to look, only to see Shuizhong holding a long sword that was emitting cold air, looking at her. Almost at the same time, the people of the Shui family, Elder Chi, and the disciples of the Xianxia sect rushed forward and surrounded her. Shuizhong looked at her pale face and sneered, "Miss June's strength is really beyond my imagination. You killed 2 peak nascent soul cultivators with just a wave of your hand. I admit that even I can't do it. But I think that this kind of move should be a great burden on Miss June, right? Heh, you just used a supplementary skill, but you're just a first-stage nascent soul cultivator. How long can your spiritual energy last? Hearing Shuizhong's words, the people of the Heavenjian sect, who were still afraid of Mayan's instant death, suddenly felt confident. Remember in 1 second, 800 mail sign small/say net wonderful pop-up window free reading. They approached her one after another. Mu Yan smiled mockingly when she heard that. Elder Shui, I'm sorry to trouble you. Even if I'm out of spiritual power, I can just replenish it. Shuizhong warned, be careful if she takes the medicine, and don't give her time to digest the spiritual restoration pill. Nonetheless, he stopped abruptly before he could finish his sentence. This was because Mu Yan did not intend to take the medicine at all. Instead, she gently plucked the zither strings. Echo Aura was activated, rich spiritual power without any side effects instantly replenished her dantian. Even Ling Yuma and Luo Yu's consumed spiritual power began to recover quickly. Shuizhong widened his mouth and could not believe his eyes. How can this be? How can there be spiritual power recovery assistance so quickly? That's impossible. Next, Mu Yan disappeared from where she was standing. 2 more swoosh sounds were heard, and 2 bloody heads and bodies fell to the ground. The heads even rolled a few times before they landed below Shuizhong. They died with grievances and stared straight at Shuizhong. This time, 2 people from the Shui family died. On the other hand, Mu Yan stepped on the 7 absolute swords and flew above the Wutong tree. Her pleasant laughter could be vaguely heard in the wind. Elder Shui, courtesy demands reciprocity. This is my way of repaying your concern. This time, Shuizhong was the one who was trembling from anger instead of Elder Qi. Mu Yan's eyebrows twitched all of a sudden. She extended her divine sense far away and sensed a vast spiritual power fluctuation coming from afar. Looks like the Heavenjian sect and the Shui family's reinforcements have arrived. 4th senior sister, Xianxia, let's retreat. Upon hearing that, Ling Yuma and Luo Yu immediately launched fierce attacks. They easily broke free from the encirclement and arrived beside Mu Yan. It was so damn satisfying to kill. Ling Yuma's face was still stained with blood, but she was all smiles. Little junior sister, why are you retreating all of a sudden? Mu Yan responded, their reinforcements are coming. If we're surrounded, it won't be satisfying for us to kill, but for them to catch us like turtles in a jar. In fact, the reason why they were able to deal with the Heavenjian sect with such ease was not because of their saber techniques, sword techniques, or puppets. Instead, it was the ghostly, lotus steps, and the derivation talisman. Otherwise, no matter how strong they were, the people from the Heavenjian sect would be able to drag them to death. However, there was a limit to the speed of this footwork technique. If there were another double the number of people, then it wouldn't just be fun, it would be over for them. The 2 of them immediately said, all right, let's retreat. Wait. Mu Yan looked at the parasol tree. It's not easy for us to purposely set a trap. If we don't take the bait with us, wouldn't it be too much of a loss? After saying that, she tapped her foot lightly, and the 7 absolute swords flew toward the Wutong tree. Just as she was about to use the 7 absolute swords to cut off the black dragon vine and take the 2 fire phoenix fruits, suddenly, all the black jiao vines seemed to have come to life, madly entangling her hands and feet. Ha 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 ha. Just when Mu Yan was unable to move, Shui Huai's laughter came from below. I knew you wouldn't be willing to part with this fire phoenix fruit. That's why I took the risk to leave my Shui family's most precious fire phoenix fruit there, in order to lure you into the trap. He didn't know when, but he had already woken up from the dream that Mu Yan had woven for him. At this moment, he was looking at Mu Yan with resentment. Then, his line of sight turned and fell on the 7 absolute swords. Just now, he saw with his own eyes that the zither in Mu Yan's hands had turned into a sword that could cut iron like mud. In 1 second, 800 mail sign small divided by talk net, wonderful pop-up window free reading. This zither is definitely a treasure. It must be the reason why Mayan is so powerful. And this zither is going to be his soon, ha 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 ha. Shui Huai directed the black serpent vine to bind Mayan tighter, while he soared into the sky under the protection of his subordinates. How is it, Mayan? I'm still better than you, right? A woman will always be a woman. Any bait can make you walk right into the trap. Ling Yuma and Luo Yu's faces changed when they saw this, and they quickly rushed over to help. At that moment, Mayan sighed softly from the black serpent vine. Qi Xiaohuang, don't blame me for throwing trash inside. If you want to blame someone, blame this idiot. At most, I'll beat him into a pig's head later to vent your anger. After that, she reached out and touched the black serpent vine. Then, the smile on Xue Huai's face completely froze. This was because the black serpent vine that was wrapped around Mayan's face had disappeared. The wutong tree that was wrapped around the black serpent vine had also disappeared. The immature fire phoenix fruit on the wutong tree, as well as the mature fire phoenix fruit that Xue Huai had placed on it as bait, had all disappeared. Xue Huai opened his mouth but could not make a sound for a long time. You, what did you do? Where's my black serpent vine? Where's my fire phoenix fruit? Mayan smiled wholeheartedly. Thank you, eldest young master Xue, for sending your Xue family's treasure to me from afar. No. Return the fire phoenix fruit to me, it's a treasure that I need for my advancement. Bitch, give me back my fire phoenix fruit. Xue Huai pounced on her like a madman, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. Mayan sneered and took 2 steps back, then she said to Luo Yu who was rushing over, beat him into a pig's head. Okay. Luo Yu responded and shook her hands excitedly. Countless little puppets buzzed as they flew toward Xue Huai's face. The little puppets were only the size of a beetle, but they had a pair of sharp wings. They received their master's order and pounced on Xue Huai's face. Pa 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 pa. Xue Huai let out a miserable howl like a pig being slaughtered. Drops of blood splattered like raindrops. By the time Elder Xue Zhongqi and the others arrived, the little puppets had already completed their mission. They fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Xue Huai's face was too horrible to look at. Mu Yan and the others have already disappeared without a trace. The figure in the sky whistled as he landed. Elder Yu shouted, where is he? Where is that demoness? Elder Qi's face was bitter as he lowered his head in shame. Elder Yu roared, you didn't catch him? You're just a leaving body realm cultivator, and you have so many nascent soul cultivators, but you can't even catch 3 people? Which direction did he go? Chase. Give chase immediately. Elder Qi points to the west and gnashes his teeth. I, Qi Minghui, swear to the heavens that if I don't dismember that witch Jun Mayan into 1,000 pieces, I will end my own life in this world. Xue Huai cried out in pain and regained consciousness under Xue Zhong's treatment. The heartache of losing the fire phoenix fruit and the black serpent vine, as well as the humiliation he'd just suffered, made him want to die. Clutching his scarred face, Xue Huai roared indistinctly, kill. Kill that bitch. Gather everyone in the Xue family and issue an order to capture Jun Mayan. I must dismember that bitch. Have you heard? The Heaven Jian sect and the Xue family have joined forces with all the cultivators in the core region of the Woodfern secret realm to kill God Jun and the others. Remember in 1 second, 800 mail sign /say net wonderful pop-up window free reading. How could this be? Chen De and the rest were filled with worry. Boss, how could they offend such a powerful force? Moreover, he had offended 2 families at once. If they were outside, it would be fine. Perhaps they could think of a way to avoid it. Unfortunately, the core region of the Woodfern secret realm was only so big. The Heaven Jian sect and the Xue family had searched everywhere. How could the 3 members of the Xiaoyao team escape? Li Xiuxiu said anxiously, then what should we do? Should we think of a way to help boss and the rest? Help? With our meager strength, how can we help? Chen De laughed bitterly. Merciful Buddha, as long as we don't burden boss. Haha, this is all the fault of the 3 members of the Carefree Squad. Especially Jun Mayan. Suddenly, a few sarcastic voices came from the side. God just can't stand her being too arrogant, that's why he let more powerful people watch them. You, how can you talk like that? Chen Hui, the girl who worshipped Mu Yan, was so angry that her face turned red. Weren't you the ones who begged Jun Xia to sell those talismans to save his life? No matter what, Jun Xia is your savior. This is how you repay kindness with enmity. Bah. The male cultivator who spoke spat, that bitch dared to extort all the treasures from me. Now, she deserves her retribution, fleeing like a street rat. Ha ha ha, maybe he's already been killed, and his corpse has been cut into pieces. Nonsense. Jun Xia and the others are so powerful. They won't die. As they were arguing, they suddenly saw a large group of sword cultivators come down from the sky and land beside the lake. These people were wearing the uniform of the Heavenjian school, and their leader was Elder Qi. Therefore, when this group of people appeared, the other cultivators were immediately driven away. The people of the Heavenjian sect quickly set up a tent beside the lake to protect themselves. Only then did they respectfully invite Elder Qi in. However, Elder Qi's face was gloomy and he did not move. The Heavenjian sect disciple at his side observes his expression and cautiously says, "Master, don't worry. This time, we discovered the whereabouts of Jun Mayan and the other two. Most of the people of Heavenjian sect are chasing after them. Elder Yu and Elder Ping are among them. With the help of so many experts from the Shui family, that which can't escape even if she grows wings." Elder Qi snorted softly, and his expression became much better. As for Chen De and the others who were eavesdropping, their faces turned pale. "Actually, those three are nothing special." The disciple continued, "Other than the first time they caught us off guard, they have been hiding like street rats for the next few days." Elder Qi sneered, "3 ants, do you think you can overturn the heavens? Master is wise." The disciple laughed, "So this time, they had nowhere to hide and were caught by Elder Yu and the others, right? Encircling them from 3 sides, there was absolutely no way for them to escape. Even if 1 or 2 of them run away, aren't you still here, Master, waiting for them to walk into the trap?" The people of the Heavenjian sect and the Shui family had almost sealed off the entire core area. Only Elder Qi's direction led to the most dangerous and treacherous forest of broken souls. Basically, no one would go there to seek death. Therefore, they didn't send a heavy guard. But to be safe, they still arranged for Elder Qi to wait for the rabbit, just in case. Listening to the narration of the two, Chen De and the others' hearts sank little by little. With such an inescapable net, even if Jun Mo Xia and the others had the ability to transcend the heavens, it would still be impossible for them to survive. Remember in 1 second, 800 mail sign /say net wonderful pop-up window free reading. The others burst into laughter. "I've said it before. Jun Mayan and the others have overestimated themselves and offended the Tianjian sect and the Shui family. This time, they're doomed." The sky gradually darkened. The area around the Heavenjian sect's tent fell into silence. Chen De and the others gathered together and discussed in low voices, no matter what, I can't let boss fall into a desperate situation." "That's right. Let's go to the place where they're encircling and taking a look. Maybe we can help boss." He, you must count me in for rescuing the beauty." Xiaoyunchuan's voice suddenly came, startling Chen De and the others. One of Xiaoyunchuan's subordinates tried to dissuade him. "Young lord, although our Xiao family is on par with the Heavensite sect in terms of strength, we're in the Woodfern Pocket realm right now. Besides, there's still the Shui family of the southern continent. How can you take the risk?" Long-winded. Xiaoyunchuan knocked on his subordinate's head with the jade flute. "How can it be considered a risk to save a beauty?" That was obviously, his luck with women wasn't shallow. TSK. You don't have to say any more. The beauty Mayan has saved my life. No matter what, I won't let such a delicate beauty die." They gathered together to discuss how to help Mayan. However, no one noticed that in the silent night, 3 figures had quietly landed around the Heavenjian sect's tent. In the darkness of the night, there seemed to be the faint sound of a zither. "Hey, do you guys hear the sound of the zither? Why does it sound like Boss Jun's?" Chen De and the others were still in shock. Suddenly, who is it? There are enemies. Be careful. The voice came from the direction of the Heaven Mirror sect. In the next moment, 2 silhouettes soared into the sky, one black and one white. Their auras were monstrous. The moonlight shone on the 2 of them, allowing all the awakened cultivators by the lake to see them clearly. Those 2 people were Elder Qi and Jun Mayan. Elder Qi grits his teeth as he looks at the beautiful girl under the moonlight. "Jun Mayan, why are you here?" Mayan slowly hooks up the corner of her lips, and the Tian Mo Qin in her hand turns into the 7 Absolutes sword. "Why am I here?" "Naturally, I'm here to take your dog life. This is our reward for the Heavenjian sect's relentless pursuit of us for so many days." Elder Qi, how arrogant. A mere first-order nascent soul realm cultivator wants to take my life? Ha ha ha, Jun Mayan, since you came knocking on my door, then this old man will let you die by my hands. As soon as the two of them finished speaking, they didn't waste any more words. They shot out like arrows leaving the bow and collided. The cultivators below all held their breaths. Even though they couldn't see the battle in the sky clearly, they still watched without blinking. Who will win? Isn't that obvious? What is Jun Mayan's cultivation? What is Elder Chi's cultivation? If she can win, I will immediately jump into the lake and never climb up again. The battle lasted for an entire hour. With a loud bang, the black and white figures separated from each other. Everyone stared fixedly at the sky above, and a question echoed in their hearts, who won? However, when they saw the scene in front of them clearly, their hearts almost jumped out of their throats. Under the moonlight, there was a young girl dressed in white, untainted by even a speck of dust. But in her hand, she was carrying a head that was dripping with blood. The male cultivator who just said Jun Mayan will jump into the lake if she wins, just happened to have a drop of blood splashed on his face. He blankly looked up, his face blank. Remember in 1 second, 800 mail sign /say net wonderful pop-up window free reading. Standing before her was the black-robed Elder Chi, a leaving Aperture Realm expert who was still in high spirits just an hour ago. At this moment, he had become a headless corpse. Bang! The corpse fell from the sky, crashing in front of everyone. The whole place was silent. At this moment, there was only one phrase echoing in their minds, alluring killing god, this is the real god of death, Jun Mayan. At this moment, two figures flew up into the sky. Ling Yuma wiped the blood off her face and said, it's all cleaned up. Junior sister, what do we do next? Everything was cleaned up? What did that mean? Everyone turned their heads stiffly in the direction of the Xianxia's tent. Then, they were all dumbfounded. More than 20 nascent soul cultivators. Every one of them was a high-level cultivator, and a few of them were even at the peak of the nascent soul realm. However, within an hour, they were actually completely slaughtered by these two fiendish gods of the Carefree Squad. Heavens! Are these 3F** king devils? Mu Yan looks at the road they came from and frowns, that group of ghosts is chasing us again. Come, let's go to the Broken Soul Forest. The three of them nodded and immediately left as fast as lightning. It was as silent as when it came, without any warning. Their departure left everyone in a daze. Is this the strength of the unfettered 7 devils of the azure blue world? Just the 3 of them are already so powerful, if there are 7 of them. Everyone present couldn't help but shiver. Chen De and the others, on the other hand, were overjoyed when they came back to their senses. Amazing! Boss and the others are too amazing. Ha ha ha, I told you that the great god Jun would be fine. God, I want to give up the identity of Yap Liangchen's loyal supporter and support Jun Mayan. A first-tier nascent soul cultivator killing a leaving Aperture Realm cultivator. Ah. Not only that, he even decapitated him. How cool. Suddenly, Chinda turned his head to look at the male cultivator who had mocked and ridiculed him. Who was the one who said that if the great god Jun won, he would sink to the bottom of the lake and never come up? Fellow Daoist, do you want to jump up yourself, or do you want us to sink you? Sixth senior sister, the Soul Death Forest is just ahead. Are we going in? Mu Yan looks at the fog-filled jungle in front of her and frowns deeply. According to Chen De and the others, the Soul Death Forest had always been a forbidden area in the Woodfern's secret realm. Basically, only 1 out of 10 cultivators who entered would be able to come out alive. Originally, Mayan brought Ling Yuma and Luo Yu to the Broken Soul Forest, intending to directly enter the forest. But at this moment, looking at the lifeless forest and the thick, black fog in front of him, he felt a chill run down his spine. An extremely bad premonition surged in the depths of his heart. It was as if entering this forest would be more dangerous than facing the joint pursuit of the Xianxia sect and the Shui family. Mayan is hesitating whether she should go in or not. Suddenly, Elder Yu's flustered and exasperated roar comes from the sky. Jun Mayan, you dare to slaughter my Xianxia sect's people. As they spoke, the densely packed figures descended from the sky. They surrounded their way of retreat with 3 layers of people inside and outside. At the forefront are the disciples of the Xianxia sect, each of them looking at Mu Yan's group with intense hatred and fear. Obviously, on their way here, they had discovered that Elder Qi and the disciples of the Heaven Jian sect led by him have been completely slaughtered. This time, the Heaven Jian sect could be said to have suffered heavy losses in the Woodfern secret realm. In a second, 800 mail sign small divided by talk net, wonderful pop-up window free reading, the mystical ghoul wood was not found. The scarlet flame gold was taken away again. Not only did they fail to kill 3 people with the entire sect's strength, but they were also killed time and time again. They lost 30% of their men. This time even Elder Qi, a leaving aperture stage cultivator, died in the Woodfern secret realm. There were only 3 of them, why did they have to kill them? Elder Yu was so angry that he could not stop trembling. He looked at Mu Yan as if he wanted to tear her into pieces. Mu Yan, let's see where you can run to this time. Then, he waved his hand. Behind him, the few cultivators guarding the perimeter immediately scattered in all directions. A genuine inescapable net spreads out all around Mayan. Apart from the death forest, every other direction, including the sky, was enveloped by a huge golden net. The net was covered with barbs that gleamed with a cold light. The barbs were green in color, which was clearly poisonous. Elder Yu looked at her sinisterly and sneered, "Aren't your movement techniques fast? Can't you hide? Aren't you like rats in the gutter that we can't catch? Now, I want to see where else you can hide." Mu Yan's eyes darkened when she looked around. Compared to a few days ago, there were twice as many people surrounding the Wutong tree this time. Other than the people from the Heaven Jian sect and the Shui family, many rogue cultivators joined in for the sake of benefits. As for the leaving aperture realm cultivators, there were 3 of them. Moreover, the inescapable net prevented them from using their phantom body technique. It would not be easy for them to break out this time. Mu Yan looked at the death forest behind her. Elder Yu could not help but burst into laughter when he noticed her reaction. "Demoness, there are times when you're afraid too. Are you trying to escape into the death forest? Do you know how miserable and ugly the people who enter the death forest usually die? Miss June, don't do anything stupid." Hao Jixin, who was standing next to Elder Ping, finally shouted. "The people in the death forest have their souls broken. They won't be able to come out alive after entering. Why you should surrender and hand over the scarlet flame gold, and you might still have a chance to live." His words caused Elder Yu to look at him coldly with a hint of warning in her eyes. Hao Jixin lowered his head in shame and dared not say anything else. Only then did Elder Yu look at Mu Yan, and he said loftily, "I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the scarlet flame gold and all the artifacts and spirit herbs on you, and break your own arms, and I might consider sparing your lowly lives." Mu Yan raised her chin and said slowly, "No, I've decided that I'll bring the scarlet flame gold to my grave in the death forest instead of letting you have it." After that, the 3 of them didn't hesitate at all. They turned around and dove into the death forest. Mu and Spirit 1000, Flame Spirit 1000 Elder Yu and the people from the Heaven Jian sect didn't seem disappointed or angry at their actions. A mocking smile appeared on his face. "Beautiful woman. God moon of lady. Saint. How, star, demon, how, saint, how of little," and, the instant Mu Yan trio entered the Soul Death Forest, they felt that something was amiss. However, he was still a step too late. A glaring light spread under their feet. Immediately after, their bodies and even their spiritual power seemed to be firmly locked, unable to move. Remember in 1 second, 800 mail sign small/say net, wonderful pop-up window free reading. Ha 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 ha. A sharp laughter comes from behind a rockery on the left. Shui Huai slowly walks out with a strange little mirror in his hand. That face that was beaten into a pig's head has already mostly healed, but the flesh that was cut off by the little puppet has not healed yet. So at this time, his whole face looks like a pockmark, abnormally ugly. "June Mayan, you didn't expect this, right? You guys actually fell into my hands. Ha ha ha. I had expected that you guys would definitely not wait to be captured, and would definitely choose to enter the Broken Soul Forest to fight to the death. So from the beginning, I have been waiting for you guys here." Shui Huai's face is full of pride. The mirror in his hand is facing Mayan's direction, and he gently shakes it. The light of the array flashes, and Mayan feels as if her throat is being choked by something, almost unable to breathe. Shui Huai looks at them with eyes full of resentment. This is my Shui family's treasure, the Yada no Kagami. To be able to die in the hands of such a unique artifact, it can be considered an honor for you sluts. Mayan's throat is being choked by an invisible thread, but her expression doesn't change in the slightest. With a lazy expression, she says, "Sorry, who are you? I don't think we've seen this ugly face before, right?" Hee, a face like a toad. If I had seen it before, I would definitely not forget it. But why do I feel that that disgusting figure is somewhat familiar? Luo Yu and Ling Yuma immediately giggles and chimes in. Shui Huai's face suddenly distorts, and the Yada no Kagami in his hand suddenly moves. In a split second, it is as if something has tightened the bodies of the three people. The surface of their skin cracks open, and bright red blood oozes out. Even Mu Yan's neck was cut open, and there was a bloody wound. Shui Huai looks at the painful expression on their faces, and the malevolence on his face turns into a carefree and complacent smile. Death is at hand, and you still have that sharp tongue. I have long said that those who offend me, Shui Huai, will not have a good ending. Today, I'll make you three bitches wish you were dead. The corner of Mayan's mouth raises. Oh? So it's the Shui family's young master. Sorry, I just recognized you now. But seeing how happy young Master Shui is, I'm sure you're very satisfied with the new face my Xiaoqi has made for you. That's right. A toad should look like a toad. As she spoke, an elixir silently appeared on her finger. Once again, Shui Huai was seething with anger. The *tch, you're courting death. Fine, I'll chop off your limbs and cut off your tongue right now. I'd like to see how a slut like you can still talk. Back to me. After that, Shui Huai's spiritual power suddenly entered the Yada no Kagami and was about to attack Mu Yan. The elixir in Mu Yan's hand is also gently crushed, and she is about to use her internal force to activate it. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly dashed out from the side and pounced towards Shui Huai. Shui Huai didn't expect that there would be other people in the death forest. In a moment of carelessness, someone had pounced on his face. The Yada no Kagami in his hand was sent flying. Shui Huai turned pale with fright. Just as he was about to reach out to grab it, he felt a sharp pain in his scalp and ears. Ah! He screamed and subconsciously covered his left ear. Only to find that there was no ear there, only a handful of blood. A large piece of his hair and scalp was torn off as well. Shui Huai trembles from the pain. Looking up, he sees Qingmei, who is biting his ear, smiling crazily at him. Qingmei ruthlessly grits her teeth, making a cracking sound. Shui Huai's ear is bitten in half by her, falling to the ground. Qingmei says in a low, hoarse voice, "Why? Why won't you give me the fire orchid? Isn't that the child's only life-saving medicine? Ever since I overheard your plan to ambush Mayan in the Broken Souls Forest, I hid here for 3 days and 3 nights. Now, I've finally caught the opportunity. Since you won't let my child live, then I'll perish together with you." Ha 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 ha. Saying that, she grabs Shui Huai's hair again and ruthlessly bites down on his nose. Ah 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 ah. Shui Huai screams like a pig being slaughtered. His cultivation is only the same as Qingmei's, and Qingmei doesn't even care about her own life. His nose is bitten off by Qingmei without any resistance. Crazy woman. Crazy woman. Shui Huai mercilessly kicks Qingmei's stomach, sending her flying. He screams hysterically, "Kill her. Kill this crazy woman." Qingmei's whole body flies out from the kick, landing in front of Mayan. Without the restraint of the Yada no Kagami, Mayan's movements return to normal. She promptly crouches down and gives Qingmei an elixir. However, a large amount of blood gushes out of Qingmei's mouth, along with the elixir. Mayan's heart sinks, and she takes out another elixir, but Qingmei raises her hand to block it. It's useless. I was seriously injured, and I hid in the Broken Souls Forest for 3 days and 3 nights, the evil chi has entered my body, there's no saving it. Mayan's heart is filled with compassion, and she says softly, "What last wish do you have? Say it, I'll do my best to fulfill it for you." This time, although they didn't fall into a desperate situation, without Qingmei, they would have to pay a great price. That Yada no Kagami alone is not easy to deal with. This time, they owe Qingmei a favor. Hearing her words, Qingmei smiled lightly. It was as if she had been waiting for these words, waiting for this promise. She had waited for a very long time, and now that she had finally gotten what she wanted, she could finally let go. Miss June, you entered the demonic ape cave. Did you obtain the fire leaf orchid? Mayan nods and raises her hand. A fire orchid appears in her palm. I have a lot on me. If you want, I can give them all to you. Seeing the fire orchid, Qingmei's eyes burst with a bright and hopeful light, and she grabs Mayan's wrist. But when she hears Mayan's words, she shakes her head. No, I'm useless. Miss June, I only beg you, use the fire leaves orchid, save my child's life. Without any hesitation, Mu Yan nodded and said, where are you going to find your child? Xian Cloud World, lie. Raging Flame Sect. I hid. Shunner there, Qingmei's voice becomes softer and softer, and finally disappears. The hand that is tightly holding Mayan's wrist also slowly drops down. Mayan lightly exhales, and reaches out to close Qingmei's eyes. She says softly, don't worry, I will definitely save your child. But, Raging Flame Sect, why does this name sound somewhat familiar? It seems like I've heard it somewhere before. While she's pondering, Xue Zhong, who heard Xue Huai scream, rushes in with his men. Master, are you all right? In order to kill Mayan, Xue Huai even took out the Yada no Kagami. Xue Zhong didn't agree to it at first. With Xue Huai's cultivation, he couldn't really control the Yada no Kagami. If he didn't use it properly, he might be hurt by the artifact. Unfortunately, the Yada no Kagami was contracted with Xue Huai's divine sense by the ancestor of the Xue family. Others couldn't use it at all. But Xue Huai hated the three people of the Xiaoyao school to the extreme. Xue Zhong had no choice but to cooperate with him. Even if he didn't agree, Xue Zhong never doubted it. As long as he used the Yada no Kagami and cooperated with the elites of the Xue family to ambush them at the edge of the Broken Soul Forest, Mayan and the other two would definitely die. But he couldn't believe the scene in the Broken Soul Forest. Xue Huai's head and face were covered with blood. He was being carried by Mayan like garbage. The Yada no Kagami was on Lan Luoyu. And the men that Xue Huai brought in to kill the three had all become corpses. Xue Zhong was not the only one who was shocked by this scene. Even the people of the Tianjian school couldn't help but shiver. What kind of monsters were these three people? Why couldn't they be killed? Not only could they not be killed, but they also made them more and more miserable. Xue Zhong's lips trembled, and it took him a long time to say a complete sentence. Miss June, we can talk about it. As long as you let go of Master and hand over the Yada no Kagami, everything can be discussed. Master is the designated heir of the Xue family. If Miss June killed him, it would be equivalent to going against the entire Xue family. Whether it's you, Miss June, or the sect you're in, you're absolutely unable to bear the consequences. Mayan pulled Xue Huai in front of her and cut a wound on his stomach with the Qijue sword. Xue Huai immediately let out a shrill scream, no longer caring about hatred or pain. He only screamed in horror, don't kill me. I don't want anything, just let me live. Mayan curled her lips, revealing an innocent yet evil smile. Elder Xue, what did you just say? Do you want to say it again? When Xue Zhong saw the scene, his heart almost jumped out of his throat. How ruthless, June Mayan, this woman is really worthy of being called a demoness, worthy of being called the goddess of slaughter. She really doesn't leave any leeway when doing things. However, he could be ruthless, but he could not ignore the eldest young master's life and death. Otherwise, once he exited the mystic realm, he wouldn't be able to live. Taking a deep breath, Xue Zhong lowered his voice and said, Miss June, as long as you agree to release the young master and return the mirror, I, Xue Zhong, can guarantee that you'll be safe and sound in the Woodfern secret realm. The faces of the people from the Heaven Jian sect darkened. But at this moment, Xue Zhong couldn't care less about his young master's life. Mu Yan smiled and said, that damned dog Xue Huai can live, but we'll take the Yada no Kagami mirror. Take it as an apology from the Xue family for chasing us for so many days. No. Xue Zhong shouted. This is impossible. The Yada no Kagami is the treasure of my Xue family. Anyone who dares to covet it will not have a good ending. He gritted his teeth and said, "Furthermore, this Yada no Kagami is connected to the divine sense of my Shui clan. Even if you obtain it, you won't be able to activate it. It's just a piece of trash in your hands, you might as well give it back to us. My Shui family will certainly remember this favor." Mayan slightly narrows her eyes, not saying anything. In her hands, Shui Huai endures the pain on his body, trembling. "Jun Mayan, you should think clearly. Offending my Shui family, you won't be able to survive in the whole Shozhen continent from now on. No need to talk about the future. Even if you kill me in this secret territory, you absolutely won't be able to escape. If you know what's good for you and immediately let this young master go, I can guarantee in the name of the Shui family's successor that you will absolutely not be lacking in benefits." Mayan says with a smile that isn't a smile, "How come the Shui family's young master's voice is so weak now? Weren't you shouting about fighting and killing before, wanting me to hand over the Qin to save my life?" Luo Yu says with a grin, "Of course the Shui family's young master is a wise man. What's more important than saving his dog life? As for agreeing, once we let him go, it would be like farting, it would be a ghost if we could do it." The expression on Shui Huai's face suddenly stiffens, his face distorting, wanting to curse out loud. But Mayan moves her hand and draws a bloody line on his neck. He immediately trembles in fear and screams, "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I swear, I will never lay a hand on you again. Please don't kill me." Yellow liquid flowed down his crotch. Shui Zhong's complexion is extremely unsightly. First, it's because Mayan and the other two don't give the Shui family any face, and second, it's because of Shui Huai's cowardly appearance. He restrains his anger and says in a low voice, "Miss June, what do you mean by this?" Mayan's gaze falls on him indifferently, unhurriedly saying, "Two choices, leave the Yada no Kagami, and you and the people of Heaven Jian sect withdraw 100 miles from the Broken Souls Forest. After you leave, I will let Shui Huai go. Otherwise, we will leave the lives of the Yada no Kagami and Shui Huai behind." "Jun Mayan, don't go too far." Shui Zhong was infuriated when he heard his conditions. "You're just 3 ants from some remote corner of the azure blue world. How dare you negotiate with the southern continent's Shui family and take away our Shui family's treasure, the Yada no Kagami mirror? Who do you think you are?" The corner of Mayan's mouth slowly hooks up into a cold arc. It's really a pity that the negotiations broke down. "Young Master Shui, farewell forever." Shui Huai's eyes widened abruptly, revealing an expression of disbelief and horror. Shui Zhong suddenly opened his mouth and wanted to scream. However, it was too late. The 7 absolute sword in Mu Yan's hand lightly slashed. Shui Huai's head fell from his body and rolled in front of Shui Zhong. Even at the moment of his death, he still had an expression of disbelief on his face. He was exactly the same as Shui Zhong. You killed the young master. Aha! How dare you kill young master?" Shui Zhong was going crazy. His words just now were just to intimidate Mu Yan and the other two, he just wanted to bargain again. But what kind of devil is this Jun Mayan? She killed Shui Huai the moment the negotiations broke down. Moreover, she didn't even leave an intact corpse for Shui Huai. Did this woman know who she had killed? What kind of great force did she offend? Even the people of Heaven Jian sect are dumbfounded by Jun Mayan's actions. There's even a trace of rejoicing in their hearts. Deming Ju's betrayal. 1. Compared to the Shui family who directly lost their heir and their artifact, their Heaven Jian sect only lost an elder. They're really lucky, bah. Lucky my ass. Had they already been abused by this female devil to the point of insanity? Throwing away Shui Huai's corpse, Mayan waves her hand and says, "Enter the Broken Souls Forest." Luo Yu and Ling Yuma don't hesitate and immediately follow. Even if the depths of the Broken Souls Forest are dangerous and terrifying, they don't have the slightest bit of retreat. However, before entering the thick fog, Luo Yu suddenly turns around and shows a lovely smile to Shui Zhong, dimples on her cheeks faintly discernible. He tosses the Yada no Kagami in his hand and says unhurriedly, "Apart from the Shui family, no one can activate the Yada no Kagami?" As soon as his voice falls, his spiritual power slowly revolves, and a silvery white light faintly appears behind him. In the next moment, there's a light sound. The originally gray and inconspicuous Yada no Kagami actually lights up. A few faint threads shoot out from the surface of the mirror, but because it's his first time using it, he doesn't have proper control, so the threads don't fly far before disappearing without a trace. But in any case, what this represents is already crystal clear. Shuizhong stares unwaveringly, his heart full of fear and doubts life. He mutters under his breath, "No. This is impossible, how is this possible?" Luo Yu sneers, "This is what you meant by, no one can activate it?" Hee hee. The three figures disappear in the thick fog, but Shuizhong almost falls to the ground on his butt. Everyone looks at each other in dismay, seeing the panic in each other's eyes. Even the people of Heaven Jian sect feel a chill in their hearts, losing the courage to continue the pursuit. Elder Yu, what should we do? Should we go in? Elder Yu's face turns green and white for a moment, then he finally waves his hand fiercely. All members of Heaven Jian sect, guard the entrance to the Broken Souls Forest, don't let even a fly escape. Hearing this order, everyone in Heaven Jian sect breathes a sigh of relief, bowing and answering, yes. Even Elder Yu and Elder Ping heaved a sigh of relief, but it was soon replaced by fear. Since when did the dignified Heaven Jian sect become so afraid of three mere thieves from the Azure Blue Realm, so much so that he was so scared that he didn't even dare to chase after him, even though he was outnumbered and had a high cultivation base against a low cultivation base, Mu Yan opens her eyes with difficulty, her head feeling dizzy. Where is she? Why are my memories so vague? His brain felt as though it was filled with lead, and he couldn't think at all. Jun Mayan, so what if you gave birth to a divine fetus? Didn't it still become a medicinal pill for me to advance? Ha ha ha. An unfamiliar yet familiar voice entered her ears, causing her to raise her head abruptly and look forward in disbelief. Gong Qianxue? She saw Gong Qianxue holding a crying baby covered in blood in her hand. The baby was smiling at her malevolently. Little treasure. Mayan's pupils suddenly widen. Seeing that Gong Qianxue was about to throw the baby in her hand into the blazing alchemic fire, her head buzzed, and she was about to throw herself at him. However, at the moment when she was about to pounce, a childish voice vaguely rang in his ears, "Xiaobao loves mother the most." No. This wasn't her Xiaobao was alive and well. Moreover, Gong Qianxue had died a long time ago. This is an illusion. As soon as this thought flashed in her mind, the scene before her eyes immediately flashed. End of this chapter. The one who appears in front of Mu Yan once again isn't Gong Qianxue and Xiaobao, but Di Mingju. Moreover, it's Di Mingju who's holding a woman, looking at her with a cold face. The aloof Di Jun looks at her without a trace of emotion in his eyes, only endless killing intent. Jun Mu Yan, you are a remnant of the Shun musicians, and my polar domain is irreconcilable with you. Do you think that Ben Jun would still like you? He looks tenderly at the beautiful woman beside him. Ben Jun has already found a woman who is compatible with me. She is the mistress of the polar domain, and will also give birth to Ben Jun's bloodline, and inherit the polar domain. As Di Mingju's voice falls, the surrounding air fluctuates, and the temperature becomes blazing hot. It's like inciting Mu Yan, constantly trying to ignite her anger, pain, and despair. Mu Yan takes a deep breath, and with a wave of her hand, the Tian Mo Qin appears in her hand. The corner of her mouth hooks up into a cold curve, and her voice is pleasant to listen to, but there's a sinister chill in it. Even though I know that this is all fake, it still makes me very unhappy. As soon as her voice falls, the sound of the zither creases. The next moment, that originally real scene is like a reflection in the water being smashed into a boulder. It suddenly sets off a huge wave, and all the reality shatters into illusion in a split second. Mu Yan's hands don't stop moving, and the sound of the zither becomes more and more urgent, faster and faster. From time to time, there's a crackling sound coming from all around. Pieces of the demonic plant's limbs scatter and fall. It's accompanied by the wailing of some kind of beast. Until all these sounds disappear, and the fog in front of her slowly fades, Mu Yan can clearly see the situation in front of her. This is the forest of broken souls. The fog is thick, and the danger is like a pile of eggs. And in front of her, there's a strange demonic plant. This demonic plant has a huge mouth full of barbs, and it's slowly opening and closing. But now, this bloody mouth has already been riddled with holes by Mu Yan's zither, and it's too horrible to look at. Mu Yan has a lingering fear when she remembers everything that just happened. The three of them have only been inside for a quarter of an hour, when they suddenly feel dizzy, and their minds are out of sorts. By the time Mu Yan realizes that there's a problem, she's already been dragged into the illusion. If she hadn't woken up in time and rushed to attack Gong Qianxue or Fatty Di Mingju at this moment, he had already stepped into the giant mouth of the demonic plant and was most likely being devoured until not even his bones were left. Mayan lets out a long sigh of relief, then her complexion suddenly changes. Oh no. Where are fourth senior sister and Xiaoqi? She has the Tian Emochin and the mist dispersing skill, so she can quickly get rid of the illusion and the heart's devil. But what about fourth sister and little seven? Would they be able to escape from the illusion? Mu Yan looked around, only to find that the surrounding fog had gathered once again, and it was impossible to see anything within 5 meters. It was impossible for her to find Lingyuma and Luoyu. Mayan's eyes sink. She suddenly sits cross-legged on the ground, her fingers lightly moving. The sound of the zither instantly spread out, enveloping a radius of several hundred meters. Cloud-dispersing mist could dispel inner demons, and naturally, it could also dispel illusions. He hoped that his music could help fourth senior sister and little seven out of danger. Not long after, there was a sound coming from the left. Sixth senior sister. Luoyu excitedly rushes over and hugs her arm. Sure enough, it's you playing the zither, that's great. I was really scared to death just now. I suddenly appeared in a palace full of corpses, and I couldn't get out no matter how I walked. I thought that I would be trapped there forever. Fortunately, sixth senior sister's music rang out, and I was able to escape smoothly. Baidu search the UC Book League website and let you experience the latest and fastest chapters, all of which are updated in seconds. Mu Yan smiled and patted his head, then continued to play the zither. However, he felt a little strange. Luoyu's inner demon was actually in a palace filled with corpses, but according to eldest senior brother, Luoyu grew up in the Xiaoyao sect. Logically speaking, she shouldn't have lived in a palace. Divine Beast Bays. Could it be that Luoyu really has some sort of relationship with the Lan royal family? However, as soon as she had this thought, she threw it to the back of her head. The most important thing right now was the safety of Lingyuma. Luoyu also sat quietly at the side. After another quarter of an hour, a flame suddenly whistled over from afar, splitting the thick fog apart. However, just as the flames and blade light were about to touch Mu Yan and Luoyu, they instantly dissipated. The two of them were not injured in the slightest. Then, from the two sides of the thick fog, a bright red figure slowly walked over. It was a young girl dressed like a man. She carried a long saber on her shoulder, and there was a trace of blood on her face. Her eyes were red, and her whole body exuded a biting cold-killing intent as she walked towards them step by step. Mayan's face finally revealed a relieved smile. What kind of inner demon did fourth senior sister see? His killing intent is about to overflow. Lingyuma grinned, revealing her white teeth. He is the person I hate the most in my life. I can't kill him in the real world, but I won't hesitate in the illusion. The three of them looked at each other and smiled, no longer asking each other what they had seen in the illusion. The Xiaoyao school was like that. They all had their own secrets, and each of them was hiding something. But once you need me, I will be your most solid support. Luoyu looked at the thick fog around them and frowned. Fourth senior sister, what do we do next? Should we go deeper? Lingyuma also said, I heard that other than the place where we entered the Broken Soul Forest, there is no exit. Furthermore, once we go deeper, the exit will be hidden and won't be easy to find. This was also the reason why people who entered the Soul Death Forest had a slim chance of survival. Mu Yan frowns, a little hesitant. Outside the Death Forest, the Shui family and the Heavenjian sect were definitely guarding it. They could not wait to tear them into pieces. But the Soul Death Forest was indeed full of dangers. They had only entered for a quarter of an hour, but the three of them had already been hit. If he continued to stay here, he didn't know what kind of danger he would encounter. Clang! 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 Just then, the heavy and distant sound of a bell came from afar. Eh? Why is there a bell here? Then, the three of them saw a bright yellow flame light up in front of them. The fire grew brighter and brighter, gradually penetrating the mist and allowing them to see the scene in front of them clearly. Is that a temple? There's a temple in Death Forest? Mu Yan thought about it and said decisively, come on, let's go take a look. The three of them followed the light and quietly flew over. When he got closer, he realized that it was indeed a dilapidated temple. But how could there be a temple in the Death Forest? Suddenly, a few voices came from inside. Run. Why don't you keep running? I chased you all the way here and even chased you into this perilous forest of death. Do you still think you can survive? Boss, this time, we must properly torture this brat. It's all because of him that we were trapped in the Death Forest. We didn't even get to play to our heart's content. This time in the Woodfern secret territory, I haven't properly tortured many people yet. TSK. Looking at young Master Qin up close, isn't he also a soft and tender little gigolo? Baidu search, UC Book League, website and let you experience the latest and fastest chapters, all updated in seconds. Boss, I don't mind men and women. Why don't you let me have a good taste of him before you peel his skin? The voices coming from inside are rough and hoarse, with a hint of cruelty and evil. Moreover, this voice seems somewhat familiar. Mu Yan's feet lightly touch the ground, and her whole body, like a feather, lightly lands on the beam. Soon, the scene in the temple comes into view. It's no wonder that she found the voice familiar. It turns out that the people who were speaking are the Bloody Hands jackals, who once treated them as prey before entering the secret territory. When Mu Yan was at the periphery of the secret territory, she cleaned up a wave of Bloody Hands jackals, who had their eyes on Li Xiaoxiao. But she never met the group who didn't have eyes to provoke them. Unexpectedly, these jackals are actually trapped in the soul-breaking forest. As for the person surrounded by these Bloody Hands jackals, it's naturally Xianxia, who wanted to help them. Xianxia has a lot of wounds on his body, his face is pale, and he looks panic-stricken. Hearing the words of these people, his complexion greatly changes. Without thinking, he raises the sword in his hand to commit suicide. Unfortunately, each of these Bloody Hands jackals have extremely high cultivation and rich experience. So, without waiting for him to move, a stone in his hand shoots out, knocking his long sword to the ground. Boy, I advise you to be obedient and let me have a good time. Maybe when I peel your skin later, my hands will be faster, and I guarantee that I'll peel off a whole skin for you. Xianxia turns to run, but the other jackals are already waiting there. They immediately swarm over him, holding his hands and feet, pressing him to the ground. Bastards, you bunch of bastards, let me go. I must kill you. A man with a face full of lumps loosens his belt, licks his lips, and makes an excited voice, scream, scream, the louder you scream, the more excited I am. Just as this jackal is about to raise his spear and go into battle, a silver light suddenly flashes before his eyes. In a split second, an indescribable pain comes from his family jewels. For a man, a small wound in that place is unbearable pain. What's more, this person's lower body is a bloody mess. He immediately falls to the ground, curling up like a shrimp. Apart from wailing and twitching, he can't make any other sound. Who's there? Anyone who dares to hurt us, the blood-hand jackals, must be tired of living. The temple's already dilapidated door suddenly shattered into pieces. Mu Yan, Ling Yuma and Luo Yu appeared at the door. Mu Yan holds the 7 absolute sword in her hand and says with an expressionless face, just in time, I'm also very impatient to enter this damned place. Then let's end this quickly. Everyone in the temple was stunned when they saw the three of them. Xianxia, in particular, looked at them in surprise. After a long while, she murmured, It's you? You. Why did you enter Death Forest? No matter how you look at it, Mu Yan's trio's cultivation is only at the first level of nascent soul. Even if a low-level cultivator like that managed to survive in the Woodfern secret realm, they would only stay in the outer regions. But now, not only did the three of them enter the core area, they even entered the most dangerous place in the entire mystery territory, the Forest of Broken Souls. The Bloodhand jackals obviously recognized them as well. The expression of the burly man in the lead slowly changes from anger to greed and excitement. His eyes are fixed on Mu Yan, and he says faintly, Little beauty, I've been looking for you since we entered the mystery territory. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. Tisk, TSK, TSK, looking at your skin of ice and bones of jade, when I was outside the secret territory, I was thinking, aren't you a little slut waiting for me to teach you a lesson? His words made the surrounding blood-handed jackals burst into laughter. Although they were caught off guard by Mayan's move just now. But in the cultivation world, what really matters is strength. 3 first-level nascent soul, if they want to crush them to death or play with them, isn't that as easy as turning over their hands? The corners of Mayan's mouth also gently hooks up. It's like the flowing wind and returning snow, unparalleled in beauty. The eyes of the bloody hands jackals on the other side go straight. However, the next moment, they hear a woman's clear and sweet, but cold and stern voice, "Fourth sister, Xiaoqi, kill them." As soon as the voice falls, the spiritual power in the temple surges like a stormy sea. Murderous intent. At first, Xianxia's face is still full of worry, but after a quarter of an hour, there's only disbelief and shock. The bluestone floor of the temple is completely soaked in blood. The broken limbs of the bloody hands jackals are scattered everywhere. They all die very quickly. But it's definitely not an easy death. Every corpse is riddled with holes, until the flesh and blood of the body have been eaten clean, only then did they swallow their last breath in the hellish torture. Mayan's footsteps on the face of the bloody hands jackal boss, looking down at him with a smile. "Who did you say you wanted to teach a lesson?" "Woo woo, woo 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 woo." The eyes of the bloody hands jackal boss, who has always thought of himself as fierce and cruel, are left with only fear and despair. Mayan's eyes turn, looking at the thick fog outside the window. She suddenly remembers something, and kicks the meatball on the ground. She kicks into the thick fog. Almost at the same time as the meatball flies out, a huge mouth with barbs sprang out from the thick fog. With a crunch, it swallows the bloody hands jackal boss. The huge mouth quickly shrinks, and the sound of chewing that makes people's teeth ache can be heard from the thick fog. Luo Yu and Ling Yuma do the same, kicking out the other bloody hands jackals and feeding them to the demonic plant. Mayan can feel the gratitude and happiness of the demonic plant coming from the thick fog. She smiled and turned to look at Xianxia. "Young Master Qin, why are you here?" To be honest, Xianxia's cultivation was not too high. It was already difficult for them to enter the core region, let alone this dangerous soul death forest. Xianxia bowed gratefully to the three and said in a hoarse voice, "Thank you for saving my life." Then, a bitter smile appeared on his face. "Back then, I thought I was the one who saved you. I didn't think that thanks to you, I don't know your names. If there's a chance in the future, I will definitely go through water and tread on fire to repay you." Mayan smiles. "It's nothing, young Master Qin doesn't need to take it to heart. What's more, scum like him is dead. What's there to be grateful for?" "Yes, big brother Qin, are you okay? I see that you have quite a few injuries on your body." Xianxia waved her hands to indicate that she was fine. "I came to the Woodfern secret realm to look for a spirit herb in the core region, but I didn't expect to be targeted by the bloodhand jackals." Halfway through his words, he suddenly widened his eyes and looked in Mayan's direction with a frightened expression. "Be careful." At the same time, Luo Yu and Ling Yuma's expressions changed as well. They turned into phantoms and pounced towards Mayan. They saw that under Mayan's feet, the bluestone ground suddenly split open without any warning. Mu Yan was completely caught off guard, and her whole body fell straight down. Luo Yu and Ling Yuma rushed in front of her, but they only had time to grab a corner of her clothes. "Little junior sister. Sixth senior sister." Mu Yan didn't expect that the ground below would suddenly split open without any warning, without any spiritual power fluctuations. Furthermore, there seemed to be a terrifying suction force pulling her down from the ground. She couldn't use the spiritual power in her body for a while, and she couldn't fly. This kind of fall lasted for more than 10 breaths of time. She could vaguely see the ground. And with her current falling speed, if there was no buffer, she would definitely fall into a meat patty. Mu Yan took out a spirit-traversing talisman and stuck it on her body, then she operated her internal force. Soon, her falling speed slowed down, and she finally landed steadily on the ground. However, as soon as her feet touched the ground, a soft and sticky feeling came from the soles of her feet. The tip of her nose was filled with a nauseating stench. The surroundings were quiet, without the slightest sound or light. Mu Yan took out a few illuminating crystals and threw them in all directions. The scene in front of her made her suck in a breath of cold air. Even with Mu Yan's experience of hardships and perseverance, she couldn't help but feel her scalp go numb and a chill run down her spine. Corpses. It was a dense pile of corpses that seemed to have no end. There were cultivators, and there were also vicious beasts. The most frightening thing was that each of these corpses was as thin as a match, and their skin was scorched black and withered. All of them, be it humans or beasts, seemed to have one foot in the grave, dying of old age. Moreover, the expressions on their faces were fixed in incomparable fear and pain. One could imagine what kind of torture these people had suffered before they died. But how could there be so many corpses here, and what was this place? Suddenly, Mu Yan's eyes narrowed. She saw a withered male cultivator, or rather, that male cultivator's clothes and the magic weapon in his hand. Her eyelids twitched. If she remembered correctly, this person was one of the male cultivators who followed Su Luoi. When the shocking incident happened in the periphery of the Woodfern secret realm, this male cultivator carelessly fell into the quagmire and died. But why would his corpse appear here? A thought slowly formed in his mind. This was the place where that deranged person had set up a formation to sacrifice all the living beings in the outer perimeter of the mystic realm. Mayan composes herself, suppresses the fluctuations in her mood, and avoids the piles of corpses. This should be an abandoned underground palace. There were murals engraved on the walls, but most of them were covered in layers of bloodstains, making it impossible to see them clearly. However, after circling around, she could not find the exit at all. Originally, he wanted to break the wall and leave, but the wall was covered with a layer of soft and tough material, just like the ground. Even if the 7 absolute swords were to strike it, they would be bounced back, unable to harm it at all. What makes Mu Yan most uneasy is that she has once again lost contact with Qi Huang. She could access the things in the space, but she couldn't use her divine sense to explore the space, let alone enter the space. Mu Yan frowns and pushes aside the corpses blocking the way. She is about to go in another direction to investigate. However, when the corpse was pushed aside, she discovered that there were a few talismans on the ground. Just as Mu Yan was about to bend down to pick it up, a creepy feeling suddenly rose in her heart. She only has time to pick up a talisman and stuff it into the space. She doesn't care about the dirt on the ground, and immediately rolls away. Patter, the moment she rolls away, something falls on the place where she just stood. Zizizi, there's a burning sound that makes people's teeth ache. As soon as Mayan turns around, she comes face to face with a pair of green eyes. Then, the whole monster's image enters her eyes. Even with Mayan's calmness, she has goosebumps all over her body at this time. What the hell is this thing? It's a sticky black lump. It looks like a thick swamp has gathered together. With a casual movement, a dirty lump will fall down with a patter. But it has a pair of green eyes. That pair of eyes look at Mayan without a trace of emotion, making her hair stand on end for no reason at all. Patter, another lump of mud falls, falling on the few talismans that Mayan didn't have time to pick up. Immediately, these talismans make a buzzing sound and disappear without a trace. There's a satisfied look in those small green eyes, and then it greedily looks at Mayan. Puff, a lump of mud flies towards Mayan. Mayan is on full alert, and her reaction isn't slow. The 7 absolute swords in her hands instantly slash at the lump of mud. However, the moment the 7 absolute swords touch the mud, she inwardly says, "Not good." When fighting, Mayan's spiritual power is usually attached to the 7 absolute swords, so that its attack power can be multiplied. But at this time, when attacking the mud shot out by the monster, she clearly feels that her spiritual power attached to the 7 absolute swords is swallowed clean in an instant. Moreover, one of the drops of mud splashes on her hand. Zizi, a freezing and burning pain comes, and Mayan can't help but let out a muffled groan. She looks down and is shocked to find that there's a fingernail-sized black spot on the back of her white hand. There's no rupture here, and no blood oozes out. But it looks like it's completely burnt, and the skin is as dry as an old woman's. And the monster on the other side, after swallowing her spiritual power, seems to have eaten something delicious. Her whole body trembles with excitement. Even the disgusting mud splattered everywhere. Wherever it went, as long as there was a trace of fresh flesh, there would be a sizzling sound that made one's teeth ache. Mu Yan's heart sinks. This monster could devour spiritual power in an instant, and it could even cause the flesh and blood of living beings to appear to be burnt. In this way, regardless of whether it was a long-range or close-range attack, she was in an extremely disadvantageous position. Perhaps it was because he had used up the scarlet flame gold and mysterious ghost wood that he had obtained so easily. God seemed to think that she was not unlucky enough. Patter. 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 There were 3 consecutive sounds. 3 groups of monsters that looked exactly the same appeared again. Those pairs of lush green eyes are filled with greed and longing as they stare at Mayan. He was moving slowly towards her. For a moment, there was no way forward, and he had to retreat 5 doors. This was the first time Mu Yan had fallen into such dire straits since entering the Woodfern's secret realm. However, the corners of her mouth slowly curled up into a cold smile. It can devour spiritual power? Then let's see if you can devour Xianxia. As soon as her voice falls, the 7 absolute sword in her hand instantly turns into the Tian Mo Qin. She doesn't care about the filth and nausea on the ground, and slowly sits down. With a drop of her finger, the sound of metal shaking the mountains and rivers is heard. Boom, there seems to be an invisible airflow spreading out with her as the center. Together with the 10,000 blades, she rushes straight towards the 4 monsters. The 4 monsters don't dodge or evade, seemingly certain that the attack can't hurt them. Indeed, although the mud can't absorb internal force, it can't really hurt them either. The blades penetrate the mud, but their bodies will heal immediately. And the 4 monsters are getting closer and closer to her. Mu Yan's face doesn't show the slightest bit of panic. If the blade doesn't work, she will switch to a spell attack. Internal force has no attribute, so she can't launch the 5 elements spell. But Mu Yan finds that she can wrap her internal force outside of spiritual power. In this way, even if an attack with spiritual power falls on the monsters, they absolutely can't absorb it for a while. Wood, ice, fire. Mu Yan uses her 3 existing spiritual roots to try them out one by one. Finally, when a fireball wrapped in chi smashed into one of the monsters, it was like a fireball. The mud actually makes a sizzling sound. Poof. One of the small clumps of mud directly bursts open. The monster is so scared that it retreats several steps. But the fire is ignited by spiritual power, so when the wrapped internal force dissipates, the spiritual power is quickly swallowed by the monster, and the fire is naturally extinguished. Looking at this scene, Mu Yan doesn't feel the slightest bit depressed. Instead, she smiles, so ordinary fire is your weakness. This is interesting, don't worry, I will give you a big gift right away. A quarter of an hour later, boom. 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 The entire hall shakes violently. Countless corpses tumble down from the pile of hills, scattering into wreckage. Even the surrounding walls and the sticky film on the ground have been blasted open several holes. Mu Yan watches the last monster, trembling in pain, slowly being swallowed up by the flames and disappearing. Only then does she breathe a sigh of relief. This time, it's really a blessing from the heavens, escaping from death, if it weren't for the fact that her fighting capital is not only spiritual power, but also internal force. If it weren't for the thunderbolt that the immortal battalion of the Netherflame army specially made for her. Today, it might not be these monsters that will be destroyed, but her, Jun Mu Yan. In fact, there are many craftsmen in the immortal battalion who are good at this kind of strange skill. It's just that in the Xiozhen continent where the weak are prey to the strong, it was gradually abandoned. But this time, it seems that this kind of strange skill, at a critical moment, may be a magic weapon to win by a surprise move. When she goes back, she must have Feng Haitang excavate and develop it. Miss June. A pleasantly surprised voice comes, interrupting Mayan's train of thought. One of the doors that was originally covered by the membrane had just been blasted open by the thunderbolt flaming thunder. At this moment, Xianxia was stumbling into the passageway, shouting in surprise, "Miss June, you're all right, that's great." However, Mu Yan's face changed. "Why are you here? Where are my 4th senior sister and youngest junior brother?" Xianxia revealed a panicked expression and shook her head. I don't know either. After you fell down, many cracks suddenly appeared on the ground, and the 3 of us fell down with you. When I woke up, I was in a room full of dead bodies. Those corpses were too terrifying. I couldn't escape even if I wanted to. It wasn't until there was a violent explosion just now that one of the doors of the room I was in was broken. Only then did I walk out. As he spoke, he revealed a look of worship. I didn't expect it to be you, Miss June. Every part of the house was covered with a thin film. No matter how I slashed or attacked it, it was useless. Miss June, you're so powerful, to actually be able to break this thin film? Mayan frowned and didn't speak. She was very worried about the safety of Ling Yuma and Luo Yu. Xianxia glanced at the densely packed corpses in the hall, his face pale with fright. How could there be so many corpses? Where is this place? Miss June, what happened just now? Mayan took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and told her about the monster that had just appeared and her battle with it. She even told her about the origin of the corpses. Xianxia's eyes widened in horror, and he couldn't recover for a long time. However, he suddenly frowned and said softly, I think I've seen this monster and mud somewhere before. Oh? Xianxia pondered for a while, then suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, I remember now. This is the Northern Nether Black Fiend Formation. It feeds the otherworldly item, Rotten Dragon, by sacrificing countless lives. The Rotten Dragon can devour spiritual power and carbonize flesh and blood. Every day, it can spit out a substance called dragon membrane that can reflect spiritual power and isolate all divine sense probes. Most importantly, when the Rotten Dragon grows to a certain extent, it can destroy all formations and barriers in the world. It's not even afraid of any attack. But to raise it to this extent, the sacrifice is absolutely immeasurable. Xianxia's face was a little pale as he said this. Miss June, the mud-like monster that you just dealt with should be the Rotten Dragon. But it should be a clone of the Rotten Dragon, so it's afraid of fire. I'm afraid ordinary fire can't hurt the real body of the Rotten Dragon. Mayan was surprised. How do you know so much? Xianxia scratched his head, looking embarrassed. After I entered the Woodfern secret territory, I was constantly being chased by the blood-handed jackals. Almost at the beginning, I accidentally ran into the Soulbreak Forest. Luckily, I had a lot of magic treasures that could break illusions, so I could survive until now. Also, while hiding, I entered many ruins in the Soulbreak Forest. The information about the Rotten Dragon and the Northern Nether Black Fiend Formation came from those ruins. Mayan nodded. Did it say how to kill the Rotten Dragon and break the Northern Nether Black Fiend Formation? How can we leave this place? Xianxia hurriedly nodded, but then revealed a troubled expression. There is a way, but it's too difficult. And it's very dangerous. The only way to break the Northern Nether Black Fiend Grand Formation is to kill the Rotten Dragon itself. However, the murderous aura of the Rotten Dragon's body was constantly supplied by the Northern Nether Black Fiend Grand Formation. If the baleful aura supply isn't cut off, the Rotten Horned Dragon will be reborn again and again. It's impossible to kill them all. Mayan frowns and says nothing. Xianxia continued, if you want to cut off the supply of evil chi to the Dragon of Decay, the only way is to destroy the death gate of the Northern Nether Black Fiend Formation. But I think there must be a lot of Rotten Dragon's clones guarding the death gate. If we're not careful, we'll become dried corpses like them. Mu Yan asked, do you know where the death gate is? Hearing that, Xianxia took out a compass and did some calculations, then pointed in a certain direction. Over here. Then he said helplessly, but this place is covered with horned membrane, we can't. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard a loud bang. A large hole was blasted in the membrane in front of him along with the wall. Mu Yan turns around to look at him. What do you mean by fundamental? Gulp. Xianxia swallowed and shook his head repeatedly. It's nothing, it's nothing. His eyes were shining, full of worship. Miss June, if it were you, you would definitely be able to destroy the death gate and let us escape from this damned place. Following Xianxia's compass, the two passed through one room or hall after another, heading in the southwest direction. What made the two's hair stand on end was that every room and hall was covered with dried corpses. Human, beast, and even magical plants all added up to at least a few qian's worth of corpses. Along the way, the two were very careful not to use spiritual power. So only one Rotten Dragon's clone was alarmed, but it was quickly taken care of by Mu Yan with thunderous fire. Suddenly, Xianxia pointed to a membrane in front of them and said excitedly, Miss June, it's there. My compass sensed a strong evil aura from the death gate. Mu Yan didn't hesitate and directly blew up the last layer of horned membrane. But the scene that appeared in front of them this time was completely different from the previous rooms. There were no more corpses inside. But the scene inside made people's scalps prickle even more than looking at the corpses all over the ground. In the middle of the hall was a huge meatball. The meatball had countless holes like eyes, emitting a faint green light. From the top of the meatball, there were countless filaments, intertwining around the entire room, penetrating every wall. Being in it was like being in a spider's cave. But when Mu Yan saw this scene, she only felt disgusted for a moment, and then her attention was attracted by everything under the meatball. If the meatball and everything around it was disgusting and nauseating, everything under the meatball was incompatible with all of this. There was a transparent glass cover there. The glass cover was extremely huge, at least 3 meters high and 10 square meters wide. It was almost the size of a small room. But there was nothing inside this glass cover. There was only a very small one, occupying only 1% of the glass cover, an egg. That's right, it was an egg, and no matter how you looked at it, it was a very ordinary egg with a yellow skin. Mu Yan turned to look at Xianxia, pointed to the egg and the meatball, and asked, "What is that?" Xianxia was also confused. He recognized the meatball. That should be the death gate of the Northern Nether Black Fiend Formation. Miss June, there's something you don't know. The Northern Nether Black Fiend Formation only opens the Death Gate, the Fright Gate, and the Wound Gate. Each gate is suppressed by an otherworldly item. As for that egg? Confused, he said, I don't know what that is either. Mu Yan, forget it, let's not worry about that egg for now. Tell me, how can we destroy the Death Gate and cut off the supply of evil energy to the rotten dragon's main body? Explode this meatball? Xianxia shook her head. Absolutely not. Unless all 3 gates were destroyed at the same time, all of the rotten dragons, including the main body, would pounce on them as soon as the meatball died. At that time, we will definitely die. After a pause, he pointed at a spot not far from the glass cover. Do you see that? Below that cave is the formation eye of the Death Gate of the Northern Nether Black Fiend Formation. As long as the formation eye is destroyed, the supply of evil energy will be cut off. But in a short time, the rotten dragon won't notice it. As he spoke, he showed an annoyed and ashamed expression. The Death Gate is surrounded by evil energy. My cultivation is too weak. I'm afraid I will faint if I go down. But no matter what, Miss June, you can't take the risk. Let me go and explore first. Mayan smiles, no need, I'll go. Saying that, without waiting for Xianxia to speak, she slowly walks towards the direction of the cave. Soon, she arrives in front of the cave and looks down. She sees that the cave isn't big, but it's so deep that the bottom can't be seen. Almost at the same time, behind her, Xianxia's footsteps are silent as he slowly walks over. When he's about 10 feet away from her, his eyes reveal a malevolent look. He suddenly reaches out and ruthlessly pushes her back. However, to Xianxia's shock, his hand actually goes straight through Mayan's body. Xianxia's complexion changes, realizing that it's not good. But there's still a strong force behind him, kicking his whole body into the cave. Mayan coldly watches Xianxia fall into the cave. She slowly takes a few steps back, leaning against the glass cover. The next moment, a low laughter comes from below the cave. From the beginning, it's muffled and oppressive, to a crazy laughter later on. Truly worthy of being the Shin musician's successor. I've been so careful, but you still saw through my flaws. Mayan's pupils suddenly contract, her heart almost leaping out of her throat. At this time, Xianxia's figure slowly floats up from above the cave. However, the man in front of her, compared to his previous timid and bashful self, has a bit more arrogance. His entire temperament seems to have undergone an earth-shattering change. He soars into the air, looking down at Mayan from above, chuckling, June Mayan, I'm really curious. I thought that I had already disguised myself very well, and the information I told you was almost all true. It's reasonable to say that there shouldn't be a single flaw. How did you find out that something was wrong? Mayan indifferently says, the highest realm of lying is 9 truths and 1 falsehood. Qinggongzi is really well versed in this. If I hadn't suspected you from the moment we met in this underground palace, maybe I would have really been deceived by you. Oh? You suspected me from the beginning? Xianxia's face is full of curiosity. What's my flaw? Mayan raises her hand, and a talisman appears between her fingers. I don't know if Qinggongzi still remembers the talismans I gave you back then. All the talismans that I have drawn have my own unique mark on them. It is impossible for me to be mistaken. When young Master Qin reunited with me in the underground palace, you said that this was your first time falling into this place as well and that you didn't know what this place was. Huh. She smiled lightly. If young Master Qin has never been to this underground palace, then why would the talisman I gave you appear here? Xianxia's expression changed, and then he laughed out loud. Good, good, good. You really are worthy of being the successor of the Shin musicians. You have a meticulous mind and remain calm in the face of danger. It seems I have underestimated you. Mu Yan slightly narrowed her eyes and said in a deep voice, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Hee, stop pretending. As early as when you transformed the sword in your hand into a zither and attacked the rotten dragon, I had already guessed your identity. A bright light bursts out of Xianxia's eyes. Although I have not personally seen the glorious era of the Shin musicians, there are many top-secret classics related to the Shin musicians in my sect. I would never mistake you. I really didn't expect that after paying such a great price to come to the Xiozhen continent, not only would I obtain the treasure that I have yearned for even in my dreams, but I would also find the successor of the Shin musicians. Ha 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 ha, the heavens are really helping me. Mayan's heart sinks a little. She doesn't need to ask to know that this person must be from the Xiozhen continent. Only some people in the Xiozhen continent would be so clear about the Shin musician's successor. As for the Xiozhen continent, at most, there are only a few legends left. Wanting to discover her identity as a descendant of the Shin musicians from her fight is simply a fantasy. Xianxia looks at her unsightly face with satisfaction, his expression relaxed and leisurely. Jun Mayan, I advise you not to try to resist. Perhaps in the eyes of these wastes in the Xiozhen continent, you're very powerful, but in my eyes, you're nothing more than an ant. If I didn't want the Shin musician inheritance in your head, if I didn't want to leak my breath to the people above me, I could easily crush you with just one finger. Mayan coldly looks at him, not saying anything. Xianxia slowly descends and grabs her chin, revealing a stunned expression. It would be a pity to kill such a beautiful face. Why don't you follow me? As long as you obediently hand over all the Shin musician inheritance, I will take you back to the Xiozhen continent. That place is a cultivator's paradise, many people want to go but can't. As long as you're obedient and serve me well, I can promise to take you up. Before his voice falls, Xianxia suddenly takes a few steps back. After standing still, he touches his cheek with a calm face. A piece of his left cheek had actually been sliced off. Xianxia's face suddenly sinks. Jun Mayan, are you refusing a toast and now you want to drink a forfeit? Mayan sneers and shakes her head. I'm really sorry, I can't accept a toast or a forfeit in front of your disgusting face. Xianxia's eyes burst with a strong murderous intent. Little girl, you won't shed tears until you see the coffin, right? Good, then I'll wait for you to kneel on the ground and beg me. As soon as his voice falls, he raises his hand. Suddenly, the meatball above shakes violently, and the threads also vibrate violently. Soon after, Mu Yan hears a familiar pitter-patter. What follows is a nauseating rancid smell. A rotten dragon, 10 times bigger than the one from before, appears in front of Mayan. Mu Yan's pupils shrink, and she says in a deep voice, the rotten dragon's main body. Xianxia sat on top of the meatball, watching the show as she leisurely said, like I said, most of what I told you is true. Your thunderbolt fire might be able to deal with the rotten dragon's doppelganger, but if you want to deal with the rotten dragon's main body, it's just a joke. There's one more thing. Xianxia gently knocked on the meatball under her. I've also said that the so-called Death Gate is actually an otherworldly item. Once this otherworldly item fuses with the rotten dragon, its last weakness will disappear. The moment Xianxia struck, countless threads suddenly shot out from the meatball towards the rotten dragon. Soon, the rotten dragon, which was originally just a soft lump of mud, began to slowly change its shape, growing a body and 4 limbs. Its body was still covered in mud that could carbonize flesh and devour spiritual energy. On its head is a pair of greedy mung bean eyes, staring at Mu Yan, as if staring at the most delicious food. Xianxia said coldly, I gave you a chance. If you were willing to submit just now, I would have given you a chance to live. Unfortunately, you gave it up yourself. Now, you can only become the rotten dragon's fodder. As long as it swallows you, the barrier will soon be corroded, and I can get what I want, ha 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 ha. Following Xianxia's words, the rotten dragon takes a big step and rushes straight towards Mayan. As he ran, mud splattered everywhere, and sizzling sounds could be heard everywhere. Mayan composes herself, the Tian Mo Qing turns into the 7 absolute sword, her eyes as cold as a knife. I can't use tricks, can I? Then let's fight with real swords and spears. She really doesn't believe that she, Jun Mayan, would lose to a monster. Xianxia looked down at the girl who looked petite and delicate in contrast to the rotten dragon. He leaned on the tentacle of the meatball as if he was enjoying it, waiting for her to reveal a panicked expression and cry out in pain. However, a quarter of an hour had passed, then an hour. The girl below was covered with cuts and bruises. Her porcelain-like skin was riddled with holes. It was a cruel sight. But, she had the upper hand, more than half of Rotten Dragon's body had been cut off by her. Even its pair of green eyes had changed from greed to fear and cowardice. Xianxia's expression changed and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Is this the legendary and invincible Shin musician who once moved unhindered in the 3 realms? How could a little girl who was not even a 4th-stage false immortal be able to fight the rotten dragon to such an extent? Moreover, her domain had already reached the 4th rank, and she had even condensed the heart of the sword. Only the sword intent that had condensed the sword heart could hurt the rotten dragon. This woman, if she was given more time to grow, how powerful would she become? Swish. Mu Yan fiercely slashes her sword in the air. The rotten dragon's body emitted a hissing sound. In the end, his entire body collapsed and shattered. Mu Yan suddenly kneels on the ground, propping herself up with her sword as she gasps for breath. In this battle, she had killed the rotten dragon. But at the same time, he also paid a heavy price. All the exposed skin on her body was speckled with charred, dry skin. If she were to look in the mirror now, she would definitely see a face uglier than a ghost. Pa pa pa. Xianxia's applauding voice came from above. Jun Mayan, you're really powerful beyond my expectations. Even the rotten dragon's main body was defeated by your hands. But you seem to have forgotten what I said. Almost at the same time, Mu Yan's ears once again heard a pata sound that almost made her despair. Another rotten dragon appeared in front of her. Compared to the previous one, this rotten dragon was much smaller and weaker. But killing Mu Yan, who was already an arrow at the end of its flight, was as easy as flipping a hand. Xianxia mocked, as long as there's a supply of evil chi from the gate of death, the rotten dragon's main body is immortal. However, I had previously told a small lie, which was that the baleful aura from the death gate couldn't be cut off and I couldn't regret it. If he wanted to break the Northern Nether Black Fiend formation, he would have to break all 3 gates at the same time. Unfortunately, that's impossible. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire underground palace shook violently. The thread leading to the left side of the meatball seemed to have been cut off by something. Xianxia's eyes widened and she revealed an expression of disbelief. No, this is impossible. How did the shock gate get destroyed? The next moment, the thread on the other side of the meatball abruptly broke. The underground palace shook even more violently, as if it was about to collapse. Xianxia's expression could no longer be described as ugly. The gate of pain, that's impossible, that's impossible. Just as he was in shock, Mu Yan, who was half kneeling on the ground, suddenly rose into the air. The 7 absolute sword in her hand slashed at Xianxia and the meatball below him, swallowing her and breaking the enchantment, too. In the smoke-filled underground palace, Xianxia's face was as dark as water. The skin on his face peeled off piece by piece, causing his originally handsome face to look as ugly as a ghost. But Xianxia couldn't care less. He clutched Mu Yan's throat with one hand and lifted her up in the air. His eyes were bursting with intense hatred. Damn it, you dared to destroy my Northern Nether Demon formation. Do you know how much effort I spent to raise the rotten dragon to this level? Almost succeeded. You dared to destroy it. Mu Yan's throat was clutched. Her face was purple and bruised all over. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Xianxia has a very good saying. Don't show off, or you'll be struck by lightning. It's impossible for someone to destroy the three gates of death, shock, and pain at the same time, right? Haha. Xianxia swung his hand and flung her to the ground. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. He waved at the rotten dragon and said coldly, swallow her and break the enchantment for me. So what if there's no northern nether demon formation? After swallowing your spiritual power, the rotten dragon will become extremely powerful. The enchantment will definitely be broken. Then I'll get my treasure. Ha ha ha. The rotten dragon slowly moved to Mu Yan. The mud spread and swallowed her body little by little. On the other side of the underground palace, Ling Yuma killed the otherworldly item in the pain gate. She couldn't hold it anymore and fell to the ground. Her blood slowly flowed and seeped into the ground, corroding the dragon's membrane. Gradually, rays of light lit up on the bluestone ground, forming a glyph array beneath her. Vaguely, a distant and bold voice rang in the ears of the unconscious Ling Yuma. Feeling your hot blood and cleansing the palace of Wushang, I taught you the red lotus soulless knife, and the fire of Wushang. I only hope that the soul of Wushang will stay in the world forever. The voice disappeared. A fiery long knife slowly appeared in Ling Yuma's hand. On the long knife, complicated characters could be vaguely seen, flashing and disappearing. At the same time, the otherworldly item in front of Luo Yu finally fell to the ground. His face was deathly pale, and the divine beast by Zhe behind him disappeared. He fell heavily to the ground and lost consciousness. He didn't notice that countless rays of light were emerging from the ground and merging into his back. Vaguely, there seemed to be a voice coming over. We are of the same origin, and you are not of the same race. I am grateful for the peace and tranquility of the Deathless Palace, so I give you a Defying soul pearl. I only hope that Wushang's soul will remain in this world forever. The light that gathered on Luo Yu's back finally solidified into a bright pearl, appearing side by side with Bai Zhe's soul pearl. The two soul orbs were of the same size and were equally dazzling. The only difference was that one was sparkling and translucent white, while the other was fiery red. After the two soul orbs flickered for a while, they disappeared together. Jun Mayan. Jun Mayan, wake up for me. Do you hear me? Stupid woman, why do you always like to show off? Stupid idiot. If you die, what am I going to do? The noise was like chanting, like hundreds of flies buzzing in her ears. Mayan really wanted to slap them and scold them. Qi Xiaohuang, have you been noisy enough? So annoying. What do you mean by I die? You naughty brat's spirit died, but I, Jun Mayan, won't die, but she was too tired. End of this chapter. Is Mayan dead? 1. Her eyelids are as heavy as lead, every inch of her body's warmth and strength are draining away little by little. She really wants to sleep, to have a good sleep. Mayan's eyes slowly close, and her consciousness gradually dissipates. Qi Huang, as well as the other people's heart-wrenching cries, also gradually fade away. Just then, the void spirit ring on her hand suddenly flashes. A pure, warm energy rushes into Mayan's body from the void spirit ring. It suddenly gathers her scattered consciousness. Mayan suddenly opens her eyes, but she is startled by the scene in front of her. Qi Xiaohuang, what are you doing? Not far away, a red-eyed, beautiful youth is grabbing the dirty mysterious ghost wood and stuffing it into the Tian Emochin. The Tian Emochin trembles unceasingly, issuing a humming sound like it's begging for mercy. Hearing Mayan's voice, Qi Huang suddenly raises his head, his red eyes looking straight at her. The voice that comes out is hoarse and hopeful. Jun Mayan, you're not dead? Mayan raises her hand and knocks his head. You're the one who's dead. This lady is in her prime, how could I die so easily? However, with this knock, her hand directly penetrates Qi Huang's body. She stares blankly, looking down at herself. This is a soul. Why is her soul in the space? Then what about her physical body? The memories in her head gradually come back. She killed the main body of a rotten dragon, and also slaughtered the Death Gate's otherworldly item. However, she was exhausted, and could no longer deal with Xianxia and the second rotten dragon's main body. Then, her body was completely swallowed by the rotten dragon. So, I'm really dead? How is that possible? Qi Huang yells, then his eyes stare at her. Although he tries to hide it, he can't hide the worry in his eyes. Jun Mayan, don't be afraid, don't be sad, you're not dead. As long as the Tian Emochin advances, you can reconstruct the fourth attribute of the moon spirit root, and your body can be restored to its original state. Mayan doesn't have too much fear. She just looks at the pitiful Tian Emochin and says, don't force it. It seems that it really can't absorb this kind of scarlet flame gold and mysterious ghost wood. Her eyes are gentle, and her voice is clear. Qi Xiaohuang, you're the one. Don't be afraid, don't be sad. How could I, Jun Mayan, die so easily? The red flame gold and the mysterious ghost wood can't be absorbed now, but I can always find a way to let the Tian Emochin absorb them later. Seven Brilliance's body suddenly trembled. He wanted to roar, which eye of yours sees that I'm afraid and sad? However, his voice was stuck in his throat and he couldn't utter a single word. He looks at the two disgusting Tian Emochin materials, and then looks at Mayan. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and bit his wrist hard. Thick, bright red, and pure black liquid slowly flowed down from his wrist and dripped onto the crimson flame gold and the profound ghost wood. Seven Brilliance, what are you doing? Mayan's heart instinctively jumps, and she quickly rushes over to stop him. But now that she was a soul, what could she do? More and more blood flowed from Qi Huang's wrist. Gradually, something miraculous happened. The disgusting substance on the surface of the scarlet flame gold and profound ghost wood melted rapidly as if it had come into contact with some corrosive liquid. A bead that seemed to be made of gold and fire, as well as a piece of dark green wood, slowly appeared in front of him. The Tian Emochin, which was originally shivering and dodging, seems to have sensed something. There's a sudden hum, and the sound of the qin soars up 1/2 meter high. The strings tremble violently. End of this chapter, end of chapter 2279. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.